to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here!
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, hello, beautiful Thursday, baby, Friday, awesome Thursday, loving life here on December 4th. Christmas season, 3 weeks out. All our Christmas decorations are now looking better and better with each passing day as we get. Although I went to the break room today, and the little radio we have in there was off. And if somebody had been rolling film on it, they would have seen a very amusing 30-second situation where I couldn't figure out how to turn it on. I was going up, down, left side. So no Christmas music in the break room, but we'll try to fix that. Fun Wednesday night, chill Wednesday night. Sharks got destroyed. Warriors are in Philadelphia today. 49ers are off on Sunday, in case you guys didn't know. So we'll have some fun chopping it up on a Thursday morning. That would be me, Murph, and him, Marcus, right there on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Good morning, brother.
Murph, what's up, my man? Happy baby Friday. You're right. I walked to the break room this morning, and I was expecting to hear Christmas music. I didn't hear anything, but I didn't even try to mess around with the radio and turn it on.
You really, honestly, because I'll do stupid stuff. Like, that's kind of what I do. You know what I mean? For example, I was gifted a 49er beanie yesterday, and I dropped it in the parking lot. And only a good Samaritan I know sitting to my right found it and returned it to me. What a good guy
like
you are,
a good
buddy.
man.
Yeah. How the hell did that drop? Anyway, so I'll do stupid stuff. So we have a little portable radio in there that's plugged into the wall. It has an antenna, and it's where you hear the music that sometimes annoys the piss out of me.
Yeah, when it's playing Christmas music in November.
No, actually, that's better than some of the bad, third-rate pop dance that's coming out of some of our sister stations, They have, HD3 channels and all that. Does anybody know about this?
I don't even know what that means.
Do you remember when HD3 started and, KNBR was like, hey, KNBR's on HD3?
No, I know high definition. I didn't know there were three different
there's
channels.
If you have a certain radio, you can get, multiple streams of the same station.
Damn.
I know.
I started at KNBR. We were just AM radio.
Can you imagine if there was an HD3 of you and me saying different stuff other than we're saying right now?
Interesting.
An alternate universe,
It almost
perhaps?
sounds like AI.
Kind of.
Yeah,
kind of.
There's an alternate version of the show.
So anyway, I was like, it's December 4th. We're 3 weeks out. And we got our tree yesterday. We finally got our tree yesterday.
Nice.
Fairly seamless process. We kind of found it fairly quickly. Almost so quickly that I was like, that was too quick.
Bro.
We need to make a couple tours around the lot.
Okay, dude, we had the same exact issue this year when we went up to Apple Hill to get our tree, because usually it's an adventure. And shout out to the Santa Cruz Mountains that has just phenomenal trees. We grew up going up there and cutting down trees every single year. It took a while for us to find the correct tree farm up in Rockland. The first year my parents moved up there, dude, we spent the entire day driving from tree farm to tree farm. We hit up 3 different tree farms because my dad did not find a single tree that he liked.
I'd say, who was the main person who kept saying no?
No, my dad's got a standard when it comes to a Christmas tree. We're not just walking off the lot with any damn Christmas tree, Mark.
You got to play to the standard.
Exactly. So now we found the actual tree farm that we go to, and we know the spot where the good trees are. You got to make sure it's on the right side of the mountain. You're getting the right sunlight. You're getting some good moisture. Those are where the big trees are growing compared to some of the other Charlie Brown looking trees. So we go straight to that spot, and within 5 minutes, we're like, this is the tree. And we all kind of stand around at each other like, wait, nobody's yelled at each other yet. Nobody's gotten to an argument. This is way too easy. And we literally had my brother stand at the tree and guard that tree and walk around just to say that we walked around and spent more time on the actual tree lot than we did commuting to the trees.
That's a good domestic story that features a lot of features, including you guys almost wanted to have a fight about the fact that you weren't having a fight.
Oh, dude, there's always an argument about what tree we're going to get.
Shouldn't we be looking at more? Well, I don't know. This is the right one. And then you guys wind up bickering about the fact that it is the right one.
Oh, dude, I set the over-under for 2.5 Ken Boucher yelling at the family, and there was no yells. I'm like, this is too easy. We need some more controversy here.
By the way, that's great to know that when you get older and you have kids in their 30s now, dad can still get pissed.
Oh, all the time.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's good to know.
But now it's fun. I'm like, shut up, Pops. Go drink a beer with me.
That's so good.
Let's go get a drink.
Let's go smoke the turkey.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's awesome. So you guys, it was pretty quick, huh?
Yeah, so it was quick, easy. We actually spent more time driving out to go get the tree than we did cutting down the actual tree.
Yeah, well, I wish, like I said, I had a romantic story like that, being in the forest, but it was just a regular old lot. You know what I mean?
Now we're talking like a Home Depot parking lot, a Costco parking lot.
There's one on the frontage road near the In-N-Out In-N-Out in Mill Valley that just seems to like give us the right tree every year.
Damn.
And so we just kind of keep going back to it. There's nothing truly overly romantic about it. It's just a lot on the side of the road that kind of has good trees. I wish I had a better story.
Yeah, you get that fresh smell of In-N-Out burger fries.
I wish I had a better story. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was Christmassy smell of In-N-Out burger. Yeah. So anyway, we got that.
It's funny though. I was actually thinking about you yesterday when we were doing What Did Young Tony Ask Today, and you asked about Christmas trees, and you're asking Young Tony if he'd get like a tiny little tree for his own apartment. And I just inserted myself into the conversation like, yeah, no, I don't really need a tree. I'm not really trying to impress anybody. Once I get back to the house, it's pretty much mission accomplished already. But yesterday I was doing a little feng shui moving in my house. I ordered a new lounge chair on Black Friday. So I'm moving some couches around, and I have this fake plant that just sits in the corner of my house. Doesn't get any love at all.
Like the one behind you?
Kind of like the one behind me. So I moved the fake plant to the middle of my living room, and I might decorate it as my Christmas tree.
You know what? That's awesome.
Like I think that counts for the holiday spirit, right, Tony?
I need to applaud that. That's creative, thinking outside the box, and also it's very Christmassy.
Yeah.
You're in the spirit.
Yeah, exactly. I'll do one of those like trailer trash Christmas trees where like I throw beer cans in it or something like that.
That would be very Marcus.
Yeah, I think it's very fitting.
A very Marcus Christmas.
There it is.
You know what I mean? They have like a very special Christmas, a very Marcus Christmas. A fake plant with a beer can at the bottom.
That's it, dude. That's my Christmas tree.
So anyway,
I think that represents me perfectly.
We're feeling more Christmassy if I can get that. Again, you guys are going to laugh because I bet if I took you over there, you'd find the switch in like 2 seconds.
Well, here's what I find hilarious. There's always the bit about, older people with technology and not being able to figure out streaming services and iPads and stuff like this. But this is you not being able to turn on a radio.
No, correct.
Like radios have been around forever.
No.
Like this should be the one piece of technology you should be able to figure out.
I need to call Curly Brothers Construction or Curly Co. to go figure this thing out, man. So anyway, chill Wednesday involving a Christmas tree, some UCLA basketball that kept me up way late last night. God, how about that? How about me being up till 10:30 watching UCLA blow a 16-point lead with 5 minutes to play?
What are you doing to yourself?
They won by 1 because Washington missed its shot at the buzzer. So anyway, that was it. I do want to shout out San Francisco because the good people at Provident Credit Union, Jim Ernest, John Haggerty, and our buddy Chris Young, who manages the account, we've turned this. We have a tradition now over the years of going to a holiday dinner, a lunch, a Christmas lunch at an old school San Francisco restaurant. We kind of bop around the city from your Tadich Grills to your John's Grills to your Sam's Grills. And yesterday was, wait for it, drum roll please, Skoma's. Skoma's on the wharf. Ooh. Hell yes. Hell yes to the old school. As I texted the buddies, the crew before, because I was the first one there, I said, hey, I'm at the bar at Skoma's. I said, and if anybody has any questions about Seals Stadium or Kezar Stadium, just ask because I'm surrounded by 100 people who saw the Seals and the 49ers play at Kezar. I mean, this was a San Francisco that is like, if you think 2025 is too modern, go to Skoma's, baby. You will be cast back into the past, and you're like, oh, this is what San Francisco used to be like. Yeah. Dude, zero tech bros, bro. Zero tech bros. Only Candlestick Park stories, all right? So, anyway, it was awesome. And shout out my waiter, Dave. Dave, for the San Francisco crowd, Dave Pella, the Sacred Heart Prep Hall of Famer. But anyway, it was a great start to the Christmas season to be at Skoma's on the wharf. I'd recommend you guys bop in and be ready.
Some old school San Francisco down on the wharf.
Dude. And in fact, it's funny, when I was growing up and I'd be listening to KNBR as a kid and Frank and Mike would be on, they would mention going to Skoma's. So I'm talking now, that's like 78, 79, 80. So what is this, 2025? And they were going, 45 years ago? And it was old school 45 years ago, dude. So thank God it's still around in an ever-changing San Francisco.
That's huge. My mom and dad tell me stories all the time. Like when they first started dating, they used to go down to the wharfs. Not sure if they were going down to Skoma's, but in that area, that old school San Francisco type of area.
I guarantee you they went to Skoma's.
Which is why I grew up going down to the wharf.
And it's funny, I was asked the other day by a buddy who's, he goes, hey man, you're my guy in the city. He goes, I got a friend coming in from out of town. He wants a place to eat, drink, and look at the Golden Gate Bridge. And you know what? If you're asked that question, there's no obvious place. Here I am. I got this far in my life without realizing there's no signature like restaurant or bar where you're like, that's where you go and you look at the bridge. Because there's not, the bridge is really maximized by Marina Green and Crissy Field. Yeah. And there's no restaurants or bars there. That's just a walking, jogging slutty area, as it were.
That's Tony's
For,
area.
for Tony to get turned down by every cute girl in the city here. Yeah. I mean, there's a couple, but like from Skoma's, you can you can see the bridge through some boats, but it's pretty far away. But it's pretty wild that you got to go to Sausalito. I think in like Cavallo Point and all that. But it is wild to think that somebody comes to San Francisco and there's no real place to I'm going to have my steak, I'm going to have my fish and my wine, my crab, and look at the bridge. Anyway, just thought that was an odd factoid.
Yeah, good point. I know there's a German brew house that I like to go to down on Fort Mason where you can kind of get a glimpse of the Golden Gate Bridge.
Fort Mason has been mentioned,
yes.
but there's
no
down
on Fort Mason.
one consistent place that's been there through the years. Well, that's where you got to go.
Yeah.
You feel me on that?
I get you, Murph. I got you.
Anyway.
Well, John Joe Curley know any spots?
We should ask him. I tried. I mean, the Wharf is obviously the one, but a lot of those places at the Wharf have closed now, like Castagnolas and Aliotos and all that stuff. But yeah, the Wharf is still the Wharf. There's an In-N-Out at the Wharf. I should have bought a tree.
Yeah, you could have. Shout out that In-N-Out burger that used to, I believe, be a Hooters back in the day.
Was it?
I think there was a Hooters right there on the Wharf.
All right.
I believe. I was a young boy.
Very good.
I was trying to get in.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I was like 12, 13. Let me in.
Do you
I
like
want some
Hooters?
wings.
Are you a Hooters guy?
I love Hooters,
Okay.
Murph.
Well, you and your owner.
Well, I like
Mark
wings.
Davis.
I like wings, Murph.
Mark Davis used to go to the Hooters in Dublin every Tuesday.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
It's either Hooters or P.F. Chang's.
I understand, though, Hooters is in decline, right? They're closing all over the place.
Exactly, dude. There's barely any left.
How about
Save Hooters?
How about Skoma's outlasting Hooters?
That's insane.
There you go.
That's crazy.
How was your Wednesday night sports night? Good?
Wednesday night sports night was bad. There wasn't really a lot going on. I saw your boy Ovechkin put a beat down on my San Jose Sharks. What's up with that?
Did we talk about that on the air or off the air?
We talked about it off air, I think.
Off the air. How did we get on that topic? Was it
No
because the
idea.
Capitals were in town?
Yeah, I think you mentioned your Capitals coming to town.
Yeah, my Caps are coming to town. And this was a story that goes back to 08, 09 on the show that I went to Washington, D.C. Candace's brother lives there, and he gave us tickets to a hockey game to be nice to us. And we went and saw the game, and I was blown. I still say to this day, I've never been at a sporting event where more people were wearing the same jersey.
Wow.
So, you go to a Niner game, you get anything, right? You get anything. You go to a Giants game, you get anything, from Jung-Hoo Lee to Willie McCovey, right? And then you go to a Warriors game, and a lot of Steph, but there's a lot of other stuff, too.
A lot of Dre, a lot of Clay.
Andre Iguodala's in the rafters there. He was there the night I was there, Saturday night at New Orleans. 95, if not 100% of the people inside that arena were wearing Ovechkin jerseys. It was like a cult. It was like being at a Trump rally. It was incredible, dude. It was just Ovi everywhere. 8, Ovechkin. So I was like, that was 09.
Yeah, well, you know why, Murph? It's because he made the Capitals great again.
They did win a cup.
Yeah,
they did win a cup.
That's Ovi, baby.
But, dude, it's 2025, and he's still going, and he put 2 in the net in the first period.
In the first period, bro.
Yeah.
I'm like, come on, don't do this to my baby Sharks, Ovi.
And then it got worse from there, right?
They lost. Exactly. Then it was 7-1 final score. Yeah, put me to
pulled
sleep.
the goalie, right?
Yeah, I didn't watch after the first period.
They pulled Askarov in the first period. They said, just not tonight, buddy. So, you know what? How about if we were having a really bad opening segment, and the guys just come in, and Holler or Johnny Joe walks in and says, just not today.
Yeah, sorry, boys.
Not today.
We're calling up Dieter. We're putting in the big boy in the back of the net.
I bet there's some listeners that would say that.
Yeah.
All right, but it gets a lot better tonight. Warriors at Philly, 4 o'clock. No Steph, but no Embiid for Philly. I heard a Philly fan on the way in on my East Coast radio listening complaining about Embiid.
Still?
Yeah. He's like, he's a lifelong Philly guy, and he's like, it's over. I'm done with Embiid.
Wow.
Yeah. And Jimmy Butler's a question mark. We'll find out probably closer to game time.
And we've got this big Giannis sweepstake we need to talk about.
Got to get into that. Here we go again. So we got that. And, of course, a little hot stove going, too, as the winter meetings approach. So fun Thursday, Christmas Thursday, if we can get the Christmas music going in the break room on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Baby Friday. Curly wants me to tell you, tease the guest list right now. Zach Manassian joins the show at 7:50 this morning. Obviously, baseball winter meetings start on Sunday, so stay tuned. Zach Manassian, general manager of the San Francisco Giants, at 7:50.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, thank you, Young Tone. I couldn't turn on the radio in the break room because I couldn't figure it out. So I got no Christmas music, so he's giving it to me now. And you kind of went to the, really, if you had to do a sort of a national championship college football playoff, the final top two seeds would be Nat King Cole's Christmas song against Bing Crosby's White Christmas. They'd be the last two guys in the ring. And then you just have to have it out in the octagon. You'd have to figure out who wins.
It's a prize fight.
I don't know. You're going to divide the room. Half of the room's going Nat King Cole Christmas song. The other half's going Bing Crosby White Christmas. Just leave out all that like boy band S. You know what I mean? Like 98 Degrees has a Christmas album.
You don't want to hear Nick Lachey at Christmas, bro?
No, bro.
Come on, dude.
No shade on Nick. I mean, he was kind of amusing during the Jessica Simpson show.
Yeah.
But, and he's also one of the few overt Reds fans you'll ever see. Like he reps the Cincinnati Reds.
That is a random fact.
Yeah. Although Copes is a Cincinnati Reds fan.
Yeah, he does got some
Do you know
Reds
about
love.
that?
Yeah, he's got some love for the Reds.
Yeah, I guess he tied it to Griffey, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree that Griffey-Adam Dunn combination was sick in the early 2000s.
Adam Dunn getting a little sort of second wind in his career, kind of like Roger Craig, who's now one of the stories, and I know we want to talk about Giannis, we said, but we'll get into it here in just a second. But one of the stories from yesterday is that the Pro Football Hall of Fame is getting closer and closer to finalizing, because, you know, they make the announcements at the Super Bowl, right? At the big game. Yeah.
That's a big game, man.
I'm going to I don't know what pisses me off. I got three things going for me right now. Number one is the Super Bowl big game thing. That's unbelievable.
That's a big game, man.
Number two are these stupid conference championships that are being played this weekend.
That's a big game,
sent
man.
me over the edge.
Those are big games, Murph. Those are big games.
And I forgot what the third one was. But anyway.
Being able to turn the damn radio on.
Yeah, that was it, I guess. Thank you very much. So the Super Bowl thing is, the Hall of Fame voting is getting down to it. And they're now, so the senior committee. So again, this is getting a little confusing now. There's two different ways to get in. There's like the traditional body that votes you in, that will vote like Tom Brady in when he's eligible, like next year or whatever it is. And then there's a senior committee of players that have been passed for decades and decades and decades, like Roger Craig. And they decide, they winnow and they winnow and winnow, and they get it down to 5. And they say you're going to have everybody votes on this, and you have to get 80% of this of the vote of the body. It's kind of like got a little tougher. So here it is: Roger Craig, Ken Anderson for the old heads out there. He was the quarterback of the Cincinnati Bengals against Joe Montana in Super Bowl 16. L.C. Greenwood for you old Steelers fans, and then here's this: Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft. Now I don't know why they're on the senior thing as opposed to the regular thing, but you would imagine that they're going to get in, right?
Does that mean that Bill is on the senior ballot before he's on the original ballot?
Yeah, I'm confused.
Because Bill should have a free pass into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't get why he's on the senior ballot. Anyway,
that's a little confusing.
Because it was confusing.
It is confusing. And the bottom line too is that Roger Craig's going to need to have. So they only allow 3 of those 5 in, and he's got to get 80% to get in. I mean, we wish him well, man. 4-time Pro Bowler, the first guy to go 1,000. And it's been brought up by people through the years, and Matt Mayoko revisited it yesterday, that for a team that won 4 Super Bowls in a 10-year span, they have pretty light Pro Football Hall of Fame representation. Like the Steelers, who won 4 in the 70s, have a ton in, and the Niners only really have Montana, Rice, Lott, and if you want to count Charles Haley, even though he was, not a part of he wasn't a part of the first 2, that's for sure. So Roger Craig would be another one to at least burnish the 80s Niners. I don't know. If that matters to you 80s Niners fans out there, it would be great for him. Players of lesser ability than him have gone in, so go Roger Craig.
Yeah, he's got my vote, Murph. I thought he should have been in for a minute, especially since we are talking so much about the comparisons of Christian McCaffrey to Marshall Faulk and Roger Craig. Like the fact that he did that during the 80s when nobody was doing it. Like it's much more likely these days that you'll get a 1,000 receiver / running back. That's why Christian McCaffrey is on the verge of doing it 2 times for the first time ever. But Roger Craig was a groundbreaking type of running back and really changed the dynamic of what running backs can do. Yeah. So to me, it's pretty simple. Put him in the damn Hall of Fame.
Yeah, everything you're saying is right. Because we got a text yesterday from somebody who said, all due respect, I'm a Niner fan, but does Roger Craig really have the resume? And he doesn't have like he doesn't have a freaking Marshall Faulk had a more decorated career, Curtis Martin, LaDainian Thomas, whatever. But to your point, changing what a running back does in the Bill Walsh system, in the West Coast offense. And Walsh is in the Hall of Fame too, obviously.
And the West Coast system changed football.
Right. And Roger Craig was sort of the prototype. He was like the first guy to show what you could do like that. So that alone should put you in, shouldn't it?
I agree, Murph. I agree.
There you go. All right. Well, listen, we'll punt Giannis to the next segment. Let's get the guest list going on a Thursday, December 4, 2025. Yes, sir. What you chuckling at?
I'm just laughing. The Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line early on this morning, the 940 says, Murph, isn't KSFO 810 the third thing that you're pissed off about?
Add it to the list. Add it to the list.
Yeah, it's a list of Murph gripes.
And then I just look down, 415 says, don't forget the Great Highway.
That goes on the list also, those damn hammocks out there.
By the way, the guy yesterday, this is the same guy who tweeted yesterday and said when I went on my rant about conference championships, that I was hangry because I had to fast for my blood draw.
Yeah, you need a Snickers.
Yeah, which was a success, by the way.
Hey, congrats.
Yeah. They found a vein. You know, there's some people that can't find veins.
Really?
Yeah. My wife, I married one. Candace has you can't find her veins.
What's she having those veins for?
I don't know. It's like she just doesn't want you to get to her veins.
Huh, that's weird. I
guess
not know
it's
that.
Being coy or coquettish with her veins.
No, stay away from my veins.
So maybe her veins are flirting. I don't know.
Hey now.
But yeah, so some people have big. And funny, the guy who was doing my blood draw was sort of like, he was early. He called in a nurse to help him, and I was like,
I'm gonna take my belt off, Tony.
And she pointed to my vein, and she's like, oh, that's a really good one. Right
Ooh,
there.
damn.
Like,
That's
good.
Hey, now, that's a nice veiny one.
Good morning. Move on.
Come on. You open the door for
Move
me.
on. Young Tony, good morning,
what's
brother.
up,
How
brother?
are you,
Good
brother?
morning.
How was your Wednesday?
How's everybody's veins out there?
Yeah.
808 KNBR.
They're popping this morning, Tony. They're popping.
How was your Wednesday
It was solid.
night there,
I watched the Sharks game. First period ended 4-0. The goalie got pulled, and then I kind of just fell asleep. So there wasn't much going on. I did tune into the UCLA game early, and they were down, I think, 5-10.
Well, I mean, I know a lot of people don't really care about watching UCLA hoops. There's a couple people out there. I just want to let you guys know there's a guy up there in Seattle. There's a German guy named Hans Steinbach. Just letting you guys know, this dude will be in the league. 7-foot German, built like a freaking brick house.
Dude.
Soft touch, rebounding machine. He's the German Karl Malone.
Yeah, and he sounds like he should be like the villain in a new Die Hard
Without
movie.
question. I thought the same thing. Hans Steinbach. I saw him in Nakatomi Tower.
Hans.
I did. This guy was almost unstoppable. Almost unstoppable. So just letting you guys know, get ready for the Hans Steinbach era in the league.
The Hans takeover.
Somehow, some way, we survived the guy, and even though we blew a 16-point lead, so that pissed me off. That was the other thing that pissed me off. Was blowing that 16-point lead.
Still got the win, though. 2-point win.
We did get
That's
the
all
win.
that matters.
And the spread was 1.5.
Wow.
Yeah.
And they
We're up
covered.
16. I'm like, we were only 1.5 point spread. We're doing well. Well, we won by 2.
Yeah, still covered.
Vegas knows.
Cover's a cover.
Did you finally get the tree or not, buddy?
No tree yet. No.
right,
Maybe I need to get one of
How about
Marcus's
the,
ficus. Maybe I just take one of these home.
Yeah, just take one of these. No one cares
Or one
about
of-
these damn ficuses.
How about one of these little, these ones here?
Yeah.
Hang on.
That could work.
By the way, I think these plants are real. Like, I think people
No,
come in and water them, right?
100%. I think daily.
I thought they were fake the whole time.
How about these?
Yeah, we
Oh,
could.
yeah.
That seems like fake, though, dude. That's like
Plus-
a decoration.
Plus, I don't know. 808 KNBR, how do you feel about a Christmas tree that's not green?
It's
Like some
white.
people have those white
Dude,
Christmas trees.
I could literally do this show with this Christmas
sound
tree on the
fine,
mic.
too, yeah.
I sound good.
Yeah, but it looks
I
like
sound
there's a
better than
unicorn in your face.
I sound better than some of our guests.
Yeah.
on the bad lines, dude.
or some of our hosts.
Oh,
Hey-o!
Hey now.
That was outstanding.
Hey now.
That was really well done, Mark. I want to keep this in my little
Yeah,
bag
but like this
here.
to me doesn't even look like a Christmas tree. It looks like a unicorn
It
horn.
looks like something from the Coneheads. Yeah,
Shout out
there you
to
go, young
Coneheads.
Tone.
That's
Coneheads.
a movie you haven't seen.
Coneheads, no.
SNL skit back in the day. All right, what do we got?
All right, well, if you missed Steve Young yesterday, long conversation, really, really good. We're going to replay it for you at 6:50 this morning. Mike Krukow at 7:30. We are going to have Zach Manassian at 7:50 this morning. Obviously, winter meetings start on Sunday. Big deal to get the GM of the Giants on at 7:50. Tracy Sandler, we're going to have her on at 8. We're going to have her on at 8:30, and then Buster Olney going to check in on winter meetings as well at 8:50. Cooler content late because we got Tracy. Cooler content at 9:15, and then Marcus Thompson to talk all Giannis. Busy day. So Marcus Thompson 9:30. Busy day.
Damn.
Not a lot of news in the sports world, but we're going to generate some news today.
Oh, there's news, and it's do the Warriors get Giannis Antetokounmpo next on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Now, in the wake of the Shams report yesterday, as you canvass the league a little bit, there is certainly curiosity about whether Giannis will push the envelope here, because he has done this before, where he has talked to the Bucks about uncertainty with his future. And even in the summer, Shams reported back in October, back in August, he approached the Bucks about the possibility of being traded to the New York Knicks. And the Bucks and the Knicks had several weeks of trade discussions about it. Now, Doc can say with a straight face that there was no trade demand, and I think that that's true. He didn't demand it. However, those discussions were not the Bucks' idea, I assure you. And they sort of whistled past the graveyard because they had made a summer full of, gutsy moves to keep him. And so now the question is, will Giannis, especially with this injury, look to take it to the next level and make a full-blown trade demand, or will he give the Bucks more time?
Well, there he is, the familiar voice of Brian Windhorse. ESPN does a good job. Thank you. That was him on First Take this morning, talking about Get Up. Pardon me. Thank you very much. Get Up versus First Take. I confused my two-word ESPN morning shows. That was on Get Up. And this now here we go back into the rumor mills of the NBA, the NBA does this more than they do it way more than the NFL, way more than MLB. Just so and so is unhappy. What are we going to do about it? And then we spend months and months and months. Yeah. Oh, hey, is that Jonathan Kuminga I see somewhere in the lobby right there?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, Murph. You said we got to wait months and months. We need to just wait one more month until January 15th until Kuminga is eligible to be traded.
I actually heard in the Giannis download that with Giannis, it's sooner. You could be as soon as December 15th because of his situation.
You would be able to flip Kuminga December 15th?
No,
potentially.
No, Giannis.
Oh, yeah, but I'm saying the Warriors can't give up Kuminga until January 15th. So all I'm saying is hopefully the Bucks wait at least a month until January 15th so that the Warriors can get into the mix, get into the conversation.
Sounds like it's going to be a little bit of a longer process in general. Like, what is going on? You saw the word mulling. They saying get the word mulling. You know what I mean? They said that the Bucks and Giannis are mulling his future. I'm like, well, here we go. Now, how many weeks of content are we going to get out of this now that we're mulling? When's the last time you mulled something? You mulled getting a Christmas tree and then you stopped mulling like 2 seconds later and you said no.
Yeah, I said I got a fake plant that I can decorate.
There's a lot of mulling going on here. So anyway, obviously it brings us to the Warriors. And should the Warriors get Giannis Antetokounmpo? Well, listen, we talked at the round table about life, what's the Warriors' next move post Curry? Do you have the JD famous cut on what's going to happen to the Warriors? There it is.
Yeah. Before you even said that, I was dialing that up.
I mean, without Steph Curry, JD put it on a plate.
You stink.
So, what's your plan post Steph? Is it Giannis? Clearly that's a Joe Lacob type move. This is what I tried to bring up to JD. Although he was sitting so far down the round table, he couldn't hear me.
And he couldn't see you with those shades on.
Is that Joe Lacob? He ain't going to sit. Oh, by the way, Shayna Rubin's starting that Joe Lacob's going to buy the Padres rumor. How about that?
Dude, I don't need it. San Diego's popping enough without Lacob.
By the way.
Dude, San Diego's already popping without Joe Lacob.
Let's just say right now, Joe, don't do it.
Yeah, come on, Joe. You should have bought the A's.
Well, yeah. Well, Fisher won't sell. The problem is the Padres are looking to sell because Peter Seidler passed away, sadly. And so the whole family's like, well, we don't want it anymore. Now, nobody on the Giants is going to sell. They're happy as clams. They own the Giants, right? And the Dodgers. But the Padres right now are going to be for sale. And so Lacob's got a chance. So teams don't come for sale very often. So that's something to keep an eye on. But anyway, back to Giannis and the Warriors. Let's hear from people who are more experienced than us and figure out what's going on. Look at me, the Bobby Marks. On which teams would immediately, because you hear the Knicks right away. That's your Knicks.
Yeah, and the Knicks were the one team that Giannis kind of spoke about publicly this past summer about playing there in the future. So it seems like that would be the number one option right now as is.
And would the Knicks have to give up a lot, like the Jalen Brunsons of the world?
I think Jalen Brunson would be the one untouchable player. Like, I know we're going to get into conversations about what the package would be like for the Warriors. For the Warriors, it's simple. It's everybody not named Steph Curry. That's how I kind of view it for the New York Knicks. It would be everybody not named Jalen Brunson available.
Okay, well, let's see what Bobby Marks says about who would be a suitor.
Giannis, if he does ask to be traded, will play a significant role as far as where the next team is going to be. considering that he is eligible to sign a 4-year extension starting on October 1st. I think, you'll hear a lot of the teams, like, you'll hear New York in the mix probably. I don't see why Milwaukee would do a deal with New York, considering they have no first-round picks to trade, and it's hard to see what Karl Anthony Towns does for them. Certainly San Antonio still has a lot of draft assets and tradable players left, even after getting De'Aaron Fox. Houston would be certainly an interesting name just because they have, whether it be Alperen Sengun or Amen Thompson.
Wow. Can you imagine San Antonio?
Bro,
or
I did not
Houston?
even think about the option of him going to San Antonio and pairing up the Greek freak with the French freak. Like that, shut down the NBA. What are we doing?
Oh,
you can't
boy.
have those two guys on the same team.
No. Shut down the NBA. That's right.
What are we doing?
Even Houston. Although, again, these teams that would trade would have to move.
Yeah, they would have to give up a lot.
Now, I asked AI, like, what's a trade package? They say Kuminga, Pajemski, and all the first rounders, and either Butler or Draymond. It's all about a salary match situation. I got to think that package is. I got to think the Bucks think they can get a better package than that.
I would assume
That's
so.
my feeling.
Yeah.
That's my feeling.
Maybe
so I
a
think
team that has more first-round picks. Like, to me, they're probably going to be looking for, like, an OKC-type package when they decided to move on from Harden and KD and get all those draft picks and kind of stack it up for the future.
I mean, Giannis he'll be 31 this week, I think. So I don't know how many more years you think he has. He's got at least five.
I'd say he's 4 to 5 in his prime
4
still.
to 5
In his prime,
where
and
he
then he
makes
can still
you
play after that.
where he makes you a championship contender.
Absolutely.
Right. So it's worth it, right? This isn't like trading for a broken down Chris Paul. Shout out Chris Paul.
Dude, what a story
Make
that
sure you
is.
check out of your hotel and get on the plane. You got Lane Kiffin tarmac there.
Don't let the door hit you on
I
the
know.
way out.
What a weird
CP3.
story. The Clippers seem like they're just such a mess in general.
can't
Oh,
wait-
that's right. They're the Clippers. I
can't-
forgot.
Can't wait for that jersey retirement ceremony.
Oh, jeez. So we're going to have to let some time pass before that happens. But anyway, so yeah, bottom line is I think the Warriors are not first in line with what they can offer. That's the sad part, is as exciting and as Lacob-ish as it would be to have Giannis in Golden State, I don't know if the Warriors have the package, so to speak. So here's Sam Amick on yesterday with the Afternoon Boys. It was JD sitting in for Sick Copes with Derek Papa. So cut C, Tony, from Sam Amick. How realistic is it that the Warriors could get Giannis?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that he has, I know this saga's been dragging on for quite some time, but he's kind of dragged his feet long enough to where he's got the leverage now, because he can opt out, not in this coming summer, but the following summer. And so, let's just go ahead and say this becomes a summertime thing. You're then talking about him potentially being on an expiring contract. And that means that, if he doesn't want to come to your team, then why in the world would you, lose all those assets and those players for somebody who is a rental and who might, not even really show out. It's different when a guy's got 2 or 3 years left on his contract. That's not the case here. So I do think that he's going to have a lot of control. Money-wise, yes, I agree that Jimmy would presumably have to be part of something like that. Kuminga certainly could be, and probably would be part of something like that as a young prospect that it seemed like the Bucks would try to build around with, the other pieces they have. And then from there, all the contracts that get discussed, the Moody's and the Buddies and what have you. But, that's a long ways down the road and maybe never, obviously.
Yeah, that's Sam Amick, of course, from The Athletic, who does a great job coming on KNBR and talking Warriors. So he said Jimmy, he said Kuminga, Moody, Hield. I mean, of course, you'd part with all those lesser guys for sure. But his big thing was Giannis has, so it's not just this summer, it's the next one. And then he has a player option. So if you acquire him now, he theoretically has the chance to say, okay, this has been fun, but I'm going to leave anyway in a year. Depending on, and does he want to come be here for the tail end of Steph Curry? And then when Steph leaves, and as JD told us, when Steph leaves, it's kind of like the last place schedule.
You stink.
Yeah. I mean, does he want to be part of that?
I mean,
or would he rather go to San Antonio or Houston, where the sky's the limit, right?
That's a great question, and that's the perspective of Giannis, and of course, only Giannis can answer that. But I think if you're looking at this from the perspective of the Warriors, of Joe Lacob, of Steve Kerr, and Steph Curry, You don't care about what happens post Steph Curry. Now, obviously, Joe Lacob and those guys are worried about the future of the organization and what's going to happen post Steph Curry. But right now, your only game plan should be try to win Steph Curry his 5th ring and do it by any cost necessary. That's why I'm saying I would give up everybody on the roster, not named Steph Curry. I mean, who cares if you suck for the next 5-10 years? If you can get one more championship, I can live off the high of that for the next decade, man.
Well, and as the Sharks have shown us, sucking has its benefits, too.
Exactly. So what if Giannis comes here, stays for a couple years, wins a championship with Steph, and then they blow it all up and they suck for 5 years? Yeah, it's going to be a bummer of a 5 years, but we'd be talking about 5 championships and talking about Steph Curry being one of the greatest players to ever play on the damn court.
You're full YOLO, man.
I'm going all in. You have Steph Curry. You have a generational talent. You have the greatest shooter that's ever been on this planet. You have to capitalize on these opportunities. I don't care about the future, Murph. I can't guarantee any of us will be alive on Sunday.
All right. Well, it's an argument for sure. It is. Now, again, would the Bucks want what the Warriors are offering? So there you go.
Yeah, that's the
question.
Again,
again, we're also just mulling. We're just mulling. And as 925 texted in, shout out Warrior legend Chris Mulling.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Chris
I wonder if he's mulling.
I love to mull with Chris Mully. Chris Mullin. He's always welcome. It was great to see Mully recently at the Italian Athletic Club. All right. Well, there's your Giannis discussion. We can always return to that. Oh, by the way, for the next several weeks, all right, because there's going to be a lot of mulling going on. Okay. 49ers fans, you're like, man, I'm fiending, I'm Jones, and there's no Niner game this Sunday. Well, that's why we're going to give you Steve Young, the best, awesome, the best radio, the best dude, the Hall of Famer, next on The Sports Leader.
What do you want to do with Kaminga?
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Now, it's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, looks like a beautiful morning in the Bay. We had a long stretch. I mean, I read there's some sort of front on the Pacific preventing rain from coming in, but I think we're good, right? We're good on rain, right?
I have no
Marcus,
idea.
my rain leader, rain
I'm not
contact.
a weatherman. I need to check in with Raph in the KNBR Weather Center.
We used to have the, I think Paulie Mack used to do the KNBR Weather Center, did he? But then Raph did it too. Yeah,
Raph has taken over. The rain train is coming through.
We used to have interns in the Weather Center, remember that? But anyway, the point is it's been gorgeous lately and just a finally tick warmer. It was so freezing earlier in the week. But anyway, just great, beautiful Christmas weather. Hope everybody's enjoying their Christmas season and getting ready for, well, the Niners not playing is perfect. You do your Christmas shopping, right? Actually, and then in a couple weeks, they play on a Monday nighter, right, in Indianapolis. So you can go, so you have a couple weekends free coming up where you can do your Christmas shopping, which you love to do, Marcus.
I'll get ahead of it, Murph.
You love to get your Christmas shopping in. Steve Young, he's the best. You know it. You hear Forever Young right now. So Steve Young joins us every other Wednesday, joins the Afternoon Boys every other Wednesday. He is, of course, the pride of KNBR. He's awesome. And he's the authoritative voice on all things 49er. So we said, Steve, welcome on the UMA guest line. And, dude, it's December. The 49ers are 9-4. It's all right in front of them. So we asked Steve, good morning. Is this thing for real, Steve?
I mean, yeah, you get in the mix. That's what Bill Walsh always said. Like, our goal is to get into the tournament, to set base camp and then to climb the mountain. And so if you can get in the tournament, then anything's possible. Of course it is. Now, we also recognize how hard it is, even when you're fully loaded, right? I mean, every game we see, we watch Fred Warner up in the stands cheering us on and Nick Bosa up in the stands cheering us on. You're like, but what we said at the beginning of the season, who are those guys we don't know their names very well now, who will show up in around Christmas time, and now they become household names. We might even buy in their jersey. And so we're seeing more of that, but we also need to recognize that we're kind of touring through the dregs of the NFL. Mm-hmm. And that's a fact too. That doesn't mean that wins aren't wins, that wins are big, but we're not, we haven't seen the best, or even, those above average for a little while. And so we're going to see them in the next month, and that'll help us get a better gauge. But the truth is, almost no matter what happens, we're going to be in the tournament. And once you're in, we got guys. It's not like we don't have people. And I think it'd be pretty fun. And I think we'd be a really tough out. And I think we have to tip our caps. I said this yesterday, have to tip our caps to coaches, to organizations. That's what built, when things start to fall apart during a season, how do you hold it together? Most people end up at the bottom of the hill, but the 49ers somehow keep pushing the rock uphill even despite all the risks and rigors. And here we are. So I give everyone down there credit, the locker room, management, and then obviously coaching, because when you have a lot of replacement players having to step up, that's coaching too.
Steve, you look at the box score this weekend, and it wasn't a huge day for Brock Purdy, but I thought he made some great decisions just getting rid of the ball, especially after his 3-interception performance on Monday night against the Carolina Panthers. Threw the ball away 7 times. So just your thoughts on Brock Purdy maybe making a decision to live to play another day.
Look, half of the game is being smart, right? They say they want to shame you by calling you a manager. Like, oh, yeah, that's shameful. You're just a manager. Like, that's the job.
like, don't kid yourself. Managing everything that's happening out there is the job of quarterback. And a lot of games, that's the thing that matters. And so managing that and figuring it out and doing smart things and stop the bleeding from the week before and showing the maturity, that's kind of who Brock is too. Like, he's going to respond. He's not going to make the same mistakes over and over and over again. And now we'll build from there, getting healthier, and expanding. And I think Kyle has a great way of doing that, helping quarterbacks. That's why I love Kyle with quarterbacks. So I'd love to run back and have Kyle coach me, because he's the kind of guy he's symbiotic with you. Like, he recognizes when things are a little off, tries to make sure that you're protected, and then when things are ready to go, can expand and explode. And so I look forward to that. Obviously this weekend, we have the bye week, but next week with the Titans, and just like better and better football. We're playing good enough football to win against the kind of the bottom of the league. And now we've got to go play, the top of the league. Let's go see how we can. I'm excited to go see it.
It is exciting. It's December. They're in the hunt. Steve Young, our every other Wednesday in the morning. Great to have him. We talked about the KNBR 49ers holiday auction, 49ers.com/give, and part of it benefits girls flag football, close to Steve's heart. So a lot of good vibes here. Steve, so when I was covering you and I had the little notebook in the locker room, you were running away and living in fear of Reggie White and Charles Haley. And these were large, fast, strong men who were coming to hurt you. And I got flashbacks when I saw Brock Purdy trying to avoid Myles Garrett in there. Now, could you relate? And B, could you share with us out there, what's that like? You have 2.1 seconds, and here comes a guy, and his name's Myles Garrett or Charles Haley or Reggie White. And how do you think Brock handled all that?
Well, there are certain players, like most of the time in the NFL, they're all the elite athletes in the world. They're like, oh, this is the super elite athlete. Oh, really? Everybody's amazing. But there are guys that are way better than everybody else. And Myles is that way. And Myles reminds me of Reggie. Now, Reggie was bigger and Charles was smaller. So it's like you can do it in different ways. But because Reggie was so much bigger, it was more ominous. And Reggie was a screamer. Like Reggie, when he played, you'd hike the ball, and then it was like, you'd hear him. Like he'd start screaming. Like that's how he did it. And you could hear his voice coming closer and closer. Like, oh, here we go. And you couldn't block him. My best friend Harris Barton will tell you, like Harris was all American Hall of Famer blocking Reggie White, because it was impossible. He was a force of nature that was the biggest, strongest, fastest guy in the world. He probably could have played quarterback if he wanted to. And I think Myles Garrett's kind of the same way, and Charles was that way. So you run into those guys, and you just don't, like, how do I get away from you? Like, how do I avoid you? How do I stay clear? And the whole team's about it too, because they know that they're game wreckers. But the problem is the effect that they have. The effect they have on the offense and how they focus the offense to try to get to one guy. Well, then if you have other players who the Browns have, then it's like, you open the door for other people. And that was always what's hard about playing the Packers with Reggie, but playing the Cowboys with Charles. And now the Browns, unfortunately, have one of the worst offenses in the league, so you can survive it. But you wouldn't want to play the Browns defense every week. That would be tough.
No, but it was one hell of an entertaining matchup, him against Trent Williams and an entire offensive line. And I like the friendly back and forth between Brock Purdy and Myles Garrett throughout the game. But, Steve, there was not a friendly back and forth between Juwan Jennings, Myles Garrett, Shelby Harris, and the Cleveland Browns defense. This is now back-to-back weeks where we've seen guys react to the style of play and trash talk of Juwan Jennings. So just your breakdown on trash talk in the NFL and Juwan Jennings getting these type of reactions in back-to-back weeks.
I want smart trash. I don't want dumb trash. And there's a difference, and you got to be careful, because there's guys that's made a living in smart trash and just distracting, causing grief, creating, people to kind of get overwrought, and then they get this, off their game, that kind of thing. I always appreciated when I was, we'd run into people who were smart trash, and I was like, whoo, got to keep an eye. I got to avoid that guy. It's like, he's going to get me involved in something I don't want to get involved in. But dumb trash is when you're just causing grief for no reason, and it actually distracts yourself and others. And so that's why Juwan's got to be super careful that he kind of sits on the right side of that trash talking.
Yeah, and we'll see how that plays out. John Lynch likened him to Draymond Green and stuff, but it's 2 weeks in a row. So
yeah, but I mean, that's why Murph, that's why Draymond, he walks on the edge. And most of the time, I would say that Draymond's a smart trash talker. Like he uses it as an effect, and you can be irritated, you can not like it, you can think it's crap, you can think that I don't like him because of it. That's fine. But I think the net result is positive for the Warriors. And there are times, because he's always on the line, that he falls on the other side, and you're like, oh yeah, that didn't help. And so that's why, if you're going to be like if that's who he's going to be like Draymond, you got to be on the top of your game, because otherwise you cause your team grief.
Right. Something to watch, as they have a bye week, obviously, and then Tennessee comes in after that, and then some big games, the Colts and the Bears and all that. But we'll talk about that later. Steve, that tip shines a light on the wide receivers, and we have this promo from Jerry Rice about the holiday auction, and we're just like, man, Jerry Rice, there he was. He was open, and you would throw it to him, and he would catch it, and everything was great. And then there was John Taylor, and there was all the other receivers you guys had. T.O., who kind of had a little Juwan in him, too. The Niners receivers right now are not producing. Steve, I'm wondering how that's burdening Kyle, how it's burdening Brock, how it's burdening you as you view this. I don't know. What are they getting? Can they survive with just Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle catching everything?
No.
Yeah.
You can't. What survive is what if we're still talking about playoffs and Super Bowl, right? That's what's fun about being in December, and we didn't think we'd be here. And last year we weren't. Things broke against us in some small little ways that caused us to go the other direction, with the same kind of feel. And so, no, we're in a spot where we want to think that we can go, some cool distance here, but we cannot without people expanding in an offensive way, because our defense is going to get remember the Lions last year, they got really hurt on defense with injuries, and they held on, and then all of a sudden they got in the playoffs, and it was like, no. And so the defense is going to be tested in ways that are going to cause us to have to rise up in a really expansive way. And as much as Christian and George can do, which is amazing, that we're going to get caught at it sooner or later. And so we need that production, and we need that threat. We need to come out of the locker room with the threat. I talked about that for the last couple of months. You can't, in the NFL, it's predatory. You can't come out of the locker room and have a bunch of guys that no one respects and how they're playing and how they're performing. Not that they don't respect them as individuals, but just how they're performing. That's going to catch you sooner or later too. And so we're going to have to answer that bell in the next 3 weeks, 4 weeks. That's kind of, if you think about what needs to be done over the next month, win games, of course, but our wide receiver and offensive explosiveness and threat needs to gain some momentum so that we can get into January and really cause some grief coming out of the locker room.
And, Steve, that brings us to the Brandon Ayuk situation. Now, we talked to John Lynch yesterday. Murph asked him if there's still a realistic belief that Brandon Ayuk could play this season. He said, realistically, I'm not sure, but still hopeful. So, Steve, what's your breakdown on this situation? Realistically, do you think Brandon Ayuk has played his last snap in a 49ers uniform?
It feels like it's up to Brandon. It feels like he's decided that it's broken and has moved on. But I think football it's an emotional game, and relationships mend, and people change their ways, and they see new potential where they saw no potential before. So I think that's what Sean's talking about. I might be wrong that it's Brandon's choice, but I gotta believe that with his talent and what he gave, particularly to Brock, because Brock's such a fast processor, getting open in threatening positions. Now, Christian does it from all different places, and George, but it's not as quickly, knifing into the defense as Brandon can do from his spot. And so Brandon was that guy that was open quickly, deep on the fringes and outside where things could really cause defenses grief, and it's a huge loss, and it's terrible that this has happened the way it has. And if he's healthy and ready to go, I invite Brandon Ayuk back on. Bro, come on, man. Fix whatever's wrong, bury whatever it is, and let's let's go do this. But it feels like something might have broken, and that's too bad.
Man, it's super. I mean, I don't want to say unprecedented. I can't really truly remember somebody just willingly sort of forfeiting their money and their season. Steve, what's going on?
Look, we're guessing, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, he's coming back from a very, very serious knee injury. And so, again, because we don't know and I'm not in the mix of it, I'm just giving you my sense from the cheap seats.
Yeah.
But, and it could be that he's just not healthy enough to come back. And we'll have to leave that as a potential as well. But things feel funny. And look, the fact that the 49ers took his money away because he didn't follow the rules, that's a sign as well, right? I mean, that's just something that was kind of a little bit unprecedented. So it's away from the injury. It's really about the relationship. And in the end, relationships matter. And, this one, I don't know. Brandon, whatever it is, bro, let's go. We need you open. We need you open outside the numbers, man. Next month.
I know. And we'll have to talk about that in a couple weeks, see how the receivers play against Tennessee with the bye week and all that. But anyway, it's time. That's it. We'll end it on this, though. We opened the season with you talking about being an empty nester. You and Barb just kind of looking at each other like, what do we do now? But that means you get the joy of Thanksgiving. It was like the Folgers commercial, right?
No, hold on, Murph. No, Lila's still home. She's a junior.
You had one left.
We're
sorry.
Still rolling.
Okay, one left. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. It's all right.
No, you know what it was, Steve? The fact that she drives. You said you felt like an empty nester.
That was brutal.
That was
exactly. Good call, Murph. Good detail. You're always known for the detail.
Well, except for.
But don't give Lila's the credit, the junior, man. She's still dominating.
Yes.
But it is like she's driving now, so it's like the carpool's dead. But Thanksgiving was with the fam, my brothers. To 2 doctors down in Phoenix and my parent, we had it everything, and it was all of it. It was the classic, perfect. I didn't touch the turkey because I screw it up. Everyone else took care of it. It was awesome. It was the best.
You guys crushed it. Just feast, family, the best. Did you toss a football at any point during the day?
Nothing.
No,
nothing. Well, all the young boys played, into college, and maybe we're too cool for it. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Maybe
it's too obvious.
Too old for it.
It's too obvious. Right? It's too cliche. It's too cliche, right? You guys want to do something a little different.
Let's put on the jersey and remember the olden
But did
days.
it devolve into like a board game at night, a little competitive board game, perhaps?
Yeah, we were just watching the football game, and everyone just kibitzing, man. It's like we're just hang on, we're roaming the street. I guess the e-bike. All the kids had the e-bikes, and that was the thing. It was very dangerous. We got to regulate.
That's a topic for another day. So it was gravy.
That's a topic for another day.
It was gravy, kibitzing, and good vibes. Then, so it was all home run.
It was. It really was. And now hey, the house has transitioned, bro. It has exploded. The North Pole has exploded in the house. So.
Just everywhere you look, you got some sort of decoration everywhere.
Yeah. In the honor of the great Tom Tolbert, we've transitioned from Halloween.
Do you? And to ask I'm almost like crossing the line here, but do you hire a guy to do the lights, or are you on the ladder doing it?
Bro, come on. Of course, I hire somebody. I used to do it all. I used to go up to the hills up Page Mill and at the top at the foothill up there. Skyline and go to the little tree farm, and we used to rent a truck and cut it down. And I remember some of the times I almost died trying to pull a tree out of the hills up there, and I'd roll down. I remember we had one was we had the old Toyota truck, and the tree was so big that it was covering the front of the windshield. So I drove all the way back down with my head out the side, and all of a sudden I get pulled over. And they're like, and the cop was like, what are you doing, man? What are you, this is insane. I'm like, bro, I'm trying to win the day with my family with a tree. And, I'm trying to and he I don't know, maybe it's the 49er thing. I don't know. But then he escorted me home.
Maybe it was the 49er thing.
Yeah, there it is. Now, Steve, tell me you're at least putting the star on top of the tree.
Oh, yeah. No, we full decorate inside. I'm talking about I have a big palm tree that goes up 60 feet.
You gotta get
I always tell people I climb up there with my bare feet, but no, it's not happening.
Listen, I guess.
I do most of it. Yeah.
Cooler heads prevailed when it came to the 60-foot palm tree. Yeah, we got to you know what?
Yeah, right. I'm not like Marcus, you think I'm like wrapping the tree and so have some guy show up to try to take care of the Christmas tree inside and put up? No, come on, man. That's
we're still hanging them.
Well, you never know. Murph was giving me advice for putting Sprite into his Christmas tree earlier to make it last longer.
Sprite
Steve.
in the base to keep it fresh.
Is that true?
Yeah, the sugar somehow, some way keeps the tree alive longer.
All right, I'm going to do it right now.
Go get gives you something to do on your empty nest days. Go get some Sprite. Go get some Sprite. Barb, I'm going to the store. I'm going to get some Sprite.
It's happening.
By the way, Sprite, you're welcome for the free ad too. Yeah. All right. Well, we didn't even
Keep
get
your eye on the endorsements.
We didn't even get into Lane Kiffin and all that stuff. We didn't even get into that. So we'll have to.
You know what? We have to save 20 seconds of that. College football, it's such a mess. So ridiculous. I mean, I can't tell you the stories of fights in the locker room for 18-year-olds fighting over $1 million and who gets more and who gets. It's a mess. And now we have coaches who have to decide whether they're going to coach in the playoffs or take a new job that they really want, which they have the right to do. But time it up, man.
Yeah.
This is just stupid. It's just dumb. We just got finished with the Kalani Sitake drama. Here's a guy ready to go. BYU hasn't gotten into this kind of Big 12 championship space, and all of a sudden he's got to decide whether he goes to Penn State with this huge. It's just terrible. Let it. You can do it, but not. The timing's just stupid, ridiculous. Stop.
You want to talk about
Marcus? Fix it.
Well, that's what Ron Rivera preceded you on the airwaves and was spitting fire. He's as mad as he's an angry guy. And Ron's great. He's got a lot of personality, a lot of charisma, a lot of fire. So he was like you, even more.
Well, we love football.
Yeah.
Don't screw it up.
Right.
Don't stop.
I agree, and yet it remains as popular as ever. We're all going to tune in this weekend, and you guys have
it's impossible to screw it up. It's the most inelastic business in America, right? It doesn't matter what happens; people are watching.
It's incredible, and you guys got a second life. And I hate these conference championships, by the way. I hate them.
I know.
It's like we played the season, right? We played the season.
Well, BYU's out unless they win. They got to beat Texas Tech and Dallas. So I have to say, look, it's that part is football. You got to go win. I love that. It's fine. I don't care. Make it all, but you don't screw it up by having coaches taking jobs in the middle of the season and leaving the town. It's just stupid.
Yeah, it is stupid. It's broken. The only thing that makes sense is Sprite at the bottom of your tree. So there you go.
Sprite. Let's go, bro.
All right. I'm trusting my wife on that. If it doesn't work, you can blame Candace.
Oh, you can call back in 2 weeks and say your tree's dead, Steve.
No, it does work.
I think I've heard that.
It does. It does work. We did it last year. You're the best.
Marcus, I don't know about you. I trust Murph. I generally trust Murph. So if Murph says it, I feel like I'm going to give it a shot.
We're going to cut that and keep that in the archives. Steve, off you go. Have a great Christmas season, buddy. We'll talk to you in 2 weeks.
Thanks, Steve. Take care.
See, that's why we like Steve Young. I trust Murph. Things people don't frequently say. Let me tell you that right now. He was being very generous right there.
Yeah, we'll see how that tree survives.
Actually, people texting in saying they're trying. The guy says, Murph hack, fingers crossed, I did it. So we'll see. Hey, man, I'll wear it if I have to.
This is going to be hilarious if you ruin everybody's Christmas trees.
I'll drive to your house and I'll get you a new tree if your tree died. The 707 with the best saying, LOL, Steve, quote, bro. Of course I hire someone to hang my lights.
Bro, he ain't climbing those palm trees.
Okay, so listen, that was really fun, and we were planning on spinning off of that and talking about some of the things he said about Brock and the 49ers' chances this year, but Fox News chime here. The Giants made an interesting coaching hire that we'll have to talk about next on The Sports Leader.
Bro, come on. Of course I hire somebody. I trust Murph.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
All right, we got our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. He's our tax attorney. It's bright and early on a Thursday morning. And, Steve, there are people out there that can't pay their taxes. That stinks. What can you do for them, Steve? Good morning.
Good morning. There's a lot I want to do. First of all, we want to give you peace of mind. We want you to enjoy your life. We want you to stop worrying. This is what we do for a living. We've been doing this for years and years. We're super familiar with all of it and all the solutions. There are a lot of good solutions. That's what a lot of people don't realize. They think that's it. You can't pay your taxes, nothing to talk about, end of the world. It's not. There's a lot of good solutions. We're familiar with all of them. We have a free consultation. We'll explain all the options. Then we'll choose the options that are best for you. And then we want to go ahead and do everything for you. You don't have to talk to the government. We do it all. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, I want to get this tax burden off of me. Take care of me.
Give him a call. It's the Christmas season. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
You don't know how to play first base. Scott?
That's right.
It's not that hard, Scott. Tell him, Wash.
It's incredibly hard.
Oh, nice rejoin. There you go. So, yeah, we teased right before the break, and you hear the unmistakable sound of the Moneyball theme. Certain iconic themes, right? And certainly nowadays on Twitter, when anytime any team wins a big game, they layer it into the Moneyball scene and all that. So maybe I'll be doing that this Saturday at our CYO opening tournament. I'll put the highlights to the Moneyball theme here. As
Are we re-racking the Dozers?
Well, this is the original Dozers, from 4th grade. We change our name every year.
Thank you, Otto Porter Sr.
Thank you, Otto Porter Jr.
Junior, excuse me.
But shout out Otto Porter Sr. somewhere along the way.
He's got to be out there.
But anyway, the Moneyball theme, and you know it. Then you hear that scene with Brad Pitt, and I don't know the actor playing Ron Washington. I wish I did. I got to give him some love. But that is the famous scene where Ron Washington, the actor playing Ron Washington, defends the art of fielding a ground ball. And
it's incredibly hard.
Thank you. We got to get his name. And we just got the news, a little Fox News chime here in the midst of the Moneyball theme. Now, according to Bob Nightingale, so I love Bob, but sometimes he jumps the gun. So I will put a small asterisk on this one.
Especially since 5 minutes before tweeting about Ron Washington joining the Giants, he tweeted about Ron Washington joining the A's.
Okay, so maybe the asterisk got a little bigger.
Yeah, but he corrected his tweet. He corrected it,
but
all right?
It begins to make sense. But anyway, Bob Nightingale reports former L.A. Angels manager Ron Washington and, of course, longtime Oakland A's bench coach and, of course, Texas Rangers manager against your San Francisco Giants in the 2010 World Series is finalizing a deal with the San Francisco Giants to be their major league infield coach. And that is just, can I get the applause going here, right? This is just literally, like we came in today, we've been riffing on Christmas tree lots, skomas, you name it, and talking about, the Warriors are in Philly and Steve Young talked and all that stuff. But it's generally like a little bit of a lull. Giannis rumors are going on. But on a Thursday morning where there was really, truly not a huge driving there, I freaking love this. First of all, personal. Okay, I covered the A's in 99, 2000, and Ron Washington was one of the best guys you could ever talk to about baseball. It is just so freaking productive to talk to that guy about baseball. That is a lifer. That is a freaking baseball lifer who understands I'm talking about Ron Washington stored an ocean's worth of knowledge in baseball before the word analytics even was invented. Okay, so we're talking old school. Now, he's had to adjust and he's had to been handed binders and told what to do and all that. But man, you want to talk about sitting in a dugout and talking ball with a fungo and a cup of coffee and a cigarette? Because Wash will get a styrofoam cup of coffee and a cigarette, and he will sit on the clubhouse steps with you, and he will, with a fungo, 4 hours before a game and talk ball. When we were talking about the development of a young third baseman named Eric Chavez, who wound up being pretty damn good.
Yeah, got a handful of Gold Gloves.
Or a young kid from the Dominican who was pretty raw named Miguel Tejada.
Oh, yeah, he was good too.
All right. Mm-hmm. Or a big, brawling, burly motorcycle riding first baseman named Jason Giambi, who was an underrated fielder. He had a good glove. Second base was more of a revolving door. When I was there, it was Randy Velarde was the second baseman, who turned an unassisted triple play at Yankee Stadium. And then there we were. But anyway, the point is this is exactly what Tony Vitello needs. Like we kept saying, well, who's going to be the veteran voice? Well, Wotus is around, and Ron Wotus is sort of a Ron Washington type guy. But to be in the dugout day after day, to be in spring training day after day, and Ron Washington's done his managing. Listen, set aside all the personal stuff, whatever. I know he's had some stuff off the field. Forget it. I'm telling you, quality human being, as quality as they come, particularly in baseball. And for Tony Vitello to not know the grind of 162 or the grind of what it's like to fail over 162 or the grind of what it's like to manage a game or the grind of what it's like to manage an infield or whatever it is, Ron Washington on his side, and not as a threatening figure either. No. Because I don't think it's like Washington's coming in lean and hungry looking to take over the gig. So I love it. Again, personal bias. Your reaction?
You're essentially saying Ron Washington has rode the bus.
Can I get some applause for that line there?
I got you, Murph.
I just spent 5 minutes saying that, and you summed it up in one sentence.
Yeah, Ron Washington has rode the bus. And I think that's very important when we talk to Tony Vitello about not riding the bus, because that's been one of the number one narratives surrounding this hire of Tony Vitello coming from Tennessee to San Francisco, is that he's never done it at the big league level. Well, guess what? Now he has 2 different former managers inside the clubhouse, with Jace Tingler being a bench coach as well. So now you have Jace, now you have Ron Washington. Then you throw in the special advisors of Bruce Bochy and Dusty Baker as well, and you're just surrounding him with baseball minds.
Almost too much wisdom.
That's a lot of baseball. So I love it from that perspective of giving Tony Vitello more resources. And we know that Ron Washington is just a defensive guru. Like, what really stands out to me is his time when he went back to the A's as a coach, and he helped out Marcus Semien, because I remember Marcus Semien, his rookie year, he was booting balls left and right, and then Ron Washington was able to mold him into a Gold Glove shortstop, and now he's playing second base, but he's one of the best middle defenders in the league. That's because of Ron Washington. So you think about guys like Rafael Devers making the move from third to first, and last summer when he made that move, we were playing the Moneyball sound, talking about how incredibly hard it was to move over to first base. Well,
it's incredibly hard.
Now you've got that man, Ron Washington, not only teaching Rafael Devers how to play first base, but also Bryce Eldridge. So to me, this is a great hire. I absolutely love the fact that they're bringing in Ron Washington.
Well, it's funny you just said that. I mean, I'm glad you pointed this out, because you're talking about an organization now that has Bruce Bochy, Dusty Baker, and Ron Washington. That's a big-time organization. That really is. I mean, I know the Dodgers have Ohtani and Yamamoto and Sasaki, and that's probably more important. Yeah, no, it's obviously more important, but it is pretty darn cool to have those guys around. Oh, they also have Buster Posey.
Yeah, how about that?
They also have Buster Posey. So listen, it's definitely something for sure. And by the way, Wash, I just want to give double tap. Guy should be a World Series champ, man. 2011. Do you guys remember the 2011? The 2011 World Series, as much as 10, 12, and 14 are the greatest of all time, 2011 is a legendary World Series that people don't talk about enough. The Texas Rangers against the St. Louis Cardinals. And Josh Hamilton was on the Rangers, and in the 10th inning, Josh Hamilton hit a 2-run. The Rangers were up 3-2, and in Game 6 in St. Louis, extra innings, no ghost runner.
Oh, thank God.
Josh Hamilton hit a 2-run home run in the top of the 10th, and I thought, oh my God, cue every freaking Hollywood script of all time. This was a guy whose life had bottomed out so hard. Remember, he was found he bottomed out so hard on drugs where they found him on some porch sleeping, remember? Now he hits the home run that's going to win the World Series. All they have to do is get 3 outs in the bottom of the 10th. And, dude, in the bottom of the 10th, dude, listen to this. Daniel Descalso, St. Francis's own, singles. John Jay singles. Then Kyle Loesch bunts. Tony La Russa, second and third. Scott Feldman comes in, Bay Area guy, gets a ground out. Descalso scores. They were 1 out away. They intentionally walk Pujols, and then out Lance Berkman singles up the middle to tie it. They blow a 2-run lead in the 10th, and then the bottom of the 11th, David Freese.
That was David Freese, World Series MVP.
Yeah, and that would have been Wash's World Series. That would have been, he had 2, he was 1 out away. It was just like the Blue Jays. It's like the Blue Jays.
That's baseball.
90 feet. They were 90 feet, yeah.
You got to get 27 outs.
Cue that Moneyball sound. I mean, that's like...
No time in baseball.
So, anyway, Ron Washington, welcome. We imagine there's a tie-in because he was with the Angels most recently, and Perry Manassian is the GM of the Angels, and obviously he's Zach's brother.
And we'll talk to Zach in about 20 minutes at 7:50.
Wash is 73, a youthful 73. So... and I don't care what he's done off the field. People are sending in really kind of low-class texts about him and things. That says some more about you than it does about Ron Washington.
Yeah, I'm trying to win some ball games.
I'll just say that right now.
What are we talking
All right?
about?
Yeah, and by the way, those of you who are saying things about Ron Washington's foibles off the field, you should take a look in the mirror. All right? That's all I got to say. All right? That's the end of my rant.
I'm with you.
All right?
I like this hire.
All right, so there you go. I love it. I'm very, very excited. All right, Mike Krukow and then Ron Washington. So we turned from Giannis rumors to the Giants making an exciting little move. Plus, we're getting ready for winter meetings on The Sports Leader.
It's not that hard, Scott. Tell him, Wash.
It's incredibly hard.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Krug right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. We love talking to Mike Krukow every Tuesday and Thursday at this time. And as we have commented, we're getting to that point now. The Hot Stove League, a couple of signings here and there. Devin Williams to the Mets, pardon me. And the winter meeting's about to start, and Zach Manassian going to join us at 7:50. And then we get the news at 7:15 this morning from a Bob Nightingale tweet that the Giants are finalizing a deal with Ron Washington, one of the most respected coaches and former manager of the Texas Rangers against the Giants in the World Series. Almost won the damn World Series in 2011. And then manager of the Angels and, of course, longtime Oakland A's coach. Will be joining Tony Vitello's staff. So, a lot to get to with Mike Krukow on the UMA guest line. Mike, good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, good. That's great news about Ron Washington for a lot of reasons. First of all, that he's healthy enough to do it because of what he went for and really what took him out of the managerial position for the Angels. But I'm glad that he's up and able to come back because he's one of those guys that everybody loves. And he's one of those guys that will find a way to help everybody on that team, not just infielders. We had a guy like that with Roger Craig's staff, Bob Lillis, who was a second baseman, and he was in charge of the infielders. But he was such an incredible mind in regards to baseball. I mean, he was a database before they had access to computers. Well, the way that he kept his notes, the way that he could bring up something in a team meeting that could make a difference in a ball game. And Ron Washington is the same exact way. That is a great ad.
It really, really is, Mike. I feel the same way. I was lucky enough to cover the A's in 99 and 2000 when he was a bench coach or an infield coach, and it was the third base coach, actually. And he was just, you want to talk ball with him. Like, he's one of these guys. And so I guess my question to you now is the effect on Tony Vitello. Because, the big thing about Tony V, he's never done 162, right? He's never even been in pro ball. The phrase, riding the bus, right? He didn't ride the bus. Well, Ron Washington, can you imagine the effect and relationship he would have with Tony V?
Oh, it's another guy that Vitello's coming into an organization that has all of this perspective. Dusty Baker, Bruce Bochy, Buster Posey himself, Ron Washington, and the more personalities like that you bring into an environment is so healthy because, number one, those guys don't rattle. You never know if the team is going 20-0 or if they're 0-20. You just don't around those guys. And that is such a calming thing for baseball players in the clubhouse because, all the pressure that surrounds you as a player. And what is baseball really? It's just learning how to deal with failure, how to stay, even keeled, how not to get too excited when you're going good, and how you just, you don't go down when you're not going good. The pressure in that clubhouse is enormous. When you have a lot of personalities that are consistent personalities, I always believed that was the Giants' edge when they went into the 2010, 12, 14, or any postseason. They were calm. I'll never forget the game 7 in 2014. You walk in that clubhouse, and they were just calm. And it's like, whoa, this is the game 7 of the World Series, and they were calm. And I thought it had everything to do with their leadership. And I think Tony Vitello, from what I know, he's got fire in his belly. You know, he has an incredible drive. And I think he is really going to benefit from all those personalities that he's being surrounded by, with being able to maintain that level of energy. So, you know, I just think it's a great ad for so many reasons, and certainly Tony Vitello is going to benefit.
Yeah, Mike, and I think also the players are going to benefit defensively because we know how much of a defensive guru that Ron Washington is. It's a bit funny because last summer when the Giants made the trade for Rafael Devers, we were talking about him making the transition from third to first base, and we would quote Ron Washington from the movie Moneyball saying it's extremely hard, or incredibly hard is the actual quote, and now he has an opportunity to help Rafael Devers develop at first base. So what do you think he can do for both Rafael Devers and Bryce Eldridge and their defensive development at first base?
Make them better quicker. And I don't think there's a better compliment for a coach or a manager. I mean, to me, I loved it when, you know, they started rephrasing coaches, and they're starting to call them teachers more, which is really what they are. And that's what really separates the good coaches from mediocre coaches, are the ones that can make you better. And in a lot of instances, as I mentioned before, Bob Lillis didn't just make infielders better. He made everybody better. And Ron Washington is that way. If you're Bryce Eldridge and you're learning the position and you're trying to find confidence that plays at the big league level, when you have a guy like that who, you know, he's going to tease you, he's going to push you, but his criticism is going to be constructive. And that's how you build as a player. And you know, for Devers, who was a Gold Glove third baseman and a really good third baseman, he had to learn the dance of first base. And they asked him in Boston to do it during the middle of the season. That's not fair. And he balked at it. Did not hesitate once he put on a Giants uniform. And I thought by the end of the season, I thought he had evolved into a pretty good first baseman. I mean, he doesn't have quite the instinct at first that he has at third, but that takes time to take reps. But you're also going to get there quicker when you have a teacher like Washington. He's such a positive influence.
Well, I mean, listen, yeah, I don't want to make too much of it because he's not a 3-hitter or a 4-hitter or a starting pitcher. He is a bench coach, but it's just a good quality value add to the building. And as you mentioned, Dusty Baker, Bruce Bochy, Buster Posey, and now Ron Washington. That's a lot of Tony V has a lot of resources now, so that's a pretty
cool. And I think he's going to use them, Murph. I think that's one of the things that really impressed me about our talk when he met with all the broadcasters. I mean, he was eager to learn, and he obviously is no fool. And but he's willing to delegate, and he's willing to listen. And for guys coming into a new environment with little or no experience in his case, about the culture, you know, that's essential. And I think that's really, really one of the really key things that he has to be able to do, to be able to be open, but yet be able to apply his style to it. And I think that he will. And that's what I'm excited about going into spring.
Oh, you guys.
One more thing.
Yeah.
I think that he will confront. I have said it before. I think he is a coach or a manager. You have to be able to set your security and your goals. Think about it. I mean, he's in the big leagues. He's been dreaming about this in the back of his mind his whole life. Now he's here. And the tendency for a lot of guys who get for the first time, they are reluctant to say something. They don't want to piss anybody off. They want to stay here longer, and they don't want to upset the apple cart. But Tony Vitello is not that kind of guy. He will confront for the good of the team. And I think that's one of the strongest assets. And surrounding him with savants of culture and tempo and temperament and how to control a whole room full of men, he is going to benefit from that. But he already knows how to do a lot of it. So anyway, I'm getting off on a tangent.
Well,
Sorry.
Mike, I'm trying to think because we've had so many conversations. Did we talk about you guys meeting him? Marcus, did we talk about the broadcasters meeting? I don't remember that. Sid, when did that happen and how'd that go?
Oh, it went great. And, that went about, I'd say a week to 10 days after they signed him.
Oh.
And we had him for as long as we wanted him. And he was very patient with all of our questions. And we asked him hard questions. I mean, he was very articulate. And the other thing, too, that we had thought pretty much across the board with Dave and John and Erwin and Dwayne and myself, was that he had prepared. I mean, he had thought these things through. He really wasn't surprised by anything or any direction that we threw at him, and then we threw some hard things at him, and around the board when we were all done, we were very impressed, and not afraid to go into spring with a big unknown because we felt that he was no longer an unknown.
That's very, very cool. And by the way, his father, Greg Vitello, who's legendary coach, Hall of Fame coach in Missouri and the biggest influence on his life, will be on our show tomorrow at 6:50. So tune in, everybody. Marcus.
Yeah, we'll talk to Greg Vitello. Now we're seeing Tony Vitello fill out the rest of his coaching staff. And Mike, now he's got to work with Buster and Zach to fill out the rest of his roster. And let's talk about that starting rotation. Susan Slesser reported yesterday that the Giants have been in talk with Zach Gowen. Of course, we're familiar with him with his time with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Do you think Zach Gowen would be a good fit in this rotation?
Oh, yeah. Well, he can pitch. And, he can go out there and give you a chance to win even when he does not have his great stuff. But one thing he always seems to have is great command, one of the real exceptional command pitchers in the game. And I hear that they're in conversation with him, and right away, it gets my interest. I mean, that's a good ad. That would be a good ad for a lot of reasons. I heard they were talking to Chris Bassett. That's another guy who I have liked for a long, long time when he was with the A's and then with Toronto. So we're hearing rumors and whatnot, and I do think it's going to be a pretty active winter meeting period for a lot of teams, but I certainly believe the Giants are going to get a lot of things done there.
Yeah, and winter meetings, and Mike, before we let you go, because Zach Manassium's coming up here in a bit, is that Sunday is that Veterans Committee meeting where Barry Bonds and Jeff Kent are on the ballot. So are Dale Murphy and Don Mattingly and some other really, really good names, Gary Sheffield, on and on. Interesting thing is they generally don't tell us who's entirely in the room, but Jason Stark, who's in the room for The Athletic, revealed who's going to be in the room. And among the names are Juan Marichal, who's 88 years young, Fergie Jenkins, he's in his 80s too. I don't know if you saw the list of people. Ozzie Smith's going to be in there. It's an enemy. The enemy's in there. But anyway, if you had thought about that, and if you get 16 guys like that, from Jason Stark to Juan Marichal to Fergie Jenkins to Ozzie Smith, how they would view a guy like Barry Bonds or Jeff Kent.
Well, to me, they're just obvious decisions. They should have been a long time ago. The only thing that has really hampered the chances for Bonds has been innuendo that has surrounded his career. I do think that things have gotten a little bit easier for players who have had innuendo surround them. Let's put it that way. But Jeff Kent never did. He never had any innuendo around him, and his numbers are ridiculous when you compare second basemen who are in the big leagues, and he's not. I mean, look, I'm not going to take anything from Bill Mazeroski, but go take a look at his numbers and compare them to Jeff Kent's. Mazeroski's a Hall of Famer. Well, go take a look at what Kent did. How is he not a Hall of Famer? And so I hope that this committee really does, think long and hard about some of the candidates that wore the Giants uniform, because I do believe that they have incredible arguments to be Hall of Famers. But every name you just mentioned, I think they should be in the Hall as well.
Mike's a big Hall guy, for sure. Hey, speaking of the Hall, the Ford Frick Award, which you've been nominated for, and Dwayne, your buddy's up for it again. I mean, we want you guys to go in together, but it is Dwayne's time, and it'll be announced next Wednesday. So, any rabbit's foots or anything we're cross? What are we doing for good luck?
Well, I'm not really a superstitious guy, but I will tell you that there's about 700 novena candles lit in my house right now, and I've got toes crossed, fingers crossed. It has just been a prayer of mine that they consider him, and then which they have, and that one day he gets the call, because he is a Hall of Famer, and he has made me better and made all of us better. I mean, it's he's our guy, and I felt the same way about Lon. I felt the same way about John Miller. I mean, these guys are special, and we've been blessed to have them in our history, and hopefully that he will be, when it's all said and done, he'll be included in the Hall of Fame. But, to get on that list is unbelievable. But he's been on it enough, and I think he's a guy that really should make that final step to get into the Hall of Fame, and hopefully it happens.
Well, we feel the same way about you, and hopefully, not hopefully, but certainly, the both of you will get your rightful place because you guys are icons and legends. And by the way, John Shea wrote a nice piece in the SF Standard about Mike and Dwayne, saying we're going to do this as long as we can. It sounded great. So, Mike, awesome. Keep those candles lit, and have a great weekend. We'll talk to you next Tuesday.
In a bit.
Mike Krukow every Tuesday and Thursday. Man, lots of stuff happening now. Ron Washington, according to Bob Nightingale, is going to join Tony Vitello's staff, making the Dusty. Has a building ever had more wisdom than Dusty Baker, Bruce Bochy, Buster Posey, and Ron Washington in one building? My gosh.
In the words of Buster Posey, that's a lot of think partners, Murph.
I know, man. Almost. They may have to do one a day.
Yeah.
Like Tony's Tuesday's Bochy Day, Wednesday's Dusty Day, Thursday's Wash Day. Actually, Washington will be 162. And that means we'll talk to Washington spring training in Scottsdale.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Get your cigarettes and styrofoam cups ready.
Yeah. I might smoke a schmag just for Wash.
I might have
just for Wash. All right, guys. Here's the deal. Zach Manassian right before the winter meetings. Ooh, trades coming your way. I heard Kerry Crowley on Hot Stove last night calling for a trade to shake it up. Let's see on the Sports Leader.
We can be think partners.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. The giving season continues. We're still giving away 2 tickets to go see Motley Crue on September 24th at Shoreline Amphitheater. That's next year, just so you know. I don't even know if I'm going to be alive next year. But there's a show at Shoreline Amphitheater, and we got some tickets to give away. So stay tuned between 7 and 10 for your chance to win 2 tickets to go see Motley Crue. This contest is brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
Hey, I told you, you know what? It's about relationships. When you go to Provident Credit Union and you do things like Mo, who handles my mortgage and comes by every year with a little Christmas card, or Jim and John from Provident, meeting them for lunch at ScoMa's. It's about relationships. They're local. Provident Credit Union, local financial institution. They're right here in the Bay. This is not like some faceless national read. This is Provident Credit Union right here in your community. I've got an office right here in Daly City, right outside our doors. So that's a long way of saying you can grow money in short-term certificates, picket term certificates with Provident Credit Union. These can be a 3-month term, a 6-month term, a 12-month term. You can earn up to 3.40% annual percentage yield. That's a high dividend rate. Reach your goals faster. Newsweek's on board. They named Provident one of America's best regional credit unions for 2025. So, you might need a little cash for unexpected expenses or a big purchase or extra flexibility. Provident makes it easy to hit your short-term goals. So if you're ready to grow your savings, check out Provident Credit Union's picket term certificates. Visit providentcu.org or go to your local branch to get started. Rates effective November 15, 2025. Minimum balance of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Provident Credit Union. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Start saving today.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, a little hot stove comes our way. What a treat to talk Giants baseball with the general manager of the San Francisco Giants, Zach Manassian. Now, I saw Zach at the Giants Community Fund holiday party on Tuesday night carrying his unbelievably cute son, Nico. Now, that is a cute kid, man. So hopefully, maybe we'll hear Nico in the background getting his little breakfast on. Who knows? Either way, we can also talk a little ball, too, with Zach Manassian. Zach, welcome back to Murph and Marcus. Good morning.
Hey, morning,
How are
Zach.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, Nico's been summoned upstairs for breakfast, so it should be a relatively quiet interview on my end.
That's a cute kid, man. How old is he?
He's a year and a half. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. He's a huge Giants fan. He yells Giants, he yells team, and he even starts yelling out some players' names. So, no, my wife and I are having a blast with them.
Yeah, you said you were wearing a logo, like a quarter zip with the Giants logo. You said you pointed to it, and he says team, right?
Yeah. So I remind him, that's our team, buddy. That's our team.
Well, Bo Schembechler, the team,
it's
right? Yes.
Yeah.
So, well, listen, exciting stuff. So much to get to. We haven't even talked to you since the Tony Vitello hire. I know you went on with Kerry Crowley in the hot stove, and you've done a couple interviews since then. But let's just kind of draw in, like, what's it been? What was the day of the hire? I can't remember the date. What was it? Do you remember the date, Zach? Top of my head, I don't remember.
Oh man, it feels like in some ways it feels like yesterday, in others it feels like a year ago.
Well, tell us. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, tell us how it's been since. Like, so day one was a whole thing. It was new. We were all getting to know him. And now you've had many, many, many days and weeks to talk shop with him. How would you characterize the Tony Vitello era so far?
Well, he's been awesome. It's a ton of energy. I think really upbeat, positive guy. Just has a really nice way about him that makes you feel comfortable. You know, you just kind of enjoy being in his presence. Loves baseball, passionate about baseball. One of the things that's been interesting to see is the amount of connections that he has. You know, you kind of just assume, hey, this is someone who doesn't have professional baseball experience, so maybe we're not getting those types of connections. And then you realize, you know, at the level he was at, not only the collegiate level, but performing at such a high level, all the interactions that he would have in that position with agents, even with players who were big league players who maybe didn't go to Tennessee. So he's someone who is extremely well connected, and it's just been a blast to go on this little journey that we're on right now, and still in some ways getting to know each other, but it's just an easy guy to sit there and have a conversation with, enjoy a beverage and talk baseball. And I think our fans and KNBR and so on and so forth are really going to enjoy hearing more and more from him as we get closer to the season.
Yeah, and you mentioned it. He has plenty of ties to Tennessee within the Giants organization. So I did want to take a couple steps back. Like, tell us about your relationship with Tony, Zach. Does it evolve around maybe drafting Gavin Keelan in the first round, or does it go back previous to that? What is your experience with Tony pre-hiring here in San Francisco?
Yeah, I mean, it goes back previous to that, but it's more word of mouth. I give a lot of credit to Michael Holmes and our amateur group. You know, as Tennessee started to get more and more prominent and started to be looked at more and more as the baseball program that was setting this incredibly high standard for success, you start looking at the program a little bit more, not for really anything other than curiosity, you know, maybe no different than me looking at an NFL team or a basketball team, and that's really successful, and it's, man, what do the Oklahoma City Thunder do to be so successful? And it kind of turned into that a little bit with the University of Tennessee. You know, what are they doing, you know, to get these players? How are they maximizing their ability? How are they getting them better? And, you know, in turn with Tony being the lead person there. You focus on him, and your amateur staff does a lot of background work on players for the draft in any given year, and a lot of that revolves around conversations with that school's head coach, and in turn that led to a lot of conversations with Tony over the years through our amateur staff. So not necessarily me talking to him. We did have a conversation with him about Gavin prior to the draft, but more than that, in years before, was more just getting what our scouts thought, what Holmesy thought of Tony, and it was always very positive, and I think that's kind of what led to hey, this would be an interesting one to talk to, and it kind of took off from there.
Yeah, Tony V. The Tony V era is here. We're talking to his dad tomorrow on the show at 6:50. What a huge influence on him. He was a really enjoyable guy to get to know at the press conference, too. So that'll be a fun Friday chat. Well, we talk about the Tony V era, and now we get, you guys are assembling this staff. And I do want to ask you about these pitching coaches and a couple of the hitting coaches that have been hired. But now we get the news that you guys are finalizing a deal with Ron Washington. This is really exciting news for those of us who know Wash, who've been around Wash a long time. I know your brother in Anaheim was around him a long time. So, gosh, this is pretty significant. Zach, you tell us about it, Zach. Like, what led to this, and how did it come about, and what you guys are looking for?
Well, look, I give Tony a lot of credit. He talks about being a team and filling blind spots as well as possible, and I think he recognizes, his experience level at the professional in the professional ranks, and he originally brought up Wash. And I would say, what do you think about bringing Wash in with his experience? And yeah, my brothers, my father have experience with Wash dating back to Texas. Obviously, Perry hired him to manage with the Angels, and not only them, but really anyone Wash comes in contact with just thinks the world of him. And I think the energy level, the expertise, the experience just seemed like a no-brainer as Tony continued to have conversations with Wash. So still in the process of finalizing it, but definitely looking like it's heading that way of him being on the staff. And I just think it's such a great fit, not only for our players, but with Wash having the Bay Area ties, the Bay Area. And then also I'm a big believer in staff development. I think Wash is going to have a really big impact on our coaching staff.
Yeah, and Murph and I were just talking about that staff and having Ron Washington in the dugout, also bringing in Jace Tingler. So that's two former managers in the dugout. And then you bring back Bruce Bochy as a special advisor. We know Dusty's with the organization. Would you guys say that this was a part of the plan when you hired Tony Vitello to surround him with this many baseball minds?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think with someone like Boch, it's, hey, Boch, just tell us. You want to come back, you're here. And so I wouldn't necessarily sit here and say, if we had another manager here, that Boch wouldn't be here. It certainly helps. And Tony certainly respects the just level of success that you see in someone like Dusty, in someone like Boch, and having those people around. He is definitely going to utilize them. And look, I put Ron Wotus right there with that group. A ton of experience, fantastic person. He's a true giant. So definitely having that type of experience around Tony, as we started to kind of key in on Tony, it felt like having those types of people around, even just for counsel on the emotion you go through. I've never sat in that dugout as the manager. I'm sure it's very stressful, and until you're in there, it's probably difficult to truly understand what it's like. And now he's got a couple of people next to him in the dugout who have done it, and a couple people as advisors who have done it for a very long time and at extremely high levels. So we're pretty excited about how it's all rounding out.
He was the third base coach of a World Series champ. Would he be the leading candidate to be the third base coach for the Giants?
We're still going through the exact makeup, and hopefully we'll have more on that as we leave Orlando. It's certainly an option, but something that we're just continuing to discuss.
I'd love to see Wash out there in the third base box, man. So anyway, well, listen, we can talk coaches all we want, but let's be real. You either have Shohei Ohtani, Roki Sasaki and Yamamoto, or you don't,
Yep.
right? So players,
Yeah.
right? Those
Players.
are the horses.
Yep.
Those are the horses.
Yeah.
Right now, we're waiting for the first big move of the Hot Stove League by the Giants. Are you guys planning to be an active team both in free agency and or the trade market? Would you say high activity is your goal?
Well, based on how much I'm sleeping, I'd like to say that we are currently being very active. Now, I think there's a big difference between being active conversationally and active in closing deals. And that's difficult to handicap because it takes two. It's team to team, it's team to agent. You know, I certainly want us to be an organization that closes deals. Tough, like I said, tough to handicap. But we have all those conversations. There's all those conversations ongoing now. Certainly feel like there's some intriguing avenues now that we'll continue to explore and see where they go. But there are starting to be possibilities that open up more and more, and I think you see that obviously as players start to sign and yeah, hopefully we can add talent. It's always the goal.
Zach, one of the biggest names available on the market right now is Tatsuya Imai, but there was a report earlier this week from Andrew Baggerly in The Athletic that according to club sources, the Giants do not anticipate making the 9-figure investment required to sign Imai or any of the other top free agent pitchers on the market. Just wanted to give you a chance to respond to that report, Zach.
Yeah, I think, look, relative to specific free agents per Major League Baseball, we're just unfortunately not allowed to answer and speak to specific free agents. Speaking to the Japanese and Korean market in particular, we signed Jung-Hoo Lee out of the KBO, and I think it's obviously very well known our activity on other players who have come over from those countries, and we're going to continue to be active really with players that have a chance to make the team better. Now, I think, it's on us as a front office to make good decisions, and we're going to continue to push ourselves, to do that. But when it comes to how we do that, we have an ownership group that's always been extremely supportive. I think a lot of those things as far as contract-wise, payroll-wise, it's always been player-specific, and that's as a baseball operations group. We just have to take that responsibility of, any particular player we're signing, is this a good decision or not? So continuing to go through that and feel those things out, but continuing to look at really all avenues of bringing in talent.
Talking to Zach Manazzi and the Giants general manager. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station on the UMA guest line. So obviously, Buster and you established yourselves with some trades last summer. The Devers trade will go down as one of the biggest trades in franchise history, really. And then the lesser ones that were still active: Mike Yastrzemski to the Royals, Camilo Doval to the Yankees, Tyler Rogers to the Mets. You guys are active. So that leads to trades. Yeah. And I asked you about being active, and you said you're not sleeping and there are intriguing avenues. So I would guess, my question is, when it comes to trades, is the Giants organization, because you guys have some intriguing prospects. Bryce Eldridge comes to mind. Yeah. Some of the Bo Davidson, Dakota Jordans, Joshua Gonzalez. Would we say that you guys are going into this looking to be as active as you can be on the trade market? And I guess my question is everybody on the table?
Yeah, I think you try to enter all of these things being open-minded. I'm not one to say that there are untouchables really in any scenario. I point to a prospect that I was around in Texas, one of the more talented players I ever saw. His name was Ruben Mateo, and he just never panned out. Now, having said that, I remember being in Milwaukee. We had an opportunity to trade Ryan Braun for Rich Harden, and I'm wondering, why aren't we doing this? So I think it just goes back to being open-minded. I think there are certain players that it's very hard to imagine trading them, both in terms of fit and ability. So you try to stay open-minded as to not limit your player pool of who you can potentially access. But obviously, there are some players that are just very difficult to move because of the fit, because of their ability, what you think they will be at the major league level. But I'm not one that's going to shut down any avenues. But the likelihood, obviously, it varies from player to player.
Right. And I guess just sort of drilling down a little bit on Rafael Devers and Bryce Eldridge are both wonderful players. One's young, one's more veteran. They're sort of redundant. They're both power hitting, left-handed hitting first baseman. So does that make one of them expendable?
Well, look, I wouldn't call either of them expendable, just because they can both hit in a 9-man lineup. And I mean, you guys have lived this longer than I have, but how many Giants games have you gone to wondering how are we going to score today? And that's part of this run environment that we're in. So, like I said, it's not to say that you're not open-minded, that you shouldn't be open-minded to trading away offense for pitching. You try and stay open-minded really to everything, but I think the potential of a middle-of-the-order bat, and now we talk about having multiple players like that for a long time. And the other thing, too, is, look, Rafi was a great fit in our clubhouse. I thought our fans were fantastic with him, really welcomed him. I think we're going to see him get more and more comfortable. And I think Bryce is just a fantastic young player, person. And, those are players that I think our fans can connect to, which is important as well. So, like I said, you try to stay open-minded, but there are some players where is it realistic? And it's tough to say, that this is a realistic thing to happen.
Few more minutes here with Zach Manassian on the UMA guest line, GM of the San Francisco Giants. And Zach, throughout the season, we talked a lot about the young arms, not only in the rotation, but throughout the organization. So I'm curious, going into the winter meetings, when you're putting out your big board, how many spots in the rotation would you say are currently locked in, and how many spots are open for competition?
Yeah, I feel comfortable saying Webby Ray and Landon Roop are locked in. And I think after that, it's open. I think there is arm talent. I think one of the things about pitchers is they can come on very quickly. And you never know. You look at Logan Webb in 2020 versus Logan Webb in 2021. Sometimes it's a mentality change. Sometimes it's a grip change. Sometimes it's a mechanical change. And then all of a sudden, you have a really good starting pitcher. But certainly excited about having those three back in the rotation. And then beyond that, there is arm talent with Carson Wisenhunt, Aiden Birdsong, Blade Tidwell. I think Taiwei Tang, we saw it in flashes. Carson Seymour, we saw it in flashes. There is a good group of young arms there, and I think the question is, are we willing to go with any of those guys in rotation spots, or do we consider them in the bullpen, or do we want them to get more seasoning? So those are still ongoing conversations, and a lot of that, it just depends on the options that are available to you, and you try and create as many options as possible to just give you as much flexibility of thought.
All right, Zach. So what's the situation? You guys leave for Orlando when? When's the big meetings?
I'm heading out Sunday, so we'll be there Monday. Coming back Thursday. Pretty excited. Actually, going to have the entire coaching staff come in at the back end of the meetings and be able to sit and talk in person, and no Zoom or Ring Central. We'll be able to sit and we'll be able to sit and chat and be face to face, a little old school, but just talk baseball, talk the roster. Talk about how we want to work, talk about spring training, and just get everyone together in the same room and hash some things out, and excited about that. But look, it's a great time of year. It's something I really enjoy, the entire industry basically being together, being together with our group, our front office group, and some of the people who live remotely, like someone like Boch. I always look forward to spending time with him, and so having that group together at once in the same spot, just talking baseball, is one of my favorite times of the year.
Man, you got to roll some tape on that. If Wash makes it to that meeting and Boach and you and Buster, you just roll some tape and send us the audio file, all right?
Yeah, probably the best time would be after the meeting. That might be the fun time to be in that room. So
Oh, man.
I'll be like a kid in the candy store, just sitting there smiling, just listening to stories.
Well, you've heard a few.
But no, I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, for good stuff. All right, well, listen, we talked for 20 minutes. We still got like another 6 hours to go. So keep your phone on. We'd love to get to more into the Giants. There's tens of topics we didn't even get to. So we'll look forward to the next conversation and have a great trip to Orlando. And hopefully Nico has a great breakfast.
Yeah, thanks, Zach.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I'll talk to you soon.
There is Zach Manassian on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We're still giving away 2 tickets to go see Motley Crue on September 24th of next year. That contest is brought to you by Live Nation. We're also giving away a $100 Amici's East Coast Pizzeria gift card. Amici's 12 area locations offer dine-in, takeout, and delivery of your favorite New York and Detroit-style pizzas, pastas, and flame-roasted chicken wings. Check out the menu and order online at Amici's.com. That contest is brought to you by Amici's. The giving season continues. We just have things we're giving away all day long and all week. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, that's the unmistakable sound of the boys from the Sunset Strip. Motley Crue. Go get your hair metal on. Go get your 80s on. Go see Motley Crue. Courtesy of us, 2 tickets free. We're handing them to you. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to see the Crew at Shoreline on September 24, 2026. Kickstart my freaking heart. LiveNation.com are the tickets if you want to buy them legit over the counter. You can buy them, or John Curley can hand them to you. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. We have an Amici's $100 gift card to give away later on. Why would you go anywhere? Why would you go anywhere?
And Murph, it feels like the San Francisco Giants are starting to assemble quite the motley crew of coaches.
well, motley crew generally used to mean bad, but it's come to mean in an endearing way. You would say, this is a motley crew. When you and Tony and and John Joe walk into a bar in North Beach, I'd say, look at this motley crew.
You're damn right.
And now it's kind of taken on a different shine. Yeah,
It's a term of endearment.
Dusty Baker, Bruce Bochy, Ron Washington. That's a heck of a crew. Very
That's
decorated
a crew I want to hang out and talk some
Almost
ball
too
with.
much brain power there going on right now. Do you think like Boch would be like, no, I want to say this, and Wash would be like,
Wash, I don't think it's that difficult to play first base.
and Dusty would be like, man, where's why aren't we playing more? Why aren't we playing more Chet Baker in here? Jazz or whatever. So they all have their things. I had the great fortune of covering Wash in '99 and 2000. We should get Howard Bryant on. Just for any reason in general. Howard's amazing.
We're due for an HB hit.
Howard's got a big, serious book coming out in January about Jackie Robinson and Paul Robeson in the 1940s. Like real stuff. Like not frivolous, stupid stuff. Like real American history. Because Howard's a serious guy. But he and I covered Wash, and it was just incredible. And my memory is that you need to talk to Wash about something. He'd say, yeah, come with me. First of all, he'd say, MF. What do you need, MFer? In an endearing way. He likes to use the word mother, father. And he would say, just let me get my cigarette and my coffee. So here comes a styrofoam cup of coffee, because that's how the A's rolled in 99, 2000. Sure, the Giants have much higher level coffee than the Giants.
Yeah, I'm sure the Giants got mugs.
Phil's or something like that. So anyway, he'd get his coffee and a cigarette and a fungo, and you'd sit on the tunnel of the Coliseum to talk about Eric Chavez or Miguel Tejada or any of these young players that it was just great. It was unvarnished truth. And what a career. I mean, he was the manager of the 2010 Texas Rangers, who got beat by your Giants. And then he had the 2011 World Series wrapped up. I said they were one out away. Somebody pointed out to me they were one strike away from winning that World Series in 2011 and the 10th inning in St. Louis in Game 6. Then he goes on to the Braves and is a critical part of their coaching staff that wins the World Series. There's some I as a coach used his YouTube video with Ozzie Albies, where he's doing with the kids called fundies, where you're on your knees and he's just hitting from a short distance. He's on his knees hitting fungos at you, and it's the scoop drill just to kind of keep your glove on the ground, stay through the ball.
Working on short hops.
Yeah, and I sent it to Tony for the cooler.
We got it for cooler, yeah.
Yeah, it's just vintage Wash.
Yeah, and Murph, even before he went to Atlanta and was a part of that World Series team, I remember when he rejoined the Oakland A's in like 2015, 2016. And to me, it was the molding of a guy like Marcus Semien, who I remember watching his rookie year thinking, man, this guy's got a skillet as a glove over at shortstop. And then all of a sudden, Ron Washington gets his hands on him. He talked about how Marcus Semien kind of broke everything down and restarted and trusted in Ron Washington to build him up. And now he's a Gold Glover. Like he's talked about as one of the best defensive middle infielders in all of baseball. So that's the type of ability that Ron Washington can have when you're talking about improving your defense. When we've talked about the identity of this team moving forward needs to be about pitching and defense.
Do you want to get going now? I see you queuing it up now. Do you want to get it going right now, Tone, or not?
Sure, we could, yeah.
No, you're not ready. Sometimes I see you preparing stuff there.
Let's save it. Let's anticipate.
We'll save it. All right. But we did talk to Zach Manassian, the Giants general manager, last segment, and asked him about Ron Washington joining the staff.
Well, look, I give Tony a lot of credit. He talks about being a team and filling blind spots as well as possible, and I think he recognizes his experience level at the professional in the professional ranks, and he originally brought up Wash and would say, what do you think about bringing Wash in with his experience? And yeah, my brothers, my father have experience with Wash dating back to Texas. Obviously, Perry hired him to manage with the Angels, and not only them, but really anyone Wash comes in contact with just thinks the world of him. And I think the energy level, the expertise, the experience just seemed like a no-brainer as Tony continued to have conversations with Wash. So still in the process of finalizing it, but definitely looking like it's heading that way of him being on the staff. And I just think it's such a great fit, not only for our players, but with Wash having the Bay Area ties, the Bay Area, and then also I'm a big believer in staff development. I think Wash is going to have a really big impact on our coaching staff.
Man, everything sounds great. Buster has done such great things. I just don't want him to be 81 and 81 again. You know what I mean? It's like every time people talk about like Patrick Bailey's value at defense, I'm like, yeah, they're 81 and 81. I'm like, they traded for Devers. They're 81 and 81. Let's make, like, this stuff needs to start happening. You know what I mean? This stuff needs to start. Ron Washington's value, Tony Vitello's value, Patrick Bailey's value, all needs to start getting north of 81 wins. Yep. I don't know how they went 81-81 last year. I mean, they ran out of pitching, obviously, and you asked him about who the rotation looks like, and right now he said Webb, Ray, and Roop, and that leaves 2 open spots. He mentioned Tang, Birdsong, Wisenhunt. Now, I don't know if those guys are ready. You talked about Susan Slusser talking to Zach Gallen. Said the Giants had talked to Zach Gallen. Are they going to trade? Are they going to make a big trade to acquire starting pitching? Do you trade an Elliot Ramos? Do you trade a Bryce Eldridge? Do I even bring that up?
No.
Do you trade a Patrick Bailey? I mean, because you have Jesus Rodriguez and the ABS is going to lessen his value.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a possibility.
I mean, I think everything's on the table. We just talked to Zach, and he said, look, nobody is untouchable. Now, I would have a different opinion. I'm not moving Logan Webb. I'm not moving Bryce Eldridge. Now, that's me personally. I'm looking for pillars that you can build around moving forward, but I expect him to be active in the trade market, whether that is trading from the Major League roster with a guy like Elliot Ramos or maybe moving on from the Jung-Hoo Lee contract and maybe going out and getting another outfielder or bringing in a piece like that, Murph, but I don't know. I think everything is on the table, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple veteran pitchers added to this rotation, whether it's a Zach Gallen, a Max Scherzer, who we know has ties with Tony Vitello, maybe even bringing back Justin Verlander if you want to play that game again. Like, there are going to be arms being brought in, but I also gave Zach a chance to respond to the report that they're not going to be handing out a 9-figure contract to Imai or one of these top free agent pitchers, and kind of dance around it a little bit, to be honest, but it doesn't sound like they're going to be that invested on the top-tier free agents, and it's just going to be filling out the rest of the roster, a roster that I thought was better last year than just 81 wins.
Well, they don't have to. I mean, top-tier free agents are sexy as hell, but they're also expensive as hell, and you can be smart. So Blue Jays just signed this guy, Ryan Ponce from Korea, has all sorts of – I was reading Keith Law's breakdown. It looked like a really sharp signing by Toronto to be a back-end of the rotation guy who had rehabilitated himself in Korea. And I'm like, that's the kind of moves you're looking for. You got to. So I'm looking forward to the Giants making some moves soon. Zach said he's been up all night, and he said there's some, quote, intriguing avenues. This is broad-based. But, hey, let's end the segment with a little bit of wash just for your head, just because it's fun. So if you're on YouTube, Twitch, or Twitter, you get to see the visual. If you're in your car, you can just listen. Ozzie Albies is the bright young shortstop for the Braves, who was part of their World Series championship in 2021. And Wash on YouTube. Youth baseball coaches everywhere. You guys should use this YouTube clip, Tony. Go ahead.
These balls for. All right, this is straight ahead. I got to catch it using both hands. This one is to my glove side. I got to catch him, one short hop it towards him. Never like going like this or trying to do this. Always going through the ball. And same with backhand, going through the ball.
And you see where he is on his knees?
Yep.
When he come to his feet, the same way he's attacking the ball on his knees, when he come to his feet, he's still going to attack the ball out there. Because what we're trying to do, get on this one. See how the eyes, the glove, and the ball's line? Mm-hmm. Get on this one. See how the eyes, the glove, and the ball is lined? Get on this one. The eyes, the ball, and the glove is lined. That's the whole purpose, is to line everything up. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Here come the reps.
We do 10, 6, and you tell them where you're catching all 10 of those balls.
All in our palm of the glove. So you always feel you have the ball. You secure the ball here. I've been catching it before in my web, and he always tell me, like, you see, you didn't have the feeling where the ball was. And that's right. And you still got to rush. You got to get grip to make the throw. Always catch it here. You feel it. You have it already in your hand.
Now show
Just
them what
move
you're
your
talking
feet.
about. You got it. You can go up in there and get it whole hand. Not go up in there half of fingers like this. He go up in there whole hand. And by the time he come out, he get his grip.
It's muscle
Whole
memory.
hand. And come out and he get his grip.
It's just fun listening to Wash talk baseball.
Dude, that's awesome. And that's Ozzie, who's an all-star, too. It's not like he needs the most tips in the world.
I
But
just like it. He's just a good teacher. Everything he said there was easy to get. I mean, listen, I know every club in the league is doing stuff like this, but Wash just has a way about him that makes it very engaging, and the players respond to it. So anyway, it's just fun. It's a great clip for any youth baseball coach out there. I've used it a bunch. Kids are visual learners. They like watching videos more than listening to me.
Oh, you're talking to one of them. I'm a big-time visual
Well, once
learner.
I put up the phone and show a video, they're like, oh, look at that.
That's Wash.
I'm like, yeah, but I was just telling you guys the same. Oh, never mind. Just look at it on the phone.
Yeah, but that's the guy from Moneyball, Murph.
Exactly. All right. Well, that was fun. Good clip. And by the way, Ozzie's glove perfectly broken in. That glove.
Oh, there's
the
some
sound of that, because the way he broke that glove in perfectly, and also the way his hands kind of mesh at the. I mean, these are just that's the sound of baseball.
That's
there.
baseball, baby. That's baseball.
Here it is, December 4. We're talking ball.
I missed the crack of the bat.
All right, let's go for the snap of the ball. The pigskin, baby. 49er football with Tracy Sandler next on the Sports Leader. Oh, Amici's Holiday Catering. That's the deal. It's December 4. You own a business or you work at a business and you're planning a holiday party. You're like, what do we do? You go to Amici's catering menu. Those trays of pasta, man. I can't tell you how much I like those trays of pasta. When we had the high school water polo team over and there was like the fettuccine Alfredo and the penne with the red meat sauce. And they're just ladling it in. And then there's the bread that comes with it too and the butter. Bread and butter now. And pasta. And oh, wait, there's the pizzas. Oh, wait, there's the wings. Here you go. Oh, wait, Steph, it's a 3. It's a catering menu. All right, everybody, it's the catering menu from Amici's for your holiday party. So let's do it. Go to the catering menu at amicis.com. Order up those trays of pastas, the pizzas, and the wings, and everybody helps themselves buffet style. So it's a more economical way to feed a large group while still offering them the great Amici's menu. So check out the catering menu at amicis.com. Enjoy a fully customized and catered holiday party this year. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
49ers football. But first, congrats to Blake in Napa who won the Motley Crue tickets, and he told Curly it's his birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Blake.
So Blake's a birthday promo guy. There you go. Congrats, Blake, and enjoy the Motley Crue in September. Stick around for an Amici's gift card, $200 Amici's gift card. Why would you go anywhere? It's the 49ers bye week. There's no 49er football this weekend. We will be jonesing for 49er football. You won't get it until a week from Sunday when the Tennessee Titans and all that they bring to the table come in. 1-11. Niners are already 12.5-point favorites in that game. How about that? But the 49ers doing their things, man. They add Eric Kendricks. Cleve Ferrell shines. Keon White shines a little bit. Brock Purdy beats back the doubters. All stuff we talk about with Tracy Sandler. Our 49ers insider, you hear her on the pre and the post on the home games. Tracy on the UMA guest line. Tracy, good morning. Welcome back to Murph and Marcus. How are you?
Hey, Tracy.
I'm good. Good morning, guys. How are you doing?
Good. You got big bye week plans? You got to travel? You're a sporting event attender. Are you going to go to a big game somewhere?
You know what? I'm actually not. I'm not traveling anywhere. I'm not getting on an airplane for like 9 whole days. So that's really exciting. I'm not going to. I went to the Michigan-Ohio State game last weekend.
Whoa.
And this week, right before Cleveland, and then drove to Cleveland, covered the game. And then this week, I'm just kind of resting and not traveling. I'm having a holiday party. I'm really excited about that.
Oh, all right. We got to get into that
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, Tracy.
Yes, tonight. You guys want to come down?
That
Feel
would
free
be.
to fly down.
You know what? I would like a holiday. You know what? If I could find a way, Tracy, I would. I'm going to have to RSVP no just for logistics. Logistics.
Rude. Rude.
Well, Tracy, I was going to say, I saw on social media that you were at the Michigan-Ohio State game, and obviously that was not the result that you were looking for, but I'm curious, were you out there at the 50-yard line defending the M with the rest of the Michigan players after the game?
You know what? I wasn't defending the M, but I was on the field as it was happening. So kinda. We'll go with kinda.
So you got a credential for that one?
No, I did not. But a very good friend of mine got me field passes.
Oh, look at you! All right, is that friend
So I
going?
watched most of it from the field.
Is the friend going to your holiday party?
No, the friend lives in Michigan.
Okay.
So it's logistics also
again.
an issue for my friend.
So what is the theme of, like, what makes a great Tracy Sandler holiday party? Is it the certain appetizer, a drink? Is it like a punch bowl? Maybe like a holiday punch with a big ladle in it?
Yeah,
you
we
know?
got some jungle juice, Tracy.
There's going to be a mistletoe mule.
Ooh.
So that's instead of like a Moscow mule.
Now, are you the bartender
mule?
or
I am not.
Okay.
Nope, I have many a skill in life. That is not one of them.
So a mistletoe mule, nice.
A mistletoe mule. Going to have pigs in a blanket. Everybody loves pigs in a blanket.
Especially at the holiday season. Yes,
A little mini grilled cheese. There's going to be sparkle. Lots of good food. A cheese grazing station, cheese, vegetables, charcuterie. I know you may want to book a flight.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you're thinking about it.
We'd be
You
piping
could do
in.
Murph and Marcus from here in the morning.
Yeah, we'll do the live broadcast.
Be piping in traditional holiday music from Bing Crosby and Nat King Cole.
That's a fair question. I was going to have the game on. Maybe after that, the traditional holiday music. I was just going to have like a normal playlist. But you make a good point. Maybe I should make it festive.
Yeah.
While the Cowboys and the Lions play.
I go Cowboys and Lions, sound down, and traditional holiday music, just kind of lightly filling the background.
See, I'm so glad we're talking this morning because you've made the party even better.
So we'll be down there. We got time. We can make it. We can make it.
You could make it. You doesn't start till 7. Come on down.
A pig in a blanket and a football game. Let's go.
And a mistletoe mule.
And a mistletoe mule.
And a mistletoe mule.
Will there be actual mistletoe for your guests to perhaps, get together?
You know what? There's not actual mistletoe, and that's probably where it's a big miss. No pun intended.
I'll pull it out of the mule.
Yeah, there you go.
Great.
All right. 49ers, Brock Purdy. We had him on Tuesday, and we talked all about the big storyline. No turnovers, because you go from the awful Carolina game where he throws 3 to a game that's getting more and more praise as the days go on, and everybody watches the film and says, wow, look at that, 7 throwaways. I never heard a guy get so much love for 7 throwaways, but it seemed to be like the right thing to do. And what did you think of Brock Purdy's game?
Well, I think it's funny you say what everybody's talking about, and what you're saying is right, but I'm thinking the Dougie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking the dance.
That's true,
so I was like, that's what he's getting the praise for. I thought he was great. I thought he looked like vintage Brock Purdy. I know it was the Browns, but that Browns defense is so, so good. He was vintage Brock Purdy. He didn't turn the ball over, like you said. 7 throwaways. He just looked like Brock with the wind. I mean, there wasn't snow, but that wind was no joke. And I thought he was great. I thought he had a great game. I thought it did silence the doubters. I think you had a guest last week on your show whose name might rhyme with Lacey that said, I think we all need to calm down a little bit. It's one game. People have bad games. Let's see what happens. And I think he just silenced all that. So I thought he really had a great game, and he showed everybody again, as he does normally, why they paid him, why he's such a great story, and why he's Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I know, Tracy. It was weird. Last week, Murph and I were off, so we didn't even have time to dive into the controversy and the hot takes about Brock Purdy after he bounced back.
It wasn't, but on every other show I was on, I had to calm everybody
definitely.
down.
But Tracy, we do still have a little bit of 49ers controversy. One of the biggest off-field stories this week is, of course, Brandon Ayuk. And we talked to John Lynch earlier this week. He said he still remains hopeful that he can return to the 49ers, but he doesn't know if it's realistic. Tracy, what are your thoughts? Do you think we've seen the last of Brandon Ayuk in a 49er uniform?
Yes. I do not think you will see him play 49ers football ever again.
And how does this all play out?
I think, honestly, it's with the way it is right now, where they are in the season, as we've discussed, they're on a bye. Next week, they come in to week 15. Even if they were open the practice window, I just don't think they're going to activate him. And I don't think they're going to open the practice window, because what does it really get everybody? So let's say they open the practice window next week. He's not going to be playing his first week back. You have a couple weeks left in the season. What if he gets hurt again? Then he's stuck here. They're stuck with him. I just don't think it does anything. And here's the other thing. You don't know what Brandon Ayuk you're getting. So they open the practice window. They put him out there. He hasn't played football in a very, very long time, as has been well documented. He hasn't really been around. I just don't see him playing 49ers football again. And I think after the season, they release him. That's the that's the situation.
There's a classic line, a pox on both houses is an old cliche. I kind of feel like that's appropriate here. I mean, I know Brandon's getting a lot of stick, but it seems like the 49ers somehow, some way didn't do something along the way to repair the relationship or make it better. I don't know, Tracy. Where are you? Let's do the blame assigning. Where are we assigning blame?
I think you said it well. It's a pox on both their houses. He is getting a lot of the blame, but it takes two. If we're going to go with metaphors and old school sayings, it takes two to tango. This did not happen in a vacuum. I'm just going to throw out as many as I can, but this did not happen in a vacuum. And so I look back, even like way back to, was it the 21 or 22 season where he was quote unquote in the doghouse, and then they have this game against Arizona, and Kyle and Brandon have a come to Jesus moment. They both talk about it, and then Brandon goes on to have a great season. Both parties get asked about it the entire season. Both parties start to get annoyed by getting asked about it because they say it's old news. It's over. We had this moment. Brandon's, doing great, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. However, that goes back a long time. And then you go to the holdout and the contract negotiations, and you have Brandon Ayuk not just scrubbing his social media, but posting videos of him talking to Jaden Daniels and saying they don't really want me here, and all of this stuff. There was so much stuff and so much drama, and it was a little bit different than the way we'd seen it like in the previous year with Deebo Samuel, which was also drama, but it was just different. Even Kyle running up the stairs to stop the trade. I mean, the whole thing was so much drama, and then Brandon Ayuk signs the contract, a deal that he, to his admission, was the deal that was on the table weeks earlier. He says he made it harder than it had to be. And even once he signs the contract, there's the practice shorts drama. He's not playing well. And then he gets hurt, and it was never right. And I don't think it was ever truly repaired, and the money wasn't going to repair it, and signing the contract wasn't going to repair it. So somewhere along the way, it just got worse and worse and worse, and this is where we are. In retrospect, they probably should have traded him. It would have been best for everybody. Can't do anything about that now, but I put blame everywhere because this didn't just happen with one person, not the other.
Yeah, good recap. We've been saying the Niners are this incredible dichotomy of incredibly bad things, like blowing the Ayuk deal and blowing the Ayuk relationship, the Trey Lance trade that everybody hates and obviously damaged the franchise, and all these misses in the draft. And yet at the same time, they've done these incredible things where they trade for Christian McCaffrey, trade for Trent Williams, find Brock Purdy, draft George Kittle, draft Fred Warner, and they've been in the mix. It's like, it's hard to make, because what winds up, Tracy, is that on social media, where of course all things in life are important, right? Is that you have a whole faction of people that hate John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. Oh, look what they did wrong. And then you have a whole faction that's like, yeah, but 2 Super Bowls and all these. So it's kind of wild, isn't it, Tracy? There's a big division on the things they've done right and the things they've done wrong.
There's a huge division, and I also think it shows this is not, in many ways, it's not an exact science, and organizations make mistakes, and the two things can be true. They've made massive mistakes, but they've also done a lot of really good things, and you could make the argument, and I'm sure many a person on the socials would get mad at me for saying this, but you could make the argument, if they don't make that Trey Lance trade, they don't find Brock Purdy. So there's a lot of things that, has to happen for something else to happen. And that's kind of sports, that's the reality of sports. And you would hope the organization maybe don't make such major mistakes. I mean, to me, the biggest mistakes were the Trey Lance trade. And I almost hate calling it the Trey Lance trade because it was more trading up in the draft, not knowing who you wanted to pick, which I don't put on Trey Lance, which I put that on them. But, and they end up picking Trey Lance and it really doesn't work out. And then the other massive mistake, I think the biggest mistake, is Brandon Ayuk. I think that's a much bigger mistake than the Deebo Samuel thing and ended up being. It's just kind of, they had to do what they had to do. And Deebo Samuel was great for them. And then it was time to move on. But I think those are the two biggest mistakes that they've made as an organization. But on the aggregate, they've done pretty well. But that's sports. Yeah. You make these, you do your best. And by you, I mean the universal you, because you morphed and not make these trades, but you do your best and you see how it works, and sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't, and you hope that the other moves work, and for the most part they have.
And then you win a Super Bowl and everybody's happy, you lose a Super Bowl and everybody's mad. There it is.
Exactly.
Tracy,
and that's the other thing, like it's really hard to get to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So
ask the Lions, right? The Detroit
Ask
Lions,
the Lions.
who are playing tonight at your holiday party, and they're like
At my party, actually. The game's been moved to the party. It's
they're
gonna be
like playing a
amazing.
playoff game kind of tonight, in December.
They are.
So yeah, it's kind of wild. So yeah,
Both of those teams are.
Dan Campbell had that haunting quote after the NFC Championship loss at Levi's when he goes, it's not easy to get back here. This might have been our shot. And it was like, yo, why did you say that? And here
But
he
he's
is.
right.
Yeah, I know.
And that's
So-
my thing with the Kyle John stuff. Like, who are you getting that's better than Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch? And to quote Tim Kawakami, you want the guy that can get you there. And then once you get there are two teams. One's going to win, one's going to lose. But you want the guy that can get you there, and you will win it eventually.
No, I liken it to your favorite team, the San Francisco Giants, the 97-03 Giants.
Oh, yeah, my favorite. I love them.
But Dusty Baker and Brian Sabian and Bonds and Kent had them in contention every single year. And I look back on it as a glorious era, even though they didn't win the World Series. Let's not even talk about 2002. But you want to be in the mix. And then, of course, then you can argue about whether you should kick off or receive in overtime.
Right. Exactly.
Tracy,
what a problem to have.
have a great holiday party. Pipe in some Bing Crosby and some Nat King Cole and have a pig in a blanket.
Thank you. And next week we could talk about the Titans.
Yeah. Hype
can't
it up.
wait.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tracy. Be
Thanks,
good.
Tracy.
All right, bye.
Tracy Sandler talking Niners football. Let's go over to the baseball. Buster Olney, among the best in the business, talking hot stove. He wants to talk about Tony Vitello, Ron Washington coming to the Giants, and Imai. Pardon me. God, my freaking
Tatsuya Imai.
Just got to think, oh my, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my, it's Imai.
Oh my, the
And
Giants are going to miss out on another
where
one.
he fits in with the Giants on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, fun stuff as the winter meetings approach. And as we had sort of a quiet night last night, no 49er football, no Warriors. So let's dive in on the Giants. And then the Giants hand deliver us a story. Ron Washington, the much beloved former Oakland A's bench coach, and then, of course, manager of the Texas Rangers against the Giants in the World Series in 2010, and then manager of the Texas Rangers, who were one strike away from a World Series in 2011, and then third base coach for the Braves when they win the World Series, and then back with the A's too also, and then with the Angels most recently, battling some health problems, will be added to Tony Vitello's staff. Zach Manassian confirmed with us this morning. So we got Imai, we got Tony Vitello, all stuff to talk about with the great Buster Olney, who does it better than anyone for ESPN. So Buster, welcome back to San Francisco. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus here on the Giants flagship. How you doing, Buster?
Hey, Buster.
I'm doing great. Great to talk with you guys. Yeah, really exciting news about Wash. I just got off the phone with the GM with another team, and we were talking about how, Wash is one of those guys who at some point, I hope he, makes his speech in Cooperstown, because he really is one of these figures in baseball who, he didn't necessarily, he hasn't been a superstar, certainly was not that as a player, but he's one of these guys who form the backbone of what the sport is, coming out every day at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, working with infielders, showing up with that great passion that he has. I think everyone was worried about sort of what he was going to do going forward after having the quadruple bypass, and it's great that he's going to be back in that spot. And hats off to the Giants for recognizing that the sport needs guys like Wash.
Oh, without question, it's so good, and it's and the one thing, Buster, is we've been very intrigued and sort of excited about the Tony Vitello hire, but the big thing was, has he ridden the bus? He hasn't ridden the bus in the minor leagues, even in the big league. And it's like, who can he bring in? Well, he brings in Jace Tingler, and that's definitely experience. But this, Buster, can you just comment, like the idea of Tony Vitello getting long counsel from Ron Washington after games late into the night?
No question about it. And Wash, as you know, if you ask him his opinion, he's going to tell you. Like, he will not, they will be unvarnished. And if at some point, there's some issue going on, and Tony, given the fact that, his experiences in college baseball, not professional baseball, if he asks Wash, what do you think Wash is going to tell him? And the thing about Tony, and I don't know him, I had him on my podcast recently, but, just talking with people who know him a lot better than I do, he's a smart guy, right? There's a reputation that precedes him coming over, that he was considered to be really brash when he was with the University of Tennessee. But my impression of him is, and people are asking, is he going to be successful? He's going to do what he needs to do to succeed. That's my read on him, is that he's a smart guy. And if he senses that maybe he's got some vulnerabilities in his understanding of Major League culture and how things are done, he's going to work to cover that. And really, Tony, the fact that he's being hired despite his Major League experience, that's the trend of the sport the last, 8 to 10 years. You look at all these pitching coaches and hitting coaches have been hired. They don't have Major League resumes. That's the way the sport's been going for a while. So Tony's breaking some ground in coming on board the Giants, but not as much as what's been made about it.
The Tony Vitello hiring is being viewed as an outside-of-the-box type of hire to become a manager. I would say that Buster Posey is kind of an outside-of-the-box president of baseball operations with his experience in winning World Series, of course, Buster. So what do you think this means for a guy like Buster Posey to pick Tony Vitello as his guy, his first major league manager hire? Like, about that relationship and that moving forward, and Buster picking this guy to move forward for this organization?
Yeah, and one of my questions for Tony when I had him on the podcast was about his past relationship with Buster. They didn't really have one. Initially when you heard about the hire, you're like, okay, Buster absolutely at some point probably knew this guy, and they didn't. And I think that, and it felt like, based on what Tony was telling me about his first conversations with Buster, so much of it was about teaching players and helping them to get better. Because let's face it, more than ever, a lot of that happens at the big league level now than ever. Because players are, drafted in 2024 and they're in the big leagues in 2025. They don't have the 4 or 5 years of minor league experience that, 20 years ago that was expected, that you were going to slowly climb the ladder. Nope. They bring them to the big leagues. And naturally, they're players who are not going to know, base running and maybe, pitch sequencing, all those things. So what do? You bring in smart guys like Jace, who's got all of his experience, like Ron Washington. I think that was the focus of the Giants. Is this guy, how can this guy help to make our young players better? And I think it's a great choice based on where, the sport is. That line between college baseball and Major League Baseball has shrunk, and this hiring, I think, reflects that.
Yeah, it is really interesting. And Buster's been bold in general, whether it was the Rafael Devers trade, which still continues to resonate. Even firing Bob Melvin, beloved Bay Area figure, and he had to do it, kind of shook it up. The Vitella move, even trade deadline moves like Camilo Duvall, Tyler Rogers, and Mike Yastrzemski getting moved. As you talk around the league, and Buster now is starting to get a little bit of a, resume, for lack of a better word. What's the buzz on Buster? Because in the end, they went 81 and 81. That's not good. But he also did a lot of things. So what's the sort of the emerging resume of Buster Posey, the executive?
The initial perception is that their feeling is that, well, he's decisive, right? He, as you say, at the trade deadline, and his quotes really stood out to me at that time. And I'm paraphrasing, but he basically said along these lines, like, we haven't earned it, and based on the fact and how we're playing, we're going to have to, make these moves. It was different than a lot of what other teams were doing. And how they were handling that situation. And that jumped out to folks with other teams for sure. Now, I mean, it's still a work in progress. I think, what I heard from folks within the Giants organization late in the year was, look, we need to get more flexible. They have so many, in 2025, they had so many corner guys. They had guys who necessarily couldn't move around. And we saw during the postseason how a team like the Toronto Blue Jays really benefited from having an athletic team of guys who move around. And the expectation, I know, within the Giants organization as the offseason began was they were going to get better that way.
Buster, it felt like there was a lot of buzz earlier this offseason about the Giants and Tatsuya Imai out of Japan.
Yeah.
But now it feels like maybe the Giants aren't as interested. What can you give us about the update on the Imai sweepstakes and the Giants' involvement?
Yeah, and you guys have seen the projections for him that, they're talking about a, potential deal of $160 million, $180 million. From what I understand, the Giants are not fishing in those waters. They're looking more in the mid-level waters, and maybe that's a trade for somebody who's cheaper. Maybe it's a, back end of the rotation type guy, middle of the rotation type guy. But I've had no indication that they're actually looking in that area for and being willing to pay at those type of prices. And I got to say, generally too, as I talk to more and more people, I think because of the labor situation, there are a lot of traditionally big spenders this winter that, and I don't want to say they're going to sit out the winter, but I think they're going to hold their powder. And there may not necessarily be as many teams being hyper aggressive and spending money. Part of that is it's not necessarily a great free agent class. But I also think the labor situation is going to have an impact on exactly what's going to happen. I've heard that from agents. I've heard it from front office people. That's the theme of the winter, that you might actually see more action in trades this winter than in free agency. And if you're, hitting the market for the first time, you might be disappointed with some of the numbers that are being thrown around.
Timing is everything in life. And Imai is like, wait a minute, I'm hitting the market. What happened to my Shohei money, my Yamamoto money? They're like, yeah, no.
Right. Well, and he might get it. I mean, we learned from Chris Bryant when, people in the industry were projecting him to be a $70-80 million player, and here the Colorado Rockies popped up with 182. I mean, all it takes is one team. And maybe there's a team out there for Imai, and who knows? Maybe it's the Mets who need an ace. Maybe it's the Baltimore Orioles who need an ace. All it takes is one team. But generally speaking, I don't think there's going to be nearly as much cash in the free agent market as what we're accustomed to.
Yeah, I think you're right. And boy, I know it's a year away, but baseball fans better start thinking that this thing could get. I mean, I know, it's the middle of the NFL season, and it's not like the most burning topic for me to ask you about. But since I have you on, Buster, and we're talking to Buster Olney, of course, of ESPN, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station, is let's do one little bit on the year ahead. It's guaranteed. We're going to lock this thing out. It's going to go dark next December.
Yeah.
It's just a question of how long.
And I will tell you, I am not nearly as pessimistic / negative as a lot of my peers in the baseball media. I mean, you hear people all the time, the sport's going to get shut down, extended period of time, the 2027 season's in jeopardy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think that when you look at the media landscape, the big miss maybe in the last few years, one was Shedeur Sanders, okay? How many people did you see in all these projections for the draft had him going to the 5th round? Nobody, right? Nope. We kept on hearing him. How many people in the last labor negotiation suggested that the rank and file of the players, when the owners made their last proposal, executive committee, most of whom were Scott Boras clients, voted 8-0 unanimously to reject that deal. And what happened? They put it to the rank and file. They voted overwhelmingly to go back to work. How many idiots in my industry, including me, projected that? No one. And that situation is still out there for me. So when you hear the union leadership come out and say, we're never agreeing to a salary cap, I can tell you in the rank and file, players who aren't, at the top of the food chain in terms of money, if they're being told, look, you can make more money, there's more money for more players with a salary cap, they're interested in hearing the details. And I do think there are a lot of players, they're going to want to work. Okay. And we totally missed that in the last labor negotiation.
Okay, well, that's big. Listen, my ears are open. Like you said, things can be changed. That's been proven on any number of levels across this country. So you're saying that right now you're not ruling out the possibility of players agreeing to a salary cap a year from now?
I don't know. I'm not smart enough to predict it. Right. I'm not smart enough to know what the reaction of the rank and file is going to be if they dive into it. Whenever I hear people say, well, the Player Association is against the salary cap, I always say, no, the Player Association leadership is against it. Just as in the 90s, and you'll remember this, Murph, in the 90s, you kept on hearing players will never agree to drug testing.
Right.
And then the rank and file, guys like Todd Zeal and Robin Ventura and Joe Girardi went to Gene and Don, head of the Player Association, said, you know what, we need testing. And that changed. And I'm curious to see if some sort of a dynamic like that happens with the salary cap.
It's funny, Buster. Guys have been around the game like you and me. I just think Marvin Miller. Like he was the iconic head of the union for you youngsters out there. And he basically, built the players union into the strongest force on earth. But Marvin Miller's been gone a long time now. And I don't know, maybe things that we think about, Buster, from the 80s and 90s aren't true in the 2020s, maybe.
I 100%. And that's my question going into these negotiations. Because you remember back in the 90s, like stories about other players shouting down Lenny Dykstra, telling him to shut up to get in line with the players. That dynamic does not exist within the union anymore. And we know that from the last negotiation with these, superstar players on the executive committee basically being bulldozed by the other players. Said, nope, sorry, we want to go back to work.
Good stuff. Buster Olney, ESPN. Fun to talk baseball before the winter meetings next week in Orlando.
Yeah, and luckily we still have the 2026 season to talk about. And Buster, I was just reading your latest article on ESPN.com about your biggest needs for the top 10 contending teams. My only problem is the Giants were not involved in that argument, in that article. So my question would be what do the Giants need to do to get into that contending team conversation?
Well, I think they're a contender. I just think that the number one team with the Philadelphia Phillies, because they got Schwarber as a free agent, they got Real Muto as a free agent, the Ranger Suarez is leaving. So there's a lot of pressure on the Phillies, the Mets, to do something. I think the Giants are still defining themselves, if that makes sense, right? They're still in a position where, I'm curious to see this move to try to get more athletic, how that manifests. The desire to upgrade the back of the rotation, knowing that they're probably not going to, go for the most expensive guys. who do they chase? Will they be involved in the trade conversations for the likes of Mackenzie Gore, Joe Ryan of the Twins? Will they be one of the teams chasing Stephen Kwan, of the Guardians, who I think will be traded this winter? I don't know that yet. I think that's still to be determined. But I think they're going to take shape in a very different way than what we saw in 2025.
All right, we'll end it on this, Buster. The Dodgers. It's 2 in a row,
Yeah.
although Toronto was 90 feet away. They were 90 feet away. But we had Joe Madden on. Actually, we should probably ask you about that, too, before we let you go. But we had Joe Madden on. We were the show where he said insulting, and that caught fire around the country. But we were talking about the Dodgers. He actually said he thinks the Dodgers are, quote unquote, gettable, and that they're getting a little older. I mean, it sounds sacrilege because they just seem unbeatable. Shohei Ohtani walks into a room and you just kind of lay down your arms. Do you feel like they're aging a little?
Yes.
Okay.
And there's no getting around that. I mean, Freddie Freeman is the future Hall of Famer. He's now in his mid-30s. And Mookie Betts, he's getting older. We'll see. Every year, I think they structure their pitching staff in a way where they, try to keep them healthy for October. They're loaded in the rotation. They showed a lot of cracks in their bullpen in late in the year. Not all the signings have worked out. What's interesting, though, is, and I mentioned, the perception among agents that some of the big money teams aren't necessarily going to be as aggressive. Dodgers are one of those teams. Now, they're in a position where, and the Giants had this as they were going through their championship run, the Yankees had in the late 90s. The Dodgers have had so much success that I think veteran players seek them out, right? When Kirby Yates is a free agent and the Dodgers call, he's like, yeah, let's work that out. So as they deal with this bullpen issue that they have this winter, they may have veteran players who will basically bend over backward to work out deals to pitch for the Dodgers. And that's a great place that they're in with that, and they've earned that. But I do think that because the collective age of the team, they're probably going to be more vulnerable as we move forward than what we saw, say, 2 years ago.
And then finally, just the Joe Madden thing is that we had him on, and he did say the quote was more contextual, but the headline was, it's insulting that Tony Vitello got this job. He did go to say, I wish him well, but he said to guys like me who've been around, it's insulting. What was your reaction to that?
Surprise, especially the fact that Buster was the one who made the hire. And that was my initial thought. I was, like, really? Buster, who's been around and he knows, he was around Bruce Bochy, one of these great baseball lifers. But then as I thought about it more and I talked to more people, I'm like, that's where the sport's been going. As I mentioned, with the hiring of all these pitching coaches and hitting coaches and staffers who don't have major league experience, that leaning more on, the R&D guys, research and development in front offices, the front offices wanting more and more control. That's a big deal. And so, there are a lot of, I think, folks who put their whole life into professional baseball who look at the hiring, it rubs them the wrong way. But that's where front offices are taking the sport.
Good stuff, Buster. Great catching up with you. Everybody check out your podcast. Remind everyone, where do we find it? Anywhere podcasts are available?
Yeah, and the Baseball Tonight podcast, and we had San Francisco native Paul Taboni, head of baseball ops for the Washington Nationals. You guys should get him, man. He is a great storyteller.
Oh, man, St. Ignatius Wildcat now. That's the Catholic school in the city. Sorry, Sacred Heart and Reardon. That's he's got a large network of high school alumni behind him, so that'll be fun to do. So thanks, Buster. Baseball Tonight podcast. Everybody check it out. We appreciate the hit. Thanks for the time.
Yeah, thanks, Buster.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, that was fun. Buster Olney, man. Really good stuff. Lot in there to chew on.
A lot.
But we got Cooler of Connie. We'll probably cut some of that up and get to it tomorrow and maybe as the days go on.
Yeah.
But man, oh man.
Dude.
Yeah.
I am fiending for the winter meetings now.
I know,
He's
right?
talking about guys like Mackenzie Gore and Stephen Kwan being available for trade.
Yeah.
Dude, I want some of that.
We've sort of just unexpectedly turned this into a baseball day. It was the Ron Washington news at 7:15. Yes, we understand the Warriors play the Sixers tonight. And, beyond that, Marcus Thompson will join us at 9:30. And, of course, we talked to Tracy about the Niners and all that.
We talked about the Giannis sweepstakes.
Right. But today with the Ron Washington news, followed by the Zach Manassian, followed by Buster Olney, it's been fun to sort of get into the winter meetings frame of mind. Why not for a day? It's free.
I mean, that's all we do, Murph. We sit here in our Daily City studios and we stare out the window and we think about baseball season.
Look at you, buddy. Look at Marcus flexing a little Rogers Hornsby. I like it. Okay, here's the deal. Cooler content filled with some really good stuff. John Gruden riffing with me. Gruden and me.
What?
Me and Gruden on the same page. Ron Washington teaching you how to pick a ground ball. All sorts of good stuff on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. That might be what I just learned right there. Roger Hornsby, it sounds like. What I'm supposed to tell you, listen between 7 and 10 for your chance to win a $100 Amici's gift card. We're still doing this. We got a couple more days left. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria's 12 Bay Area locations offer dine-in, takeout, and delivery of your favorite New York and Detroit-style pizzas, pastas, and flame-roasted chicken wings. Check out the menu and order online at amicis.com. This contest is brought to you by Amici's, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
Now, from the
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, let's eat. Amici's gift card. We told you we'd give it away. Here it is. Call John Joe Curley. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. $100 Amici's gift card. That's awesome. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria's 12 Bay Area locations offer dine-in, takeout, and delivery of your favorite New York and Detroit-style pizzas, pastas, and flame-roasted chicken wings. Check out the menu. Order online at amicis.com. Call Curly, 415-896-KNBR. I'll take it. If nobody claims it, I'll take it.
No, I got dibs.
All right.
Thank you.
I'll take the next one. You get today's, I get tomorrow's.
Good. I need some of those lemon pepper wings.
Yeah. Or the Detroit-style pizza.
Ooh.
Detroit Lions playing tonight. By the way, my spread pool, that's an interesting one. Dallas plus 3.5. Who do you believe in? The surging Cowboys or the weird Lions?
Yeah, I got to go with the weird Detroit Lions.
That's what I went with. And that's also, but this is the week they make us pick over-unders, which is more you. And it's easy to say over. It's like kind of obvious.
Over.
I know. That's what I went with.
Nobody likes to bet on the under. Unless you're not watching the game, I will say.
We got a lot to get to before Marcus Thompson. Let's squeeze it in here. First and foremost, kind of wrapping up all those NFL films mic'd up from Cleveland. Myles Garrett, God, he got a lot of run. Man, there were mic'd up moments after the game where McCaffrey and everybody's like, you're the best to ever do it, an honor to share the field with you. Oh, man, they were just, the respect for Myles Garrett was incredible.
Dude, he's got a chance to break the NFL sack record this year.
Yeah. In fact, that's what I believe he and George Kittle discuss. And yet another mic'd up moment from the 49ers-Browns game on Sunday. This one hit our Twitter feed. NFL Films, Myles Garrett and George Kittle. If you're on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, you get to see the video, and you get to see me and Marcus. We're good looking. And young Tony, who's the best looking of us all.
Easily.
And here it is, Kittle and Garrett.
I'm just happy that I'm healthy playing football in November.
I'm glad to see it for you too. I just need you to stop tipping me if you don't mind.
No, God, no. Dude, your 5-sack game was crazy. Keep going, man. It's fun to watch. Please don't break the record today. But
okay.
I'll tell Brock to give you 1.
Maybe 2.
Here comes Myles. He got him! Sack 19 for the best defensive player in football.
Dude,
hey,
what an honor.
sorry about that first hit, bro.
Are you kidding me? You got me in the game. I woke up.
This guy, he seems like the most likable guy, and he's playing wasting away in Cleveland.
Yeah, well, he made his decision. He signed that contract, he got paid, and now he's stuck in Cleveland in that dog pound. But Murph, it is funny because he does seem like this jolly giant, super humble guy. But I know in about 5 seconds, we're going to get text on the text line about the time he took off his helmet and went after Mason Rudolph.
Well, he said he was provoked, though.
Yeah, this is true.
Man's got to defend his dignity here.
At least he didn't take off his helmet on Juwan Jennings this weekend.
Yeah, well,
after all that trash talk.
Probably one play away from that.
Yeah, too bad we don't have any mic'd up moments from Juwan Jennings this weekend.
Oh, that's right. Where are those?
I need that mic'd up moment.
We get all these mic'd up stuff, but not that one.
Come on, give me the good stuff,
Interesting. By the way, this is all sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians. Right here in the North Bay, Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. As you Jones for the 49ers during bye week, how about a little Christian McCaffrey in his car?
Ooh.
Just giving you a shout-out. This is just audio only. Check it out.
What's up, faithful? Christian McCaffrey here. Just wanted to send you guys a quick message and let you know that you're the best fans on the planet. Whether it's home or away, you guys always show out. Your energy is contagious. It seeps into the locker room, man, and we feel it every single week. So I just want to say thank you guys for all the support this year. Enjoy the bye week just like we will, and we're going to need you these next few weeks. So get your rest, drink your water, get some sleep, and we'll see you these next few weeks. Let's go.
Okay.
All
just
right,
a well wish?
Dude.
Are we suspicious? Does he want something from us?
I don't know.
Can people just send out well wishes without any strings attached?
Maybe he's feeling thankful, Murph.
I don't know. He's in a good mood.
Yeah, and he's giving us great advice. Rest up, drink some water.
It is true. And resting up is hard when you're staying up late to watch 8:13 NBA tips.
Yeah, see, I think that message was personalized to you, Murph.
Yeah, and me watching UCLA until 10:30 last night.
You got to rest up. The Niners need you, Murph.
Blowing a 16-point lead with 5 minutes to go. Came down to the final basket. Washington could have won. Oh, dude.
Yeah.
I was going to throw my TV out the window.
Go get some sleep.
Anyway.
Get your rest. Drink your water.
Yeah. Did I read something where somebody pushed back against the hydration thing? It's a myth. Because Tom Brady's like, you got to just drink gallons and gallons of water every day. I saw somebody push back, like, that's a myth.
Drinking water is
just
a
like
myth?
sugar in your
drink your water.
Putting Sprite in the Christmas tree helps your tree live longer.
Yeah, I guess so, but
Some
I don't
people
think
think
too
that's a
many
myth.
athletes besides LeBron James are putting Sprite into their body.
Right, that's true. Frank Gore to continue our football, and then we'll get to some other fun stuff. Frank Gore was on. What was he on?
Ooh, I saw this earlier this morning. I believe it was the Jim Rome show.
Jim Rome?
Mm-hmm. Romey.
Well, we love Frank Gore. He should be going to the Hall of Fame. Check him out talking about Christian McCaffrey.
I love the guy how every day he come to work, man. He bring his lunch pail to work. I love that, man. He respect the game. You could tell he trains behind up in the off season. Last year he didn't play. This year he came back. Might be the comeback player of the year. I think he deserved that. He's doing a great job. To say that a lot of our guys are in and out, he's probably the main guy who probably taking control of the offense and putting us in a great situation to win the game. But man, Christian's an animal, man. He'll a dog. He'll a beast. I love him a lot. Man. Football player.
Everything he said is true. And it is ironic, knock on Formica, that in the year of injury, he's the one guy who hasn't gotten injured.
Yeah, and I'm always curious about the Comeback Player of the Year award, if it's based more off of performance or just coming back from an injury. But I'm not even looking at the Comeback Player of the Award right now. I think Christian McCaffrey should be the Offensive Player of the Year.
Well, where's Jonathan Taylor?
He is the favorite right now, according to Vegas, for Offensive Player of the Year. Not MVP, just Offensive Player of the Year.
So where's McCaffrey?
Because we know MVP is always a quarterback conversation. If you're just looking at NFL Offensive Player of the Year, Jonathan Taylor, number 1, Jackson Smith and Jigba, number 2, Christian McCaffrey right behind him.
So what should McCaffrey win this year?
I think Offensive Player of the Year. I'd take him over
ahead
JT.
of those other two guys?
I'd take him ahead of JT. I think a second 1,000 season, the way that he's carried this offense. I said it earlier this week. I think the biggest consistent key to this 49er offense has been Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
We've seen the Mac Jones offense. We've seen the Brock Purdy offense. We saw what this 49er offense looked like last year without Christian McCaffrey. He is the key. He is the system.
I mean, in 2019, they made the bowl without McCaffrey. So they have done it without him, but I feel like right now we're in a situation where I couldn't even exist without him.
No.
Like if he somehow, some way left the country, I'd be like, I don't know what to do. There's no McCaffrey. What do I do? So he's that indispensable. All right. I told you guys yesterday I was hangry from my blood draw. I didn't have any breakfast. Today I did have 2 hard-boiled eggs, but I'm still pissed about the conference championships, which I've been pissed about for years. It's the most extraneous, useless money grab that I hate. It also prolongs the season. It's got people talking. I had some jabronis talking about moving the Army-Navy game to August.
Whoa.
Because we need to play down. It's all because these conference championships are unnecessary.
Dude, I'm already upset that the Army-Navy game is not this weekend.
I know.
It's
Well,
next
they
weekend.
pushed everything back a week, including the Heisman Trophy.
Everything's getting pushed back.
But this is so meaningless. And then I find an ally in our mutual friend, Oakland Raiders' own John Gruden.
Got me feeling nicey.
On his little podcast. He riffs on this too. Check it out.
I just want to know this. Why in the hell are we having these conference games? I mean, to determine who the Big Ten champion is? To determine who the SEC champion is? When I was in the NFC South, we played everybody in our division twice a year. So it was pretty easy to see who was the best in our division. When I was in the AFC West, same thing. We played everybody twice. But in some of these conferences, these teams don't even play each other. I mean, hell, I'm looking at Indiana. They didn't play Michigan, Ohio State, or USC. Then I look at Ohio State. They didn't have to go play Oregon or USC. How the hell do you determine who a conference champion is when these conferences are way too big? Some of these conferences got about 20 teams in a conference. It's impossible. Here's my problem. I just point this out to you. Here's Indiana playing Ohio State for the Big Ten championship. Meanwhile, Oregon is sitting at home getting a bye week before the tournament starts. What logic is that? Then you got Alabama playing Georgia for the SEC championship, and you got a team like Ole Miss and Texas A&M. They're fresh as a daisy, man. They don't even have to play a game, but they get into the tournament. What kind of logic is this? That's like the top 2 seeds in the NFC. Let's say the Chicago Bears and the LA Rams having to play to see who the number 1 seed of the NFC is before we go to the playoffs. Meanwhile, we got everybody else that's in the playoffs sitting at home having a bye week. Does that make sense? Hell no, it doesn't make sense.
I mean, listen, that's yet another aspect of it all. He didn't even mention the fact that Alabama and Georgia have already played and that BYU and Texas Tech have already played. Now we have a situation in the Big Ten where they didn't play each other, but so what? Frickin' co-champs. You can live with it. Anyway, that's all so stupid. I hate it. And thank you, Gruden.
Yeah.
Thank you, Johnny Gruden.
I'm just glad we got John Gruden in the cooler. I just like to sit back and listen anytime he talks.
And then one last one you're going to be happy about. Ron Washington. If you're just joining us, Bob Nightingale broke the story. He's joining the Giants staff. It was confirmed by Zach Manassian. Everybody loves this, to have one of the great baseball minds in the dugout with Tony Vitello. Just makes all the sense in the world. Plus, Wash is just good copy. He's good radio. He's good TV. He's good dugout. I want him as the third base coach, by the way. I mentioned it to Zach, and he's like, yeah, it's in discussions. No, he is a great third base coach.
Job's open.
He's a Tim Flannery level third base coach. So I want him as the third base coach. Anyway, I said to everybody, I said, if you're a youth baseball coach, you've all come across the Ron Washington, Ozzie Albies fundamentals video. It's just so great because it's Wash at his best. It's fundamentals, and plus it's baseball in December. So we got YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. This is how the big boys do it when they just want to get down and dirty and talk ball here.
My infield coach was Fernandez with the Dodgers, and I took a lot of things Chico did when I was a young kid in the Dodgers, and then I just added things. This stuff I added. This stuff on the knees and all of this, using a little glove, the pad, that's all my stuff. You know, when I retired and I became an infield instructor, you have to do things to keep them interested. And not only keep them interested, but they have to be able to see results. See what I'm saying? And it's a process. I can't help you in a couple days. We got to go through this. You know what I mean? And it might take all year for me to get them to understand what I'm trying to get them to understand. But when I talk to them, the game show them things that I say. And as the game proved things to him that I say, that's when my credibility go high. Okay, now I wanted him to catch balls with depth on his knees. Now he comes off his knees, and I put that pad on his hand, and now there's no depth. Now the same way you saw him use his hands in that glove, you're going to see him use his hands on that pad. Show him the inside of that pad. That's where he got to put the ball. That's where his hand is. If he don't, that ball going to hit the rest of that glove and go away.
Dude. I love this.
I know. It's just ball, right?
Bro,
We're talking ball.
It's just talking ball. Dude, I used to practice with one of those pads when I was a kid growing up.
No, it's great. It's kind of an advanced thing where it's just like a flat pad where it makes your hands that much softer and it coaches your hand-eye to catch it in the right spot.
Yeah, but I love seeing that Ron Washington is still breaking that pad out for big leaguers.
Yes, exactly.
For guys like Ozzie, who was an all-star but can still improve his game defensively. I've used this example a couple times already this morning. Look at Marcus Simeon's career pre and post Ron Washington. That's the type of defensive guru that he is.
I mean, Willie Adames is the shortstop. I mean, he was better, but he can get better.
Absolutely.
He can get better.
Everybody's going to get better with
Matty
Ron.
Chapman also worked with him. So one more, just because we love hearing Wash talk. One more. The videos are really, really good if you have YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. If not, here's the audio.
Remember, if I went like this, the ball's going to go all the way over there.
All right, back in the middle. Now, that's where we go down here. Now we go back to the pad. And what's happening now? Now his feet and everything start to come into play. We got his hands ready to go. Now the feet start to come into play. But we go to the flat glove first, give him 3, add him with the flat glove, 3 to the glove side, 3 to this side, and then we put his glove back on his hand. And then the magic start when you get his glove back on his hand.
Did you come up with the whole progression of going through that? Or?
Yes. When I was a young kid and I got this from my stuff that I do from Chico Fernandez, everything we did was on the field. They didn't have what you call drills, but I created drills. I created things that you isolate. And if I isolate it and you know how to use it, and if you could pick the stuff up close, which when you're close, you should never miss anything. That's what Ozzie was saying. Now when you get back, everything we seen up in here, magic, watch it. All right. All right, glove side. See where you're catching that ball?
It's so good. So much fun. Any youth baseball coach, you got to show this to the kids. They love it. By the way, I looked up Chico Fernandez. Humberto Chico Fernandez Perez, a Cuban professional baseball shortstop. Played with the Brooklyn Dodgers, Phillies, Tigers, and Mets from 56 to 63. Born in Havana. He's still going, 84. Maybe we should get him on the show. And I love that Chico Fernandez taught Wash. Wash then put his own spin on it. He's teaching Ozzy Albies, and now he's going to be teaching Bryce Eldridge.
Dude, that's passing on the good book of
and
baseball.
Joshua Gonzalez, perhaps, who's 17.
Gavin Keelan, first-round draft pick out of Tennessee.
Right. There it is, man.
All these guys.
There it is. So you like that, huh?
I like it a lot, dude. Yeah. I might just go home and watch YouTube videos of Ron Washington defensive drills.
Wash
it's like 10 minutes long, too, if anybody wants to really check it out.
But you're mesmerized because Wash is such a great instructor, and the cadence of a Wash speech, too.
Dude.
He's got a lot of charisma.
Dude, we're talking about the baseball mind surrounding Tony Vitello. Not only the baseball mind, but the coolness factor. Now we got the guy who created the high five in Dusty Baker and the guy who apparently created baseball drills in Ron Washington.
So
I created the drill.
He's kind of Kai Correa. I mean, Kai Correa kind of did this stuff, but just not quite as mesmerizing as Ron Washington. All right, guys. Marcus Thompson about these Warriors. What are we going to do? Giannis? A Warrior? Oh, boy. Here we go on the Sports Leader.
They didn't have what you call drills. I created drills.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
What am I doing? Look at me, just jumping in right all over. I'm just stomping all over the rejoin. What is this, my first day on the job? Marcus Thompson, sponsored by Golden State. I'll just keep talking. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. I don't know. Just a blunder. Just a blunder.
Human error.
Human error. My God. 21 years I'm talking over rejoins. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. Lot to get to, man. Lot to get to. Good morning, Marcus. How are you?
Hey, what's up, Marcus?
Hey, what's up, homies? How are you?
Well, first, before we even get into all the stuff, Chris Paul, Giannis, the Warriors, dude, you are an Oakland A's guy. And Ron Washington was a big part of those A's, really good A's Moneyball teams. The Giants are hiring him as a coach. Tony Vitello going to surround himself with the wisdom of Wash in the dugout. Your reaction?
Hey, Wash one of them people. You want him in your life. That dude is a well of wisdom. Just sit next to Wash and learn how to live and learn how to play baseball. Right, like that. He is the OG of OGs. So that's already a smart move by the wet behind the ears manager.
Totally agree, man. I said you just hang around Wash and just listen. That's it. Just listen. So that'll be good stuff with Dusty Baker and Bruce Bochy hanging around too. All right, buddy. Lot of things to get to, man. Let's start with maybe the biggest one is Giannis. And I know we've talked about this through the years, right? This is not new. But the latest iteration, is there something different about this one where Shams says he's mulling his future with the Bucks? Now, we know that there's other teams with better packages to offer, but is there something different about this one, where Steph Curry is in his career timeline, where Joe Lacob is? Should we be intrigued as Warriors fans?
I mean, yeah, this is it. This is what they've been pointing to, waiting for. Like, it's different because, like, Giannis, this stuff has always been scuttle in the background, right? Giannis, he's so loyal and proud that he's just been hesitant to come out and say, yeah, I don't want to be here. So it's little stuff. It's, innuendo, it's whispers. So the fact that, somebody told Shams, I believe Shams, somebody told him that he's talking about his future. That's pretty tangible, right? That's a pretty big deal. And I do believe part of the management of this is Milwaukee don't want to look as if they just, they lost him or let him walk. I'm sure everybody's on edge about the whole Luka situation and how the Mavs fans responded. So they've got to have a good, clean break if there is one. But, yeah, there's just no question about it. Like, this is the time, right? And oddly enough for the Warriors, they just need it to not happen too fast because they can't be – I mean, I guess they could, but, the best way to be in the mix is if this thing happens after January 15th.
If the Warriors do make a trade package for Giannis, would it involve everybody not named Steph Curry?
No, because Giannis don't want to go to a place where the team is gutted. So, I mean, first off, that would just be too much money, right? Jimmy's salary, Giannis' salary is pretty close. So you start adding 4 or 5 more players in there, the money's going to go crazy. Then you're going to have to start getting players from Milwaukee to match it. So it doesn't really need to be that much. The picks will be everything, and how Milwaukee feels about the Warriors' young talent, specifically Jonathan Kuminga and Brandon Podziemski, who is a Milwaukee native. So I don't think that'll be – in order for the Warriors to get them, Giannis is going to have to say, I only want to go to the Warriors, and suppress his value everywhere else. So in that situation, you don't have to give up the whole team for him. You just got to give Milwaukee like a package that makes them feel good about it. Because if he's saying I'm only going to sign with the Warriors, like that puts the Warriors in the driver's seat.
So realistically, you think a package of Jimmy Butler, Kuminga, and or Pods plus draft picks could get the job done?
Man, I have no idea. I'm not horse. This is all hypothetical.
Yeah.
financially, the numbers work out. Like, you put it in a trade machine, it works. How do they feel about Kuminga? How do they feel about Pajinski? Do the Warriors need to go flip those guys to get some players that Milwaukee will want, right? Instead of saying, man, hey, maybe if they don't like Kuminga, now you flip Kuminga, you go get something that Milwaukee might want. Like, that's who knows what the iteration is. Like, it's not. Well, we just don't know enough yet. And then at the end, Giannis has to feel comfortable enough to say, yeah, you know what? I will exclude all other options to go play with this team because I think I can win a championship. And does Giannis feel that way if it's him and Draymond as opposed to him and Jimmy, right? Or him, Steph, and Draymond as opposed to him, Steph, and Jimmy. Like, there's so many moving parts to this that it's really hard to say. But as far as the trade machine, yeah, you just got to get up to about $60 million of salary, and you're good. The rest is whatever Milwaukee wants.
What would you just give us, Joe Lacob, your best guess as to Joe Lacob this morning? What's he texting or calling Mike Dunleavy or whoever? Where's Joe Lacob? I guess is a long way of saying, what's the Lacob meter on this?
Like how bad he wants it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This is Joe's been pretty. This is not new, right? This is just the latest moment. They would love Giannis. They want somebody to be the anchor of Chase Center after Steph retires. That's what the whole 2 timeline plan was about. And you're not getting bigger than Giannis, not to mention the amount of players out there who could complement Steph and still make you great without clashing with Steph as a player. There aren't that many players out there who can do that. So yeah, Giannis is the perfect kind of pipe dream scenario. Or if you get Giannis, you all right, you rolling, you feeling good for the next 5, 6, 7 years, after Steph, because you got one of the premier players. So I imagine everybody in the Warriors organization are going over the scenarios they've probably already mapped out, because this has been gamed out how to do this for a while. So now it's probably just I need 100 more scenarios of how we can make this happen.
Marcus, we know that the Warriors can't trade Jonathan Kuminga until January 15th, but regardless if he's involved in a Giannis trade offer or not, do you think we're still headed towards a Jonathan Kuminga trade next month?
Yeah, it's very clear his value is still, his best value to the team is still as a trade asset. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't help the cause when Steph is out, Jimmy Butler is, ruled out, and he sits the entire fourth quarter. Mm-hmm. That's the type of thing that's going to make him want to leave. Mm-hmm. And it's got to be a strong message to Mike Dunleavy or whoever would want to keep him that it's just not going to be a good fit. Not unless you retool the entire roster and make this team a place where Kuminga will fit. So, yeah, I still think we're headed that way. I still think January 15th is where they're looking for. And the way they're going, it doesn't matter very much if they like them or not. If they want to keep them or not. They got to do something because they're just a mediocre team right now with Kuminga. Without him, they have to make a move.
Yeah, you're right. What happened? 6-1 to now. To you, what's the biggest thing that happened that made them skid?
I just think they're old and tired. The schedule cooked them. They have to work really hard, and Murph, you've seen this for years. The problem with age is not how high you can get; it's how often you can get that high. Mm-hmm. And they just can't do it every single night. Mm-hmm. And the young guys who are on the roster, they aren't ready to say, hey, man, have a seat, old man, I got this. Mm-hmm. The system is not set up for them to do that. They don't have the skill set to do that. So you're seeing Jimmy and Steph and Draymond literally have to bring it every night. And if that's going to be the case, you're going to be a 500 team. You're going to look great sometimes, and other times you're not going to have it. So that's why they've got to do something to get somebody in here who could say, hey, I got y'all. Otherwise, it's going to be the same situation. February going to be a play-in. You're going to need a trade to make something happen. Then it's a mad rush to make the playoffs, and then you're burnt because you had to get into the playoffs. So Yeah, that was always to me going to be the case. If Kaminga was ready, or Moody was ready, or Paz was ready to say, "I got this show, man. Y'all can have a seat, old fellas." Somebody else needed to stand at the grill. Somebody young, until you get to the ribs. But they standing at the grill for the veggies. They stand for the hot dogs.
Oh man. Hey man, you're speaking too much truth. Too much truth. So it's not Seth Curry and DeAnthony Melton. They're not going to save him.
I do think DeAnthony Melton and Seth will help because what they just don't have is a reliable place to go for offense. Now, DeAnthony Melton, look what Pat Spencer did just because of the way he plays. Like, that's one of the things they need a dude who says, hey, everybody's pressing up on you. Everybody's taking away the three. They're pressuring, they're denying. Like, they don't have players who you about to do this to me? What? I'm going to turn the corner. I'm going to the hole. And Pat Spencer, that's his game. He's like, man, I'll go to the hole. And look how it just energized the Warriors offense. They don't need a lot. They just need another guy or two to say, yo, I got this. If Buddy Hield was having a great shooting year, the Warriors would be better. But he's not. So if Seth comes in and he makes shots, you're going to get open shots. Like, is he going to be more reliable making shots? That would be helpful. They need somebody to make some threes, like regularly, consistently. Like, if you leave them open, they're not missing. They need an Isaiah Joe type figure, right? These guys don't miss when you're open. If you leave them open, you're going to get punished. But he hasn't been that. If Seth can be that, that'll be a big deal. So I do think if Melton can just put your head down, go to the hole, I'm not about to let you pressure me into a turnover 30 feet from the basket. Like, if they get one of those guys, it will help a lot because they do have pretty good top-end talent with, that number 30 guy and Jimmy and him.
Yeah, it is interesting. We'll see what Melton does. He could be back this week. Warriors at the Sixers tonight, 4 o'clock. We ran out of time. Didn't get a chance to talk about your Chris Paul column, which I wanted to. Just 30, 50, 60 seconds. Your column, you're saluting the OG, like the last point guard?
Man, this is crazy. I'm that old. I just remember when Chris Paul was everything to Steph. Right? I remember that. I remember, they were going to trade. They were it's like, hey, there was a conversation about trading for Chris Paul during that 2011 when he ended up going to the Lakers, but they vetoed the trade. Like, I remember an entire generation looking up to Chris Paul. So shout out to the OG who hung in there so long that people forgot. That's a hat tip, not a diss.
Yeah, it's a good column, and it's true. He's sort of controversial and sort of rubbed people the wrong way, but man, what a player and what a career, and he just never got the ring, as you addressed, for various reasons. So, all right, Marcus, good stuff, man. We'll watch this mid-team, this 6-7 team go tonight against the Sixers.
Oh, my goodness. They got you too, huh?
Yeah, you heard that, Marcus?
I don't know.
It's late in the day. You got to stop this, Marcus. You got to stop him.
It's late in the day.
You duct tape his mouth closed.
It's late in the day. I'm getting
punchy. Don't let him get the hands up.
I'm getting punchy.
He did it, Marcus. You missed it. He just did it live on camera.
Let me go. It's late in the day. I got to sign off. All right, be good. Take care.
Thanks, Marcus.
All right, have a good
Marcus
one.
Thompson of The Athletic. I didn't do that. I swear I didn't do that. All right, what did young Tony learn? And congrats to it. And we give away that Michi's gift card. Who was it? Jim in San Francisco.
Hey,
$100
congrats,
from Michi's. Good stuff, man. All right, fun. On the other side, Tony on The Sports Leader.
I just think they're old and tired.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Hey, what season is it? Bigelow tea season. Every season is Bigelow tea season because Bigelow's the number one tea in the Bay Area. We have it here at the Leader. Mugs full of English breakfast and chamomile. Shout out Gwen Stefani to get us all going. We love Bigelow's different flavor options. Perfect for those of us who make our living behind a microphone. Very soothing. So it keeps me going, keeps you going, keeps us all going. Look no further than our cup of Bigelow tea right here at the Sports Leader. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marquise Boucher back on a Thursday morning with Prize Picks because right now it is the holiday season, which means it's the best time of the year for sports. We've got college bowl games, basketball matchups, and playoff pushes all around the NFL, and it's all happening right now on Prize Picks. And while you and I are out here making decisions every day, like what gifts to buy for Christmas, what to make for that big Christmas Eve dinner, or which game to watch, there is one place where it always feels good to be right, and that place is Prize Picks. And right now, it's a perfect time to join Prize Picks because we got a Thursday night matchup between the Dallas Cowboys and the Detroit Lions. I'm looking for a barn burner, looking for a big game, so why not pick your own poison with some of these wide receiver picks that we have available on Prize Picks? You can take more or less on CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens to have more than 82.5 receiving yards, or maybe you go with the Detroit Lions, Jamison Williams more than 82.5 receiving yards with Amon-Ra St. Brown questionable for tonight. All these picks and more are available right now on Prize Picks, so join us and download the app and use the code word LEADER to get $50 in bonus picks after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER to get $50 in bonus lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Listen to the Sports Leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, I did a little margin stuff before I get to Tony. Stuff we didn't get to, like we mentioned the Sharks. Lane Kiffin. Do you see Ole Miss players turning on Lane Kiffin now? No. So, it's pretty good. They're like, Coach, you didn't say that. So that's getting uglier and
Okay,
uglier.
I got to ask you a question real quick.
Yeah.
Have you read into the story about Lane Kiffin leaving his dog behind in Ole Miss and how there's a story about how it actually wasn't his dog?
No.
Yeah, okay.
I do know about the dog. Juice Kiffin doesn't have its own Twitter account?
People are accusing him of stolen valor with the
Oh,
dog.
my
I got to
God,
do
it's
some more
getting
research
worse
on this
and worse,
information. But
dude.
man, these crazies, these stories, I don't know what to believe
He's back
anymore.
to being a villain. He's back to being a villain. Also, we didn't mourn Claude the albino alligator out at the Academy of Sciences.
Oh, R.I.P.
Dude, that thing was a little freaky now. 30 years, a liver cancer per Peter Hartlaub of the Chronicle. So R.I.P. to Claude. The albino alligator. Didn't that freak you out, the albino alligator? Didn't it scare you guys?
Just the social media, like everybody was tweeting about this thing.
Had you ever seen it? Did you ever go to the Academy?
Not gonna lie, didn't know about
you
the
might
guy.
want to head out there. That's a nice day. That's
You know?
a good day. I used to take field trips all the time when I was a kid. Warm nostalgia.
Yeah.
Yes.
I actually saw there's a block party out tonight in San Francisco, and they're going to be honoring the albino alligator
Did you
tonight.
ever see it?
I never saw it in person.
Oh
no.
yeah, I did. Dude, it's unsettling. So I mean, R.I.P. Claude Curly, you know it, right? Yeah, it's a little weird, but hey. Good life.
Yeah.
And then the last one, I've been wanting to say this all morning before we get to What Did Young. The World Cup draws tomorrow, and I'm the only guy here who cares. 9 a.m. This thing is the legit globe is tuning in, guys.
Where's Chips McCarthy when we need him?
Dude, and ready for this? We're bringing out the best of American culture for the World Cup draw. You know who's going to be pulling out the ping pong balls? Frickin' ready for this? Shaquille O'Neal.
Shaq Diesel.
Tom Brady. You down with that?
No, I'm not.
Aaron Judge.
All right.
And because it's North America, Wayne Gretzky. Wow. Although he's more American than Canadian these days.
I understand, Murph. I understand.
They're going to have entertainment, including Robbie Williams, the great pop star from England. All these, there's a couple other live acts going down. This is the thing, man. Anybody with me? 9 a.m.? I want to roll this thing live on our show tomorrow. The World Cup draw. They're coming to Levi's. All right, you guys don't care.
We'll take
Let's
it
get to
live.
Young Tony.
I thought it happened this morning at 9. I had no
Let's get
idea.
to Young Tony.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
Don't forget, we will be doing a pop culture showdown for the World Cup, and it will be right because it's undefeated.
Yeah, I mean, come on. It's never lost.
Young Tone, this was we all learned this together. Ron Washington joining the Giants. Is that what we're going with?
How about that?
And we found the video on Twitter or on YouTube of his Ozzy Albies, and we just can't get enough Wash talking ball. So the sound for What Did Young Tony Learn, which is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly right here on your video screen. Check it out.
Play defense, but don't know how. See what I'm saying? Ozzy can play. Camargo can play. Danson can play. But now what I'll do is I teach them how. A ball is hit right here. You see a lot of young kids slide and try to get in front of it, and now they got to start all over again. I teach these guys, ball hit over there, half a backhand that sucker. Can't be afraid to use your backhand. I work their backhand for that purpose. I work the heck out of their backhand so they don't have to be afraid to use it. I work the heck out of their front hand so they don't have to be afraid to use it. I work the heck out of their hands this way so they won't be afraid to use it. So there's no balls that can hit at them that they can come and say, well, I didn't think I could catch it if I did that. We eliminating excuses because that's the way they work. I want them to be aggressive. I want them to make plays. If you boot it, give it back to the pitcher, get in your position, and ask for another one. But we don't worry about mistakes because we're going to play wide open with our minds, and we're going to play wide open with our athletic ability.
Hey! Damn, now he just gave us our mantra as a show. We're going to eliminate excuses. We're going to be aggressive. We're going to make plays. And if we blow one, we give the ball back to creative young Tony until we're going on to the next segment.
Yeah, we're not going to be afraid of the backhand.
It's like a Key and Peele sketch. Front hand to backhand.
Nice,
man, that was very, very good. All right, well,
That's
thank you,
good.
Wash, for being part of our lives. Papa and Silver is next, sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
It's not that hard, Scott. Tell him, Wash.
It's incredibly hard.
My infield coach was Chico Fernandez with the Dodgers. I created drills.
I just think they're old and tired.
Get your rest, drink your water.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa
San Francisco.
and Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that he has, I know this saga's been dragging on for quite some time, but he's kind of dragged his feet long enough to where he's got the leverage now, because he can opt out, not in this coming summer, but the following summer. And so, let's just go ahead and say this becomes a summertime thing. You're then talking about him potentially being on an expiring contract, and that means that, if he doesn't want to come to your team, then why in the world would you, lose all those assets and those players for somebody who is a rental and who might, not even really show out. It's different when a guy's got 2 or 3 years left on his contract. That's not the case here. So I do think that he's going to have a lot of control. Money-wise, yes, I agree that Jimmy would presumably have to be part of something like that. Kuminga certainly could be, probably would be part of something like that as a young prospect that a team like the Bucks would try to build around with, the other pieces they have. And then from there, all the contracts that get discussed, the Moody's and the Buddies and what have you. But, that's a long ways down the road and maybe never, obviously.
Happy Thursday. It's a rare Thursday where I'm not down in Santa Clara. We don't have the football hour. We got a 49ers bye, but regardless, we have a very full show for you today. We are hitting the ground running here at 10 o'clock. Papa and Silver with you at 10 to 2. And it's something I learned from Tom Tolbert back when I was doing some sports phones is you don't say we have a great show ahead, because then that sets the bar a little bit too high. I'll say we have a full show. Grant Liffman, NBA on NBC, is going to be joining us in the second segment today, 10:15. We're also going to talk some Giants baseball with Susan Slusser at 10:50. Monty Poole coming by at 1:15. And we got to get to Papa's playbook. We got our 5-1. And we got to continue unpacking these Giannis Antetokounmpo rumors. And as it goes in fate sometimes, we're talking about it. We're talking about it. We're talking about it. Oh, and now he's got an injury and he's out for the next 2 to 4 weeks with a calf strain. Warriors back in action tonight for a 3-game road trip, and D'Anthony Melton will make his season debut. Still no Steph Curry, though, until they come back home. Papa, we're hitting the ground running, like I said. Good morning to you, my friend. How we doing?
Well, I don't have any pearls like the great philosopher Tom Bobcat Tolbert. You're actually getting pieces of wisdom from Tolbert that doesn't involve beer. I would say, and Pop-Tarts. That guy loves. I remember being in the back seat of him, driving through the state of Oregon, John Gruden, drinking beer and eating Pop-Tarts. He loves Pop. I was trying to get a toaster to toast him up. He likes them cold, but we love Bobcat. That was his nickname when he had the wild haircut and he was butt-fronting Patrick Ewing back in the day. And say that slowly. Anyway, a lot going on. We'll get to it all, but we're going to start today because the great philosopher that has produced radio, that may be Derek Papa going back here. You don't know. That's why we love our show. It happens from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on the West Coast, 1 to 5 on the East Coast, and stories are broken in the middle of our show, like NBA Today. They do one every day at noon, and they waited Sham Sharani to drop this bomb on Giannis Antetokounmpo yesterday. And when you actually read the report, it is just that his agents are discussing his future. Well, don't you think they discuss his future in the present and every single day? But then when you actually watch NBA Today, which I did after we got off the air, the windbag that is Brian Windhorst came right out and said they're trading him. They tried to trade him to the Knicks. There was a 2-month exclusive window to trade him. He didn't get traded. Now, where are we at? And then, my good friend, I did Spurs games with him, Glenn Doc Rivers, is coach of the Milwaukee Bucks and currently coaching Giannis Antetokounmpo. And he comes out before the game last night at Fiserv against the Detroit Pistons and says, Giannis has never asked to be traded, ever. I can't make that more clear. Well, he has agents that actually do that for him. One is Greek-based, and the other is Steph's guy, Jeff Austin. So we'll get into it all. So I actually, we've watched Giannis Antetokounmpo since he was, the 15th overall pick in the draft and a skinny kid, and did evolve into this monster and an MVP and an NBA champion. But, the thing that does bother me is his shooting, and the numbers are amazing, on this guy and what he's able to score per game, and the usage rate. I mean, he averages over 30 points a game. 21 of those points come in the paint. That is So what do you do if you're guarding him? Get him out of the paint. Make him shoot the basketball. His usage rate is everything. They won the opening tip last night, and they gave the ball right to Giannis Antetokounmpo and said, you run the team at 6'11". So I've compared him a lot to Kevin Durant. He's not like Durant in any way as a basketball player, maybe on the defensive end and his length. Offensively, he is raw still, but he's just a way better athlete than KD. Jumps over people, through people. He's just different, but he cannot shoot the basketball. So I just popped the game on last night just to see what was going on with Giannis. Like, I haven't watched Giannis play. I've watched him play throughout his entire career. It took me a full year to figure out how to pronounce his last name. And we go with the Greek version, Antetokounmpo, not the Nigerian version where it's a T first and a P later because his parents are, actually, I went with the Nigerian version because his parents are from Nigeria. He did grow up in Greece. He got moved to Athens, Greece, and I was there a couple of years ago, and it's all murals of Giannis Antetokounmpo, so it's more the Nigerian pronunciation. In any event, we compared him to Kevin Durant just a little bit. If you bring him in, he's totally different than Durant. I think in some ways, and I was reading Kawakami, his skill set kind of accentuates, and Marcus was just on. Durant, I don't want to say fought with Steph, but there's an adjustment period there. They worked it all out the first 2 years, but KD's a scorer. This guy's a scorer, but in a different way that would complement Steph. He's more of a loose change guy, just picking up offensive rebounds and just driving right through people and jumping over people and scoring in the paint, where KD's more of a, when Steve Kerr tapped the top of his head twice, get the ball to Kevin Durant in the right mid-post. We got it. You're Kevin Durant, the 4-time scoring champion. Giannis, he's led the league in scoring. He does it a different way. But anyway, how did it all end with Durant, the Draymond, when Draymond's yelling at him at the clip joint, and that last year was awkward AF. And then, obviously, the calf injury, elevating in the baseline. I can see it right now. And then the Achilles tear in Toronto in game 5, when they were down 3-1, and I saw him in the wheelchair and Bob Myers crying. And so Giannis missed a lot of the playoffs last year, as you recall, with a calf injury. So I am watching the game last night, and I'll put up my iPad so you can see it. Just an innocuous drive of the baseline. He gets bumped, and he goes down to the floor in an absolute heap. What happened there? Doc says his body was jarred a little bit when he drove baseline, and he hit that defender, and he made the pass in midair. But what always concerns you about a serious injury is non-contact. He was not, right now, I don't have the audio up, but I could put it up and talk over it because the people at the Pfizer Forum, you thought they were in church or a temple. They did not, there was not a peep out of anybody. The Bucks broadcasters, including the great Marcus Johnson, and we'll invite him on the show, nobody said a word. So he just drives the baseline, he goes up, he lands, he's fine there, he's running back defensively, and then boom. It just goes out. Can you see it there? I'm going to move this over. That's beyond scary. So I think the first thing is, and they have ruled out a tear of the Achilles tendon. I know they did the hand job on the knee to make sure he didn't tear his anterior cruciate ligament. But I remember when Durant, did the Achilles in Toronto, I did a whole show on it on Monday in Toronto. And calf injuries, depending on where it is in the calf, but if the calf is low, it is connected to the Achilles tendon. And they were saying, Steve Kerr was saying going into that game with, recommendation and advice from Dr. Rick Celebrini, who's a genius in this stuff, that they had zero concern that he was going to tear his Achilles tendon. I'm like, what? How can that possibly be? That's what Christian McCaffrey had last year. He had bilateral Achilles tendonitis, and then eventually, it didn't pop, but they were very concerned about it, and they thought, I asked so many doctors about it, could he rupture his Achilles with this? And they said, I don't want to be the doctor that says no and then he does it. So I don't know. But Durant did it right away, facing up, surge, and just blew it right out. It was that. So now we'll get into it. Grant Liftman will come in, and we know Grant from Drew Schiller, and Drew's now selling real estate in the Bay Area. Love that guy, and what a great athlete he was at Stanford. That guy could shoot the basketball, did a lot of his games, and he and Grant They're not smart enough or clever enough to be insiders. They're outsiders. We'd put them in a separate studio after St. Lee and Coletta and I were off Warriors postgame. But we love Grant. And then, his tightness with Landry Fields from Stanford. And he wound up as a high-ranking official in the Atlanta Hawks organization right behind Landry when he was the GM. And now he's no longer there. They're blowing that team up a little bit. And he's working on NBC and doing a great job on the sideline. So Grant will join us coming up in a couple of moments. And the Atlanta Hawks are a team that has been mentioned to get Giannis Antetokounmpo and maybe give up Ice Trae along the way. A lot of interesting trade scenarios. We'll run them by Grant, get your thoughts on them, put them all inside the trade machine to see how it would all work. And the one that I saw, now when you're looking at it with, you would take both Antetokounmpo brothers. How do you pronounce the other guy's name?
Thanasis.
Thanasis. That's like trading for Wayne Gretzky and they throw in Keith Gretzky. I'm not sure I want to do that, but if Giannis wants his bro to come here and eat baklava, we are good, brother. We're doing Euros all night. We'll take your brother. But if you do that and you add up the salaries that I'm looking at, you got to send maybe Draymond the other way with Kuminga and the whole thing just gets. So we'll get into it. But the first thing I would say, the medicals, and Dr. Celebrini, would you look at his medicals here? Is there a concern that we're going to get this version of Kevin Durant again? We're going to do it all over again. Very different player, but we don't want the end to end the same way. We don't want him to have this calf injury that has happened twice, Greg. He did it last year in the playoffs. What happened last night? Just drives the baseline, lands, runs back 2 steps, and crumples to the floor. Is that a ticking time bomb where that Achilles tendon will eventually blow? And then what do you do? And then you heard Sam Amick saying you got to extend his contract before you get him because he can opt out. You don't want that hovering over the franchise. So I think everybody, Marcus was on, reiterating what he's told us many times. And when I said yesterday, the owner of the Warriors, Joe Lacob, will be all in to get Giannis Antetokounmpo. Yep. But when you see something like that, it goes to the medicals. Even if you agree to the trade, or before you even pursue a trade, what info do we have on Giannis and the calf injury, and what is this going to be? You don't want to give all this up, all these draft picks up, and have him blow out his Achilles tendon. So when I was watching this last night, I was like, whoa, trade off. I'm not doing that. I don't know. I think we'll see. But, I mean, what was your thought when you saw him crumple to the floor? And he's had, some assortment of injuries this year, but last year that same calf injury, and now here it is again.
Yeah, well, let's get into this coming up here with Grant Liffman. And look, when you talk about calf injuries, that was an issue for all 3 stars that went down in the postseason, all wearing number 0. Giannis's teammate, Damian Lillard, who ended up getting waived, and apparently he took issue with that, which is why he wanted to get traded. Then go to the eastern side of it, to Boston and New York. Jason Tatum goes down, and then, of course, Game 7 in the finals. I guess they were all Eastern Conference, man. Tyrese Halliburton, the worst one of them all, with the NBA Finals championship on the line. Let's talk to Grant Liffman coming up in a bit because he knows Atlanta, he knows the Bay Area, and he knows the NBA on NBC. We'll do that next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The San Francisco Giants are bringing in former Los Angeles Angels manager Ron Washington to be a part of their infield staff. So with the Giants going very much outside the box for their manager hire in Tony Vitello, they are bringing in an experienced voice to help out with the infield. Winter meetings in Orlando start over the weekend, and we'll be giving you all of the latest updates for your orange and black only here on The Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Starting bright and early here on your Thursday morning, it's Papa and Silver. Greg Papa, Greg Silver in the Bay Area, and someone who knows the Bay Area very well because you know him from The Outsiders, covering the Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. He spent time as the VP of basketball operations with the Atlanta Hawks, and he is now back on NBC, where you can find the NBA all throughout the season. Of course, I am talking about Grant Liffman, and he joins us on the UMA guest line. Grant, we appreciate your time. It's great to have you on the show. How are you?
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. I'm excited. It's been a long time since I hopped on the radio here, and who better to do it with than the Gregs?
Well, at least for me, this is our first time together, and obviously you and Pop go way back as he's showcasing some pictures there on the stream right now. But look, we were
only
all
the ones I can
yesterday.
show.
Yeah, right. Exactly. We're keeping it appropriate here with the FCC and everything. But Grant, we were all Giannis yesterday with these rumors circulating, and then after the fact, we learned about the calf injury, and that was another layer to this. So just starting with the injury, now he's expected to be sidelined 2 to 4 weeks. Do you see this as a ticking time bomb, given that this is a lingering injury? We brought up Kevin Durant. We brought up the 3 Achilles tears in the postseason last year. We dealt with this fear with Christian McCaffrey in the Bay Area all of last year in the NFL. What's your take on Giannis going down with this calf strain and now having a little bit of a murky timeline to be back on the court?
Calf strains obviously are tricky, as you mentioned, with the other players. And calf strains are pretty much up across the league in general just because the soft tissue injuries are going up. And there's many. I know Steve Kerr talked about it, and there's other theories of why. But at the end of the day, Giannis is just too good to worry about stuff like that. Honestly, if you're a team looking to make a splash, honestly, just make him sit for a month if you want to get it right. There's no reason why that should be the reason to slow you down. I'm not saying it can't pop up again, and there's something to be, considered. But at the same time, Giannis, who's just early 30, like he's just somebody who you don't have to worry about injury as much, just because his track record shows that he plays.
I'm glad you're not a medical doctor. I would not confer to you. That injury does scare me. We would turn to Celebrini to figure it out, but. Good to hear your voice, my friend. It's been a long time. You went from being an outsider to an NBA insider inside an actual NBA facility in Atlanta. It was great to watch your career go that way. Now find out what you think about it as you've joined NBC and doing a great job. What do we know is fact here? Because, this story kind of percolated over the summer. Would Giannis demand a trade? Would he tactfully ask for a trade through his agent, who was Jeff Austin, who was Steph's agent as well, at Octagon? And then it came out yesterday, and ESPN and how they do things, NBA Today, they dropped the bomb during the show with Shams, and then Windhorse basically says there was a window to trade him to the New York Knicks, and that's where he wants to go for a couple of months exclusive window. Did not get done. Doc said he has never asked for a trade directly. Never, but the reality is, Doc Rivers, the reality is it could be done through his agent. So what do we know from you now going from an outsider to the insider and a former front office executive? What is fact with Giannis Antetokounmpo, and what is going on with him with the Milwaukee Bucks, Grant?
No, you're absolutely right when it comes down to semantics, right? Someone could say, I never demanded a trade, and then you're like, well, my agent did, right? It's a lot of times semantics. From everything I've heard, he never demanded a trade. That has not happened. It's more like we need to figure this out, because he's not the type to really demand a trade. He is a loyal player. He's somebody who's been loyal to Milwaukee for his whole career, right? He didn't have to stay there multiple times, and he stayed. So I would say that, he has been the last couple of years definitely a little bit more in the ear of the front office, being like, we need to do better. And is this the right fit for me? Obviously, reports came out that he preferred the New York Knicks over the summer. And I do think that is something that's just going to be a dialogue with the front office about like where he wants to go. The question is, Pop, at the end of the day, you start wondering, will a team honor where a player wants to go? Because that limits all the assets they can get, right? That's just how it's going to go. It's at the end of the day, if Giannis wants to go to the Knicks, that's one of the worst packages they can possibly get. So there has to be a balance here. And if Giannis does want to leave, he's going to have to understand what's good for the Milwaukee Bucks also when demanding a trade, if that were to come to fruition. I do think Milwaukee will do everything in their power to make him happy, even if that means when they move him, they find a place that he wants to go. But he's going to have to open it up a little bit, because just saying, hey, I want to go to New York, you have to take Cat and like some swaps is just not fair to the Milwaukee Bucks either. So it'll be interesting. His acting agent, Alex Sarasis, he's out there. He really, he's always been active out there, kind of checking the markets, trying to see what's good and where Giannis
Is
can
he the one that's
succeed.
driving this trade, Grant, and not Jeff Austin?
Yeah, Sarasis is his acting agent. Correct.
Got it.
Yeah. Yeah. So it'll be interesting. I'll put it this way. If I'm Giannis, this is the time that you just say, hey, listen, this is a great pivot point for the organization and for me. I honestly think it might be best for the Milwaukee Bucks, but at the end of the day, you have to get the biggest package you can possibly get. If Desmond Bane's getting 4 firsts, and you can't always do this apples to apples, but like at the end of the day, you want to be able to get as much as you can. The one thing I will say is, and this is always important to remember, mid-season trades very rarely get you the most assets back, because there's just so many teams that cannot get involved during the middle of the season. Now, in the off season, that's where really you can just open up the cupboard and be like, hey, listen, all teams come and make a bid. But in this case, you're limiting yourself if you do it in the middle of the season.
Grant, it's so funny you bring that up, because I feel like we think of it as the opposite with the recency bias in the Bay Area. They were so restricted by the restricted free agency of Jonathan Kuminga. So I'm thinking, they can't do anything in the offseason. But now in the midseason, all of a sudden there's opportunities that open up. But now, look, I mean, we brought up Damian Lillard, right? And how he had a say in where he wanted to go. He was very adamant about wanting to join the Miami Heat. Ultimately, Joe Cronin did not like the package they could have gotten. They couldn't come to a deal, and he ends up going to Milwaukee. So it's not a guarantee that Giannis can just choose his destination. And you mentioned that with some of these hypothetical packages, say the Knicks, maybe less or so than some of the other teams that are out there. As far as what we're going to be thinking about and discussing over the next couple of months, do you have a sense of whether or not Giannis would want to come to the Bay Area, want to play with Steph Curry, and maybe end up forcing his way to try to end up playing in the Bay Area compared to a place like the Knicks or the Hawks or some of these other teams that are on the table?
You know, it really comes down to, he's the type of person that a lot of it comes down to lifestyle as much as, he's just somebody who he loves basketball, of course, and he loves to compete, but he also thinks about his family, and there's a lot that goes into this. And, the money's going to be the money. You can't make any more than he's making right now. So at the end of the day, I would say the Warriors would definitely be near the top of the list if you opened it up a little bit more. I would be shocked if that wasn't part of it. And the Warriors have become a destination, which is crazy. For Greg, Papa, I'm sure you just can't believe even today to hear that the Warriors are a destination. I don't know when it settles in to hear that, but with
it started with Andre Iguodala, actually going back years ago. It was Iguodala was the first one that ever wanted to come here. Yeah, exactly. When they struck out on Dwight Howard, right? But really, at the end of the day, Giannis, I would be shocked if the Warriors weren't towards the top of the list. And I know the Hawks and other teams have good packages, but at the end of the day, you have to also remember, like, Giannis wants to win a championship. And so if he goes to a team like the Hawks, like, what are they giving up, and compared to what will the team look like afterwards? For the Warriors, what the team looks like afterwards, well, Steph Curry will be there no matter what. And for him, that has to be appealing. And so I would definitely say the Warriors would be near the top of the list if this were to open up. Well, I connected this, going back to Jeff Austin, who was Steph Curry's agent at Octagon. And, he does work with Giannis, but you're saying Alex Sarasis, is that how you pronounce his name? He is the working agent. What role does Jeff Austin have with Giannis Antetokounmpo, because he is Steph Curry's agent?
Yeah, Jeff is less hands-on nowadays with the Octagon, as he's kind of later in his career. Sarasis has been the guy that's kind of been Giannis's guy throughout his career. So I'm not really sure how much Austin factors in at this point. But I would say that, at the end of the day, Sarasis is the guy that's going to be navigating this one.
Grant, we know you got to get running, and we really appreciate your time spending it with us here on this Thursday morning. It's a 49ers bye week, so what we're doing is just opening every single possible can of worms. And when we hear about a player like Giannis Antetokounmpo possibly getting moved, that's a league shaker-upper no matter what and where he goes. So thanks so much for coming by, and good to have you back here as a little part of the Bay Area today.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And it's, a lot of times rumors, and when a player comes available, everyone just tries to go into the trade machine and seeing it. This one really, really makes sense for the Warriors. Like, it actually does. And the Warriors have been saving their assets and pushing off different deals for a moment like this. So it is not crazy to be like, well, the Warriors are going to get involved in this one, because this is the type of thing they've been waiting for. So talk away. Bye week, not bye week, it doesn't matter. Let's talk Giannis.
We love it. So just real quickly, because I know you got to run into a meeting in seconds, does he get traded between now and the deadline of February the 5th?
Ooh, that's a tough one. You know what? Oh man, I don't want to be put on the. I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say yes, because at some point they're going to come to it, and they're just going to realize that this draft coming up is a monster, and maybe they try to get a pick in this draft, or they try to do something that deals with that. But if he's going to miss 4 weeks or 3 to 4 weeks, and this team loses a bunch of games and they're like scuttling in the East, at some point they just got to make a move. So sure, I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say 51% yes, 49% no.
All right, laying down the hammer. We appreciate it, Grant. Take care, and we'll talk to you real soon.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Love you, brother. He was going, You know what that was? Years ago, I taught him the tush push, but being a liftman, we went with the tushy push. So this is where the Philadelphia Eagles stole this play for on Ask Papa years ago when I got down and ran it in the A-gap on Grant Liftman. But when we asked him that question, he was like, what was he, on the bowl, or was he doing Bruce Springsteen? What was he doing there?
Well, I was just distracted by the fact that picture had 2 Greg Papas, 1 Grant Liftman on it. By the way, the Dwight Howard thing.
Did it have 2?
That is an incredible poll, because you think about the most obvious Warrior what-ifs in the modern era, like, does KD come if they win it in 2016? What happens if you trade Clay for Kevin Love? What happens if you trade Steph instead of Monte? What if they ended up getting Dwight Howard? That was a very thankful
None of
miss.
it would have happened. It all would have been awful. It would have been the kryptonite. We don't want Dwight Howard. How about DeAndre Jordan? That was Bob's first move, because he repped DeAndre at Wasserman. DeAndre's a nice player. I think it all worked out well. First draft, take HB, get Festivus, and then get a guy with the 35th overall pick, Draymond Green, get rid of David Lee, and let's go. Now, what do you do with Giannis Antetokounmpo? I love Liftman, but thank God he's not a doctor. I mean, I don't care about the medicals. He's 30. He's fine. He'll be 31. He just went down in the heap with a calf injury, and we have history here with Kevin Durant, and the calf is connected to the Achilles tendon. It does scare me a little bit, so I think that's the first thing I would look at when we talk to Alex Saratzis and not Jeff Austin. Apparently, we learned something there. What's going on with your client's calf injury, and how close is that to an exploding Achilles tendon?
Yeah, we could talk more about this with Monty Poole in the 1 o'clock hour. We're going to do a little pivot and go over to something that hasn't been making a lot of noise until coming up soon. The winter meetings in baseball. Susan Slusser joining us at 10:50. John Morosi talked on MLB Network about the Giants checking in on Kyle Schwarber. And we've got Ron Washington, the newest member of the staff, who young Tony learned all about for the first time. I'm kidding. Not quite. We'll get into that next on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Golden State Lumber and Showroom reaches far and wide across the Bay Area. Their Stockton yard is the go-to resource for building professionals in the San Joaquin County. With over 40 acres of premium building materials available to the public, Golden State makes it easy to find what you need. With on-site milling services, you can get the perfect cut every time. You need expert advice? Their experienced team is ready to help, whether that means loading your truck or assisting with an important decision. For larger orders, you can count on Golden State's large fleet of trucks for timely next-day delivery, if not the same day. It's their goal to keep your project on time and on budget. They can even join you on the job site. Golden State app provides resources, guides, important codes, and much more. Building a better Bay Area for over 70 years. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver getting you ready for the winter meetings coming up. What's going to happen across the world of baseball? How do the Giants decide to divvy up their payroll? Well, we know the Rafael Devers trade was a shock, not just because of the timing, not just because of the magnitude of a superstar it is, but also the Giants traded away some of the strength of their team that was pitching to go and get that big-time hitter, the one they haven't had for a long time. Now, we experienced the ups and downs of Rafael Devers. We experienced all the ups and downs of the team as they went the perfect midpoint of 81 and 81. So now we watch the playoffs, and the Padres were better than you. The Diamondbacks were better than you in terms of head-to-head, and then we all know about the Dodgers winning back-to-back World Series. So how do you ultimately rebuild this thing and compete? They went outside the box, got Tony Vitello, surrounding him with big baseball minds like Ron Washington, who's coming to the infield. And here's what John Morosi had to say about checking in on one Kyle Schwarber. Here it is.
And I think that having Buster Posey now fully comfortable in this role, he now has his own manager that he has hired. A lot of young energy with the Giants. And I was told that they've actually already inquired in Kyle Schwarber's market. Very interesting. Maybe they're not a team that we were hearing about as much with respect to where Schwarber might wind up, but you can see the reason. Just think, if you're Kyle Schwarber, you've played for Team USA, the WBC, you've played in the World Series, you've won a World Series, you can have a conversation with Posey, champion to champion. And I think this is a really good indication of where the Buster Posey recruiting pitch can go. We're talking a lot of college football these days. Well, this is like Coach Posey calling everybody up. And I think that for Buster to have that recruiting pitch, whether it's Schwarber, whether it's Tucker, who, by the way, represented by the same agency, that's one thing to watch there. We talked about Bregman, Alonso, same agency, a different agency for Schwarber and Tucker, but they're with the same group. So I think a lot of conversations are building up within those agencies. And I do think Schwarber is one of the players the Giants are watching most carefully as we all get ready to go to Orlando next week.
Oh, man. John Morosi just stirring the pot up here for the Giants. And look, you think about the Kyle Schwarber prospect, right? And you got to love the politics of which players have the same agents. And champion to champion, Buster Posey, that was how he was able to recruit someone like Justin Verlander for this last year. Maybe Max Scherzer this time around to see if he can reunite with Tony Vitello. But I do have to wonder, if the Giants ultimately took the big swing and landed somebody like a Kyle Schwarber, at what point are you thinking, okay, so he's going to be your DH. Does that mean you're moving on from Bryce Eldridge? And then just philosophically, you've thought about Buster Ball over the last year plus, and what do the Giants ultimately want to do? They want to rebuild their pitching rotation. Well, if you go out and try to get a big bat like a Tucker or a Schwarber, then all of a sudden you're devoting a lot of money to your Devers and Adames and said free agent, and maybe not as much quite the philosophy that you thought the Giants were going to build to recreate some of that magic of 10, 12, and 14.
Yeah. So you know that I was not on board with the Warriors trading for Jimmy Butler. I just didn't want to do it. I didn't want to give up Andrew Wiggins. I didn't want to extend his contract. And to some degree, it worked during the regular season, to a large degree. And then it did not work in the playoffs. And now, is he playing tonight? What's going on with his left knee? He's an older player that makes a lot of money. We got too many of those guys. I tolerated it, and I embraced Jimmy this year because he has been more aggressive to shoot and score. And he's taken Kuminga under his wing, and the whole big face thing. And he's a good teammate. Don't love him as a player. I don't think anybody would want to trade for him. I was not thrilled with the Rafael Devers trade. I was willing to watch and learn, but I didn't like his whole act the way it ended in Boston. I just thought they gave up. I think Kyle Harrison's going to be a good pitcher one day, whether he's out of the bullpen, and mainly it was the money you took on with him. And the other side of it was, I wanted Kyle Schwarber this offseason. I wanted to sign him. I didn't think the Philadelphia Phillies and Dave Dombrowski would ultimately let him out, but they got to make financial calls. JT Realmuto is going to leave there, I think, and move on. There are a lot of teams that are after him. You want to go sign JT Realmuto and trade Patrick Bailey? That's what I would do. But JT Realmuto's slowing down defensively, but he's a much better offensive player. I heard Zach on today. Do they value more run prevention or scoring runs? He talked about, how do the Giants score? So let's go get bats. All right, you want Kyle Schwarber? I'm all in. By the way, he's not represented by Scott Boras. He's one of the few out there that's not, which is key. You're laughing.
No, I was reading the column of the Scott Boras hierarchy, and I'm like, I love how this is a topic every offseason.
Buster doesn't have to read it. He knows. Does he even talk to, and Zach Gallen is represented by Boras, who I want. Mackenzie Gore may get traded by the Washington Nationals. What? I am in line to go get that guy. Now, obviously, Skeens, wow. Pittsburgh ever going to trade him? We're hearing a lot of, Hunter Green's going to get traded. Tarek Skubal may get traded in Detroit. Those are the guys I'd be in line for. Now, with Schwarber, to me, he's a much better offensive player than Rafael Devers. The guy hit 56 friggin' bombs last year, drove in 132 runs. Now, I know that ballpark in Philadelphia, the ball does fly out of the ballpark there. He's been in some hitter-friendly ballparks throughout his career, Chicago, Boston, but he's more than just a home run hitter. What you saw in the home run derby, it's kind of silly, but that's who he is. You want him up in big situations. He's a top of the order, leadoff, middle of the order hitter. I love Kyle Schwarber. He's going to strike out a lot, punch out 200 times, but he's going to hit 56 bombs. I wanted him. I wanted to wait and not trade young pitching and the other young players they gave up and give him all that money to Devers. I wanted Schwarber. But my mind was, they're not gonna let Schwarber leave. He epitomizes Philadelphia. They love that guy in South Philly. He'd be sitting in the bleachers swigging beers with them. He's Jason Kelsey, and he's a great player. Now, he doesn't play a position, but he's such a force as a hitter. I want that guy. When I hear from John Paul, and I love John Paul, but John Paul, you're being used, brother. You may ask these guys to go to confession after. The agent is leaking it out. Of course Buster Posey has spoken to Kyle Schwarber's agent. Who else does he represent? All right, let's get serious here. if they are going to do this, I would do this. And then Devers, you're playing first base only. Schwarber can't play anywhere else. I saw him in the outfield. He's terrible. You just got Ron Washington, who I absolutely love and respect and admire. There are two guys that have taught me so much about baseball, infield defense, from just standing next to them while they hit fungos. And they're both Ron W., but we don't call them that. They are Wash and they are Wody, are who they are. And they're kind of the same guy in a completely different message they send, but that's what they do. I watched Ron Washington long before Moneyball and Scott Hatteberg and all that turn Eric Chavez into a terrible defensive player. That was his rep. He's all bat, no glove. The guy won 6 Gold Gloves at third base because of the work he put in with Ron Washington. Wash is a guru, not just teaching infield. He's a guru of the game of baseball, instincts, life. Hanging out with him, so I could tell you a million, Ron. I love the guy. He got into trouble. He's had some issues in his life, and I worry about his health a little bit. He also completely mismanaged that team in 2010 in Game 2 of the World Series. All of a sudden, like a one-run game became like a blowout because he wouldn't go to his bullpen. I'm like, Wash, this is the friggin' World Series, brother. You got to stop them now, or you're going home 2-0. You're walking the plank here. So he did recover. He had a terrible loss to Tony in the World Series the next year. We're going to have Tony La Russa, by the way, on yesterday, and we'll get into all this and bonds and Hall of Fames, and we want to ask Susan about that. So if you want to go get Schwarber and you want to pay him big money, that's fine. I'm all in. Schwarber, you're DHing. You may lead off. You may hit third. You may hit fourth. You're the center of this offense. Rafael Devers, you are moving in with Ron Washington, and he's going to teach you to play, and he got better. Devers got a lot better. But when I see Vladimir Guerrero was an overweight third baseman, and they had to move him to first base, and he wasn't very good. I watched him play up close when they were in Buffalo that one year when they couldn't go back and forth over the border, Saline Field in South Buffalo, and Dusty got me tickets. They were playing the Astros. I'm like, man, is he overweight? Is this guy ever going to be the player he could be? He got lighter, he got leaner, and he improved after they gave him millions of loonies or whatever they're worth there in Canada, $500 million our money, and now watch Vladimir Guerrero play. Whoa. Defensively, splitting like Willie McCovey, stretching, making plays. Wow, he is a tremendous defensive first baseman the way he runs the bases. Wash can teach Devers to be that, and Devers showed some skill. Initially, it's like, wow, you're playing with a frying pan over there. You got no softness in your hands. But then he figured it out, and he does throw the ball decently, being a third baseman. So Wash comes in and gets Devers to lock in at first base, and then you want Schwarber. I'm all in. I'm all in. You know what that also means? We're trading Bryce Eldridge. He's gone. He doesn't fit here. And you can say, I heard Zach, you never have enough bats. Okay. But you also need to play a position. Can Eldridge play? Where do you want to play him? Left field's the only spot he could play here. That means Ramos has to move somewhere else, and he's a terrible left fielder. You think he's going to be any better in center or right?
I was going to say, don't want him in right field.
Well, when he first started the splash that one year when he came up in, 23, he played the short wall there. He's throwing Reds runners out at second. They moved to left the next day. He's throwing runners out. All right, we talked about him going to center for a while. It looked like it. He's got the arm. He just needs to learn first step quickness. Maybe they can teach him that over time. I don't know. But if you're serious about Schwarber, and I'm not saying don't go get him because you've got Devers. I'm just saying how's it going to piece together? Then you've got to make I would probably trade Eldridge before I signed Schwarber so the whole world didn't know that I was compromised that way. And what could you get back if you put Bryce Eldridge on the open market? Can you get Hunter Green? Can you get him?
That's the guy. That's the guy I love.
You're going to have to put in more. Everybody loves that guy. That guy is a top of the rotation. Excuse me, Logan Webb. I know he's opening day. He's game one of any playoff series we get into. Hunter Green is a wipeout pitcher. Do we have to go there? All right, we're going to have to throw in more. You can't trade Bryce Eldridge straight up for Hunter Green. Could you trade him straight up for Freddie Peralta? I don't know. I probably would want more back. Freddie's contract is expiring. You know that. You got to trade him in Milwaukee. He only makes $8 million a year, so that does work. And then if you wanted to go really large, What are they going to do with Tarek Skubal? They seriously going to? That guy ever really? What's going on there? Are they just talking? Is that just? Are they ever going to be at a Skeens? I'd hang on to him for a little while until I couldn't afford him in Pittsburgh, and then why can't they afford him? Build your team around that guy. But there's some names, and then Mackenzie Gore. Seriously? And he's got one more year under contract than a second year under contract. Yeah, okay, I think the agent's kind of using you a little bit here, but we'll talk to Suze because she knows. If you want to go out and get, I'm all in. But then Eldridge is probably going to have to move. His agent's not going to be happy about this. So who could you get for Bryce Eldridge? Are you willing to do that? And we named a lot of pitchers, but Mackenzie Gore would be a guy I think they're seriously thinking about trading early, the way Billy Beane traded Mark Mulder early, traded Rich Harden early. Normally you wait till you have to. You trade him with 2 years left on the deal where you can take him to arbitration. The team that gets him gets value back. Now you're getting a bigger return back. So we know Mackenzie Gore. We've seen him pitch against the Giants. I mean, he would slot in behind Logan Webb and right there with Robbie Ray, got great stuff. So it all is intriguing. And then, Zach Galvin. I know Susan's talking about that. And go get that guy. But I see who his agent is first and whether Buster. Zach, you handle this negotiation. I'm not talking to that guy. But it's all going to start. And then obviously on Sunday, and Susan being Madam President of the Baseball Writers Association of America, she's not any longer. And it's not even under that heading anymore. It's gone to a whole different committee, which is confusing. Does Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, the only 7-time MVP and the only 7-time Cy Young Award winner in history, do they finally go into Cooperstown? And I kind of agree with Dieter. I don't care anymore. I know Bonds does. But if I'm Barry, you don't put me in the first ballot, I don't want to go to your Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Seriously? I'm going to start my own Hall of Fame, and I'm not inviting you. I have to wait 10 years, then you change the voting from 15 years of eligibility to 10. Curious, you did that right when I was in my 10th year, and now you have this special committee we'll get into with Susan. I mean, whatever. Seriously, he's not a Hall of Fame player. Roger Clemens is not a Hall of Fame player. Rose is in a different category because of what he did, but how long are we going to live in this steroids era? But I mean, it does mean something to Barry. It bothers me that he's had to humble himself to go into if we're playing the Hall of Famers, where do you want me to bat? Am I hitting in front of Ted Williams or am I hitting behind Ted Williams and Babe Ruth? Seriously? You're not going to put me in your Hall of Fame and I got to go in this way, and I loved Harold Baines and Tony will defend him tomorrow, but I'm almost to the point. Barry cares, so we care, but ultimately, did it really have to get to this? Is this the way the guy's got to go into Cooperstown?
No, I'm with you on that, and I'm with Dieter on that front. But let's talk all about it with Susan Slusser as far as what the Giants do with their offseason. Because Ron Washington's a part of it. They brought in a new pitching coach. But at the end of the day, you got to have players if you want to go and contend with the Padres and the Dodgers and all these other teams that you're chasing in the National League to ultimately get into the postseason so the Giants can play some October baseball. We'll talk about that with Susan when we come on back on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver continues here on your Thursday morning, approaching the 11 o'clock hour of the show. We're going to make the connection with Susan Slusser shortly, but it looks like it's going to be a few minutes. I think she's in a bad spot of cell service, so I said, hey, it's all good. We don't need the up and down. We don't need the in and out. We'll get to you when we get to you. And I am looking forward to talking to Susan because I don't think we've had her on, Pop, since Tony Vitello was hired. And I was just going through old expenses this morning, and I was like, oh, yeah, I probably should try to get reimbursed for the parking out there at Oracle Park that day. We talked to Zach Manazzi, and we had Tony Vitello out there, and that was a great experience. I was like up in the broadcast booth, and then you had the entire world about 100 yards away from you on the same floor. But at the same time, people were asking like, oh, what'd you think of the presser? I'm like, I don't know. I watched it on a screen just like you. Anyway, Tony Vitello comes in. It's an unprecedented kind of hire. Jace Tingler comes in. Now Christian Wonders as a pitching coach. Ron Washington, the news that we got this morning. So I do want to get her thoughts on the coaching philosophy as much as it's going to be about the players and the people that they can go after, because this time last year was around when we were getting the news of Willy Adames signing the largest contract in Giants history, surpassing Buster Posey's very own contract when he was a player. And then we were talking a lot about Corbin Burns as well, and that turned out to initially be a bummer when he goes to a division rival, but then he ends up getting Tommy John, and it looks like they dodged a bullet on there. So it gets fun when you get to this stage of a lot of speculation and browsing. I'm just curious as to what the Giants ultimately decide as their main approach. And when we got into the Kyle Schwarber discussion, you kind of laid it out there. How serious are you about that kind of notion? Or is Morosi just kind of putting different smoke out there and different rumors?
No, I'm impressed that you're doing your expenses from that recently in Tony V's press. I haven't done mine since our combine trip. I still got to put in St. Elmo's and all the martinis we had and the jumbo cocktail. Now that I think of it, I haven't done my expenses since Super Bowl 37 yet. I've never done my expenses my entire life. I want that money to be reimbursed before I go and put into my estate. Suze is probably traveling. She's a world traveler. And then she's got to make a trip to Orlando, Florida, I think, some point here, because they're all convening in the world's happiest place on Sunday. And the winter meetings will start on Monday. And she'll give us the lay of the land. But we are waiting for this date in infamy. How fitting would it be if Barry goes into the Hall of Fame on December the 7th? It'll be 4:30 our time when we turn off the afternoon games in the NFL and get ready for Sunday night football, and that's a good one, Chiefs and Texans, and we'll find out. Yeah, Barry, Lamar Bonds, Roger Clemens. Are you kidding me? 7-time MVP and a 7-time Cy Young Award winner. They finally got to go in, and the Major League Baseball Network is just ramming Carlos Delgado down our throats, and he was a force of a player. I saw him with a young player in Toronto, but Jeff Kent as well, Don Mattingly, Dale Murphy, Gary Sheffield, and Fernando Valenzuela. They got to become Hall of Famers as part of the contemporary baseball era player ballot. We'll find that out at 4:30 our time, and then obviously the next day when the actual meetings start, we'll start moving players around and see what Buster Posey and Zach Manassian do.
Been a while since I've seen that vest, since we've been taking a little bit of a break before the stove is fully heated up. But it's also been a while since we talked to Susan Slusser, and we have now made the connection with her on the UMA guest line. Susan, it's great to have you on again. And as I say hello, I was opening up this segment by saying that I don't think we've talked to you since the Giants made the shocking hire to go and get Tony Vitello from Tennessee. So they got Jace Tingler. You wrote about Christian Wonders. The news we got this morning was Ron Washington. So before we get into winter meetings and all the players that they could potentially go after, what's your reaction to this approach to go outside the box for Buster Posey and surround him with a bunch of veteran baseball minds?
Yeah, well, first of all, I'm going to have to warn you guys. I was on a subway car that got delayed, so I'm actually in a subway station here, so you're going to have some weird announcements every now and then. Nice. My apologies.
What city you in? You in London? You at a London subway or a New York subway? Where are you?
I'm still in London, yeah.
So in the tube.
As per my usual.
Don't need to apologize. Yeah. I wish I was with you. I wish I was there.
I do too, Greg. That would be really fun.
I know. Notting Hill. We can hang.
I was surprised with Vitello. You know, Andy Baggerly, who is well ahead of the curve on this, mentioned something to the effect like, "Would you consider a college coach?" Like a month before it happened during the press conference when Bob Melvin was let go. And I thought, like, oh, come on, like Buster's so old school. I can't see that happening. Like, you know, sort of like, oh, Bags, like, and he nailed it. So
he's too smart, Bags.
Yeah, it was good. That was a great call. So, I mean, I think, you know, it's been about a year, and I think the thing we have really learned about Buster is not afraid to do his own thing, whether it's huge or small. What, you know, if it's against the grain. He is old school up to a point, obviously. This was way, like, I heard somebody describe this. Oh, it was Scott Oster, my colleague, said it so outside the box. It's outside the factory where they manufacture the boxes, which I kind of liked. But yeah. But, you know, having written a feature about Tony and talking to a bunch of his friends and people that know him well, I came away really impressed. He's obviously high energy, very great interpersonal skills, and it sounds like they really believe that will translate on the big league level. Now, mid-season in the middle of a funk, if he's, you know, some veteran gets pulled out of the lineup or something, how's he going to respond to a guy who hasn't played in the bigs and hasn't coached in the bigs? I don't know. I think it will all be fine. You know, the guys get to know you during spring training, and after that, I don't think they give it much thought.
Right. So, and then, you know, a lot of the guys that he added on the pitching staff, we have to learn because they don't have a lot of major league experience. 1 year in Milwaukee, but a lot in the minors. But one name that we do know really well, and Bob Nightingale sent this out today, that Ron Washington is finalizing a deal to be the Giants' major league infield coach, which is really interesting. And then you got the other Ron Wodas on the staff as well in some roles. So you know Wash as well as I do. All the years we hung around infields in Oakland and in the American League, and he was hitting fungos and teaching Eric Chavez to win 6 Gold Gloves. And I thought right away of Rafael Devers and how he could improve him at first base. He makes everybody better, but he'll make Matt Chapman better. He'll make Willie Adames better. He'll make everybody he touches better because he's that kind of a guy. Give me your thoughts on the Giants hiring Wash.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, every prominent infielder who's worked with Wash has raved about him, from Eric Chavez to Freddie Freeman to Marcus Semien, who's, you know, Ron Washington made him into a big league shortstop and a good one. Devers was already, for me, on his way to being a decent, if not good, first baseman, and now he potentially could be a great first baseman. What does this do for Bryce Eldridge? Well, I mean, he will improve Bryce Eldridge at first base too. I just don't see where there's a lot of time for him at that spot because Devers is going to be there. He's going to be in the lineup every day. So that's going to be an interesting question. But look at all these former big league managers who Tony Vitello will be able to turn to. It's an impressive bunch. Dusty's in the organization. Bochy's in the organization. Ron Washington. Are you kidding me? And Jace Tingler obviously was a manager too. So he has all sorts of resources. It's really impressive what he'll have to work with.
Talking to Susan Slusser here. It's been a while, but when we talk about the Giants' philosophy and the name Kyle Schwarber floating around out there, I think, well, that would certainly be a splash as he went into the Cove himself this last year by looking like he just half swung the ball. It's incredible. At the same time, you wouldn't go and get a Kyle Schwarber if you weren't trying to shake things up in a major way. That would have major implications on Bryce Eldridge. So if we're going to the pitching side for a moment, the name Tatsuya Imai was floating around, and then Andy Baggerly kind of put a little bit of water on that story, saying that he wouldn't expect the Giants to pay big money for front-of-the-line pitching. I know that Oracle's a pitcher's park, so it's not always an area where you want to spend big, but the Giants' pitching did get decimated last year. You got Robbie Ray going on the last year of his deal. I guess my question for you, Susan, is why do you think the Giants aren't as interested in spending big, per the report of Andy Baggerly?
Well, I actually talked to Greg Johnson a month ago, more than a month ago at this point, and I never thought that they would sign Imai either, because he flat out said they were not looking to spend big on pitchers in that Q&A I did with him. So I took him at his word. But moreover, what they're really looking to not do is have long-term big contracts. He pointed out, they've got 5 right now. When you look at it, only one's to a pitcher. Now, would they go big for a position player? Maybe, but he was really clear that starting pitching is not where they're looking to sink a lot of money right now. There's certainly more, they're a little bit less easy to call, for the performance is a little bit more erratic from year to year. Of course, the injury risk is greater, so I can see that. But yeah, I mean, I think, Greg Johnson had spoken to me and to John Shea right around the same time and said exactly the same thing. This is not an area where we're going to spend a lot of money. So, yeah, that did not surprise me whatsoever. What I think they will do is they will go out and get a number 2, 3, 4 type starter on via a trade, or add a back end kind of guy or an older guy. I think Scherzer's obvious on a 1-year deal, but I could easily see them trading for a Freddie Peralta type or a Joe Ryan, which would be wonderful. Hometown boy. Freddie Peralta is Willie Adonis's best friend. I could see someone like that very easily.
Yeah, we even mentioned Freddie Peralta, and he's not, $8 million in the final year of his deal. What would you have to give up to get him? Hunter Green's name has been mentioned. That would obviously be a much greater return going the other way to get him. We're hearing names like Mackenzie Gore may get traded, and then the huge names are Paul Skeen and Tarek Skubal. I don't think they'll be in on that, but just give me your thoughts on some of these trades, and she already gave me a no. What about Zach Gallen? And he had a down year last year, but we've watched him carve throughout his career. I think he'd be a nice addition to slot in the middle of the rotation. The one thing, as I ask this to you, it also opens up another discussion. He is represented by Scott Boras, and I know you know Scott very well. Buster did do the Matt Chapman deal, but he kind of did it directly to Matt Chapman. What do you think about Zach Gallen? And is there an issue with Buster and players represented by Scott Boras?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, I don't think there's any baseball executive that would shut himself off from the agent with the best players in the game. No, there's just no way. Jeff Berry, Buster's own agent, is very prominent in the Giants front office. I think he has some pretty distinct likes and ideas. I don't think it's a Scott doesn't like him or he doesn't like Scott kind of thing at all. Scott's players tend to get paid more than other guys, so sometimes it's simply a budget thing. I would be stunned if there is we're just not signing Scott Boras guys, and I think they probably would. They very much have interest in Zach Gallen, I believe, and they should. I could see that. He's not going to be a guy who wants a 5 or 6 year deal, which are the kind of ones that Greg Johnson was talking about staying away from, the EMI kind of things. I absolutely could see Zach Gallen. I could see somebody like Merrill Kelly. You mentioned Hunter Green as a possible acquisition target. I could see that. I keep seeing Scooble and Schemes too. Those to me would be pretty. Everybody would be stunned. Why would you do that? It's just unnecessary. Not from the Giants.
I know to trade them now. But they're going to. Their names are out there, so maybe not this offseason, but somebody to keep an eye on for sure, and Mackenzie Gore as well. I know our time is brief. So far, the tube is going very well, so we're able to continue our conversation.
Only a couple little announcements here, so yeah.
All right, guys. He has a better voice than we do. So let me ask you, have him do a voiceover where Barry Lamar Bonds is finally voted to the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame on the Contemporary Baseball Player Era ballot. You have been, we call you Madam President. You were the head of the Baseball Writers Association of America. It's an entirely different voting clientele now. It's really, frankly, interesting on how they do this. But Bonds and Clemens and Kent locally, we'll start with Barry. Not a lot of optimism from what I'm feeling, but I do think, Marichal is one of the voters as well. What are your thoughts on Barry going in on Sunday evening at long last, Suze?
Well, you guys know that I was on the first time he was on. I was on that contemporary era committee, and we're not at liberty to talk about the votes that happened then. But my vote from the BBWA is a matter of public record, and I have voted for Barry. I voted for Clemens. Marichal is an interesting choice. Sometimes we look at those ballot committees and go like, oh, interesting. The year that Reinsdorf and LaRussa were on, suddenly Harold Baines is in. I still kind of the most borderline guy who's gotten in off the Veterans Committee type committees recently. But when you see somebody who has a personal connection to somebody on the ballot, that does make you take sort of a second look. Absolutely. Now, it's a 16-person committee, and you do have to have 75%. That is a very tough one. Both from the BBOA vote and from the contemporary era's vote. But you guys know I have said this so often. This era is so underrepresented because of the steroids era. And you are supposed to have a hall that is representative of all the eras. And these are the best players in the era. So I do hope they take that into consideration. Again, not talking at all about how I voted last time, but I really do. I was interested to see Marichal on there. Now the rest of the committee, I can't tell. Nobody with particularly personal links to Bonds. So you're going to then have to convince 12 more people.
Yeah. By the way, Susan, you're getting all political on us. Talking about your voting status while you're in the show. So tell Oxford Circus and the Notting Hill Gate stops that I miss them. I had a good time over there this last summer.
Holy cow, that's where I'm going. I'm going to the Notting Hill Gate. I'm actually at Tottenham.
Oh wow.
Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah, Tottenham Court Road right now. Yeah. I'm going to a party in not Notting Hill.
Wow.
Go to the Blue Door. Love the Blue Door. Great flick. Great movie there.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Susan. We appreciate you.
Of course. All right. Thanks. Toodles.
Toodles.
Good to catch up with Susan, but man, I'm jealous. I was looking at all the tube stops, trying to figure out what lines I was going down. Can't believe I just nailed it on the Notting Hill Gate. What a great spot right there, man.
Are you tracking her? You're like Walter on Siciliano's airplane that got delayed last week. Creepy.
Yeah, Walter, the weird thing, though, is that I wasn't part of that show, and then Walter's still texting me all throughout Thanksgiving, like, hey, Siciliano's here. And I'm like, dude, you got to let it go. It's okay. Speaking of Andrew Siciliano, speaking of the NFL, we didn't get to this one yesterday, but we got Papa's Playbook at the end of the hour. We also have Week 14 starting tonight. I can't close the door on Week 13 without telling you who the studs and duds were. The 49ers won, so we start with the winners.
The Buffalo Bills won as well. And one guy had a scoop and score and an interception. I'm expecting him to be included.
Well, you always know I like to keep it suspenseful when it comes to Christian Bedford or anyone associated with the Buffalo Bills. I'll tell you. Guess who, though?
Anybody?
Darius Slay, he's not going to be part of this.
Big play, Slay.
Yeah, he doesn't even want to show up now to Western New York. I don't know what the deal with that is. Anyway, it's your 5-1, your winners and your losers. We start with the winning when we come on back. But before I even get to that, I got to remind you once again, you have a chance to win. When I give you the cue to call between now and 1 o'clock, you can win tickets to see Evanescence on July 20th of 2026. That's going to be at Shoreline. 415-896-KNBR is your contest line. 415-896-5627. If you are lucky caller number 10, you will win. You can talk to Walter, and I promise you, you'll get a couple of tickets. It'll be a fantastic way to spend a night in your next summer. 5-1 with the winners first when we come back on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, after all the rumors circled around Giannis Antetokounmpo and his future yesterday, he is now expected to be sidelined for 2 to 4 weeks with a right calf strain. So while the Warriors begin their 3-game road trip tonight and get D'Anthony Melton back in the rotation, all eyes across the NBA turn to the superstar in Milwaukee and what will ultimately be in his future. As we discussed yesterday, what would you be willing to give up for the Warriors to get in on the Giannis sweepstakes? 808 KNBR to join the conversation.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. As Bay Area sports fans know all too well, sometimes the season doesn't go the way we want it to. Injuries, setbacks, tough breaks. It's a reminder that life doesn't always go as planned. One moment, everything's on track, and the next, an unexpected challenge turns your world upside down. That's when you need a team you can count on, like Habas Law. For over 35 years, Omar, Tarek, and the Habas Law team have fought for people blindsided by life's toughest moments right here in our very own community. When the odds are stacked against you, Habas Law steps in, taking on big insurance companies with relentless determination to deliver life-changing victories. Habas just doesn't settle cases, they rebuild lives, fighting with compassion, grit, and an unshakable drive to make things right. When life knocks you down, call Habas Law at 1-800-INJURED. That's 1-800-INJURED, or visit habaslaw.com. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law. They will fight to make it right.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right. I say it was nice to switch it up. Talk a little basketball, get into some baseball, and 49ers are on a bye week, which means they could even do some winning in their off time. We'll get to that a little bit later, but first we got to take a look back at week 13. And you know the rules, the studs and the duds of the week. We are making an exemption for any 49ers and any Cleveland Brown because that is the big focus of our Monday and Tuesday. So in chronological order, let's get to it. By the way, this was a hard 5-1. I think this was the most difficult one I've had to do in terms of selection. I'm going to go honorable mention to Dak Prescott and the Cowboys for beating the Chiefs on Thanksgiving, but that was an incredible win by them. The way they've turned their season around after tragedy has been remarkable. So big Thursday night game tonight between the Cowboys and the Lions. But let's start with the game that happened even before that. The Dontavian Wicks game. Who? Okay, first of all, Jordan Love really likes Thanksgiving, apparently, because that's twice now. He's shown up, played the Lions on Detroit, and gotten the win and looked really, really good doing it. I don't know why sometimes he is so inconsistent, this whole offense. Christian Watson being back helps the passing game for sure. Jaden Reed is on his way back, and Josh Jacobs is a little bit banged up, but he's still playing. But Dontavian Wicks, 6 catches, 94 yards, a pair of touchdowns, and the dagger to seal the deal. And all of a sudden, we got a huge game between the Bears and the Packers coming up. Let's hear the sound of Dontavian himself with the dagger. Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady, take it away.
Love looking around, pressure in his face, throws, it is caught! Oh, Dontavian Wicks lost his shoe, didn't matter. First down, Packers, and that will do it.
And I didn't even mention that Andre Iguodala in game 1 of the 2015 finals did it without a shoe to seal the deal.
Well, that was the ender on 4th down and a gutsy call by cramming up your cram hole to floor. But Dontavian Wicks, 6 catches, 94 yards, and a couple of touchdowns. And the Detroit Lions, and Jared Goff did get back into this game, but Jordan Love, even after throwing off his back foot and they got Josh Jacobs back, just controlled Shabuzi. I didn't realize Shabuzi is now the new defensive coordinator of the Detroit Lions. He has the biggest call sheet I've ever seen from any defensive coordinator, and I can't wait for Brian Schottenheimer as the biggest offensive call sheet. Sean Payton's is pretty big as well. His is huge. Shabuzi, though, the new DC in Detroit, what has he got on that call sheet? You can call defensive plays in like one word. Just call Ontario or Compton or something. You don't have to go that deep. But the problem with the Lions right now, we know how ravaged they were last year by injury. You see their secondary? Kirby Joseph, out. Brock Wright, the tight end, is out. Khalif Raymond is out. They got some other guys. The guys in the secondary, Brian Branch is questionable tonight. They've just got so many DBs, and Branch is a great player with his mouth guard stuck to the side of his helmet. When does he actually put that in his mouth? At least Steph Curry puts his in after he makes 2 free throws. I don't know. Has Branch ever put it in? But the Detroit Lions do have an issue with defense. Goff was able to sling back into that game, but losing Amon-Ra, and I don't think St. Brown's playing tonight, right? Is he out with the ankle injury? Questionable.
He's questionable, but I think it's unlikely, yeah. So if we get a word on that, I'll let you know, because Walter's fighting for a little fantasy playoff seeding right now in the KNBR League. Let's go over to number 2. That's the team that the Packers have to worry about this weekend. Your number 1 seed in the NFC going into December is led by Ben Wieners Johnson. Yeah, we got into that. Taking off his shirt, giving away free hot dogs to the city of Chicago. Look, I know there's a long way to go, and the Bears are far from getting home field advantage. They are far from winning their division. They are far from even being a sure thing in the playoffs. But Black Friday, that's the biggest win for the Bears since, I don't know, you tell me. And they do have an identity. Caleb Williams is far from perfect, but the way they run the ball between DeAndre Swift and Kyle Monangai and Ryan Poles, the way he went after the interior offensive line in free agency, they do deserve credit for building an offensive line and getting the right coach who wants to go and run the ball. So again, Chicago, we got to worry about you coming in week 17 for a little Sunday night football. They got a big one against the Packers, and they got to play them twice. So the story has a lot more chapters left to be written. But as far as week 13, Ben Johnson is absolutely one of the winners. And apparently his young daughter had some thoughts about seeing him shirtless on TV.
My wife was just laughing. That's about it. Yeah, I guess my 2-year-old was watching the TV screen back at home, and she's no shirt, no shirt. She just pointed to the screen, no shirt, no shirt. And my wife had no idea what was going on. So that's really about how that went. I think anytime you get a chance to feed a city, you want to do it. So man of the people.
Yeah, Ben Johnson also mentioned how, look, his body's only going to get worse over the course of an NFL season, so you got to cash in as early as possible.
Actually looks pretty good. Is the 2-year-old being breastfed at home? Maybe it's, no, Mommy! Those are too hard. I want daddy's. No, sorry. Anyway, inappropriate for a 2-year-old. Sorry.
Let's go over to number 3 and somehow transition from that. Well, this is something we've mentioned a couple of times already because the LA Rams losing was a big deal. The 4th down Carolina Panthers. Wow. Bryce Young, dude, I don't know what to make of you. You're a team that went on the road. You beat the Packers at Lambeau. You lose to the Saints. You look terrible on Monday Night Football. And then in a rain fest, you go ahead and outduel Matthew Stafford and get it done on a couple of 4th down touchdowns. Jalen Coker, Tetairoa McMillan, and the defense to force 3 turnovers off of Stafford, pick him off twice. One of them, the pick 6 coming from Mike Jackson. And all of a sudden, I'm not feeling quite as bad about those Panthers DBs making Brock Purdy's life miserable on that Monday Night Football game before Thanksgiving. Here's a little sample, though, of the man who moonwalked all the way into the end zone, Mike Jackson, and his thoughts on intercepting Matthew Stafford after the game.
Well, I had to keep my composure because I was just acting like the man. Don't get me wrong, he's a Hall of Famer. Like, when he's having his Hall of Fame speech, I'm going to be thinking about this kid. So he's great, but at the end of the day, like, it's about who's better that day.
Yeah, it is about who's better that day because a lot of days this year, the Rams have been the better team. But for the Panthers, again, I got to give them credit. I don't think they're ready. I don't know if Bryce Young is a starting caliber quarterback in this league. But on Sunday, they more than earned it.
I watched the game live, but the Niner game was going on at the same time, so we were kind of going back and forth. NFL Network replayed that game last night, and I watched it. Adam Amin, by the way, he may be the best play-by-play announcer out no matter what game you're doing. NBA with the Bulls, Major League Baseball, he's really good. He is so good on football, and he's got a new partner all the time, and now he's got Mole. Drew Brees is in the booth with him. But Adam reminded me, and I knew this, but I just had to come back to me a little bit. He's a former Seattle Seahawk. So he had the pick 6 against Matthew Stafford there when he drove back on the ball and took it away from Puka. He also scored a touchdown against the 49ers. What was it, a blocked field goal that he had? I think it was a blocked field goal and a scoop and score, and John Lund the next day was doing on the Mike Jackson touchdown. Even on the postgame, when he moon danced all over the place, and John came through that. Anyway, so Michael Jackson, with a pick 6 against Matthew Stafford, a huge play in the game. But he also had was it a touchdown against the Niners, or was it a block? It was a blocked field goal and I think a scoop and score. Maybe it was a point after, and they got points off of it. But Michael Jackson had one of those weird plays against the Niners where he had a scoop and score and a long run for a touchdown. Did not moonwalk the last 5 yards.
I mean, it's probably a good thing that he didn't, because I don't know if he would have been able to do it like Michael Jackson. But Mike Jackson said it. Look, when Matthew Stafford's having his Hall of Fame speech, he'll be remembering that moment. And what a big win that was for a team that's still in the hunt here in the NFC and within their own division of the NFC South. All right, number 4. Man, the Houston Texans are coming. I know it started ugly. I never thought this defense wasn't for real, but they were losing all these close games. The offense looked dead in the water. We're thinking, what happened to C.J. Stroud? Then C.J. looked so good against the 49ers when it seemed like maybe the injuries were finally catching up to them. Doesn't matter. You lose C.J. Stroud. He gets concussed. Davis Mills comes in. You're pulling off these games. And all of a sudden, I know the Jags have the division lead right now. The Colts are losing steam. The Jags are hanging around. The team that you do not want to play is that physical defense of the Houston Texans that just makes it look miserable. Their opposing passing rating is in the 70s right now for other quarterbacks. Josh Allen, the reigning MVP, didn't look so good going up against the Texans. And all of a sudden, I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, this is a team that I will actually take very seriously in the NFC, because in the past, it's been the Texans going up against Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes. Now you got the Texans as a tough test for Drake May, who's never played in a playoff game, or Bo Nix, who played in one, but that's still a fairly young offense that's got to work through it. D'Amico Ryans has that team doing well. Will Anderson, Derek Stingley, Daniil Hunter, we could go on and on and on. Daniel Jeremiah, say it with me. Nobody wants to play the Houston Texans.
Now the weather's turning. We're into December. Like, the physical teams are starting to climb. Like, I don't know anybody wants to see the Houston Texans right now with how physical they're playing.
Yeah, and you're
they
right.
do play
The weather
indoors.
gets cold, but yeah.
Yeah, they do play indoors, and so do the Indianapolis Colts, but in Jacksonville's warm weather. But I hear you. They're the best defense in the NFL, and they've been. Are we surprised? D'Amico Ryans has won the AFC South 2 years as a head coach, both years. They're going to win their division again this year. Despite the slow start, they're only a game behind Jacksonville and Indy. And All Ball had a hard team in a lot of areas. I have the Houston Texans defense. Unlike Walter, I'm not going down to the end. I'm eliminated from the playoffs. But if somebody wants to trade for we already had a trading deadline. Their defense is scary. They not only hit the snot out of you and tackle you to the ground hard, they don't have any holes. They don't bust. They play tight. It's not just the outside guys, Hunter and Anderson, the inside guys, Settle and Rankins, Azeez Alshire. We know him. The entire secondary was Stingley and Lassiter and Petrie and on. And then Davis Mills went 3-0 as a quarterback when CJ was out. They're going to win their division. Let's just see. The old guard, Mahomes, Lamar, Josh. Those will be different riddles to solve. The young quarterbacks, Bo Nix, good luck against that defense in the playoffs. I like Drake May, but good luck against that defense if you have to face them in the playoffs. They're going to win their division. Might we see them at Levi's the 8th night of February in a big game?
I mean, if you have a defense like that with the way it's consistently played over the year, if you stay healthy, the weather gets cold, whether it's indoors, outdoors, hey, good luck. That brings me to number 5 and another great defense. And I'm actually not going to go with Christian Benford and what he did.
The Bills defense? You're going to the Bills defense?
Here's the deal.
What?
When you're 3 weeks removed from an emergency surgery for testicular cancer, I got to give the nod to Alex Singleton and what that
He's
Denver...
got 2 balls. He could have played with just one.
Hey, look, like Grant Liffman, I am not a medical expert. All I did was watch football on Sunday, and yeah, we'll get to the Steelers, don't worry, because that was a big old mess in what they're going through. But Alex Singleton with an incredible pass breakup to knock it out of Zach Ertz's hands, and then Nick Bonito shutting the door. This Denver team, they find a way to win by the thinnest of margins. I don't know if I believe in
Because they play in
Bo Nix.
thin air. It's a big advantage playing at 5,280 feet.
But anyway, that Denver defense, kind of like Houston, another reason why you got to take this team seriously. Even if, do I think Bo Nix can win 1, 2, 3 playoff games? I don't know. But all I do know is that Denver has won 9 in a row, and they're finding ways to do it each and every way. If it wasn't for that defense, and of course, a great comeback story by Alex Singleton here. Got to give him the nod on this one.
Mariota buying time, throwing for Ertz down the middle. He got it, and it's out. Ertz had it, and as he came to the ground, he got punched out. Incomplete. Oh, big throw and play, and terrific back-end defense from Denver.
We should have had the clip of Chris Collinsworth saying Mariota's name all Sunday Night Football. Yeah,
Mariota. I struggle with his name. Where did he get that from? The guy's been in the league like 10 years. Where's he getting that from?
It was bothering the hell out of me all weekend. I was texting Silver. I was like, what is he doing saying the name like that?
Have we been mispronouncing his name? Like Wash's guy, Eric Chavez, we called him Chavez his whole rookie year, and then at the end he comes up to me and says, would you please call me Chavez? Like, what? Why didn't you tell me that when you got here? Like Chavez Ravine? What's going on? Is it Mariota? Is the way he said it? I have struggled with his name. I just call him Marcus. There's been a lot of games where, for some reason, it's been a hard name to pronounce. But is Collinsworth pronouncing it the way it should have been throughout his career, or did he just botch that?
Until Tirico says it, I'm not budging. I'm sticking with Mariota until
John
Tirico
Miller.
goes with
I
it.
want John Miller to tell me how to pronounce that name.
Yeah, John
All
Miller
right, I
works
got all
too.
dressed up here, and you're not going Christian Bedford and the Bills. You're killing me again.
Hey, well, guess what? Stick around for the losers because you might actually hear a highlight from a certain Christian Bedford. Not because he's a loser, but because the team they beat is falling apart. Let's talk all about that next. It's your 5 to 1 on the Sports Leader. And it's going to be protected by the Dolan Law Firm because some of those attorney ads that you see out there, you don't know where they're based. Sometimes it's Los Angeles. Sometimes it's entirely out of the state of California. But Chris Dolan and his team, they've been here for more than a quarter of a century. And it's not just that they're local. These are award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys that are fighting for you right here in your own backyard. If you've had issues in the workplace with wrongful termination, harassment, discrimination, or just having to deal with young Tony every morning, you can be protected. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. In all seriousness, if you've been involved in a no-fault injury accident, there's been a sharp increase in these over the past year, and Chris Dolan and his team, well, they've dealt with that as well. If you got all the motorcyclists, the pedestrians, the children. I mean, there's chaos all around us, especially this time of year. So let's do what we can to be careful, work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. I know we all feel like we're in a rush sometimes. It's not worth the safety of those around you in your community. And if something happens, you can feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You don't pay anything up front or deal with the hourly rates, and they're not even getting paid until you are first. So they live here and they work here, but for you, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And we move along. It's time for your Week 13 losers with Week 14 starting tonight. Just to review the winners, we had Dontavian Wicks, Ben Johnson, the fourth down Panthers, the Texans as a whole, and Alex Singleton and the Broncos defense. But now for the other side of it, let's go back to Black Friday. The Philadelphia Eagles. Man, Nick Sirianni, you are a man of the coordinators. It turns out when you got Shane Steichen and Kellen Moore, you got a Super Bowl caliber team. Then when you go in-house and go Brian Johnson and now Kevin Patullo, you get to this point in the season and it's looking a little bit clunky. So yeah, I know the scoreboard didn't say blowout, but if you watch that game, the Chicago Bears went and manhandled the Eagles. Now, part of why all these NFC playoff implications around the 49ers are so important is that you don't know what to make of the defending champions who looked like they were poised to just keep stacking wins and make another run at this thing. All of a sudden, it's messy. The offense is iffy. Saquon Barkley cannot run the ball. And it's getting to a little bit of nervous time here for Philadelphia. Now, good thing they got their rings, but I wouldn't bet on them making a run here in February with the way it's looked the last few weeks.
They're schizophrenic, so I would not write them off. They're up and down, and they're all around. They're making me dizzy. They're like our Giants, the streakiest streaking baseball team we've ever seen. That is the Philadelphia Eagles. We know what happened to the Giants. Philadelphia has got some issues. I didn't think you could get run on like that. To give up 281 yards rushing and 125 yards rushing to not one, but two running backs. Saquon, what was the last time you had a $125 in a game? And you know what else got exposed a little bit? The tush push. The quarterback with that vice grip of his, he can squat 600 pounds and the ball ripped away from him. They got to blow the whistle. Blow the whistle. Where's too short? What is going on here? How long are we going to let this play go for? I don't like it at all because they push forever and then they rip forever. Just stop the play. Forward progress. It is too long. It just goes on and on and on. So whatever it is. But let me tell you something, and Jerry Jones said it, our best path to get to the playoffs is to win the NFC East. Can the Cowboys catch the Philadelphia Eagles? They're not playing them anymore this year at 6-5-1. Can they run down the 8-4 Eagles and win the East? Otherwise, I think Philadelphia is good to win their division and be at least a fourth seed.
I would agree, but it's all looking a little bit like it's slipping away from them right now. Again, you mentioned it. They're up and down. I'm not counting them out, but it's getting to a point where if you're an Eagles fan, your frustrations are rightfully so. Let's go to number 2. Maybe I'm a little bit hard on the LA Chargers. I know I've talked about Joe Alt and him being out. Justin Herbert's hand now, like they're just falling apart a little bit late in the season. And look, he's still preparing to play on Monday night against the Philadelphia Eagles. But as we saw with the team I'm about to mention coming up, your quarterback playing through a broken injury or an injury broken on the non-throwing hand, I should say, doesn't always equal like, oh, it's all good. Everything's going to be fine. So he got a broken bone in his left hand. He had a surgery. He needs Dr. Steven Shin to go and solve this mystery for him. But Scott Wieland of Stone Temple Pilots, the departed, tell us how we really need to feel with this Justin Herbert situation.
Take time with a wounded hand, 'cause it likes to heal. I like to steal. I'm half the man I used to
Yeah, look, Justin Herbert better not play like he's half the man he used to be, or Jim Harbaugh's team is in big, big trouble. We'll see how it goes between the Chargers and the Eagles on Monday night. That's a fascinating one.
And if Justin Herbert cannot go, you know who the Chargers quarterback is going to be? Trey Lowe! Our guy Trey Lance, who did look much better in the preseason. I got to get him credit. But against the Philadelphia Eagles defense, you can't run and you can't hide. They're going to be an angry bunch. So, and even if he goes, it's non-throwing hand. And then he's going to look like Aaron Rodgers. Are you going to be able to go under center and run Harbaugh's running game? Is everything going to be a shotgun or a pistol? Can you run the ball to the right with the left hand all bandaged up? You can't hand off going that way. You are limited. So we shall see. But I think he's going to find a way to go in this game. He's a tough guy. But will it be all gun and pistol, and will he be able to hand the ball off with that left hand?
Well, you know exactly where I'm going for number 3, and that is the quarterback we just saw set that precedent, Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers. It's not looking good. If we talk about teams heading in the wrong direction, they just got no juice right now. The Bills couldn't even score on them for a while, and they ended up just manhandling them in the second half. All it took was a couple of nice Josh Allen drives, and that game was good as gone. Didn't matter if it was Aaron Rodgers or Mason Rudolph. This team, maybe it is time where they go in a different direction from Mike Tomlin. Maybe the losing streak, or I should say not having a losing season. There you go. That streak could be in jeopardy here. We thought this was the Steelers' division to have once Lamar went down, and it looked like they were in position to take it in October. They're not trending in a good direction at all, and in the spirit of getting a little Buffalo Bills in here, here's one of those plays with a little Joey Bosa and Christian Benford making life really, really miserable for Aaron Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Play action. Rodgers darting, pressure in the pocket. He sacked and he fumbled. It's scooped up by Benford, and he races to the end zone for the touchdown. Joey Bosa with his team record 5th forced fumble of the season.
Yeah, Joey Bosa, by the way, quietly having a really, really, really good year. Remember when we thought there was a chance the Bosa brothers could unite? Now we got 0.
Chris Brown, Bills Radio Network with the call, and I thought that was the end of Aaron Rodgers. I thought it was going to be a chalk outline. He got pummeled. Joey Bosa drove him to the ground so hard, and he had the left hand injury, and he's got a fracture on that hand. The way he rolled over, though, and the body pain. Why is Aaron Rodgers still playing? Seriously? But Buffalo turned that game around with their defense and a running game. What's the common denominator with all these teams winning? The Buffalo Bills ran for 249 yards in that game, and James was cooking with 144 yards, a gross amount of rushing yards in that game. Now we will see, can Buffalo stop the run? Can they run the ball? They got New England in a couple of weeks coming up, but I'm here to tell you, like I said, I think that DeMeco Ryans' Houston Texans will win the American Football Conference's Southern Division. The North Division is going to the Baltimore Ravens. The Pittsburgh Steelers will not win the division. We thought, who else can win it? It's going to be Baltimore. And Pittsburgh, you are going to have a losing record, and you're not going to make the playoffs and start looking for a new head coach. That team is not good.
And more importantly, it wasn't about getting to the playoffs. It was, could they even win a playoff game? They do not look like a team that could win a playoff game if they find a way to squeeze in there, even if they host it, even if they get that 4th seed. I'm not buying a damn thing right there. All right, let's go to number 4. I don't need to belabor this. The Vikings quarterback situation has become really sad. J.J. McCarthy didn't play. You threw Max Brosmer out there on the road against that Seattle defense. Sam Darnold didn't even have that good of a game. You think Kevin O'Connell would have taken a mediocre Sam Darnold on Sunday? Yeah, let's play our favorite play of the week. Ernest Jones, take it away.
He rolls, he's pressured, he's in trouble, heaves it up, oh no! Ernest Jones, house call! He will take it all the way! A game-changing play from Ernest Jones!
Yeah, I know J.J. McCarthy hasn't exactly played good football. Max Brosmer, that was a tough watch all around. 26-0 your final score. And again, that Seattle offense didn't even really have that good of a day.
The single worst play in the National Football League this year, maybe ever. They're only down 3-0 at that point of the game. It was a 4th down. He got immediate pressure. I get it. Brock Purdy it. Throw the ball away, but he couldn't. So what did he do? He all of a sudden wanted to play highlight. I don't even know what the hell he was doing with the ball, but he threw it right to Ernest Jones, who ran it back 85 yards for a touchdown. I played fantasy football this year for the first time seriously since I first got to the Bay Area and I was 24 years of age. All ball. Don't you think my team should make the playoffs this year? A.J. Brown, all of his bogus Fugazi yards he laid up in that game, knocked me out, and the Seattle Seahawks defense took me out. How many points did that defense score? And the one word ended it was Ernest Jones going 85 yards with a pick six on a 4th down highlight throw. And I actually watched Brosmer in the preseason. I watch everybody. What else do I have to do? I thought he was good. I thought he could be like Brock and go through his reads. Bang. What the hell are you doing there? Just take a sack. I know it's not good on 4th down, but it's better than highlighting it to number 13 on the other team, the Mike linebacker, for an 85-yard touchdown. Watch that play, the worst single play in the NFL this year.
If it makes you feel better, my fantasy football fate this weekend was Walter's kicker, Jason Myers, scoring 19 points, and my first-round pick, Justin Jefferson, scoring 18 less than Jason Myers.
All in the same game.
In the same game. It was, I mean, I have nothing to say. Let's go to number 5, and we're going to go all the way back to where we started with our winners. The Detroit Lions just all around had a miserable few days. It wasn't really one thing. It was about 6 different things. Amon-Ra St. Brown gets hurt at the beginning of the game and might not go tonight. The NFC playoff picture is not kind to them because the Packers beat them, and then every other team that's relevant in the NFC, except for Philadelphia and LA, continue to stack wins. Frank Ragnow, you think, is coming back for this inspiring story. Yeah, you didn't pass your physical, bro. You got a grade 3 hamstring tear. And look, they're playing a galvanized Dallas team tonight. So here's a little sample of where it all started. But Detroit, week 13 was not your week by any stretch.
Not great news for the Lions. Amon-Ra St. Brown heading back to the locker room. He is their best receiver and one of the best ones in the league. Here's what happened. Got rolled up by 2 of his players.
Yeah, so that was the beginning of it all. And look, the Lions, they're not fully out, but they are certainly down as it goes. And so that's going to do it here for our losers. The schizophrenic Eagles, Justin Herbert's hand, the juiceless Pittsburgh Steelers, the Vikings quarterback situation, and the Detroit Lions brutal week 13. But enough of me yapping. Let's open up the tape. Papa's Playbook. We're doing it late in the week because we don't have a football hour today. We get a nice little bye. Let's break down the Brock Star, some third downs, and maybe we can learn how to Dougie if we replay it just slow enough. We'll do that next on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. When he's not on the mic,
Left flat, spider 3, wide banana, first down, and goal to go 49ers.
he's focused on the film.
We're going to break down a couple of plays.
Time for Papa's Playbook as Greg Papa goes deep on the game tape.
We'll get to the jet sweep in a minute.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
Why you wanna play hate on me?
We have made it to that time of the week, all the way on Thursday. Normally we'd be wrapping up the football hour. Instead, we're just looking at the NFC. Week 14 going tonight, Cowboys, Lions, and we got to watch it all. But that also means that we got to think about how the 49ers can take advantage of what they've done well and carry it to Tennessee, carry it to Indianapolis, Chicago, Seattle. As they finish out the season, it's a good time to get a little bit of a reset. Let's do it, Pop. We're opening up the tape.
All right, so going into this, I thought, well, let me accentuate something beyond offense. So let's do 49ers special teams and Sky Moore, and he did have a nice 66-yard punt return going straight up the field, but he also opened the game with, I think, a curious call. I think that opening kickoff would have gone out of bounds. He decided to field the ball in the field of play. It was going to be close. The way you handle that, Sky, go out of bounds and catch the ball. And then we get it on the 40-yard line. So right away, I had a bad taste in my mouth about Sky Moore. I'm not doing that. Then I wanted to highlight the 49er pass rush and Cleve Ferrell, and we will. But we're going to wait next week and do it. Since we have a bye week, we'll do what we're going to do today and do the 49er D-line next week and also bring in Tim Ryan for his expertise. I think early in the game, they had a hard time winning with just straight four-man rushes. And then Kasarik got in his bag and started running games. And they just weren't E.T. stunts where you got an end and a tackle. They were doing stuff where it's a tet. It's a tackle, an end, a T, and it's guys starting way over here in the B gap on this side, looping around. It's three guys involved. Really, Bryce Huff is the one guy I think they just said go win. Everybody else, we're going to scheme it up and game it up. But we're going to do that next week, and we'll bring in Tim Ryan. So what are we going to do here? We're going to bring in the throwing arm of Brock Purdy. And we talk about big brain Brock. Look at the brain on Brock. But you also got to play quarterback in the NFL. You got to execute throws. We got into it pretty heavily the week before when he threw the 3 picks and fundamentally off, 7-step drop. What are you hitching? Get the ball out. Arm strength wasn't there. This game, we're going to accentuate the big arm on Brock and gripping it and ripping it. So it's late in the first half again. This is when Mac Jones flourished and Brock Purdy does as well. It's right after, and again, Luke Gifford, we're going to get into it more. I think Eric Kendricks needs to play here. Luke, I don't know if he had the flat or the route on Fannin Jr., whatever it was. You need to stay on your feet on that play. Anyway, they score a touchdown. We got 12 on the field on an extra point. Seriously? What's going on here? All of a sudden, you're losing to the Clevelanders by a score of 10-8. So it's late in the first half. You're driving into the win. Remember, we took the ball to open the game to have the win in the first quarter. In the fourth quarter, this is late second quarter. We're driving into this driving win. When you watch the play, envision, it looks clear, beautiful HD. Got Kevin Harlan on the call. It's all there visually. Kevin's belting it out. But just keep in mind, we got a 20-mile-an-hour wind howling off Lake Dreary. We got gusts of 40 miles per hour. And here we go. It is a 3rd down and 10. Niners on their own 35-yard line. They're down 10-8 with 27 seconds to go in the first half. Let's just watch. Let's listen. This is not big brain Brock. This is big fundamentals Brock, big feet Brock, and big arm Brock Purdy. Grip it and rip it, Brock Star.
Shotgun snap for Purdy against a 4-man rush. Clean pocket, throws it left. Pearsall catches it in stride.
Well, good throw by Brock in the pocket. Good time provided by the offensive line. Little cheater motion for Ricky Pearsall, and they get him matched up out there and runs a whip route. So he comes inside and then pivots back to the outside on Tyson Campbell, and Brock Purdy puts it right on him to get the ball near midfield.
T-Rock's the best. I wish I had him as an analyst. Wait, I do. So Tyson Campbell is an NFL corner. They actually traded for him. He's on the opposite side of Denzel Ward. You watch the Ricky route, and Brock back foot, and Brock is going to grip it and rip it on the outcut to Ricky Pearsall there on the little double move. That's the in-and-out burger, and Ricky's so good at that. Ricky is underrated. Ricky can play. That's an NFL wide receiver beating a corner. But I want you to watch Brock Purdy's feet, the grip, and the rip. Remember, the wind is 20 miles per hour and gusting at 40. Watch Brock's back foot here, the way he gets lined up to the target. It's a big-time throw. So he's not there's a throw later in the game I'm going to show you to Juwan Jennings. He's not on the right hash and throwing a left out, but he is in the middle of the field. Watch the back foot. Watch the way he's lined up to the target. Watch the way he grips the ball, steps up into the pocket here. Great blocking here by Trent Williams. Trent had some bad moments against Myles Garrett, but that was a U-shaped pocket, and he could rip it there to Ricky Pearsall against Tyson Campbell, who was an NFL cornerback and one of the better in football. Ricky runs a great route, in and out. You call it whatever you want, China route. They got all different names for these routes, but basically he's going to double move you, go in, and then go out. But Ricky's going to get open. We know that against man coverage. It's Brock. Watch the way the feet are lined up. Last game he was late. Ricky goes in. Brock loads it. Before he even cuts out, Brock steps up into the pocket. Look at that ball. Away from Tyson Campbell on the outside hand. Bill Walsh would love that. And again, you don't see it. You got to feel it. I'll turn the fan on more. Damn, it's 20 miles per hour wind and it's 40 gusting and he's ripping it. He is gripping it and ripping it. He's not wearing a glove. All right, 3rd and 10. So we saw him do that.
Yep.
Now let's take a shot. And this is where George Kittle, even the head coach was impressed by the 3rd and 10 out to Ricky from the middle of the field there. So now we're going to go into the wind here. It is called a Spartan route is what George Kittle educated us on. It's a box fade. George, they get the matchup they want. It looks like a straight go, but it's a wide bend and go. And now Brock has got to grip it and rip it into the wind. And I want you to watch the ball placement here on the Brock Star. Let it rip, Brock. Grip it, rip it.
1st and 10, shotgun snap for Purdy. 4-man rush, picked up well. Brock airs it out down the left sideline. Kittle falling for the football as it ripped out late.
They're going to give it to him.
Down the left sideline at the 8-yard line. Pulled in and ripped out of bounds. And the Niners call a timeout.
What an unbelievable catch. And I love Brock Purdy just gave George a chance on the safety, Ronnie Hickman. He caught it really with one hand, was down on the ground, and then Hickman ripped it out. Once again, Superman in the phone booth, George Kittle.
33-yard gain, and what a catch that was.
Unbelievable catch by George going to a one-hand. We saw him make the one-hand catch on the ball that went 9 yards down the field against the Dallas Cowboys in a playoff game where they were tied at 9 at that point. So Ricky goes outside, so that gets the one-on-one with George on the route. It is a Spartan route is what they call it, a box fade. Where do you want to watch? Do you want to watch George in the route? Ricky's going to go in motion here. Tyson Campbell will follow him. So you got George one-on-one against 33, Ronnie Hickman. So watch George go down the field, widen it out, box, get wide on the Spartan, and then go. And then look at the ball placement there by big arm Brock Purdy gripping it and ripping it. Now watch Brock. Hits the back foot. Is he late now on the drop? He hits the back foot. He loads. The arm is ready to go. He's not late. He's early. He's throwing into the wind. Look where the ball is. Now, this is kind of like the goes to the post to Dave Casper with Stabler in that infamous playoff game in Baltimore where, Kenny threw it to the outside shoulder. It's easier for George to catch that on the inside shoulder, but there's a safety lurking there. So Brock goes outside corner against Ronnie Hickman to keep it away from the coverage in the middle of the field. So it's not only all elements are on display here. He wants to keep it away from 9, the safety Grant Delpit, pick on 33, Ronnie Hickman, but it's Brock Purdy's just brilliance here in everything. The George route you've already seen. Just pay attention to what Brock does on this play. against Carolina on Monday Night Football, 6 night earlier. He was late. Look at his feet. Top of the drop, line up, throw, perfect ball into the wind, outside shoulder against the lurking safety. Watch number 9 in the middle, Delpit. Brock's looking at him. Where is he coming? I got the matchup I want, one-on-one. Kittle's going to beat a safety. Hell, Kittle, the way he's running routes now, could beat a corner. But Delpit comes from center field. We're not going towards the inside shoulder there. That is high-level quarterback play from the motion by Pearsall to get Kittle matched up with the safety, Hickman. Brock gets the ball out. Again, he is throwing into the wind. Not easy. And he also has to place the ball, not only drive the ball, but place the ball on the outside shoulder to stay away from the middle field safety there. It's just all perfect there, and obviously none of it works if George does not make a one-hand catch. Remember the one-hand catch he made? He had one against the Raiders, a big-time play earlier in his career when he got to 1377. But in this one, he also had the one against the Dallas Cowboys when the ball ricocheted 9 yards down the field. That's what started. The game was 9-9 late third quarter in that playoff game against the Cowboys. McCaffrey on the first play of the fourth quarter scored a touchdown, but none of it happens without George Kittle making an incredible catch. So we know George can make a one-hand catch. So that was a big play. You know what throw actually impressed me the most in the game? Probably none of you will remember it. It is Brock Purdy on a third down, like a 3rd and 6, early third quarter to Jawan Jennings. It is 3rd and Jawan, but watch the throw. The Pearsall throw on 3rd and 10 to start that late first half drive was impressive. The throw to Kittle down the field we just showed, really impressive. Watch big arm Brock rip this 3rd and 6 to 3rd and Jawan. Big time play in every regard. Look at him hit his back foot, ball out. Look at that throw there. Now this one is on the right hash. The ball starts on the right hash, and he runs an out to the left. Jawan does come back there against Miles Harden, who's their nickelback, and makes a great catch coming back to the ball. But the ball's on the right hash. So Brock is going to throw it across the entire width of the field. The 3rd and 10 to Ricky was middle. This one's right hash. He's got to work the ball across, and he's got one-on-one. Robinson goes in motion, and they want Jawan there. And Jawan also, remember the first interception against J.C. Horn on Monday night? We were somewhat critical of Jawan. Should he have come back on the ball?
Yeah,
look at him come back there and take that ball. That, if the corner there, the nickelback, Miles Harden is playing that differently, but the ball arrives before he can get his head around. And it's incredible play there by Jawan to come back and save that. But this is big arm Brock. Right hash, throw across the width of the formation left. Look at him rip that. Look at the ball placement there. The ball does not move in the wind. It's one thing to grip it and rip it through the wind. Do you have the accuracy and the arm strength? Look at him load up with his feet. Do you think his right big toe is bothering him on that throw? He is hitting that back foot. The ball's getting out early, and he is gripping and ripping it. So those are big-time throws. 3rd and 10 to Pearsall on an outcut. The deep shot, Spartan, that box wide down the field to George, not just to get it down the field in the wind, but also to throw it outside shoulder where the center fielder, Delpit, cannot get there. These are high-level throws. He's hitting it out early than the one to Jennings on 3rd down. But none of you care about that. All you want to do is see Brock Star, Dougie, in the end zone. Let's hear it and let's see. Let's see how he does the Dougie, by the way.
Shotgun snap for Purdy. Fakes the give. He runs left. He's got a nose for the goal line, and he's in for a 49ers touchdown. Reed opted in a celebration for the quarterback, Brock Purdy. The toe looks just fine on a 2-yard scamper, and the Niners lead 16-8 with 1:29 to play third quarter.
Jack, what did I say pregame? You got to have a wrinkle in the run game, and there is the wrinkle. And Christian McCaffrey putting it in the belly, faking up inside. Brock puts it in his belly and then widens out, uses his foot speed, and skips across the goal line. Great play call, better execution.
Great Dougie as well. All right, why did that play work? I want to show you the very previous play. These are back-to-back plays. The handoff to Christian McCaffrey. Is this the previous play, Walter? I hope it is. So watch Myles Garrett. They do come down. Myles Garrett and 43, Muhammad Diabaté, whatever his name is, 43. Watch the two ends on the line of scrimmage. Brock is reading this play. He hands off to McCaffrey. Both chase it, and they stuff it. That's the play before. 95 and 43 are going to chase that. One has got to stay home and spill. So what are we going to run on the very next play? We're not going to give it to McCaffrey on the very next play. Myles Garrett come down, 43 come down. He's going to pull it on the zone read, the pull option read. Kyle Shanahan, go in the end zone and do the Dougie with him. This is why you're an expert play. You don't do it off the call sheet. Watch how they play. The previous play, 95 and 43, both chased it on the end. If they do that again, Brock is going to Dougie all over their dog pound. They both chased it again, and now you got a touchdown. So that is the genius level of what we're seeing here in the passing game and the running game. Myles Garrett, you're great. You both can't chase down on McCaffrey. One guy's got to stay home. Is it 43? He's got to stay home and spill. They both can't chase that play. The previous play, they both chased, and they stuffed it. Now we're going to run the zone read, the pull option. The quarterback is going to pull it out here, and he does got rhythm. As he gets in the end zone, he does the Dougie. So that is Kyle on the call sheet. You script the early plays. He does script, plays in the second half. But this is one called directly off the previous play. They have shown 95 and 43 are going to take the cheese. They got to deal with McCaffrey. They've never run a zone read with this quarterback. So if they show this action, this is not Lamar Jackson. It's not Jalen Hurts. It's Brock Purdy. White man can't Dougie. The hell he can. He's going to Dougie all over your dug pound. George is going to jump in because George has got to get a piece of every camera. We love you, George. But that is all because the previous play, Coach, they both came down, and they stuffed McCaffrey. Now let's run the same exact play. Play repeater, but it's a different angle. Brock, you watch it. If you put it in 23's belly and 95 and 43 both come down like they did on the previous play, to stuff it, you pull it, and you run in the end zone for a Dougie, a Dougie. And there you go. 43, thank you. Dog pound, I am Brock Purdy. White man can dance, even though the Dougie's way out of it's no longer Dougie fresh. So that's the genius of Kyle Shanahan to call that play again and for Brock to read it, and this time he does the Dougie.
All right, I'll tell you my three favorite things about that play. Number one, the inside angle Brock Purdy takes with the elbow. I mean, you really got to get into it, and then he goes full hair swipe. That was number one.
You going to break it down?
And number two
Give me the full Dougie breakdown here.
And then number two is the way George Kittle comes up to be the ultimate hype man, hands on the helmet, and just like give it up. God forbid a white man has a little bit of motion. But number three is if you look at the actual play itself, Jawan Jennings sells this perfectly out here on the outside because Jawan is sitting there. He kind of stops like it's just a run up the middle. Then he does just enough to do what Jawan Jennings, of course, wanted to do the whole time. That was block the defensive back. And then you had a little bit of a shoving match before Jawan just stuck his hands up in the air for a little bit of touchdown. Maybe that was the moment where Shelby Harris decided that he was a hoe.
He's a hoe. I don't even think Jawan has no idea if 23's getting the ball or if 13's going to pull it and score. He don't know. It's all Purdy. He runs the exact same action on the play. Is he going to give it? No, I kept it. I pulled it. It's a touchdown. He may not have rhythm in the household. That's why he's got Millie along with Jenna. But this white man's got rhythm on the football field. Pull it out every time. You're going to wind up with 12 kids, or like me with 5. You don't want to do that. So sometimes you pull it in and you pull it out fast and you show you got rhythm and you move on. Walter, one's fine. It could be one and done, maybe two, one of each sex, and you move on. I don't even know if Jawan knew that. I wonder what the play call was on that. Was the first one straight give to McCaffrey, touchdown. Second one is Brock, you read it. It's a zone read. If 95 and 43 do on the next play what they did on the previous play, you pull it out and you go dance on the dog pound Dougie style. That is Brock Purdy gripping and ripping it. 3 plays we showed you. The 3rd and 10 to Ricky, the deep shot to George. I love the one to Juwan even better because that one was on the right hash mark, fully out there. You know how hard that is for a quarterback? Jamarcus Russell had a hose, the strongest throwing arm I've ever seen. He could not throw from the right hash mark a left out. He could not do it. It was not accurate. He could not open up his hips and drive that ball. Little Brock Star could do it all. He gripped it and ripped it. And, by the way, what the film don't show is the wind howling. They know they were all there. The out to Juwan was big time, and then Kyle Shanahan, watch 95 and 43. They're going to run a wide 9. We know that Nick will chase that as well, and Fred Warner won't come over and spill on a big 4th down in the Super Bowl. We know sometimes the ends are not covered properly. 43, the outside guy in 95, Myles Garrett. So now we're going to pull it and going to run in the end zone. So that's the full gamut of Brock Purdy and the skill set on what he's able to do with his brain and what he can do with his arm. When he trusts the arm, fundamentals, feet, line up, grip it, and rip it even into the wind.
Well, I love that playbook because as much fun as we had with the touchdown and the Dougie and Juwan Jennings, etc., the 3 throws that we all broke down, they were into the wind. They were our Bob Seger against the wind. And so right before the half, to get the 3rd down to Ricky after 2 straight incompletions, Kyle Shanahan said after the game, we were contemplating not even going for a score. You went into the half with a lead because of it. The play to Kittle and what he did to just, as Tim Ryan put it, give him a chance and put it away from the safety on that one-on-one matchup. That was a huge difference right there because, I mean, look, Matt Gay made it by the narrowest of margin to where it was a full-on doink score. Couldn't even tell. And Jack Smith also was like, oh, it's no good. And he's like, wait, no, it is. It made it through. And so, and then the Juwan Jennings one, to throw it quickly, it is night and day the way we broke it down in terms of how quickly he got the ball out, knowing that he had to fight against some of those elements and make those quick decisions. So Ricky Pearsall, double move, George Kittle, you got the ultimate weapon right there. And then on 3rd down, you know where it's going. It's going to 3rd and Juwan. Great edition of Papa's Playbook here on a Thursday. And yeah, we'll double it up with the defensive side and the D-line, Cleve Earl, and the game he had when we come on back next week. Right now, this is a chance to let you all know you can call, win tickets to see Evanescence. I'm telling you, do it right now. This is the time, and your number is 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-5627. Dial into the studio. If you are lucky, caller number 10, you have a chance to win. We'll be right back, and we're doing something a little bit different here. I got to laugh at ourselves. We're thinking, hey, this is a good day to talk about the Shark Tank. That last game last night in particular, yeah, that was a toughie, but we'll look at the larger picture as the Great 8 came in and added to his all-time record, scored a pair, 7-1 your final, and then we've got some Warriors talk. We've got Monty Poole joining us, and we'll look at the NFL week ahead to wrap it all up. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We can all enjoy a nice 49ers weekend off, but week 14 for the NFL starts tonight. It's a big one in the NFC between the Lions and the Cowboys, and then with all the games on Sunday, there could be a lot in motion for the 49ers. That's right. They have a chance to jump from the 7 seed up to as high as the number 2 seed. We'll lay out all those scenarios for you so you know exactly what you're watching for this weekend.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Every single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcast. We are the sports leader.
Rimmed around there by Ferraro. Foley tips it out to himself and he skates out.
Two-man attack across the line. Feeds on the right to Will Smith. Nice move. He shoots. He scores! Will Smith, another spectacular toe drag off a Tyler Toffoli pass. The Sharks are on top 6-2 with 10:51 to go in the second period.
Yeah, Monday was a little bit more fun against Utah than what happened last night down at the Tank. The Capitals come in. Ovechkin scores 2 more to extend his record to 911 career goals. That was 7-1. And Askarov, who's won 9 of his 11 starts coming into last night, just had a toughie all around. But look, Sharks are starting to be a team that we're really interested in. They got the young talent. Of course, Macklin Celebrini is the headliner. But even without him, you got ankle-breaking Will Smith. You've got Askarov in goal. You've got Sam Dickinson on the defense. You got Michael Misa, the number 2 overall pick. And then Pavel Regenda last night had another goal since he got called up to the team. That makes it 2. And so, again, last night, I'm laughing at ourselves, Pop. I'm like, hey, you know what? Niners are on a bye. Everyone's kind of in this limbo state. Let's get a little Sharks talk in. And I'm like, they lost 7-1. That's nice timing here by us at the leader.
No, I mean, we're going to talk about them. I mean, we love hockey. I mean, where I grew up, and my Buffalo Sabres gave up 3 goals in a span of 50 seconds last night in Philadelphia and got routed. So it does happen, and they haven't made the playoffs as long as the New York Jets. But we love the game, not the Winnipeg Jets, the New York Jets. But last night, just woeful defense. I mean, rebounds have got to be cleared. What in the name of Mark-Edward Vlasic is going on here? Last night was a full meltdown. You've got to lay bodies on guys, and you cannot give up rebound stuffs the way it did over and over and over again last night. They just broke down defensively. I know they had one in Colorado. Even the game when Macklin scored the hat trick, scored all 3 goals, and they won in overtime, they're just a little sloppy in their own end. So they've got to tighten up their defense. There is no doubt. The skill level, you heard Dan Rusanowski call Will Smith and Randy Hahn and Drew just next level how good they are. And Rusanowski did win the Foster Hewitt Award. We're hoping Kipe wins the Ford Frick, but Dan's already in the mall in downtown Toronto in the Hall of Fame. Will Smith's puck handling and Macklin Celebrini, there's so many things as you watch these young men play. The way they carry the puck through skates and legs, and a couple of times it's just, how did you get through there? Even Macklin, when he entered the puck last night, the skill level is just incredible. But I would like to see you. Patty Marleau was out along with the silhouette of the Sharks, the Jimmy Durante, Mike Ricci last night. Patty Marleau was not only on the number 1 power play, he was also on the number 1 penalty kill. So Will Smith, Macklin Celebrini, and I know you have reputations from collegiate hockey of playing the full sheet, playing both ends. You got to be like Patty. With your skill level to skate and take the puck away or possess the puck, I would like, and I know they've been good on the power play. They were not good on the penalty kill. They were not good last night, and it was just woeful what we saw last night as far as just stuffs. And you can't let guys dance in your crease like that. If you got to take a penalty, knock somebody down. To have a rebound, to pull the goalie didn't help at all. He wasn't the one to blame. You're just, wow, you got rebound stuffs, clear the puck. You cannot do that. So we're going to demand more of these guys. More eyeballs are on you. And then we'll get into Ovechkin a little bit. I remember watching him as a younger player. I mean, the guy's damn 40 years of age. Last night he looked like Phil Esposito. He's just sitting in the slot, stuffing things with, Hodge and Cashman are doing all the work in the corner. Esposito when he was a Blackhawk, he was a better player. When he got to be a Boston Bruin or even a Ranger like that, he couldn't skate. Ovechkin, it's like baseball. If you had 500 home runs in the pre-steroid era, you were a first ballot Hall of Famer. Now, to get to 500 goals, when you got 500 goals in the NHL, there is no doubt you're a Hall of Famer. It is beyond my mental capacity that someone could score 900 goals and not be 900 years of age. How's that even possible? And now, dial 911. It's an emergency situation. He's got 911 goals in his career. And he's not saying it's the last year of his contract. He could play one more. He's not going to get to 1,000, is he? I don't know. I mean, the guy scored 50 a year just about every damn year when he was a complete younger player, and he plays a different game than what we're seeing. These younger guys and the way they carry the puck, it is just lay a body on guys. Don't play the puck, play the man. Put him into the boards. Don't let him skate like that through the neutral zone. And that's the way, frankly, Washington plays. And last night it was capital punishment. But I never thought anybody would get Gretzky's record for goals. He won't get Gretzky's record for points because the assist total's not there. He's got 741 assists and 911 goals. But to see the number, it's like, what? He scored not 500, 600, 700, 800. The guy's got 900 goals, 911, and he's not slowing down. He's on a real rant. Last year he scored 44 goals. So if he did hang around for a couple of more years, he could get to 1K. But he's a different player, obviously, now than when he was younger, and he's more Esposito than he was when he was younger. But he only comes here once a year, and for them, and at one point last night it was 7-0. It's like, what's going on here? They did get a late goal to make it 7-1, and now they're off on a long road trip. But they got skill, big-time skill. Those two young guys and the whole line, they are amazingly skilled. But do not allow NHL players to sit in your goal crease like that time and time again. Clear a rebound, and if you don't clear a rebound, take another penalty, put them in the boards. You cannot allow, I mean, after a while, it's like, is he going to score 5-footers? He can't be around the goal like that over and over and over again. That is not acceptable.
We'll do a little reset of the clock here. We'll stick one more here on the Sharks because the Capitals were hot. They win 6 straight. Then we'll get into the DeAnthony Melton return before we have Monty Poole joining us at 1:15. Then we'll talk a little NFL Week 14 and what's ahead. Big one tonight between the Lions and the Cowboys. But right now, we are the Sharks leader. We'll be back on Papa and Silver.
KNBR, the sports leader.
Making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition in your retirement life, and we can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you'd think. You may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Transition in your retirement confidently and on your own terms. Don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell, CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group, for a complimentary review of your financial situation today. The number, 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or visit them online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
Since we're the sports leader, it only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
Nice rejoin, Jacob. Yeah, we got Jacob hanging out for the last part of the show. Walter had to go take care of some important business, and turns out when you're about to be a father, you got a lot of responsibilities. I just show up, I mess around, I make jokes, I break down Brock Purdy's little Dougie motion, but we're talking a little Sharks hockey here before we get back into the world of hoops and football to end it. But 911, somebody call 911. Yeah, Alex Ovechkin went from 909 to 911 last night with a pair, and the Capitals are hot. They've won 6 in a row. We were talking a little bit about the ups and downs of the Sharks, and Monday was a lot of fun when they put up 6 against Utah and raced out to that lead. You know, you mentioned just how quickly it all snowballed last night, Pop, and I was out playing a little bit of basketball, getting some exercise in, and so I was planning to go back and watch the first part of the Sharks game. I miss it. Period 1, I look at the phone and I'm like, how is it already 4-0? And once Ovechkin got that first one, it just felt like there was a little bit of momentum. And then once it really snowballed, there was really no looking back there. And it all kind of happened there in quick succession in the first period. So we detailed just how tough it was when you're allowing a bunch of 5-footers and you got to clear a rebound at some point, because when you're against a team that is hot, they got that kind of experience, that kind of veteran leadership. And of course, one of the all-time greats there who knows how to put the puck in the back of the net, you're going to get bit.
In the biscuit in the basket. Yeah, I mean, and again, you cannot allow him to stand at the left side of your goal crease and just take a rebound or take a pass and bat the puck into the net. So the Sharks have got to tighten up their area around the goal. By and large, they've been fine in that area. There have been a couple of games where they've had meltdowns. Colorado, again, even the one where Celebrini scored the hat trick and got the third one in the overtime, that's pretty amazing. That's never happened where a teenager scores all 3 goals in a victory like that. They were sloppy at times, and they've acknowledged it. And even some of them, these guys are young. We're talking about 19, 20 years of age. They got older guys on the team as well. I love the fact that they bring them all back. Joe Thornton has a presence. Mike Ricci and the great Patty Marleau both work in player development. I mean, they're going to learn how to play the game from the older guys. The game has changed a little bit, and Drew Remend is so good. You can't, to play the puck that way, the way these guys handle the puck, it's like trying to steal the dribble of Steph Curry. You're not going to steal it. You've got to cut him off to where he's going. You're not going to take the ball. You're not going to take the puck. And Will Smith handles the puck every bit as well as Macklin Celebrini. Those guys are just incredibly skilled. You got to play body. They're not big guys, so you got to lay body. And then conversely, on the other side, you got to check guys. And if you take a penalty, that's fine. You can check them cleanly. But I felt bad for the goalie getting pulled, and that the coach has to do that to make a statement. But you can't allow guys just to stand in your goal crease and just take rebounds and stuff the puck back in. So, and that's how Ovechkin, got both of his. The first one was a pass. The second one, a big rebound, and he's just right there left of the crease. So, but to get to 911 goals, there are 49 players in the history of the NHL that have scored 500 goals. That does surprise me, because for a while there, I equated it to 500 home run hitters in baseball. I'm not even sure what the number is for that. Lanny McDonald, who I remember with the Maple Leafs and the big mustache as well, got to an even 500. And when you think Jeremy Roenick or Gilbert Perreault, Jean Beliveau, Evgeny Malkin, Dale Hawerchuk got in the low 500s, Brian Trottier, got over 500, Frank Mahavlovich. You just go up the list. Guy Lafleur, 507. Guy Lafleur scored 560 goals and played almost 2,000 games. Pretty impressive. Mike Bossy was a pure sniper, still in the 500s. Sidney Crosby scored 643 goals. These are Mario Lemieux, 690. Stevie Y scored 692. Mark Messier, 694. Phil Esposito, we mentioned. For a long time, Espo had the single-season record until Gretzky got to 92 in 1 year. Esposito scored 717 goals. Marcel Dion, 731. Brett Hull, Jaromir Jagr. So forever, the number was 801. That was like Babe Ruth hitting 714. That was Gordie Howe. He scored 801. 800 goals. Damn. I mean, all these guys I just mentioned were a different era than when Gordie Howe played. Gordie Howe, was born in the 20s. These other guys were born in the 70s. And then when Gretzky comes rolling along and he obliterates it by getting to 894 goals, and you're thinking, wow, that's a record that will never be touched. And then Ovechkin comes around, and, how much do we embrace him? He's from a foreign land. It's a little bit different. The Canadians we kind of take in as part of North America, and they're, us. How many on that list were actually born in America? Brett Hull is the all-time records leader for American-born, was 741, but most of them were born in Canada, to be frank, or, Sweden, or some of the European countries. Then Ovechkin comes around, and Ovechkin to get to 911. I'm not here to diminish that. It's it's almost impossible to believe that he would get there, but he did it, a little like Don Sutton getting to 300 wins, where he just pitched so long. He didn't win 20 games for 15 years. He won 15 games for 20 years, and that's how you get to 300. And Ovechkin had some big years. He had a 65-goal year. He led the league in goals scored. How many times? 8 times, somewhere in there. I'm looking at it. But he always got he's like Hank Aaron. Hank Aaron hit 44 exactly, 44 times in his career. I know the math doesn't work. But what's the most Aaron ever hit in 1 year? He hit 44 every damn year. Ovechkin, a 51, a 53, a 50, a 49, a 51, a 48. He did it every year where he got high 40s, 50s, broke through 1 year, his third year in the NHL, and got to 65. And then you look up, and honestly, he's going to get Gretzky's record? What? He can't do that. And late last year, he got it. 894 to tie it, and then 895, and then this year he got to 900, and now someone dialed 911. The dude's got 911 goals. What he does not have is Gretzky's points. Gretzky has 2,857 points, where on top of the 894 goals, he had 1,963 assists. And they don't give out. There are a lot of times when Gretzky just missed a point and an assist by one pass. He probably had another 3,000 of those, where Ovechkin, just pure assists, 741 versus Gretzky's 1963. So the 2,857 points, no one's touching that, right? Macklin?
I was going to say,
Will?
What about some of these young guys, huh? You're going to be playing a long time.
I mean, you got to play. You got to play to your 40, brother, and just do the math. I don't think they're getting to the points total. I don't think they're getting to the assist total, but you never know. It's a different brand of hockey. So anyway, Ovechkin was a guy. Did we ever root for Ovechkin to do what he's done? Over time, he became an affable guy. He's a good family man, and he's played with one franchise in his entire career. It's always been capital punishment. He did not jump franchises. Gretzky left Edmonton to go deal with Bruce McNall and that criminal and the L.A. Kings, and then he jumped around in his career. But, obviously Gretzky's in a whole different stratosphere like Jerry is. He's the great one. He's the GOAT. But just to watch Ovechkin, the gray beard, come in, I'd love to see him play in person. I never have. I've seen Gretzky. I've seen all these other guys. There are a lot of them, but maybe if he plays one more year, we'll go to the tank to watch him play. But, I mean, to get to a number like that is just beyond, your imagination that someone could get to Gretzky. I mean, Howe was 801. Gretzky obliterated that record and got to 894. Gretzky was Babe Ruth. He took records of home runs and goals and assists and put them so far out, you thought no one is ever getting there. And then the grade 8 comes along. Alex Ovechkin, he gets to 911, but he's not touching the assist total, and he's not going to touch the point total. But that don't matter right now. Just to watch him play last night and get 2. Shouldn't have gotten any. If you could get him out of the crease there and put a body on that old man, he wouldn't have scored at all. But to watch him come in and watch him celebrate every time he scores one, he knows what he's doing here. He's an historian. He knows all these guys. And to get 911 goals, he just didn't think anyone would get Gretzky's record.
Well, you talked about getting not just 1, but 2, and that inched him even a little bit closer to another record of Wayne Gretzky's. Gretzky holds the record for most multi-goal games in his career with 189. Ovechkin just got to 181 by having a pair last night. So, yeah, it's pretty incredible. I mean, continuing to do what he's done. And to your point, one singular franchise. I remember my sister was doing an internship in Washington, D.C. the summer that the Capitals finally got it done and broke through. And so they were all rabid Capital fans for like 3 weeks. And I'm kind of thinking, part of me was rolling my eyes. Part of me was pretty happy for him. It looked like an incredible scene over there. So that was awesome.
I mean, 900? Wow. Well, is anybody going to get a 900? And 49 players have scored 500 or more goals in the NHL. Walter did the research. So 28 are in the 500 home run club. I wonder, there was a time there where it seemed like it was pretty even. To me, if you hit 500 home runs in baseball, you were going to the Hall of Fame. That was the number. Now, how many has A-Rod hit? Barry at 762. They're not. Are they ever going? And if Barry's going to go, he's going to go on some special committee and get in way after he should have gotten in as a first ballot Hall of Famer. So 28 in the history of baseball have hit 500 home runs. In the NHL, 49 players have scored 500 or more goals. For a while there, I thought it was pretty even. Now, NHL has just obliterated them. Giancarlo's got 453. Is he going to hit 500 in his career? I don't know.
Probably.
I don't know. He's got to stay healthy.
Yeah.
And Mike Trout, who we thought, would go after Mickey Mantle in 536 career home runs. Trout's got 404, and he's just not able to stay healthy. So it doesn't mean the same, obviously, as it did before. But just to have the great one come through town, Ovi, as they call him, the great Alexander Ovechkin. And see that number? I still can't wrap my brain around a guy. How many games has he played? 1,519 games to score 911 goals. And it's slightly more than the great one. Wayne Gretzky played 1,487 games to get to 894. Even Gordie Howe, 1,767. Does this just include his numbers in the NHL? I mean, Gordie played with his sons in the WHA forever. I got to look into that. But as far as goals per game, Ovechkin has even beaten the great Gordie Howe.
Yeah, just got his 14th for this season last night. Yeah, Hank Aaron, so 1971 was his best in a season. It was 47. Then he hit 45 in 1962. And then, to your point, he hit the magic number of 44, fittingly, 4 different times.
And that's why he wore what number? 44. I mean, that's why Reggie took 44. It's honor the great Hank Aaron.
Oh, man, we got a little Warriors basketball back in action tonight. No Steph Curry on this 3-game road trip. And then afterwards, get a 5-day break before Minnesota comes to town as one of the bonus games due to all the NBA Cup, for which the Warriors will not be participating in. DeAnthony Melton is off the injury report, so we may get to see him for the first time tonight. And Draymond Green had some interesting comments about that Melton return, not putting too much on him as to be some kind of savior. It is amazing. You would never think he played just 6 games for the Warriors last year with how much it was talked about after he went down. But this team needs some answers, and without Steph Curry, you need answers at every single corner. We'll talk about that next before Monty Poole joins us. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
San Francisco Giants are bringing in former Los Angeles Angels manager Ron Washington to be a part of their infield staff. So with the Giants going very much outside the box for their manager hire in Tony Vitello, they are bringing in an experienced voice to help out with the infield. Winter meetings in Orlando start over the weekend, and we'll be giving you all of the latest updates for your Orange and Black only here on The Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Dominguez getting a lot of run here, and he should. DeAnthony Melton. Oh, the corner three for DeAnthony Melton. Looks like he's got his rhythm back. He jumps to double figures. DeAnthony Melton, a beautiful steal and the finish.
See, there's that 6'8" wingspan coming into play there, getting into passing lane.
1 year ago today, DeAnthony Melton had a season-ending surgery to repair a sprained ACL. Then he was ultimately traded to the Brooklyn Nets, and pretty soon into our time as a show on Papa and Silver, we talked all about the acquisition of Dennis Schroeder and that tying back into DeAnthony Melton. Interesting wrinkle coming in. He only played 6 games last year. We've broken down the numbers with Dalton Johnson in the past. And I was a big fan of DeAnthony Melton 2 off seasons ago, the original signing, when they got Kyle Anderson, Buddy Hield, DeAnthony Melton. I was pretty adamant in the summer that DeAnthony Melton was the guy I felt like could offer the most for the team in terms of perimeter defense, hitting the 3-ball consistently enough alongside Steph Curry. Veteran experience, has played in playoff games. It seems pretty built for the clutch. When a team, you got a lot of young guys that you're still trying to figure it out. And even so, there's a lot of inconsistencies to observe here. So I was reading Tim Kawakami in the SF Standard yesterday, and he wrote about the Warriors needing DeAnthony Melton, but also being properly wary of putting too much on this imminent return. And Draymond Green had some interesting comments. He said, "I've never said this, but I think Dennis Schroeder was probably put in one of the worst positions a player can be put in. It's not that Schroeder couldn't work here, but the Warriors were so desperate. It was like everyone expected him to come in and be the savior. So he never really got a fair shot here in San Francisco. I don't want to see that happen to Melt. A guy's coming back off an ACL injury. That takes time."
Well, and I heard him say that after the game, and they asked him about DeAnthony Melton, and he started talking, and he mispronounced his name. He called him Schroeder. So how well did you know your teammate, bro? It's Schroeder. We know Dennis Schroeder. He came in with Brooklyn on a Sunday night. He lit the Warriors up. He always plays well against the Warriors. We wanted the trade to happen. You're trading a guy that just tore his ACL. Or actually, I don't even know if he tore it. They had surgery performed. I think they knew it was going to tear. In any event, as you laid out, the surgery happened 1 year ago on this date, December the 4th of 24. He comes back 365 days later. Brandon Ayuk, make a note of that. Now, I don't know if he tore it or they knew he was going to tear it and they had the surgery, but he didn't tear anything but the ACL, or they repaired just that ligament, the anterior cruciate ligament. BA had the MCL, the medial collateral, and the meniscus, around the cartilage around the ligament. So it was a much more significant injury. But just for a point of comparison, because I keep bringing up a year, Melton's back, a year later. He's had a lot of injuries in his career. He was also hurt before, so there is a little bit of a record for him as far as being able to stay healthy. So I thought he was bigger. I know he's 6'1", but the guy does guard. Schroeder was a point guard who could score the ball off of that. Melton is more of a 2 guard that can play and handle some, but he will guard. Now, again, I think to Draymond's point, and Schroeder just did not fit here to the point where he had to be included in the Jimmy Butler deal. It just didn't work out. There were some really bad moments. He had a hard time playing with Steph, and Kelly Oubre Jr., by the way, also a Philadelphia 76er. Not sure if he's going to play tonight. To certain guys, Oubre couldn't play with Steph. Miangelo couldn't play with Steph. Some guys just need the ball in their hands, and they don't know how to play off the ball or all of Steph's actions. So you need guys. Melton knows how to play with Steph. We've seen it before when they got off to that good start last year. Melton was a big part of it. But he only played 6 games here. He only started 2. The year before, and he is a former Philadelphia 76er, he only played 38 games in Philadelphia. He's not played a lot in his NBA career for different reasons, and a lot of it has been injury. So they've seen it, obviously. He was down in Santa Cruz for a while. They get all the video, or they go there and watch it with their own eyeballs. Celebrini, he's worked him out. He's worked out with his team. but he is coming back from a significant injury, an anterior cruciate ligament surgery. So what's his movement skill going to be like tonight? In ACLs, a lot of it is lateral movement. Can he guard Maxey tonight? Are you going to trust that? That guy's laser quick, getting to the goal, and he also can pull up and shoot the ball over you. And it's we'll see how many minutes he can play tonight. Seth Curry obviously is in the mix as well. How much you're going to use all these guys. I think, Pat Spencer, I think, needs to get a little run here. We've talked about it. We'll talk to Monty about it. The first thing is Jimmy Butler going to be able to play tonight?
I have an answer,
and, right now he's
and the answer
questionable.
is no. He is out.
He's out. Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Before I go through all the list here, left knee soreness for Jimmy. Who has been declared? Is Horford going to play tonight?
Horford's still questionable. Kuminga and Quentin Post still questionable. Jimmy Butler is out. Steph Curry's out.
Kuminga has right ankle soreness. Now, that's a new one, right? On top of the bilateral patella tendonitis, which kind of struck me. Bilateral means both legs, both something, and he's got the patella tendon, which is not good. Now he's got a right ankle injury, which would explain a little bit of why he did not play in the fourth quarter the other night when you didn't have Steph and you didn't have Jimmy for the entire second half of the game. And I thought Kuminga, he had some good moments in the game, but he's just takes him a while to get back into rhythm. When he comes back, it's just, did you ever play this game before with these guys? How do you figure it out? He's just, now all of a sudden, it doesn't mean you play ice ball every single possession. Move the ball, man. Is Joel Embiid, I assume he's not playing. He's doubtful. Has he been declared out for the game for them, the first Joel?
I haven't seen anything official on Embiid. I know he was doubtful going in, though, like you said.
I mean, Paul George is questionable. The NBA is just, you got a problem here.
Although, remember last time they were in Philly last year, we were at the Combine, and Jimmy Butler didn't play. Steph and Draymond did, and there was no Embiid, no Paul George, and Quentin Grimes, of all people, went for 45.
I mean, the NBA's got to figure something out. And a lot of this is, and, we got a major gambling scandal going on with a player and a coach, and it's just, But if you have anybody that's got anything, you have got to list him on your injury report, because all of us, if he didn't mention that Jimmy Butler's hurt at all, but we knew he was hurt in the previous game. Bad example, Kuminga. Kuminga, we thought he came back off the bilateral patella tendonitis. He's good, right? He just didn't play in the fourth quarter, but now he's got a right ankle problem. So if he just does not play for, whether it's fantasy leagues or just straight, prop bets or gambling, if all of a sudden Kuminga does not play, it creates, because people make these wagers earlier in the day, so they got to follow the injury report. But it's also hard, cost a lot of money to go see an NBA game. If I'm going to lay out the money, right now, if I'm in South Philly, am I going to go watch the game tonight? Steph Curry's not playing. Jimmy Butler's now out. We don't know about Horford. We don't know about Kuminga. These guys come through once a year. What's up with Quentin Post? He's questionable with left ankle. I mean, they list like half the roster, and for them, you have to assume the first Joel won't play because he just doesn't play, and Kelly Oubre's out. Paul George is also questionable with the left knee injury. So it's like the stars of the league. I don't know how you do business, where you ask people to lay out this money and then they may or may not play. It's hard. That's why the Giants go to a set lineup and they don't like openers, and because they want to know the stars are going to star, which leads to, and we'll bring in Monty. I mean, what do you do with the huge question here is Giannis, and he's going to be out 2 to 4 weeks. The calf injury's there. We already detailed the concern about this becoming an Achilles situation, and then what do you do? And then do they trade him? And some interesting trade simulators. I was just watching Bobby Marks, and there's a big story up on ESPN as well, and Bobby, who's such a good capologist as well and deals with the salary cap that gives me a headache. There is a trade proposal out there that the Warriors would be involved with, where you would put Kuminga in. You would put Buddy Hield in the deal as well, which is really interesting. And then it would be Draymond Green. That would go in the trade, and it would be unprotected first picks in 26, 28, 30, and 32, and because of the Stepien rule, you got to do it every other year. There are other deals out there. The Houston Rockets would make Alperen Şengün in this deal. Whoa.
Giannis and
Not
KD
sure I would
together?
do that.
Oh, my goodness.
Could you imagine that? Would they like to play each other? I think KD would look at him and say, "You know how to shoot, brother? What's your problem? You can't shoot the ball." Şengün would go in that deal? Whoa.
I was seeing proposals about the Spurs getting rid of Castle and Vassell and Dylan Harper.
Harrison Barnes, Kelly Olynyk, McLaughlin, and a bunch of first. Would Pop do that? Trey, we talked to Grant Liffman, who was in Atlanta's front office. There's a deal involving Trae Young and a handful of picks. The Knicks, nobody likes Karl Anthony Towns. Is that the problem there? They don't want Towns? I'd take Towns.
Yeah, I mean, besides him and Draymond not liking each other, as far as a stylistic fit, I'd still take him.
Draymond doesn't like anybody. That's why he's on the naughty list. Once he becomes your teammate, we're all good. They battle each other. He doesn't like anybody.
I don't think Rudy Gobert could ever be a Warrior on the same team as Draymond. That's the one I don't think could ever happen.
Rudy Gobert. I don't want his skill level, but Draymond, we're not giving you a vote. We're going to send your salaries to your house, and your kid can come over and meet Chet Holmgren and ask for an autograph or whatever. But Draymond doesn't like anybody. Once you're teammates, you don't worry about that. But we'll ask Monty, what exactly do they do? The one thing is they're a 500 team. They're back to 11-11. They got off to a 4-1 start. They won 1 out of 5. They went 4-1 and 1-4. And the bottom line is the roster construction that concerned us all is age. Old guys it's hard. Steph's not playing tonight. Jimmy's not playing tonight. Al Horford's got sciatica. That's tough. That's old man back problems, and it shoots down the back and gets into the leg, and it's a nerve, and that ain't good, because then the back becomes a calf, and those are harder to heal. And then you've even got young man problems with Kuminga, the whole deal. So who are they right now? I mean, is this team, let me ask you, are the older guys going to play enough games this year? Are the younger guys, and I love the 2 timeline, that's just sports. It's civilization. It's parents having children and developing a second timeline of silvers. That's the way it happens. That's how it works here.
I got to ask Walter about the 2 timeline plan.
Well, he's got another second timeline of Iqbal Setes that no one, right away, if I'm the kid, I don't care about the first name you give me, Dad, Walter. I want to know, can I change my second name, my surname? No one's going to be able to pronounce Iqbal Seta. They'll figure it out. Don't do that. That's your heritage. But is this team going to make the playoffs? Are they? Last year they did not. They did not. Now they didn't get Jimmy till later, but they were in the play-in. Eventually they got in the playoffs and they won. They knocked out a young team that couldn't figure it out. And then Steph got hurt in a bad time. When you're looking at this right now, we're not good enough.
No.
We're not good enough.
No.
We're not going to get Steph another ring if that's what you're talking about, or, it's just not going to happen. It's going to be too hard to get through the 82 to win 16 more. So what deal would you put together for Giannis? Monty knows. He's been around this forever. He's covered this, Bay Area sports going back before Joe Lacob, even was in town or had a WNBA team or whatever league that was he had in San Jose. And, he's seen it all. And then I worry about Giannis's calf becoming an Achilles, and even if Giannis wants to say that he wants to play here. So who are they right now? Are they ultimately good enough to do anything? Are they good enough to even make the playoffs or win a playoff series? Or ultimately, if they're getting hurt in October, November, and December, what does your April and May look like? Are they even going to have one? So do you need to blow it up? And do you blow it up for that guy? If these other teams are willing to trade these other players, you don't have anything to get Stephon Castle from San Antonio or Şengün from Houston. It would take a Giannis, and you don't have that on your roster. What if you traded for Giannis and then flipped him and took all these trade packages these other teams you beat out to get? If you can get Alperen Şengün to play here, are you kidding me?
I was going to say, you can go get OKC's 7 picks that they got stored up, or 7 of the picks they got stored up, I should say, and then take Isaiah Joe. He always makes threes against the Warriors. He probably loves this building. We'll talk to Monty Poole of NBC Sports Bay Area, one of the best coming up in a bit, and that is a big question, Pop. Is this team good enough? Well, when I look at who's ahead of them in the standings right now, that's 7 other teams in the West. The only other one I could see them passing right now with somewhat of an ease is the Suns, just because I'm surprised they're there in the first place. Minnesota, Denver, San Antonio, Houston, Lakers, and Thunder are all definitively better to this point. We'll talk to Monty when we come on back. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, after all the rumors circled around Giannis Antetokounmpo and his future yesterday, he is now expected to be sidelined for 2 to 4 weeks with a right calf strain. So while the Warriors begin their 3-game road trip tonight and get D'Anthony Melton back in the rotation, all eyes across the NBA turn to the superstar in Milwaukee and what will ultimately be in his future. As we discussed yesterday, what would you be willing to give up for the Warriors to get in on the Giannis sweepstakes? 808 KNBR to join the conversation. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Greg Silver here. And did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't even based here in the Bay Area? Some not even in the state of California. But that's not the case with Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They've been based right here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. And we're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. And you can go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with motorcyclists, pedestrians, children, all around us, please be careful and let's work together in making the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. And here's the best part. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Papa and Silver continues. About 45 minutes left, and then we'll hand it over to Dirty Work for a Thursday edition. Kind of jumping around all sorts of topics because we're at that point in the football season. The Niners got a bye. Talked a little bit of Sharks. Talked winter meetings, which are coming up for the Giants. And, of course, the Warriors begin their 3-game road trip tonight. It is time to welcome in our good friend at NBC Sports Bay Area, one of the best of all the insiders, and not just Warriors basketball, but sports in general. Been around a long, long time, and nobody does it better than Monty Poole, who joins us on the UMA guest line. Monty, thanks so much for coming on. How's it going today?
I'm doing okay, man. Happy to be joining y'all.
Yeah, we're thrilled to have you. And, I want to go back to something Draymond said after the loss to the Thunder, which really caught my ear and I marinated on a little bit, which was asked about what he learned from that game. And he said, I didn't learn much, but I hope our young guys learned that if we play hard, we can compete with anybody in the league. Do you think that there's a little bit of a message to the young guys there about how this roster, we know what it looks like when they can all play at their peak. We see when Steph Curry hits those highs like he did in San Antonio. But to go through the full course of an 82 games and be a playoff team, we're going to need these young guys to show up every night and carry some of the load and provide a little bit more consistency than we've seen here in the first 22 games.
Yeah, that message has been sent out numerous times already in the first 6 weeks of the season. So you look back and there's been a number of times when there's been no direct accusations or anything and no names, no finger pointing per se, but it's been pretty clear that there's some consistency is a good word. That's one you use. And you look at this team and you look at it now and, they came to training camp thinking, we want to have a chance to make a deep playoff run, maybe get back to the finals. And this team, as it currently sits at 11-11 with the current roster, it's not a contender. It's a good team, but it's not a contender. It can't hang with the top in the West, where you go from OKC, Denver, Houston, even the Lakers right now. I'm not sure I buy the Lakers over the long haul, but certainly the three teams that are going to be good are going to be Houston, Denver, and OKC. And the Warriors right now, they would have a tough time in any series against any of those teams. So, I think the vets know the youngsters have to come along and be more consistent. You get occasional nights when, like a Moses Moody goes for 32 points in a game, and that's huge. Pajemski's been up and down all year. Kuminga's been in and out of the lineup, some highlights and then some lowlights. So I think Draymond's message, his most recent message the other night was that, guys, if we bring it like we know we can play with anybody. And I kind of believe that, but you just don't see it often enough.
And then the question is, Monte, and it's great to hear your voice, Monte.
Great to hear your voice,
the older
Greg.
guys as well. We go back a number of years, brother. Love you. Obviously the 35 and olders are just not able to play enough games. Steph's hurt now, not on this road trip. Jimmy Butler's not playing now, and it's now a knee injury. Al Horford's got the sciatica. Draymond's missed some games. I mean, it is what it is. So, which leads to, and you know this owner as well as I do, if not better, the Giannis rumors that are out there, and what he would do. You're laughing already, so give me your thoughts. I mean, this has been something that's been out there for a long time. They had an NBA All-Star game here last year, and they were courting Giannis. You don't want to tamper and make it obvious there, but whatever's going on with Giannis Antetokounmpo, and just are they willing? Should they do they need to blow it all up and make any possible trade you can make, as long as you keep number 30 Curry? You'll even put 31 Curry in a move if it'll help get it over the top. What are we looking at with Giannis? Is he available? Could the Warriors make a pitch to get him? What do they do with Antetokounmpo?
Yeah, Giannis is, the last year or so, it's become more and more apparent that Giannis is willing to get out of Milwaukee. You know, before, when the Warriors first had designs on him, he was, no, I'm staying in Milwaukee. This is my city. I want to stay here in my entire career here. Well, that line is gone. He's erased that. He's deleted that line, and it's now. And then it went to, well, you know, we'll see about the future. And now it's pretty obvious that, he wants to get out. And the Warriors, of course, have never lost interest in him. They've always loved him and wanted to pair him with Steph. It would be really hard. It would be really hard. They would have to give up a lot of salary, you know, and then you probably have to move Draymond. And the question is, would they do that? You know, that's something that Joe would have to go through. Joe and Mike would have to go through Steph and Steve and see what they think. But and then obviously they'd have to move some serious draft capital. They have a lot of draft capital. You know, they only have one pick in the next 6 years. I think that is not going to be theirs necessarily. I think that's 2030. But they've got a lot of picks coming down in the future. And honestly, you know, you got to look at this factor too. Yeah, they got all these picks, but how well have the Warriors drafted? You know, no one since Draymond Green has joined this roster and says that guy is going to be an all-star. So you look back in their drafts post Jerry West, and it's been hit and miss. It's really been hit and miss. They had 3 lottery picks, and we still don't. I mean, Moses Moody, good player, but I don't see him making an all-star. It's not impossible, but it doesn't look likely right now. James Wiseman, well, you know what happened to him, and then Kuminga. And you talk to people around the league, and there's a variety of opinions, but nobody's saying that guy is going to be a number 1 or number 2 player on a championship team. Nobody's saying that. And so when you get 3 lottery picks, you would like to think at least one of them can be a potential franchise player, and we're not seeing that. So you got to weigh the fact that they haven't drafted well with the fact that how much are they really giving up in draft capital if they can't nail the draft? We're not Sam Presti at Golden State, and so that's been an issue. But yeah, to get Giannis, and they love him, of course, would take a whole lot in both players and draft capital.
Well, Monty, when you talk about drafting, someone who looked like a really good draft pick, 19 overall, and now is a very polarizing figure among the fan base is Brandon Podziemski. And that's going to bring me to ask about this, because as far as outside noise, you try not to pay too much attention to it. But I am curious if you get the sense that there's any kind of internal frustration with Brandon Podziemski. I think sometimes he is a little bit too maligned within the fan base to an unfair degree. But I ask this because, number one, he is very outspoken about his abilities and the type of player he thinks he can be. Talks about getting the keys to the franchise, being even better than Steph Curry. And number two, he represents something, I think, to a lot of fans that is being allowed to play through his mistakes and being allowed to have a little bit of a longer leash than maybe some of the other favorite players among this fan base. Do you get the sense that that's mostly outside noise, or is there any internal frustration there as well?
No, there's some smoke to that fire. Brandon can be really good at times, and then at other times he's just not good at all. And he did himself no favors when he came out and said that he wants to be better than Steph. I mean, if you want to think that, that's fine. but to go public with saying that you're going to be better than the franchise player, the best player this franchise has ever had, a top 10 player all time, and it's like, dude, slow your roll. Get to an All-Star game first or something, And so that statement, when he said it, I was in the room and I thought, oh, that's going to haunt him, and it has. It was out of pocket. Now, by the same token, it's pretty clear that the coaching staff has a lot of confidence, a lot of belief in him, and I think sometimes that belief is a little questionable. It's like, yes, when he's good, he can be good, but you break down Brandon's game and you say, okay, what is he bringing? He brings a lot of good things that can help a team win. But if he's your best player or your second best player or your third best player, how good is your team? And so that's the part I look at and go, yeah, can he be a part of this team's future? Yes. But would I consider him untouchable in a trade? No, not at all. Not at all. Because, again, there's a reason why he was 19th. He wasn't top 3 or 4 or 5 or 6. And so I think he can have a long career in the NBA. But I just don't know. I don't always see what Steve and his staff sees. And you're right. There is the sense that, he gets a longer leash because, the other night we were all questioning when he brought Brandon back in late in the game and took Pat Spencer out. Pat was rolling. And it's like, okay, what's going on here? And then Steve was asked about it post game and gave an unsatisfying answer. And I thought I thought to myself, Steve, in his heart of hearts, has to be going, maybe I screwed that one up. And so I thought he did. And Pat was one of the main reasons why the Warriors got back in the game. And I think he had 15 points in the second half. So, between Pat and Steph, the Warriors were going nowhere, and those guys got them going. And so to bring Brandon back in, who had cooled off, and then Brandon comes in, and he blows up the first 2 possessions. It's like, yikes, So it's something that the staff has to figure out with the players. But I do believe, that the players, they like Brandon. They try to help him, just like they like Kuminga. They try to help him too. But there is some frustration with the fact that these guys have not been as consistent as they'd like to see.
Yeah, we've seen flashes of it in all of them, but not consistency, and that ultimately is what a great player is. As you said, they love him, and the owner's on record loving him, and if they have to put him in a trade to land someone like Giannis Antetokounmpo, they're going to do it. Going back to what you said earlier, and who knows what John Horst in Milwaukee, their GM, wants from your roster, but if Draymond had to be included in a trade to pull this off, you mentioned Joe. Joe loves him. But Steph is the guy. You got a fascinating piece that I'm reading now. How Warrior Steph Curry navigates the highs and the lows of a Draymond Green bond. And you've got a line in there that leads to some Steph quotes. Never for a moment, though, has Curry considered endorsing a Green Warriors divorce. Their relationship is fascinating. It's one of the great duos in the history of the Bay Area when you look at it. They are very different on the court, and they're very different off the court. On the court, their differences come together, and you could see what a great pair. They don't step on each other's toes. They make each other better. Off the court, they appear to be different, and yet they love each other like brothers, even more than the Splash Brothers. Clay's gone. Draymond and Steph are still here. Talk more about that. And if they came to Steph and said, Jeff Austin, he's your agent. He helps represent Giannis. We can get Giannis here, Steph. But you know who's got to go away is Draymond Green. Would he say yes to that?
Yeah, that is the question. And, I know, we've seen times when Draymond punched Jordan Poole, there were people in the building that were like, okay, this is it. That's it. We're done. And there were other people in there that were saying, no, let's consider this and let's calm down and let's talk about this. And they ended up not really doing much in terms of discipline and did not make a move. And so, and I'm sure Steph was involved in that. And Steph's thing was that, yeah, I mean, Draymond had to deal with a lot of stuff and some of it he brought on himself, but Steph feels like he knows the real Draymond. And that the stuff that Draymond has done that has cost him a lot of money and cost him to miss some important games, Steph is like looking at that as just a part of Draymond that comes with the package. And so, I mean, the reason why I asked him that question, though, is because I know that, there was a couple of times when Steph was like on the verge where he's like, oh my, Draymond, what are you doing? And so, but would he say yes to that kind of a move? I mean, I wouldn't put it past him as much as loyal as Steph is. And I say loyal to when I tell people how loyal Steph is, keep in mind, you know how close he is with his college. He's a Davidson guy. Bob McKillop, his coach at Davidson, he still to this day, venerates that man. And then you look at the line I always say is, I said, look, dude, Steph could have left the Carolina Panthers a long time ago, and he's still rocking with the Panthers. So no matter how bad they are, he's still rocking. He's wearing Panthers gear or whatever. And so he is loyal to Draymond because like he said in the piece, how many championships did we win without him? None. 0, I think is what he said. And so he's right about that, I believe. I believe he's right about that. And so he's weighing the pros and the cons. He's weighing the pluses and the minuses and saying that when you look at what the Warriors have done with he and Steph, the pluses outweigh the minuses. That's the way he's looking at it. Now, if it reaches a point where he feels like that doesn't happen, then yeah, I think he would be willing to move on if it thought it would get them another chance to get a 5th championship. I think he would probably do that.
It's going to be interesting to follow regardless. So in this Giannis situation, whether he ends up here in Golden State somehow, whether he goes elsewhere, it's going to shake up the league when a player of that magnitude ends up getting moved, or maybe not. And maybe the relationship with Milwaukee ends up being a Jimmy Butler in Miami kind of situation that we saw last year. Monty, we appreciate you coming by very much.
I just wanted to say,
go ahead.
Last thing I wanted to say is this. Yeah, is that now keep in mind, I mean, just so people don't get too excited about this, it's still a Draymond, a Giannis Warriors reunion is still pretty far away. It's not impossible, but right now I would say it's still improbable, but not implausible. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, it's possible, but a lot of things would have to happen to make it a reality.
Well, what if the Milwaukee Bucks asked for Steph Curry in the trade, man? I'd ask. If I'm trading Giannis, I'm trading my best player. I want your best player. They would never do that, right? Right?
No, you can't trade Steph, man. I mean, there are certain players you don't trade. The Spurs didn't trade Duncan. The Lakers didn't trade Kobe. I mean, there are certain players you like. No. I mean, he's the franchise player, and more than that, he's a global icon.
Yeah.
And so the Warriors understand that part of the elements. They understand that part of the equation. And so, no, I can't see them. If San Antonio said, hey, we want Steph, we'll give you Wemby, then,
now you're saying they would? They would do it for Wembanyama, but they wouldn't do it for Giannis? Now you're saying they would.
Well, how old is Wemby? Giannis is 31. So, and the Warriors looking at their future, and they're like, when Steph retires, it's not looking too good.
It's like Steph, I got some great news for you. Good news and bad news. We just traded for Victor Wembanyama. What? How'd you get him? We traded you. That's the bad news. Sorry.
Again, this is
San Antonio. San Antonio wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that. Wouldn't do that.
No. So, anyway.
It's fun to talk. We got 2 months to talk about this, brother. Good to hear your voice, my friend. I love you.
Thanks, Monty.
No, great to hear yours, dude. Keep hanging in there. Take care.
Yeah, I will. Thank you, Monte.
Monty Poole of NBC Sports Bay Area. You think that was the conversation with Anthony Davis? Hey, guess what? We got Luka. Oh, how'd you do that? You're going to Dallas here with Max Christie.
I got a great house for you in the Metroplex. You're going to love it there. Cost of living is way cheaper. You're going to love it.
Oh, man. Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's kind of where we're all at on this Giannis reunion thing right now. Or reunion feels like wrong to say because he was never here, but a Giannis Giannis destination. Acquisition. There you go, to the Bay Area. I mean, pretty far away. I don't know if the Warriors have more to offer than a lot of other teams. We talked about the inconsistency in the drafting. Again, Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, those are not players that are completely detrimental to your team. Have they been consistently good enough to think, hey, this is a building block of someone who's going to be an all-star right now? Probably not. I mean, I know there's various opinions around the league, right? And then when you had the chance to have the number 2 overall pick because everybody was injured and KD left, who was also injured, you ended up picking James Wiseman, and that one was a swing and a miss. So we'll get ready to wrap up the show and hand things over to Dirty Work. We got Week 14 starting tonight. It's a big one for the NFC. Maybe not as an impact for the 49ers, although 49ers, they're not first in their division. They're not second in their division. So as long as they're in that wild card spot, I would say Detroit and Dallas, this is a big one. By the way, the 49ers, by doing nothing this weekend on the football field, have a chance to get as high as the number 2 seed in the NFC. I will talk all about that, and we'll do a classic silver algorithm when we come on back on the Sports Leader.
Is your home ready for kickoff? Everyone knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday. Get ready for an elevated game day by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. With football and painting season in full swing, now is the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. Update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling an audible, Oscar, or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. And with an extra regular season game the last several years, up to 17, let us help you extend the life of your home for many years to come. Support your team, your local independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for spending your Thursday with us. About 15 more minutes here, and then we'll get it over to Dirty Work. NFL Week 14 kicks off tonight. Lions at 7-5, and the Cowboys with a recent surge at 6-5-1. Big win for them on Thanksgiving. And as you know, with the Thursday night football schedule, they always take two of the teams that played last Thursday, so they don't have to deal with another team's facing short weeks. So it's the two that host it every year, the Lions and the Cowboys. And this has quietly become one of the biggest games of the entire year, a borderline elimination game for the loser. Not saying it's official, but it's going to be a big problem for whoever falls short in this one. We also got the Seahawks and the Falcons on Sunday morning. And then in the afternoon, couple of big ones for the NFC, at least as it concerns the 49ers. The Rams have not faced the Arizona Cardinals. They will play in Arizona for the first of their two meetings. And then the Bears go into Lambeau Field, 9-3 versus 8-3-1. Yeah, we're at that stage, Pop, in the NFC where the team who is the 7th seed in the NFC that we know very well has 9 wins, and the team that is the 1 seed in the NFC has 9 wins.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We'll get into the full weekend slate tomorrow. But just tonight, the Detroit Lions and the Dallas Cowboys will play a football game tonight. Detroit is ravaged by injuries on both sides of the ball. Amon-Ra St. Brown, unlikely to play. We detailed all the injuries they have in the secondary. The Dallas Cowboys are ascending. They did not appear after that Monday night game when they were taken apart by the Arizona Cardinals. And then, Marcus Nealon took his own life a few hours later in a horrific situation. They have not lost a football game since. So I think going into this game tonight, the Dallas Cowboys are the hot team. They are playing the best football. Their defense has solved a lot of their issues with the acquisitions they've made. Quinnen Williams on top of Kenny Clark getting overshown back, and their secondary is tight. The last time we saw them on Thanksgiving, they beat the Kansas City Chiefs at home. So if Dallas wins this game tonight, Greg, and the Cowboys go to 7-5-1, and they drop the Detroit Lions to 7-6, we still have Carolina in the mix at 7-6 as well, but the 49ers have beaten them head-to-head. Mm-hmm. In baseball, we talk about magic numbers. There's a magic number for clinching a playoff spot. Mr. Algorithm, Mr. Math Genius, what's the Niners' magic number right now? They are 9-4. They've already got 9 wins banked with 4 more to go. If the Lions lose tonight and they drop to 7-6, then the most they can get to would be 11. And if the Niners get to 11, now Dallas would be 6-1. And that, would not be, they would be, if they win tonight, they'd be 7-5-1. And Detroit would be 7-6, so they would be ahead. The Niners do have better conference records than, common opponents would come into play as well. The Niners' conference record is better than almost every team. So I assume tonight we're rooting for the Dallas Cowboys, right? To go to 7-5-1 and drop the Lions back to 7-6. And then we'd have to figure out when we reconvene tomorrow. But are we looking at a Niner magic number of being down to 2? Would it be that little with the conference records we have? We have to figure this out. But for tonight, we want Detroit to lose, right? And fall to 7-6. And then move Dallas up to 7-5-1. Is that correct? How are we looking at this?
Yes. As far as if the Niners' magic number is 2 officially, mathematically, I haven't gotten to dive into that just yet. But if we're looking at conference records, it's looking really good. The 49ers are 8-2, and they have just 2 games left to play in their conference. So they cannot get more than 4 losses within their conference. Detroit already has that. They're 4-4. So if they lose tonight, that will be their 5th loss in conference play. Therefore, the 49ers would clinch a better conference record than the Detroit Lions. So that's a big one. As for Dallas, it's a similar deal. They're 3-4-1 in the conference. They've done very well in their division. They've done pretty well outside of the conference, but they're 3-4-1 in the conference. And so if they end up losing tonight, that effectively puts that to bed as far as it concerns the 49ers. And I think with the tie, do they play the same amount of conference games? With the tie, that might be just enough for the 49ers to be okay. So I do think in that sense, the magic number would be 2. Here's the catch, though. The Carolina Panthers are 5-3 in the conference, so they could theoretically take an advantage on that front, but you don't have to worry about the conference record tiebreaker because of that Monday night head-to-head. So there you have it.
If it's one-on-one tiebreaker, if you get into multiple teams tiebreakers where they offset each other, then I need 4 Tylenol extra strength to get through this and figure it out. Because then you'd get into common opponents, you'd get into conference record, division records would not come into play for a conference. So it does get a little. The point I'm making is, for a long time I looked at it and I kept saying, are the Detroit Lions not going to make the playoffs this year? I'm saying, I'm not going to say yes, but who are they beating out? I don't think they're beating the Niners out. I saw that game on Thanksgiving Day. Green Bay's defense and Detroit kept coming back and scoring on them somehow, some way, and a lot of it was Jamison Williams. A lot of it was Tesla. Have you picked up Tesla? You're not going that way, Musk, are you? What are you going to do there? With Amon-Ra out, are you going to pick up Tesla on your fantasy team? Maybe. But I honestly...
They're down 2 tight ends, by the way. Brock Wright's headed to the IR as well. So.
And they got Ross Dwelley. Ross Dwelley is a Detroit Lion. But for a long time, the thing that bothered me was the Lions. Are they not going to roar here? Are they not going to figure it out? The head coach taking over the offensive play calling, the injury to Amon-Ra St. Brown, Shabuzi running their defense, and half of their defensive secondary being tipsy. I'm thinking the Lions... The Lions lose tonight, are they out, is the scenario. And then if Dallas wins tonight, maybe they don't knock the Niners out, they knock Philadelphia out, and they win their own NFC East. So you tell me who Detroit's better than. They're not better than the Niners. We saw them. They're not better than Green Bay. Hell, they're not better than Seattle. Tampa, somebody's got to win the NFC South between Tampa and Carolina. I think it will be Tampa. And they're not going to catch the Rams, and they're not going to catch the Eagles or Bears. So it will be more confirmed tonight if Dallas beats Detroit in a Thanksgiving leftovers week. This is like the ultimate. Detroit's had this game since the 30s. Dallas has had this game since the 60s. They play every year on Thanksgiving. This one's for what, pumpkin pie we'll put on the field tonight. It's too late to have the turkey and stuffing sandwich left over. We're going to get salmonella. Even with turkey not being chicken, it's still not good to eat it that late. So it's more of a couple of slabs of pumpkin pie tonight. But if the Cowboys beat the Lions, I think the Lions may be out. And I think that's the way I'm rooting. And I think the 49ers are going to be at the very least a 7 seed. I hate to jinx them that way. But I kept thinking, are the Lions not going to make the playoffs? I'm here to tell you, if they lose tonight, the Lions are not making the playoffs.
It's looking really, really hard for them. And they're not worried about the 49ers, by the way. They are hoping that one of those other teams within their division can slide in a major way, and you can get a divisional or head-to-head kind of tiebreaker within that. You're hoping for Chicago or Green Bay, who still have to play each other twice. You'll see the first one this weekend. You're going to need one of them to slide off so you can ultimately take their spot. Because if you lose tonight, if you're Detroit, you're no longer worrying about the 49ers or the Seahawks or the NFC West unless it all just crumbles one way or another for one of those teams.
But it's unlikely someone's going to sweep that. There would probably be a split.
Yeah.
What Detroit needs to do is beat those teams head-to-head. They've only got one more. They're done with Green Bay this year. And last game of the year, they're going to Soldier Field. And that may be their salvation. But let's just see what they do tonight, without Amon-Ra and all those defensive backs, they are not the same team. And if they lose tonight, I think that's the way we're hoping. I kept saying, the Lions not going to make the playoffs? Guess what, Jim Mora? Playoffs? They're just trying to win a game. I don't think the Lions make the playoffs.
We'll have a lot to get into when we reconvene tomorrow at 10 a.m. I told you about the possibility of jumping from 7 to 2. Maybe I'll save that one for you a little bit tomorrow when we look at the NFL Week
Seattle's
14
not losing.
slate.
The Rams are not losing. That's not happening.
I mean, look, I didn't think the Panthers were going to beat the Rams either, so just saying.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We'll do it tomorrow.
We'll get ready to hand it off to Dirty Work. Big day tomorrow, and appreciate the full show today. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Playoffs? That's what the Dallas Cowboys, Detroit Lions, San Francisco 49ers, Green Bay Packers, Chicago Bears, Philadelphia Eagles, Carolina Panthers, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. You know the deal. They're all focused on it in the NFC, and it's all about the playoffs. We'll see how the Warriors without Jimmy Butler, without Steph Curry can do in Philadelphia tonight. No Joel Embiid. Paul George is questionable. And, of course, we'll be keeping tabs on the winter meetings. All right, Papa, I feel like a lot's going to happen by the time we talk between now and 10 a.m., but that's what we love about the middays. It's what we love about this time of year.
Update, Paul George is out. The first Joel is questionable. He may play. Jimmy Butler, as you said, is out. Jonathan Kuminga is questionable. So Joel Embiid, if you do play, do not fall on Jonathan Kuminga. That's what got this whole knee problem started a couple of years ago.
By the way, you see Joel Embiid, the Sixers got fined for him being listed as out and then eventually playing in what was an overtime game against the Hawks. I'm like, come on, he's actually playing a game. Why you got to fine him $100,000? So
it's all part of the process. That's what they do in Philadelphia. They lie to you. They're unscrupulous there.
And we trust the process there over in Philadelphia. That's going to do it for us today. Big thank you to Pop and breaking down the playbook. Thank you to Walter and Jacob for your contributions. And thank you to our guests, Grant Liffman, Susan Slusser, and Monty Poole. Let's hand over the keys to Copes. Yeah, he's back. Copes, D-Pop, and Tim Webb. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Can I say happy anniversary?
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now, they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot. Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
I'm going with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you as soon as Jacob gets his ass out of my line of sight, gets his hair out of the chair.
Bye, Jacob. Did that go over the air? Of course it did.
Did what go over there?
Greg saying that to Jacob as the show ended.
Oh, great. Like he had.
You're lucky, Jacob, he didn't drop a mofo.
He didn't drop a mofo because he normally would drop a mofo on you.
Later, mofo.
He's in for Walt, I guess, today. And, yeah, Greg will yell stuff at the end. You got to get him down quick.
Oh, you do. You do.
Got to pot him down
I learned
quick.
that a long time ago, about 10 years ago, board opping for Chris Townsend on a A's post-game show. I had him pot him up, had him potted up during a break, and thank God he didn't say anything over the air. That could have been the end of me real quick. And Chris.
Now, I don't have any problem in saying, like, Derek was my producer, still is, actually.
Funny how that works in the Cumulus. The power of radio.
He's my partner and producer here. But when he was producing me and Tom, like I'd worked with Medium Impact Brian, who far and away I think the best producer. I'd worked with Marcus, was a very good producer. Tanika was a great producer. You were, coming into a show where you didn't know any of us. Like, it was clear you came in with a different level of experience, though you never struck me as a board op, really. I was a better board op than producer. Definitely.
Oh, I've been a better producer than board op.
Yeah.
I board operated 10 years ago, middays and just part-time, on the weekends. That was good.
Live shows mostly or robot radio?
No, live shows.
Because that's where it starts, is you're doing you're running the overnights, you're running the weekends. I was running a lot of NASCAR over on Mike Kohler's KNBR 1050.
I did a lot of A's games. I did a lot of weekend programming. But yeah, I did live shows. I did night shows. I did weekend shows. A lot with Jacob Violante, actually.
Yeah, that's right. Jacob bouncing between the two pillars of the radio industry here.
Yes, the pillars.
In the Bay Area. So, dude, good to be back, man. What I missed? Would you guys talk Kuminga for like 2 days?
No, I mean, not Kuminga. We'll get into Giannis.
Would you guys talk Doves for 2 straight?
No, I know. I mean, honestly, we talked like, should Pat Spencer have played over Pods? I rather have that conversation than Kuminga, to be perfectly honest.
Dude, in my NyQuil haze the other night, I had the game on. I was like, I didn't care. I couldn't like, no content to what's going on. Just, you're half asleep, glancing up. And I was rolling back, sleeping like a rotisserie chicken, hopping, rolling around while I was going.
Honestly, with the time difference of when I was staying in Texas for a week, I'm kind of like that right now, where like these 8 o'clock tips, 10 o'clock, I'm like, all right, is this game going to end? I'm kind of tired here.
I forgot it was that late of a tip, too. So I was like in and out of sleep. And at one point I looked up and I'm like, look at Pat Spencer out there, man.
Yeah.
Rocking 61 still, getting it done.
Nice stash.
I was like, dude, Pat Spencer.
He pulls off the stash like Tom Selleck Magnum PI back in the day.
Dude, he's got a look of like, and I was thinking about this in my NyQuil drunken stupor, where I was like, dude, he kind of looks like a dude in like a early 2000s like high school TV show where he'd be the basketball star. You know what I mean? That would air on
with the mustache.
No, I mean like just who he. I don't mean like his look per se,
Yeah.
like his style now. But I mean, he looks like that guy who's like the star quarterback, star basketball player. Could have seen him in like I don't know, what are those CW shows back then?
Or like a movie like Varsity Blues.
Yeah, exactly. That's like a Vanderbeek era.
Vanderbeek or like Freddie Prinze Jr.
Exactly.
He's anybody in the boiler room.
But he's got to be an athlete. You know what I mean? He might have been the pro version of the kid from Luck of the Irish. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You know, that's one that I missed on the Disney Channel original movie.
It's one of my all-time favorites.
Is it really?
Luck of the Irish is a Disney Channel original movie for those who don't know, where a kid is growing up in I forget where he is. Maybe they don't say exactly where he's in the U.S.
Yeah.
But his mother is from Ireland. Okay. And then at one point, I think when he turns 18 or something happens on St. Patrick's Day when he's 18, and he starts to shrink, and he's a star basketball player.
He turns into a leprechaun.
Turns out he's got leprechaun blood in his family, and like his grandfather is a leprechaun, and then these other evil leprechauns are coming.
So does he learn to accept his leprechaun ways, and in the end,
his dad and mom have apparently been keeping it a secret. His mom ends up shrinking down to being like little. And by the way,
dreaded this day, son.
This rendition of leprechaun. See, I always envisioned leprechauns in my mind, you know, the way I am pictured them when I come
from
across
the movie
one.
The Leprechaun, right?
Well, I was assuming
I'm the leprechaun.
I was assuming they were more like Smurf size, you know, like the ones in my shower.
Well, you would, you freak.
Yeah, like the ones in my shower. His mom, though, in the movie shrinks down to being a leprechaun, who's like, you know, the size of Tinkerbell, maybe.
Yeah.
And that's a little small. That's
Thumbelina.
Exactly. That's smaller than I would have guessed, but that's their rendition of leprechaun. So. Anyway, that's why I imagine this
that
kind
one.
of be, yeah.
I missed that one. So wait, does it end with him accepting to be a leprechaun and he shrinks down, or does you know, in pure Disney fashion, is it like, you know what, son, you don't have to be a leprechaun?
Well, no, in pure Disney fashion, what happens is like he's in the basketball game, but he's like shrinking down. You know what I mean? So he's not as big as he was. But then as he's playing against the other team's like star players be transformed into the evil leprechauns he's playing against. So he has to like defeat the evil leprechauns. You know what I'm saying? Like he's like hallucinating. I don't really know. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but what does in the Disney
that's
world.
what makes Disney Channel original movies so great.
Well, I remember the whole thing is there's a line where they keep saying this one line. They say on the shores of Lake Erie or whatever, right? At one point he says it to the guy, and I'll accept it, something on the shores of Lake Erie. And he goes, or no, he banishes him. He goes, that's all right. I'll go back to Lake Erie. It's where I'm from or whatever. And he goes, no. My family's from Cleveland. So he's saying like Lake Erie, and the dad makes numerous references to being from Cleveland. No, I'm not sure how we went down on December 4th. That's my fault.
Listen, I think
Pat Spencer's got me feeling that way.
Pat Spencer and Leprechaun aside, I think everybody wants to know, me included. Did Ron poison you? Like, what's the deal? What happened the last few days here?
Dude, I don't know. So I was feeling, I don't even know if you remember, I was coughing a bit on Monday during the breaks.
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit, and I was feeling it. And I tried it when I start feeling sick. There's a line from How I Met Your Mother with Barney Stinson where he says, whenever I start feeling sick, I just stop being sick and start being awesome instead.
I'm f***ing sick.
So that's kind of how I just kept telling myself, yeah, you're fine.
Yeah,
Went to sleep, woke up, and was like, you know that feeling?
Oh, yeah.
Where you're like, you wake up, you got that bad taste in your mouth, and you're achy, and I don't know. I was actually feeling okay yesterday. I'm still a little low energy. It was that my voice was totally shot.
Yeah.
I think it still is a little hollow.
And that's the worst thing in radio.
Yeah, well, we are on video stream as well on YouTube and thesportsleader.com.
Yeah, but you can get by if you look like crap. If you sound like crap, it's hard for the audience.
Well, and it's like, you know, I could come in and give it a try. Yesterday, I don't think I still would have gotten through the show. We'll see today. I can already feel myself exerting more voice than I have in the last couple of days, but it is what it is. You know what I mean? You know what else came up?
You play hurt sometimes.
What I noticed when I went into hibernation for like 2 days, feels like you lose a month when it comes to like Sports Cycle or any news cycle.
Yeah, you do.
Tarantino's bodying people now out there.
Dude, we have a hefty grab bag today.
So you guys didn't do the grab bag?
No, dude, come on. No, we didn't do the grab bag. We didn't do Tim's Tuesday Takes and
JD
Trivia.
didn't want to do the grab bag?
No, just, it's saving it for a special occasion. We never celebrate our 1-year anniversary either.
I know, dude. I was bummed about that. I mean, that was supposed to, did you guys still go to Harmonic with that?
Of course we did.
Oh, okay. You did that.
Well,
Did you get a quesadilla?
Did not get a quesadilla.
Okay. What'd you eat?
I think I had some of Pat H's great cookies that he brought to the Harmonic.
You ate Pat H's homemade cookies?
Hey, listen,
without
man.
me?
Well, hey, you should have showed up.
Yeah, well, I could have showed up for the cookies. Yeah, at Harmonic.
It's a hard thing, man, driving the show and like we're on location. So I was just focused on doing that, and thank God Pat H got me some cookies.
So JD didn't want to do the grab bag. You don't think?
It wasn't a thing that we brought up.
Okay. Now you didn't do Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia?
No, as you know, Tim was knee deep in engineering.
This is so fake. I would rather Tim stop coming to engineer at Harmonic on Tuesdays, and I'll just do it. And then Tim does the takes.
You gonna show up early enough to do it?
Yeah, didn't I every time before this? Were we ever not set up on time? Just because you were fiddling with those signs you couldn't put together behind me.
Those were a pain in the ass, especially in Hawaii when I wasn't feeling it.
So I specifically took Tuesday so I didn't have to be here for the takes. You're telling me we have to do them today?
Yeah, of course we're going to do them today.
Dude,
a little Tuesday or Tim's Thursday Takes and Trivia.
I thought I got out of it.
No.
This is like when it's like in The Office. Michael Scott when he goes to Sandals, Jamaica.
Yes.
And he comes back, and then Pam says, "Oh, we need you here long today. We got to do inventory."
Right.
And he goes, "What? Specifically scheduled my inventory or my trip last year, so I wouldn't be here for the inventory."
Yeah, but we do have inventory every year, Michael.
Damn it, dude! Damn it all, man! Now I got to be here for the take. So.
Hey, man, that's one thing. We didn't bring up the grab bag with JD, but JD was like, "I'll be damned if I have to sit through Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. I'm not listening to that."
You imagine? JD's like, well, what's this about? What are we doing this for?
I get enough of Kyle Harr on my show. I don't need Tim
like,
Webb.
what are we doing this
for? I'm kidding.
Just doesn't understand.
Love you, Kyle Harr.
Doesn't understand the concept of the takes. So what? Tim does trivia? I got to hear it? What's going on?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, why aren't we talking Kuminga? Trading for Giannis?
No, JD, I mean, it was we're focused on the Warriors talk and the way that they lost to OKC. I think the bottom line with that one is OKC is just a damn good team. And we can talk about the comparisons to 73-9. But honestly, I think that this team, the Thunder, could go on a dynastic run that prevents the Warriors from getting that. They lost.
They lost. Dude, somebody recently, I guess Pope Leo just did some international tour somewhere, and somebody said, dude, he's so nice. He's like a really sweet Midwestern dork.
Yeah.
Somebody referred to him. I was like, perfect. That's what I need. That's what I want as my first American Pope. All right, we are, by the way, going to catch up a little bit later today. Not Larry Krueger. Mike Silver joins us at 4:50. Larry Krueger at 6 o'clock tonight with Niners Nightly. It's Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. We are gonna celebrate our Dirty Work 1-year anniversary. We're going to do that a little bit later in a couple of weeks.
Okay.
And we'll tell the listeners in the filth about it a bit later. We got some special stuff coming up as far as that goes. We also are giving away a $50 Tony's Pizza gift card today. I'll tell you how you can win that when you hear the cue to call in just a little bit. And Derek didn't get enough Dubs talk with JD, so we'll do it next. Is it feasible for the Warriors to trade for Giannis? It's going to be brief on my end. I'll tell you about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Hey, y'all.
Ahead of Major League Baseball's winter meeting, San Francisco Giants general manager Zach Manassian joined Murph and Marcus this morning to chat about the team's off-season strategy, the trade market, as well as the new coaching staff. Find that podcast and all of our podcasts at thesportsleader.com, the off-season leader.
Hey, y'all.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Mike Silver joins us a little bit later for his weekly conversation at 4:50, I believe, is when Mike's going to join us.
That is correct.
That is correct. Warriors are a big story, I guess, right now because of, well, I wouldn't say a big story. I would say because there's attention around Giannis, the Warriors as a landing spot have become relevant in those conversations.
Yes and no. I mean,
those sports talk discussions, I would say.
Well, of course, when news breaks yesterday that Giannis and his agent are going to have a meeting with the Milwaukee Brass, and of course, Warriors fans, and all of us included in the media, are like, oh, well, that could lead to something here. I mean, a year ago, we were talking about Jimmy Butler, and it was around Christmas time where things were getting contentious, where he had that press conference where he said, I have no more joy here. And there is no joy in Miami. Mighty Jimmy has walked out. Yeah, exactly. So, and there was conflicting reports that the Warriors were in on Jimmy Butler, and then there was reports that the Warriors didn't want Jimmy Butler, and then Jimmy Butler didn't want the Warriors himself. Who knows? Right now, all we know is that Giannis really wants to play for the Knicks, but that could change. He could want to go play for San Antonio or the Warriors. Well, yeah, I would just circle back to the Jimmy thing you just said. I think it's important to make note of that, is that this is something you voiced displeasure with. It's something I've been frustrated about for years. And the one that comes to mind for me is Paul George forcing his way from Oklahoma City to the Clippers. Yes. Like specifically to the Clippers after Kawhi goes there. And it all just seemed very like they were bending to his will because NBA players seem to do this. I'm not happy here. I'm not going to be happy here. Move me to this team or I don't want to go. And not everybody has a no trade and all that. And baseball's different. There'll be like 10 teams on a list and a guy won't go to that team and then he gets the opportunity to waive that no trade if like he decides if for this one half a season I want to go do that. Right. I never got the impression the Warriors didn't want Jimmy. They were viewed as original suitors for him, but Jimmy was specific about only wanting to go to Phoenix. Was that right? Yes. So he wanted to go to Phoenix. So when that happened, because remember it was like the Warriors were mentioned as a team, Phoenix was. I want to say there was another team out there. I think Houston was
the third one, maybe.
But then there was reports that Jimmy didn't want to go back to Houston because he's from there.
And we talked about how wild that would have been with how good they were defensively last year, how well they were playing down the stretch.
Absolutely.
And how that could have been a big problem and maybe a guy who could spearhead a deep run for them. But the Warriors never really voiced that they were not wanting Jimmy. It seemed like they became less of a favorite once he said, I want to go to Phoenix. Yeah. So when the Warriors then kind of fell out of favor in that regard, the Phoenix thing fell apart because they couldn't move Bradley Beal. He wasn't going to waive his no trade, wouldn't go anywhere. Right. So then the Warriors, I think, there was noise around them and Kevin Durant. And then Durant said, I don't want to go to Golden State. Thanks. And basically immediately after that, when the Phoenix thing fell apart, the Warriors became the top suitor again for Jimmy. Absolutely. Or got back involved in those sweepstakes because he was the best player available. And in between that, we had weeks of you and I discussing Vucevic and Zach LaVine and whatnot.
Yeah, and
So to your point, though, just because a guy says he's only going to one place doesn't mean that teams can get that deal done. Doesn't mean there's not a roadblock. There's no Bradley Beal roadblock in the way that there was with Phoenix. But it's not something necessarily that just because the player wants to go there, that they will honor if they can't do the best for their organization.
Absolutely. Like I remember a couple years ago when Damian Lillard wanted out of Portland, and he only wanted to go to Miami. And for months, it was like reports where, if you trade for Damian Lillard, he's not going to show up to your team. He's not going to show up to training camp. He's going to sabotage your roster. And then after a while, there were, emails sent from the league office to agents saying, you can't do this, guys. Like, I'm sorry, but teams are allowed to trade players.
Yeah. And
then you can't be a malcontent and then not show up. So in the end, he was traded to Milwaukee. And then, there was rumors about Jimmy Butler not wanting to come to the Warriors, not wanting to sign an extension with them. And sure enough, as soon as they traded for him, he signed the extension and was happy. As far as Giannis, he can play this card where he says, I only want to go to one team and one team only, and that's the Golden State Warriors. But also, Milwaukee could be like, well, no, dude, like they don't offer us anything. Are we going to take Jimmy Butler because he costs $54 million, you cost $54 million? That makes sense, but he's 36. You're 31. We're trying to rebuild with an older player. That makes no sense. We could have Kuminga in the trade as well and Pods, but are they good enough players? Probably not. So we could talk about this, and it probably will be a topic until he is traded. We had Sam Amick on yesterday. He believes that this is not going to happen anytime soon.
A trade of Giannis won't happen soon.
That it's so monumental. I know that Luka was traded a year ago before the trade deadline, but because this is Giannis and because he might be the greatest player in Milwaukee Bucks history, you could say Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
I will.
Okay, fair enough. That Giannis probably will be traded in the summertime once free agency happens. And yes, I mean he could say
when you get the most bang for your buck. If you're going to trade a player like this of this magnitude, unless you're getting back a young superstar or something to build around, like in the immediate, I don't know why it would benefit them after the start they're off to, because they're under 500.
They're 9-13, I think, or whatever the record is. Yeah.
I mean, after the start they've gotten off to, you're like, well, what's it going to hurt us? We're not winning with them anyway. Not to better off to get a draft pick and then worry about football.
And of course, timing. Giannis is hurt. He just tore his calf last night, so he's out 2 to 4 weeks.
Yeah.
So, most people will say, like, I don't give a damn, give me Giannis. But I think with the injury involved and the money involved, I think it's going to be quite the pain in the ass to move him at the trade deadline. So I think this is a move that they would make in the summertime. And also, as Sam Amick told us yesterday, his contract is up with a player option in 2 years. So you're going to have to do an extension with him.
Yeah. I'm not really worried about any of the extension stuff. I guess the first question would be to Warrior fans: do you want Giannis?
Of course.
And I think every fan would answer, yeah. But at what cost, right? Like, what's it going to cost you to get him? Like last year, I kept making the argument that I wanted Jimmy Butler.
Mm-hmm.
And at one point, I said, don't talk to me about the Dubs unless they get Jimmy Butler. I said, get Jimmy and then come back and see me. I was doing the Jim Calhoun. I was like, dude, I don't care about anything else right now. And then I said, you know what? I'm out on Jimmy. I want KD.
Right.
I said, get me KD. And then when he was gone, I was like, cool. The only thing you can do in terms of superstar status now to change how I feel about what the team's capable of is to get Jimmy. I wanted Jimmy and I wanted to be able to keep Harrison Barnes. Those were not two things that would go hand in hand.
You mean,
not Harrison Barnes.
Andrew Wiggins.
Andrew Wiggins. I don't know why I thought Barnes.
Similar
player, sure, a wing.
Quiet guys.
Yeah, but I didn't want to give up Wiggins. And I said, you want more of those guys. I said, if you could have Wiggins and Jimmy and Draymond, you'd be one of the best perimeter defending teams in the league going into the postseason. Plus, you'd have a superstar and a second scorer for Steph. Like, I'm willing to give up a lot to get Giannis. But does a lot to the Warriors mean the same as it means to other teams? Meaning, like, where do the Warriors rank in the package they could put together for Giannis?
Low.
Among the other teams.
Very low.
If you're a team that wants Giannis, and you could be a low bottom feeder team that wants Giannis, and say this is the piece that we'll grab and we'll rebuild around him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we could start our franchise, just give us him and we'll start from there. Like, that's the type of player I think that he's viewed as. Now, not necessarily he's won a championship. He's won an MVP. He's not Steph Curry per se. He's not LeBron, but he's a young player with an immense level of talent who could be a top 5 guy in the league for the next decade or so.
Right.
So, like, are the Warriors willing to give up? Would they have to give up Draymond to do it? Like, do you do the move if you have to give up Jimmy or Draymond? Is the question to me.
Yes, I would.
How much better are you?
Slightly. I mean, I
think you're better, but how much better?
Oh, I mean, I think you're potentially the second best team in the Western Conference.
So I don't think, I feel like Draymond wouldn't be the move. Because why would they want him? Why would they want Jimmy?
They wouldn't.
That's what I'm saying, is they wouldn't want that. They would be doing it because the dollar amount matches. And you could do a 3-team, you get somebody else involved. But more about my point is, like, what's the net for the Warriors? If you erase Jimmy and add Giannis, and you have to assume then that, like, Kuminga's not here and or Moody or Potts.
Yeah.
Okay? Let's just assume that's it. So your best 3 are now Draymond, Steph, and Giannis.
Okay.
Plus whatever else you'd start. How much better do you feel about this team minus some of the depth plus Giannis?
For the remainder of the season, not very good. But if we could...
what's the win? You know what I mean? Like, how many more wins are you capable?
Well, you're going to gut the roster if you trade for Giannis. Yeah. So you're probably not going to be a very good team the remainder of the season. But...
And you'd have to extend him because now this is your plan beyond Steph.
Exactly.
That's the other thing about this, is if Lakers wants to do something like this, he's your plan to succeed Steph Curry.
Exactly. And I think that would be Joe Lacob's fantasy. But also, as you just said, there's so many other packages that are enticing to the Milwaukee Bucks that the Warriors just can't, one-up them. Like, with how much talent's on the San Antonio Spurs, how much young talent's on there. Yes, and you can move De'Aaron Fox and build around him. Also, Giannis is the type of guy that you can move another superstar for because you don't think he's capable of winning a championship. Case in point, the Knicks. If they don't think Jalen Brunson's that guy, then trade him away, and then Milwaukee can build around Jalen Brunson and other players. But one thing JD did bring up yesterday was it may not be that you get Giannis, but it's that Milwaukee's tearing it down, so you get other players. You can maybe get a Miles Turner or anybody else who's on that roster right now. So that's enticing. But yeah, as far as Giannis, I could say I don't see it happening, but then again, I didn't see Jimmy Butler coming here a year ago, and I didn't see Kevin Durant signing, 10 years ago. It's just crazy like that where it happens all the time with the Warriors. Like, they're not going to get that guy. They got that guy? How the hell did that happen?
Yeah, it's happened numerous times.
Because Joe Lacob,
I don't care what the rules are.
Well, yeah, he doesn't care what the rules are, but like Jurassic Park or Robert Saleh, he finds a way. So,
yeah, those are our the constants in life, dude.
I don't care what the rules are.
Death, taxes, Jurassic Park, and Robert Saleh, dude. They find a way.
They always find a way.
They'll find you a way, man.
They find a way. But
find a way.
That's your Goldblum? It sound like Keanu Reeves?
No, Cal, it was more Reeves. It's more Reeves there.
But yeah, dude, I mean, I don't think it's going to happen because of the injury now. And plus, it's very difficult to move a player like Giannis. But yeah, he's probably going to get moved this summer because always when a player demands a trade in the NBA, it happens. I would love for the Milwaukee Bucks to play hardball and be like, no, we signed you to a contract, Giannis. But that's not how things work in the NBA.
Playing hardball, are you?
You're not playing a little hardball, huh?
Playing hardball.
I mean, it happens all the time in the NFL and baseball. But in the end, all NBA GMs will to the superstars.
Okay, which trio do you like more?
Okay.
Steph, Dre, Giannis, or Steph, Jimmy, Giannis? Which one intrigues you more?
You could do a lot more with Steph, Jimmy, Giannis.
I think I like that better too.
But then again, I mean,
could you imagine
the defense with Draymond and Giannis could be. I mean,
does Steph approve that trade? Does Steph approve
if
any
you gave
trade
it up
with
to
Draymond?
Steph?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's an interesting question.
It's like they're in this. Together to go get this together.
Yeah, I know.
Like Steph wants to win, but is he willing to do it without Draymond?
I think he would choose Draymond in the end.
I think he would.
Because then Draymond would go on the podcast and just, so you don't think I'm capable of winning with Giannis? Okay, I see how it is.
Plus, you know what happened as a texter here said, 707 said if you had Draymond involved in that trade, they would turn around and they'd flip him to a contender.
Yes.
Which would be the likely move. I wouldn't want to run into Draymond in the playoffs after that.
No, of course not, because he'd be so pissed
Flip
off.
him to Houston, dude, or something.
Simply saying that life finds a way.
But also, like, Draymond, let's be real, has 2 more years on his contract. So does it make sense that if you could get a player like Giannis that will extend the time of Steph Curry, should you just, hang on to him because you love Draymond, you don't want to piss him off? Joe Lacob is in that, the mentality of, like, I want to keep my players as long as possible. I love Draymond. I love Klay Thompson. Yes, I get that, but sometimes you need to move on to upgrade the team. So I think that they're, I'm sure Joe Lacob is fantasizing about Giannis on the team right now, but I just don't know if it's feasible.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. We are, by the way, giving away a $50 gift card to Tony's Pizza. Why wouldn't we? It's a day that ends in Y, brother. Giving away a Tony's Pizza gift card today. Tune in between 3 and 6. We're going to give you a cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win a $50 gift card to Tony's Pizza. Tony's in North Beach, Slice House all over the Bay. World-class pizza and mastery you can taste. All you got to do is be caller 10 when you hear the cue to call. Tim, what will the cue to call sound like today? Hey, y'all. It's the cue to call. If you want tickets to Tony's Pizza, call right now. That's what it'll be. Yeah, $50 gift card to Tony's Pizza.
Take a breath?
Yeah, dude.
You're saving the voice. I get it.
I got to manage the breathing here, dude. It's a little different.
You know what the funniest thing was the last 2 days is like doing that read, and I don't think to do that part. So like it's your voice, and then it's me having to say the gift card. So it's like, hey, if you want tickets to, oh yeah, that's me. Sorry, that's Tony's Pizza.
Call right now. when you hear that cue to call 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win a $50 gift card to Tony's Pizza if you are caller 10. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, and I guess we want to hear from some callers too at 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. You know when you got a bad cough? I was sick and like everything, like you talk makes you cough, you chuckle, you cough.
Yeah.
I read this on my phone. The Giants checked in on Schwarber, went into a laughing, coughing attack. We'll talk about it next. 808
Good
KNBR.
response, yeah.
Who's more likely to come to the Bay, Schwarber or Giannis? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb. Off the rotator. I like it, Tim.
Yeah, man.
2 days in a row.
It's a new Tim Webb.
Is it?
I demanded it.
Did you demand it?
Yeah, I was like, if I'm driving these shows, you're giving me a rotator.
Are you telling me that berating Tim doesn't get the job done? Like,
I had to be a little mean.
Did you?
No, I'm kidding.
Did you crack the whip a bit?
Yeah.
I cried.
Yeah. You had to give the listener something. You weren't giving them the take. So
Yeah.
We'll get Tim's Thursday takes and trivia a bit later.
Hell yeah.
And we'll rummage around, see if we can find the NBA grab bag. Plus Mike Silver at 4:50 today. As I was out sick, this one made me laugh the other day.
Chuckle even?
The Giants checked in on Kyle Schwarber per John Morosi.
Yeah.
Which, I believe that they picked up the phone and called. I'm like, yeah, and I checked in on Zendaya, but here we are. You know what I mean? I'm not.
I said something similar to that where
Did you? Yeah.
Walter was talking about like, yeah, dude, Kyle Schwarber, it could happen. I'm like, yeah, and I could, end up with Eva Mendez, but that's not going to happen.
No, right.
Well, probably not.
It's maybe more likely than Schwarber coming to San Francisco.
I don't know, man.
Anyway.
Was she with Ryan Reynolds or I don't even know these days.
No, dude.
It's not Ryan Reynolds. It's
Ryan Gosling.
Ryan Gosling, yeah. Oh, they're all the same. Ryans, whatever.
No, they're not. They're not. They're not the same. Different guys.
Okay.
Anyway, the Giants, apparently, according to John Morosi, the MLB Network, checked in the other day on Kyle Schwarber. He's projected to get somewhere in like the 5 to 6 year contract range of about, I don't know, 130 to 160, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
So it's a big contract. Something that the Giants have said they're not really in on doing. But I do think that if they're going to give out a big contract, like they took on the deal for Rafael Devers, that it's going to be a proven player. It's going to be a guy who they think they're going to get a lot of longevity out of with his swing in this ballpark.
Right.
And a guy that they have a plan for beyond just the next 2 years or 3 years. It's got to be somebody who's here maybe long term. Now, if you're paying Schwarber, if you were to pick Al Schwarber, I'm going to get you his age here.
Okay.
He's 32 years old, so a 6-year deal puts him at 38. What's interesting now is, and Devers is young, right? Devers is still younger. You've got guys on the contract, under contract, effectively do the same things for you. Like, I don't know what they feel internally about Bryce Eldridge. I don't know if they wanted to give teams a look at Bryce Eldridge this offseason, but it still seems to me that with so many holes to plug on the pitching staff, that it would be a bit surprising to see them hand out a deal of this magnitude to anyone just based on how they've talked about it. Now, maybe they're lying in wait. Maybe they're telling people we're not going to spend money, and they come in late and do it. They've made it pretty clear they're not going to spend tons of money on major years for pitchers.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that as a philosophy and a strategy, and then you've got exceptions to those rules, right?
But why are you good with that?
Big-time pitching contracts, I don't believe are great business.
Okay.
They're long-term. They don't play every day. I don't want to say a lot of them are worse than they are great, but so much of baseball is paying players for what they've done previously and not what they'll do for the future. And so much of pitching now gets used at a young age, and there's so many miles on guys' arms. I just like, is Tarek Skubal you give a big one to? Yeah, there's a few of them. Paul Skeen's another one. Like, do you want to go commit the $100+ million to Imai coming over from Tatsuya from Japan, who we don't know if it's going to work out?
Yeah.
There has been good track records of Japanese pitchers. There's also been ones that have flamed out and have not been all that good. Will it translate to Major League Baseball is always the question. So the Giants, I think, feel that they've got some good young arms in the system, and I think they don't want to hamstring themselves to a contract that could be a bad one long term.
Okay, but would you be willing to trade Eldridge to get a Hunter Green? Or
So that's where I'm going, is if they were to land Schwarber, I feel like it makes it easier to move Bryce Eldridge. I don't necessarily want to, but maybe you could for a couple of young pitchers or something like that. A guy who looks like he's going to be in the middle of a lineup for the next decade. He plays the same position, DH and first base, as a guy you just traded for who's going to be here for 8 more years.
Right.
If you were to sign Schwarber, and again, I'm not anticipating this, but if you're calling on him, I'm trying to think of what their logic is, like within the roster. The Dodgers haven't cared about this for years. Dodgers just kind of get guys and put them where they need to play them. Mookie Betts is playing shortstop. He's a right fielder and a center fielder. Came up as a second baseman. They'll play guys wherever they need to. They move Max Muncy to second. I think that's what you need more of is versatility. The issue here is you have 2 guys who are not versatile players, right? Kyle Schwarber's a left fielder, not a good glove, not a lot of range.
But could you get by with
Tons
that?
of power. So what I'm wondering here is, would a signing of Schwarber mean they're more likely to trade a guy like Eldridge, or would they be more likely to trade a guy like Elliot Ramos?
Yeah, that's where I'm thinking.
Who's your right fielder? Do you move Elliot Ramos to right field and say, this is going to be my left fielder? We've now got a right fielder, and if things break down at some point in the future, we've got another guy who can DH.
Okay, let me ask you this real quick.
There's another big left-handed bat, too. You'd be going heavy left.
I mean, would you feel comfortable with Kyle Schwarber being your left fielder?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Based on what that, I mean, it's not like Ramos plays a Gold Glove left field. And if you're going to get, I mean, I'm not anticipating what did he hit this year? 56 home runs. But the guy's an RBI machine. The guy hits the ball a long way, and he's one of these power hitters where I think the ball's going to go wherever he hits.
Yeah. Then to me, it's a no-brainer where you would have Devers remain at first base and have Eldridge remain, but you would trade away Ramos, but you're not getting a ton of return in a trade. It's convoluted. Bottom line,
I think you could get a middling starter for Ramos. He's still under team control, not even a middling, like a number 3 guy. You know what I mean? Like that'd be, you'd be giving somebody an everyday left fielder who's got an all-star appearance, who's got power, has proven he can do that 2 years in a row. Like I don't think that would be, I think Ramos has a lot of value if you were looking to move him. I don't know that they want
But you're not
to.
getting the guys like we've been mentioning, like Hunter Green.
No, of course not. But again, that's a team you were just kind of competing with who thinks they're a piece or two away from, a playoff run. So, anyway, let's hear from John Morosi. Here's what Morosi said on Kyle Schwarber on the Giants checking in.
And I think that having Buster Posey now fully comfortable in this role, he now has his own manager that he has hired. A lot of young energy with the Giants. And I was told that they've actually already inquired in Kyle Schwarber's market. Very interesting. Maybe they're not a team that we were hearing about as much with respect to where Schwarber might wind up, but you can see the reason. Just think, if you're Kyle Schwarber, you've played for Team USA, the WBC, you've played in the World Series, you've won a World Series, you can have a conversation with Posey, champion to champion. And I think this is a really good indication of where the Buster Posey recruiting pitch can go. We're talking a lot of college football these days. Well, this is like Coach Posey calling everybody up. And I think that for Buster to have that recruiting pitch, whether it's Schwarber, whether it's Tucker, who, by the way, represented by the same agency, that's one thing to watch there. We talked about Bregman, Alonso, same agency, a different agency for Schwarber and Tucker, but they're with the same group. So I think a lot of conversations are building up within those agencies. And I do think Schwarber is one of the players the Giants are watching most carefully.
I mean, I agree with everything that Morosi's saying. And yes, to an extent, we saw it last offseason where Buster was that recruiter where he convinced Willie Adames and Justin Verlander to sign with this team. But I've heard this story before for a long time now where John Morosi says the Giants are poking around on this player. And it's been, every offseason, Shohei Ohtani or Juan Soto or Bryce Harper. In the end, those players don't feel the same way. So until I hear that Kyle Schwarber is interested in the Giants, I don't think this is happening.
Sure. I'm with you on all that. And I hear what Morosi's saying about the Posey recruiting pitch, that it comes a little bit different, sounds different coming from him, and I'm totally on board with that.
Right.
We haven't seen Buster do this yet, right? Like try to go sign someone big and land them. And in competition and a top free agent on the market. We saw him make a massive trade, but we also sort of look at hitters like that and say, hey, I think it's going to take a trade to get somebody here. Somebody's under contract like Rafael Devers. For me, the move doesn't make any sense unless you are going to trade Bryce Eldridge for starting pitching.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I'm at. Even if you were just going to say we're going to trade Ramos, the move doesn't make much sense. But I also wonder to free agent players how much different the roster looks to them. I mean, I say the Buster hasn't gone and landed one big guy. He went and got a shortstop last year in Willie Adames. I take that back. Buster did. He landed Adames first thing out of the gate. A lot of people didn't like the first half of last year. Dude hit 30 homers. I like Willie Adames. I think he's going to be a key player for the Giants, and he's going to be here for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't, is there another infielder out there that they'd want to go and talk about moving Adames to second base at some point? Maybe. But if you wanted to go short-term first base signing and try to find a guy like Josh Naylor or somebody like that, he hasn't signed yet, has he? If you went and tried to get somebody like that, that would be a fit. But Schwarber doesn't really fit that mold for me, and he's not playing much first. I can't imagine they view him as an everyday left fielder. Maybe kicking the tires like John Lynch would. You got to pick up the phone and call, but I'm not convinced this is a direction they go. And I don't really right now, as constructed, see the fit. But I mean, I'd love the bat.
Yeah.
Would love the bat in the lineup.
No, I mean, you take him in a heartbeat, but I'm with you. I think that we have to see what Kyle Schwarber thinks. At the same time, yes, at that point, you probably have to trade Eldridge away and try to, get something for pitching. But also, I do wonder, what would you rather do? Would you rather trade away Bryce Eldridge and not see his potential out and get high-caliber starting pitching? Or have you already reached your ceiling with Elliot Ramos? That's something I do wonder about, where, yes, he had a good All-Star season a couple years ago, and yes, there were moments last year, but as a defender in the left field, I mean, dude, he was brutal at times.
707 says, man, I can't believe what I'm hearing. The Giants need to do way more in free agency. The competition isn't worried about the length of contracts. They pay guys, and they play and pay guys what's needed and where needed. Bottom line is they need to spend money to win these days. Go big or go home. I don't totally disagree.
I agree with that.
You got to spend it in the right places, and they need more pitching. They got to redo the entire bullpen.
Yeah.
And they only have 2 starting pitchers, and I mean 3 with Landon Root, but coming off of an injury at the end of last year.
I mean, it does suck when you hear reports from Andy Baggerly that the ownership group just says, yeah, we're not going to do that. We're not going to give out, big-time contracts to pitchers. We're not going to do the same thing that the Dodgers do. And that sucks, but then you have to find a different way. And I do wonder how this offseason is going to go. I do wonder if it's going to be where we hear a lot of names, and in the end, it's like, well, we had a talented team last year, and we're hoping that Tony Vitello turns things around. I think that's going to turn off a lot of Giants fans. So.
I think so, too. 916, by the way, says Naylor did sign with Seattle.
Okay.
So he went back to Seattle. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Do the filth think any of this is a possibility? What's more likely, Giannis or Kyle Schwarber coming to the Bay Area? I guess I'd have to say Giannis at this point, just because we know how Joe Lacob operates, and you got other suitors for sure for Schwarber. I can't imagine.
I don't care what the rules are.
Can't imagine this is a path that the Giants go. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. Who's more likely coming to the Bay, Schwarber or Giannis? We'll do it next. Dirty Work on a Thursday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
ESPN's Buster Olney joined the morning show Tango this morning. Of note, Olney spoke on how Major League Baseball views Buster Posey as an exec, his thoughts on the hiring of Tony Vitello, and the G-Men's biggest needs to become a contender this season. Find that podcast and all of our podcasts at thesportsleader.com and on our app. You can be a contender too.
You've found Dirty Work, the greatest show in America, right here on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Dubs in action tonight, 4 o'clock in Philadelphia, right?
Yes.
And then we got the Sharks in action tomorrow at Dallas. Tough one last night.
7-1?
7-1 against the Caps. I was joking earlier. I saw the Sharks put out their like a score graphic. You know, each team does that at the end of a game.
Yeah.
They put out Sharks 1, Capitals, and they didn't put a number. They just put more than 1. Which I thought was pretty funny.
I remember, like, every time I see those, and I remember Kyle Brandt having, like, a whole segment on this on Good Morning Football. It's like, why do people post that stuff? Who posts that? That your team got your ass kicked? It's sponsored. That's why
it's
they
sponsored.
do it.
That's why they throw a sponsor on it. You got to throw a little graphic up.
You have to do that.
Presented by whatever casino in the area sponsoring that graphic. So there you go. The Sharks of the Stars tomorrow. Warriors in action tonight. Niners off this week with the bye week. So we'll have some fun a little bit later in the show, and we'll catch up with our guy Mike Silver of The Athletic.
Just real quick, how are you spending your bye week now that you and Tim, this has been a gauntlet for you guys too.
Well, I was thinking about this actually this morning because I started seeing I wasn't thinking about the bye week, but I was thinking about, because I won't see Tim this weekend. And Tim and I even, Thanksgiving week, you were off. Tim and I came back from Hawaii.
Worked on our day off.
We had off day that Sunday, but then we had Niners Monday night. We had the show Tuesday.
Yeah.
Didn't see each other Wednesday or Thursday.
We did have to come in Wednesday because we had to record Stanford.
We had to do some stuff Wednesday.
Oh, God, okay.
We had to come in anyway. So then Thursday we didn't see each other. Friday we didn't. And then Saturday, Sunday back to Stanford Niners. But I was thinking this morning because I started seeing the end of the year Spotify sends out those Wraps.
Yeah.
To show you how they've been watching you all year long.
Yep.
And everyone's like, how cool this is.
Mine was not cool.
Well, I was wondering, I was going to ask you about that actually. Because I don't have Spotify, so I don't get one of those rap things. But I was thinking it'd be funny if, like, in other phases of my life or other companies did it. Like, probably some nefarious sites you wouldn't want popping up for how many hours you spent on those.
No.
I mean, abusing yourself for this many hours this year.
Abusing yourself.
I'd like to know, like, how many Crunch Wraps did I order in total from Taco Bell this year?
Turn your body into an amusement park.
That would be good.
There's the reason that I would imagine a lot of these companies don't send it out is because most of them would just make you feel bad about yourself.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody feels bad about listening to music.
I mean, you want to stick to your New Year's resolutions where, like, oh, I did this how many times? I had this amount of burgers all year long? No.
You know, your iPhone will tell you, I thought about this too, your iPhone will tell you at the end of the week, like, you spent this much time on your phone and on these apps.
Yeah.
I thought it'd be funny. I'd love an annual one at the end of the year. Said how many days
Hey, do you
total,
want your Wrapped of how much your brain has been fried
how
in the
many
last
days
years?
total did you spend? But anyway, I was thinking I would love a Wrapped of hours that I spent with Tim Webb for the last calendar year.
That would be very interesting.
That'd be good, right? Other good one would be like how many hours did Tim spend cleaning the turtle tank this year?
Yeah.
Would be a good one.
Okay, so I did my Spotify Wrapped yesterday, and I love Spotify, but I guess I haven't used it a ton this year. And in my top 5 artists, the band The Beats appeared.
From Doug?
Oh, yeah, from Doug.
So you looked it up this year at some point on Spotify after we talked about it?
After we talked about it, I was like, Killer Tofu is a kick-ass song. I guess I listened to it a couple times, and that was enough for me to be one of the top listeners of The Beats this season, or this year.
That's hysterical. I know podcasts show up on that, and I wonder that if anybody listening would have even had Dirty Work in their top, because if you're listening regularly, it's probably not showing up in your Spotify, right?
If you're listening live, no.
No, but if you were somebody who is out there who downloads or goes back and listens to part of Dirty Work, or any hour, if you're somebody who starts listening every day around 3 o'clock, I'd love to know if anybody had Dirty Work in their Spotify.
I would love to hear that too. I don't listen to any podcasts on Spotify. I'm usually an Apple podcast guy.
Interesting.
Yes.
Interesting. Anyway, I was thinking about this weekend being off, and I was like, damn, I wonder how many hours I spent with Tim. If you add up all the days of the show, plus the weekends, plus the start of this year, we were still doing Niners at the end of last season.
That's a whole lot of time with Tim.
That's a lot of me.
It's a lot of Tim, dude.
And it's funny when we talk about how there'll be very often times where we'll take a car ride and we just don't say anything to each other.
An hour. Yeah.
But it's also like it's a mutual respect thing. It's
like
like
a comfortable silence.
No, dude, it's what Uma Thurman was talking about in Pulp Fiction. Is like when you find someone special, you could just shut the F up.
Yeah, you can just
enjoy the silence.
Sit around him and be quiet.
There's a little bit of respect too for the idea of having to be on all the time. You're like, well, I got to be on. I got to do the show. I got to entertain. Like when we're in the car, you don't need to be on, man.
Especially after we do like a live show if we're out somewhere. And by the way, we are going to do a live show next Friday.
Yes,
we'll be
we
out at Almanac Brewing in Alameda for our 49er tailgate.
Yeah. Missed
Come on
that
by,
place.
get some beers, get yourself a Scolari's burger.
Oh, hell yeah.
I think it's fantastic.
Ooh,
And it'll be-
tasty.
we'll be out there 2 to 6 with our East Bay filth next Thursday. And Tim will be there too, right, Tim?
Yeah, I'll be there.
Yeah, Tim's come through.
Hauling gear, so don't expect takes.
Good deal. 415 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and showroom text line. Oh, dude, I'm all over the place here now because texts are moving. 650 checks in and says, I listen to Dirty Work every day driving for work. I work as a FedEx ground driver, and it's a great listen. Much love.
Thank you, sir.
Especially this time of year, man. I know it's a busy time for our FedEx ground workers
Absolutely.
and all of our mail people.
How about our guy Beak? He said today he went out with 350 stops, 500 packages. He says, quote, that's the dirty work.
That's our favorite UPS driver, Beak, up in Seattle. I got to meet him and his son at the Week 1 game, Niners and the Seattle Seahawks.
Very cool.
510 checks in says, my 4-year-old daughter screwed up my Spotify metrics. Apparently, lullabies are bangers. But Bad Bunny was the number 1 artist, much to Derek's chagrin, I'm sure. Derek, not. He's like,
Why did you know he was big?
You were like, I don't know, he's that big. I was like, dude, he was the number 1 most streamed artist globally on Spotify again this year.
Well, it shows how much I know. My number 1 downloaded song, or I guess played song, I guess when you hit a song on Spotify, it counts as like being played. Like you don't have to listen all the way through. I remember
Once you hit play on it, it counts as a play. Yeah.
So my most played song of 2025 was Renegade by Styx. And I don't know why, but I believe I was, when I was visiting a friend in Austin, Texas, we were driving around and for whatever reason, that song, I plugged my phone into his aux cord and he just kept hitting that song over and over again.
This is Billy Madison, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, is it the scene where he's drunk and he quits school?
Yes.
And he's like he's holding the keg over his head.
Yes.
He's got like a shirt wrapped around the top of his head too.
For the short time I was in Austin, Texas, my buddy played this song over and over again, and that ended up being my number 1 played song.
It is objectively a kind of a funny song to have your number 1.
It's a great song, but like it's not one of my favorites where I played it I don't know how many times to be my number 1 played song on Spotify.
How about Miss Vaughn says, how about you come over to my house? You can light dog gas on fire on my kitchen floor, my living room floor.
Yeah.
She says something like that too.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, that's funny. I only think about Billy Madison.
And Norm Macdonald featured prominently in this scene. They're running around drunk and whatnot. It's great.
No, maybe it's somebody else.
Anyway, my plans for the bye week, I guess, probably just chill in Red Zone this weekend.
Well,
kind of like college football too. Yeah.
A lot of commercials during Red Zone, I'm hearing.
People have been saying that. Again, I haven't caught it.
They upped it up this past weekend.
Did they?
Yes.
Well, I did see there was a dispute about that because before the season started, there was a report that there was going to be a lot of Red Zone. There was going to be commercials now in Red Zone.
Yes.
So Derek's guy Scott Hansen no longer says 7 hours of commercial-free football. He just says 7 hours of football.
Yeah,
starts
it's a
now.
lie.
Which, by the way, we had that anyway. We had that before you were doing this. You know what
I know. It's nothing special.
There was going to be 7 hours of football, whether it's on TV or not. We get 7 hours of football started.
Yeah, we got 7 hours of football,
So
but
I guess
not commercial free.
But I remember that first week they were like, everybody made a big deal out of this, and it only went to like a minute.
No. Recently, I need to see the time.
I knew we knew this was going to ramp up because ads were going to continue to get added to this thing.
Yeah.
But they were doing quick cutaways. It was like quick in-game commercial stuff, and I guess they'd still have Red Zone in a box. But I'm, most of the time, watching Red Zone out of the corner of my eye anyway while we're doing Niners pre or post game. So I'm not catching that there's a whole lot of commercials. 510 says ain't no commercials on Red Zone.
Well, there's not commercial breaks, but there's short little like NFL shop stuff. Like they want you to, there definitely are commercials, just like not long sets. But yes, apparently this past weekend they did increase the number of commercials that were playing. I'm trying to get you a number here, but yeah, it was.
Week 13 ran 16 ads during NFL Red Zone. Half of those feature audio of a commercial that's being shown in one box while the football can be seen in the other box. The other half takes over much of the screen with the banner ads while football can be seen in a smaller portion of the screen.
Yeah. I mean, I can see why that annoys fans. It's not that much. Like, it's not crazy. Like, back in the day, Andrew Siciliano's NFL Red Zone had commercials. It was kind of like that, where it would just, like, be a double box and would go to NFL Shop or whatever it was. But I'm not an NFL Red Zone guy. I have two TVs, so I just do the quad box and watch as much as I can in real time. And my little brother hates it because he's like, "How can you pay attention to all those games at once?" I find a way.
Life finds a way.
Derek Papa finds a way when it comes to.
I'm simply saying that life finds a way.
Finds a way, baby.
669 checks in and says, "Dirty Work would be my number one on my Spotify Wrapped. I work remotely and it's on every afternoon. I only listened to Spotify for 669 minutes this year. Nicely done.
There you go.
From the 669.
There you go.
Yeah, somebody else checked in asking about
59.
Somebody asked whether or not I got sick from
Maurice?
From Maurice.
The one-shoed man?
Shoeless Mo, who, by the way, I had to follow up. I was telling this story on Monday.
Yeah.
This guy approached me on Muni and was having a rough day. Was wearing one shoe, no sock.
Slumming it.
Again, I did not think he was an unhoused man and was proven correct by this interaction. But he asked me to find his iPhone on my Find My app. Found it for him, and it was turned off as of like 3:30 that morning somewhere downtown.
Yeah.
Then asked me to look for his AirPods, which were in Hayward somewhere. And then he said, "Oh, I really effed up, man." But the AirPods hadn't been turned on in 5 days or something at that point. So this guy was a mess. Somebody asked if he's the one who got me sick. It's on the table. I wasn't feeling great Monday, but
I mean, the fact that he was walking around with no shoe on and kind of disheveled, he could have been a sick man, and he wanted you to have him use your phone to get in contact with all this stuff.
Well, he didn't touch me. Like, I never made contact with him. He just sat next to me.
No fist bump, nothing.
I never touched this person.
I'm fucking sick.
Yeah, never.
Did he cough though or sneeze?
No, he never did anything like that.
Okay.
He just yelled in my direction after he asked me to buy him an Uber home and said,
Did he breathe on you?
I'll pay you double. You don't even have a phone.
Yeah.
What is this about? What are you talking about?
Oh, Maurice. I mean, I'm going to say that may have been involved. You eat anything from Ron lately, Copes?
No. Ron's got me sick. What are you trying to paint Ron in a bad way for? Keep bringing up like Ron. No, Ron's been gone for a
No,
minute.
I think Rocket New Air hit me up and he was like, we need an excuse for why Copes hasn't been in the last 2 days, and maybe it was because of Ron.
No, dude, no way. You won't get me to besmirch my man Ron's name.
Get yourself a Ron.
In fact, while I was shivering cold in my apartment,
He brought you blankets?
No, I got to use those fleece sheets that he got me. Remember I told you about me new
that's
fleece
right.
sheets and pillowcases for Christmas time.
Well, Ron's the type of guy, type of landlord to be like, hey, man, didn't notice you weren't on the air the last couple of days, so I baked you a souffle.
I don't think he listens. I told him about how we've talked about him on the show. His lady Sissy was very infatuated with that. She thought that was great. Ron didn't really care. I was like, oh, yeah, okay, cool. I'm going to have somebody come by this week to work on, he was like, oh, nice. Somebody's coming by to work on the...
It would be hilarious if Ron actually didn't like it and he was like, whoa, for all I do for you, you're mentioning me on the radio
He's
like
asking
that?
for endorsements.
I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all.
He wants a cut, dude. 650, this was the question of the segment. Who's more likely coming to the Bay, Giannis or Schwarber?
It's Giannis.
650 says, what's more likely, Giannis coming to the Bay, Schwarber to the Giants, or Copes calling out of work with the sniffles?
I saw someone earlier on the text line say Jimmy Hoffa and Tupac Shakur are more likely to come to the Bay Area than Giannis or Kyle Schwarber.
Tupac did. You know what I mean?
Well, he did. He has a street named after him in Oakland.
No sniffles, though. No sniffles got me. It was all chest and cough.
Okay, well, there you go.
There you go.
I mean, to answer the question, it's Giannis, just because, as we said in the previous segments, we know that Joe Lacob goes crazy sometimes, and he acquires players. You're like, how the hell did that happen? And he mortgages the future. That's what you have to do, though, in this situation. Like, yes, you're getting away Kuminga, who Lacob probably thinks is this future star of this team, but hopefully Kerr and Mike Dunleavy tell him otherwise. But yes, you have to give up probably all of your draft capital and Jimmy Butler, Kuminga, Pods, whoever, to capitalize on getting Giannis with the short time you have remaining with Steph Curry. So I could see that happening, even though I don't think it's very likely. With Schwarber, just because of recency, I don't believe that the Giants are going to land him. I believe he's going to go to a different team or a team that can offer much more as far as winning right now. So until I hear otherwise, I'm going to say it's Giannis, but I think that's probably slim as well.
Well, I always wonder when you, quote, check in on somebody, what does that mean? Are you saying this is what we're looking for? Are you asking what they're wanting, what's important to them? Like, what does checking in mean? You know what I mean? I never know how far
it means
that
the Buster
means.
called the agent and said, so what's his interest level in coming to the Bay Area? That's about it.
How much are you willing to pay him?
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to, right? So,
Exactly.
I mean, who knows? That could just be the end of that. I guess the question I would have to ask, and what's more likely in answering that, is which types of players are both administrations on each organization willing to overpay for? Because when you get in a competition like this, the Warriors are going to have to give up a lot to get Giannis.
Mm-hmm.
Probably have to give up a lot of what you have and draft picks, right?
Yep.
Whereas in baseball, you're not giving up draft picks. That said, with Kyle Schwarber, you'd be mortgaging a little bit because the Phillies want him back. The Phillies offered him the qualifying offer. He declined it, which means you will forfeit a draft pick if you sign Kyle Schwarber. Now, it's for the next – you'd be signing him for 5 to 6 years.
Okay.
It's probably looking for a 6-year deal. He'd be like 39 or something when you're 38, when that contract expires somewhere in there. And he's a guy who I think will try and find as a power hitter, as a DH in an organization that would need a DH at the end of his career. But does he fit the mold for the Giants? And is he the type of player you would overpay for? Not really for me, based on how they're constructed, right? So would you overpay for Giannis from the Warriors' perspective? Probably.
You have to,
You'd
honestly.
have to based on where you are. So because there are so many unknowns for the Giants, to get a player like this in competition with other teams based on taxes, based on ballpark, based on your history in landing or not landing players, I think you'd have to overpay. I think they overpaid a little bit for Willy Adames, but that's what it costs to get an everyday player here who can hit 30 home runs a season. I wouldn't say they overpaid for Devers because you made a trade.
Yeah.
Right? So which guy are you willing to overpay for? I think some Giants fans would say, yes, pay him whatever. You got to take down the Dodgers. I think as a fit for the team, the overpay doesn't apply unless you are changing the makeup of the roster by trading a guy like Bryce Eldridge to fill multiple holes in your pitching staff. So Giannis, yes, absolutely the type of player you overpay for.
Yeah.
I would say based on the owner who has shown he's willing to overpay in Lacob and the group that is not and been more like not doing that.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Giannis.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely is Giannis. And in order for the Warriors to acquire Giannis Antetokounmpo, they would have to trade away potentially 3 to 4 players, give up a bounty of picks, and on top of that, make Giannis the highest paid player in all of basketball. Because right now, I think it's Devin Booker making $72 million a year. They have to get Giannis at like 75 when they redo his contract. So you give up the moon to get Giannis. Where, as you just said, Copes, the Giants have shown in recent years that they're not going to give out everything for a player. And as far as does Schwarber make the Giants championship contenders? I don't know about that. But with Giannis on the Warriors, I think, when we're talking about the next few years of Steph Curry, I think that's what you need to do. Like, I understand why they'd be interested in that. I don't know if it's feasible, but I was talking about it yesterday with JD. You're staring at OKC right now, who could potentially go on a dynastic run, the likes of the Warriors back in the day with Kevin Durant. I think that's on the table right now with how talented and how young they are. And to prevent that, you may need to get Giannis so that Steph Curry gets his 5th ring. I think it's the same way where the Warriors were in the way of LeBron from getting that other ring, that 4th ring for him for the longest time, where the Thunder are going to prevent Steph Curry from getting that 5th ring. So I would say
there's a power, yeah. There's a true power in the league that is no longer what you are.
Absolutely.
Right, and
they look like you 10 years ago.
It's a good comp to LeBron, yeah.
No, absolutely. So that's why I think Joe Lacob, again, he's infatuated with Kuminga, but I think he'd be like, well, if I get Giannis, I can sleep at night knowing that I gave up Kuminga for Giannis. But at the end of the day,
that's your plan beyond this
exactly.
season.
But I think the Milwaukee Bucks, when they're behind closed doors, are like, the Warriors don't offer a hell of a lot here. We could get a ton from the Spurs or from the Knicks or anybody else that we could think of. Or even OKC, imagine that. If they went full heel and went like the Warriors back in the day, getting Kevin Durant, they could trade away players and pair up Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with Giannis. So,
yeah, or because really one of their powers is their depth too, is OKC. Or to your point, is there a team that fancies themselves with a young enough core like the Spurs that says, hey, if we add a player like this, we can go toe-to-toe with OKC.
Right.
We're willing to mortgage more because we've got what we believe is going to be the best player in the world, and he's well on his way in Wemby. You pair him with a championship and a former MVP, imagine what could happen.
No, absolutely.
Stephon Castle, and if you'd have to give him up, but that would be incredible. Did I tell you about Sunday when Tim and I got here, who was working?
No.
Have we ever talked about, look, you work here, this is fair game, you're a character on the air. Have we ever talked about Amani on air?
No, we have not.
Young man Amani who works for us. I guess he started.
I'm a big fan of Amani.
Are you?
Yeah.
Amani rolls in like he's one of these dudes who will roll in decked out in gear.
Yeah, he loves his Warriors, loves his Raiders.
Is he a Raider guy?
He's a Raider guy.
Somebody in the text line said, are the Raiders better suited, in a better position than the Giants right now?
Hell no. Come
they're
on
not.
now. What are we talking about
No, they're not. Dude, so Amani's this guy who works here. He started at the old building, and he's one of our board ops part-timers.
Yep.
But he's only like weekends, or he does a lot of overnights. I haven't seen him in months. So
yeah, neither have I.
I kind of forgot about it, to be honest with you.
Okay.
So you see him post on IG. If you're a voluptuous woman, we might have seen you show up on his IG. If you're a woman in Vegas,
oh, come on now.
on the street, he put it on Instagram. It's public. I don't know. Just want me to tell you. It happened. I'm not. He put it on Instagram. It's on the internet. I can talk about it. It's not a private thing. This wasn't sent to me in some group chat. It's out there. It's in public.
Okay.
Anyway, Monty's a funny dude.
Yeah.
I roll in on Sunday morning, so pregame started at 7.
Yeah.
Because the Niners were in Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
I roll in and nobody's here, but Amani, it's like 6:30, 6:35. Tim wasn't here yet. JD was doing the show from home. So I roll in and nobody's in the other control room or whatever. And usually Sundays are a busy day here. Like you've got your guy Ralph will be hanging out. You've got Chips McCarthy. Our guy Anthony's here. You got all sorts of people here usually on a Sunday, but it's so early. So I roll in and Amani's still wrapping up he's off at 7 a.m. from the overnight. And I roll in, I was like, yo, Amani, what up, bro? And I dap him up. He goes, oh, dude, how you doing, man? Long time no see. I said, yeah, man. He goes, what are you doing here? You in for Raf? Oh. No, bro. I said, he thought I was filling in on the board for Raf.
Oh, come on now.
You in for Raf?
So in a weird twist, you forgot about him and he forgot about you.
He forgot about you and he forgot about your job here at the station?
Never once said, like, I would never, like, do you know who I am or what I do here?
But you kind of wanted to.
I kind of was like, I just walked out kind of like, what does he think? Yeah, Murph's coming in after me. He's going to run the Niner game after
Well,
this.
Murph would definitely do the, Amani, you know who I am?
Yeah, Murph would have said it. The funnier part is I was surprised.
Ask Greg Papa that same thing.
I was surprised he didn't know because he was like, dude, somebody just came asking for you. I was like, there's nobody here.
Yeah.
So what do you mean somebody came asking for me? He reached down, he pulled it up. It was this big old potato sack looking thing.
Didn't even happen.
Stenciled on the side. It said NBA grab bag. It was 2 words. It was like a.
Did Amani actually say that to you?
A word and acronym. Hand of God. He said, what are you in for, Ralph?
I love it.
Take a quick break. When we come on back, the NBA grab bag is next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Dubs return to action tonight in the city of brotherly love. Golden State will be without Steph Curry, and according to Anthony Slater, no Jimmy Butler. Yama Hama. Al Horford, Jonathan Kuminga, and Quentin Post are all listed as questionable.
Come on, Quentin.
If you can lace them up, tell us about it on the Sports Leader YouTube chat, the only place for Bay Area fans to go into detail about their groin injuries. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line because everybody's got tax questions and concerns, especially at the end of the year. Steve, what happens if somebody got a tax bill and they can't pay their taxes?
Call us. There's so much you have available to you. There's so many solutions. So many people wrongly think that if you can't pay your taxes, that's it. It's yes or no. It's a light switch on or off, and you're doomed, and there's nothing you can do, and that's that. Folks, don't feel like that. Don't make that mistake. There's so many good solutions if you can't pay your taxes. And we're familiar with all of them. We've been doing this for a lot of years. We're very familiar with the law here, how it's administered, and we want to do everything for you. Look, here it is, December 4th. Christmas is around the corner. Talk to us. What do you have to lose? We have a free consultation. We'll tell everything can be done. And if you want us to, we'll go ahead and do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the government. The bottom line is, let us give you your life back. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, get rid of this problem for me.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-STEALER, or find him online at moskowitzllp.com. Back live on Dirty Work. This is all time. This is an all-time mistake of the day from our guy Tim Webb.
Back
Yeah,
to Dirty Work.
this is incredible, dude.
To Derek Papa.
You can't be serious.
KNBR 104.5 and 680
You've got to be kidding me.
The Sports Leader.
Tim, this is unbelievable.
Hey, he's got music. That makes up for it in my book.
I looked up and there was nothing playing, and we both knew we were at the end of the break because of that whatever that podcast ad that plays right before we come back.
The soccer podcast with Jedi Robinson.
That was just playing, and then
That's an all-time name, too.
I looked up and Tim was gone.
Yeah, I was saving that the Tony's read, not really paying attention to the time there.
No, we know.
It's all good.
Now it's the Thin Tim mistake of the day.
20 years in.
Feels good to be back.
It's that type of show today, in my opinion.
Feels good to be back, dude. A lot of people checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Some about our guy Amani, who works the overnights here on weekends. Overnight Amani. 415 checks in and says, dude, you just blew up Amani on the torch. Everybody knows the torch is more powerful than the gram. Love you guys.
Yeah.
How about that?
I would agree with that one.
Yeah, that one. 707 says, sounds like I should have pulled Murph on him, like pulled rank on Amani like Murph.
Well,
I don't think I'd ever say that. we have audio of
I don't think I ever want to. I don't think I ever want the words coming out of my mouth.
Do you know who I am?
Do you know who I am?
I've never said that.
Do you know who I am?
Kind of a big deal.
I can't say that I do.
That was Amani to
I
me.
don't know how to put this, but I'm kind of a big deal.
That was incredible.
I have many leather-bound books.
It's just really funny. It seemed like it was very much like years ago when Tom and I first started the show.
Yeah.
And young Tony was still a part-timer. He was like a sound editor in the evening and afternoon.
That's right.
I'm
yeah.
very important.
Tom and I walked
Merlin
out.
Olsen comes over on occasion.
Tom and I walked out of the studio, end of the show, and young Tony was sitting in the bullpen cutting the Warriors game live. Like it was on already. I remember they were in Dallas. They tipped at like 5.
Yeah, it was a playoff game, yeah.
and we walked out of the studio, and young Tony goes, all right, boys, see you later. Tom, you heading down to the game? Going to call the game? And we all looked up at the TV. We're like, Tony, it's middle of the second quarter.
Oh, my bad, bro.
Oh, my bad, bro. I was looking for something to say. It's kind of what it felt like.
It happens sometimes.
It just happens, dude.
I mean,
You get caught between these. Would you absolutely put your foot in your mouth trying to say something to somebody?
Dude, I definitely have been that kid where, working 10 years ago in radio and you only work, nights and weekends and you have the chance to come in, during the daytime and you encounter the guys you listen to during the day. And you're like, oh, I'm just making small talk right now, and you definitely make an ass out of yourself. So it happens. It happens.
Somebody else checks in here, just says 500 goes, that was the Thin Tim mistake of the day. Then they went, yes. Yeah, it was.
Yes, it was.
415 says, I'm listening to KNBR and Dirty Work while driving for Zooks. Much love for listening while you're in the car.
There you go.
We do it every week, even if I'm off, and we're making it up to you. How many people in life are making it up to you?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Pay it forward.
People go, I'll make it up to you.
Yeah.
And you go, all right, maybe we'll see.
We're making do on the NBA grab bag.
Dirty Work, we make it up to you. Nobody else in your life's going to do that for you.
No.
But Dirty Work is here, and that's why every week, because we pay for the subscriptions, we got to make good on it. We get this big old potato sack looking thing. It's got 2 words with an acronym and a couple of words. And what it says is NBA grab bag.
Time now for the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Oh, it's your long-awaited NBA grab bag. Better late than never. And let's start off with...
Never late is better, said that.
Yeah, that's true.
Lil
Let's
Wayne.
start off with college football.
NBA grab bag.
The fallout of Lane Kiffin leaving Ole Miss for LSU has resulted in a few Ole Miss players sounding off on Twitter. Offensive lineman Bryson Sanders responded to Lane Kiffin's statement on Twitter, in which Kiffin said, despite the team asking me to keep coaching, then Sanders posted, I think everyone that was in that room would disagree. Along with linebacker Satrain Perkins responded to Kiffin saying, quote, that was not the message you said in the meeting room. So multiple players not happy with Lane Kiffin.
He's claiming he wanted to keep coaching?
What he's saying is that the majority of players, when he spoke to them, wanted him to come back and coach them through the CFP. And we have 2 players on Twitter responding saying that was not the case. Once you said you were going to LSU, we wanted your ass gone. So now people on Twitter are voicing their displeasure with Lane Kiffin, former or current Ole Miss players.
Do you think they should have put it? Do you think if you were the AD, and I know this goes above everybody's pay grade here in terms of players.
Yeah.
Though maybe not so much considering what players are making these days.
Put it to a vote?
Yeah. I feel like in this, I just wonder if they had put it to a vote, is that bad for the team or good for the team? If you're split and it's like 55-45, it's probably a bad look to have him come back.
It's basically Survivor. We're voting you off the island here.
Right. Well, yeah, we're voting you off the island. But also, if he does come back and you know that like 45% of the team has said they didn't want you to, is that bad for him?
That's tough.
You know what I mean? Like
it'd have to be where... I mean, obviously, it couldn't be in front of Lane Kiffin. Like, it had to be like, Lane, leave the room here. Let's count how many guys...
He could have done it. Yeah, the AD could have done it and figured that out and then just gone to him and told him, hey, we put it to a vote with the players. They don't want you back.
You know, I go back on this debate where should Lane Kiffin have continued on with his team. I think for the sake of the players, it would have been good for them. But also,
it would have or wouldn't have?
It would have. Just because, you don't want... now they're down to, their third-string offensive coordinator and their defensive coordinator is the head coach now? It depends on the matchup, but they're probably going to get knocked down the first round.
Well, what's his name is Charlie Weiss Jr. is allowed to go back now and coach the
Is he
playoff.
now?
Yes. Lane Kiffin has given him permission to go back, and he thanked LSU and Lane for allowing him to go back to coach. Allow him to coach through the playoff.
But hold on. Why is he allowed to do that and Lane Kiffin can't?
Well, what they said, what the Ole Miss had said originally was he was gone and that they were allowing the assistants to continue to coach. And Lane then, I think, is the one who was reportedly drew the line in the sand and said, come with me now.
But now...
As like an FU to Ole Miss, I think.
Okay, but Lane now is saying you're allowed to go coach that game?
I saw a statement from, unless I'm mistaken on this, but I thought I saw this 2 days ago in my NyQuil stupor.
That's very interesting. Okay, I did not know about that, but I don't know. I understand also the AD having to live in Ole Miss and the backlash he would get from all of the fans.
He's going to coach it. LSU Kiffin to let Weiss Jr. coach, and he thanked.
Well, good for him.
Yeah, he thanked LSU and all that.
But I also would say from the AD standpoint, how much hate he would get. Obviously, Ole Miss and LSU, they're both rivals in the SEC. But for the AD to be yeah, okay, you know what, for the betterment of the team, let's do this. The backlash would be just so much, and not to mention all of the talking heads that are that's soft. You're going to let Lane Kiffin coach this team when he's already left for you, or left your team to go to LSU.
It's happened before, but I mean they couldn't. Yeah, I mean this was a bad and messy breakup, and so you're not going to cut him anything. You're not going to you want to sever ties immediately.
Yeah,
obviously is how this went down, and my guess is that decision comes on the heels of a lot of other contentious conversations that happened leading up to this exit.
I'm sure.
I don't believe this was an initial well, if you leave, you're not. Well, I think this probably has to do with how all of it went. In addition to him leaving for LSU. I'm not saying they would have let him do it anyway, but because of how it unfolded, because of how there was so much contentious debate behind the scenes, because it became such a big national story and one of the weirdest coaching cycles we've seen, I think they just decided to sever ties.
Which I understand. And also, there's a report that Kiffin's dog named Juice was left behind in Oxford. But also, there's a report that the dog was never really Kiffin's in the first place.
It's weird
This
rumors.
is just weird.
Weird rumors. I mean, the quickest way to get somebody to turn on somebody is to have them harm a puppy, right? I mean, that's usually when I lose my audience. I don't know. I don't know. Hurt a puppy with neglect is not the way to go if you're looking to create a good image. But, I mean, I don't know. They're saying this is a rumor. There's rumors that he left his dog. People are saying it's not his dog. I don't know.
Yeah. Moving on the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Giants first-round pick Abdul Carter was benched for the first quarter against the New England Patriots for tardiness. People were fooled, though, with a phony report from the parody account of Wesley Steinberg.
Saw this.
On Twitter about why Carter was punished, tweeting out, Carter will miss the first drive of tonight's game for disciplinary reasons after getting caught watching porn in a team meeting with his headphones disconnected. So meaning that the sound was on. Which led to Underdog NFL, which is a legit NFL account for players that are going to be, their injury reports. It led to Underdog NFL to tweet out, Carter in parentheses.
They gave his injury designation as pornography. It's
pornography.
Pornography
to enter the game.
Yeah.
That's the problem with social media.
I thought they were doing that jokingly, though. I think Underdog did this facetiously.
I hope so.
I'm 99, because I didn't confirm this with anybody. It appeared to be a joking tweet because of the fake tweet that came out.
All right, fair enough.
I mean, they're not really saying he's out with pornogaphy because he wasn't really out. He missed one series. He wasn't really ruled out. It was a joke from that Twitter account.
Wesley Steinberg.
I mean, this is Tim's guy, Elon's doing. You know what I mean? There's all these fake accounts that you can't qualify.
My guy,
Anyway, Wesley Steinberg saying that he was out because of watching pornography in a TV.
Abdul Carter pulled a Tubin.
That's pretty good.
Yes.
It's pretty good, dude. And also, I mean, who among us, you know?
Yeah, I know. Me right now. No, I'm kidding. Moving on the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Last week, Lions center Frank Ragnow was set to return from retirement to help the Lions offensive line. They actually played tonight against the Dallas Cowboys. Ragnow came to the team facility last week and failed his physical with a grade 3 hamstring strain. Now, that's like where it's off the bone.
He knew it was hurt, and he was like, I'll come. I'll come play.
How do you not know that?
He had to have known when he announced his comeback, unless it happens as he's trying to get trained.
I don't know,
up
dude.
I
think if you ask some NFL players, if former NFL players, if they were going in to get a physical today, some of them be like, I didn't know I had this. My body's just been so ravaged with injuries that I'm just so used to it at this point. But a grade 3 hamstring strain, that's severe.
It's pretty severe. And then they said, well, he won't be coming back to us.
Needless to say, Ragnow will not be returning. That's tough.
The Lions put out a statement saying thanking him. We love him. He's one of our all-time greats. But, yeah, tough deal. Tough deal for them. I don't know, man. I'm sure there are things like that just always feel off for some players. Grade 3 to me feels it's a soft tissue.
Yeah.
You'd have to know.
It's like picking up the luggage when we were getting back from Hawaii. I got a grade 3 hamstring strain. It was about the only way you could do it.
Grade 3, you feel like getting up and walking to the bathroom. You know what I mean? He'd have to know. If he was out there jogging, getting loose, he'd have to know.
So you think that he just wanted a chance? He'd be like, hopefully they don't find this. And hopefully
I don't know.
Hopefully I could play with his grade 3 hamstring strain.
I don't really know ever what the logic is when a guy comes out of retirement. I get when a guy retires in the middle of the season. Football, it happens more than any other sport because it's like you play and you get the realization in the moment that I can't do this anymore. I can't. It takes a lot to get me ready to play.
It just happened. Darius Slay was released from the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Bills signed him, and now he's not necessarily reporting. He was
claimed by the Bills. And there's some people that are saying, this is kind of shady. He's saying he doesn't want to report to the Bills. Some people believe that he wanted to get claimed by the Eagles, and that's where he wanted to go in the first place. So now he's kind of using the excuse that I'm mulling retirement in hopes that he could still play for the Eagles. That's an interesting thing. But a lot of guys, like Amari Cooper earlier this year, signed with the Raiders one day, retired the next day.
You know what? You walk in, you're like, I don't think I'm up for this.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think I'm up for this.
Well, either I can't play anymore or this team sucks.
I'm not going to do this.
Yeah. Well, and we ran out of time here. That's all for your NBA grab bag.
That's it?
I think that's all we got time for today, man.
NBA grab bag.
So we shorted him on. We didn't give him a grab bag Tuesday, then we shorted him on a grab bag here.
Yeah, unfortunately.
We'll figure something out.
Okay.
All right. We'll take a quick break. How about we do something else for fun?
Okay. How
about Coach Speak? Some of the best sounds from across the coaching
landscape.
Let's
do all of our bits today.
You want to do them all?
Yeah,
we'll do them all.
Do them all.
Yeah.
It's that kind of day.
All right. Coach Speak, NFL and college coaches, they're maniacs, and we let you hear from them next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Landlord got you down? Get yourself a Ron and keep it locked to Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Got your little NBA grab bag. Make it up for Tuesday. We're going to get Tim's takes and trivia on a Thursday, a little bit later in the show. Plus, Mike Silver joins us at 4:50. 5:50, we will put the show to bed and get you over to Larry Krueger for some Niners Nightly. A Thursday afternoon, a baby Friday in the bye week for the 49ers. So why don't we get into some Coach Speak? This was, by the way, Larry Krueger, I didn't know, his favorite segment we do.
Really?
Coach Speak. it is true. When we decided we were going to do something like this, you and I, a couple of years ago with Tom, we were like, dude, coaches are just the funniest, weirdest things in all of football. In sports, football coaches are the weirdest.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all kings of their domain.
And they always have,
they're maniacal.
Especially in college football, I think we have more press conferences where coaches lash out. It's few, like sometimes in the NFL, but when it happens, it's entertaining as hell.
Because they really are the kings. In the NFL, they're still answering to a boss. Whereas, like, in a lot of these schools, there's a president or a chancellor or whatever. A lot of times, like, highest-ranking person representing your school is your head football.
Well, now we have GMs, so that may actually change. Where, like, some teams have GMs, LSU is going to let Lane Kiffin reign supreme.
Yeah, that's just the way it's going to go. Yeah. And some schools have added GMs where they weren't involved. They had to get involved in this money-spending venture.
Right.
I.e. Cal, Stanford, UNC, for lack of a better example. When NFL and college coaches talk, we listen. We call it Coach Speak.
When NFL coaches speak, we listen.
And I just think it's difficult to box without sparring.
I couldn't get free coffee?
It's football season. Most players play football in football season.
This is Coach Speak with
Adam, Derek, and Tim
on the Sports Leader.
All right. It's Coach Speak for Thursday, December 4th, 2025. And would we start anywhere else than with new LSU head coach Lane Kiffin?
Ugh.
So Lane Kiffin, he's at his LSU presser. These things happen so fast, too. Just like a day after, 2 days after he announces he's leaving, he has to get his ass out of town. And to get to a plane where people were waiting for him. They pushed that rack.
Tarmac, too.
Pushed that rack of his clothes out onto the street.
Dude, birds flying, like FUs, like middle fingers to Lane Kiffin when he's on the tarmac. So rough and also good last week for him.
People are saying he neglected his puppy.
Yeah.
It's
not good.
Here's Lane Kiffin on whether or not he got any advice from Nick Saban and why money was not a factor in this decision. Here you go.
I'm never going to make a decision on money. And I'm telling you right now, I don't know what my contract is here. That's not very financially responsible, okay? I'm sure it's really good, okay? I don't know what it is, nor did I know at the other places what the numbers were. Because I said in the beginning, I told Jimmy Sexton, don't tell me the numbers, okay? I want to make a decision that has nothing to do with money for me. Now, tell me the numbers in the plan for what the money is for the players. I felt like everybody that I talked to outside of the state that I was in all basically said the same thing, okay? They all said, man, you are going to regret it if you don't take the shot and you don't go to LSU. It's the best job in America, it's the best resources, and to win it. Coach Saban kind of coached at another place in this conference, so I can't really say exactly what he said, but I'll say I think the world of Coach Saban, and I respect him, and so there's a reason I'm here.
Okay, two things. I don't buy him for a second that he doesn't know the details of his contract. Now, he may not know all of the intricate details that Jimmy Sexton, his agent, knows, but he knows how much he's making. And to act like I didn't know how much money I was making before with the other jobs I had, that's ridiculous.
What an exciting time.
Now, I'm sure, his agent tells him, this is the best, case scenario for money-wise, and he doesn't know, all the details. And Jimmy decides this for him. Also, at the same time, he wants to coach at LSU. So I'm not buying that for a second. Don't ever tell me in a press conference, I didn't make this move because of the money. Of course you did. It may not be the end-all, be-all of why you did it, but that was a good reason of why you left also. And let's be real, LSU was a bigger job than Ole Miss. Now, as far as the Nick Saban stuff, a lot of people have an issue with this because Nick Saban is not affiliated with any team anymore. He's on College Game Day, but as a impartial broadcaster now, should he be giving that advice to Lane Kiffin as far as
what do you mean?
jobs?
You just said he was impartial, so what do you mean should he be?
Well,
he's not affiliated with anybody. If he were affiliated, that would be problematic. What's problematic about him?
I don't have an issue myself.
But I'm asking, what would be viewed as problematic when somebody who's retired from the sport is giving advice to one of his former assistant coaches?
Some people are saying because he has to comment on it to, be a broadcaster and to give and to persuade somebody to go to a certain job.
He's not a journalist.
Yeah, I know. I agree.
He's an analyst football coach.
I agree.
There's a problem now. Is people have we're not journalists. This is broadcast journalism, but this is an opinion show. He works on an opinion show. He gives his take based on what is out there and what's been reported. And he's giving based on his insight and what he knows. That's like saying you shouldn't be able to go on TV and talk because, he knows all these other coaches. Yeah, he gets better insight. That's what they're paying for.
Exactly.
That's what ESPN is paying him the money for. He knows these coaches. He knows how the game works. He has better insight and avenues to talk about it than anybody else. Anybody using that, there's a lot of things you could be pissed at with this. That has nothing to do with anything.
No, I don't
There's no correlation. You'd be mad if he were at a team telling him to do something, but now that he's not on a team because he's on TV, what does the TV have? Do you think Lane Kiffin did any of this? Or do any college football coaches, based on what we know about them, make any decision based on what is said on television?
Yeah, I mean, no. And I'm not expecting Nick Saban to be honest next weekend to tell, what I told Lane Kiffin. That's between those two guys. Now, I can see some Alabama fans being like, what the hell, Nick? But who cares at this point? By the way, Lane Kiffin going to appear on College Game Day this weekend.
I love every bit of that soundbite because he's exactly who we think he is.
Swarmy, yeah.
Yeah, nobody buys it. He knows that.
Yeah.
It's like that soundbite we used to play on Murph and Mac, and it's probably still in there, the Gene Simmons on Money. He's like, anybody who ever tells you that they don't make decisions based on money, this person is a liar. Do not trust this person.
Absolutely.
Again, and by the way, he doesn't know what he's making. 7 years, $91 million. 7 years, 91 is an average of 13 a year. He's the second highest paid coach in all of college football.
If I know that and you know that and most of America knows that, he knows that.
He knows that. You're telling me that his wife was like, what do you make? And he's like, don't worry about it. Don't worry. It's going to be great.
By the way, did you know he gets a bonus if Ole Miss advances in the postseason?
This is part of his deal is if he were at Ole Miss coaching still, which he was willing to do, I believe he was willing to.
Of course he was.
Whether the players want him there, neither here nor there.
Yeah.
He was set to make money just like you had every round that you reach in Major League Baseball. Everybody gets a bonus. So as part of prying him away and his inability to coach because Ole Miss won't let him, LSU is going to pay Lane Kiffin's bonus that he would have gotten for any round that Ole Miss reaches in the CFP.
Wow.
I mean, they're paying him for the work that he did.
That's a great deal.
They're saying, hey, and he's like, well, then the best I could have done is win a natty. Probably wasn't gonna.
Yeah.
There you go. What do you got, Tim?
Say Gene said it best.
And anybody that tells you that they want less money in life, be suspicious of this person. This is a liar. Everybody wants more money. I just want enough money. You're full of shit. It's never enough. You know when it's enough? When you're dead.
That's when it's enough.
When it's enough.
It's a perfect line.
Gene's
exactly it. Gene Simmons. What wise words from our guy Gene Simmons.
Keeps it real. Get the Kiss Coffin.
Get the Kiss Coffin. Kiss condoms and Kiss Coffins available at kissonline.com. That way we get you coming and we get you going. That's what he says. That's his line. All right, moving on here in coach speak. John Summerall.
Yep.
How about this? He was up against Lane Kiffin potentially to get the Florida job.
Yeah.
People thought Lane might go to Florida, might go to LSU. Turns out Summerall got the job in Florida, and he's got a reason why. Here you go.
I do want to be very direct on one thing, and you may or may not appreciate this, but Lane Kiffin and I have been going through the same thing, and we've talked a lot. We were both in agreement that I was the right man for this job. All right? So he co-signed on that.
You notice the laughs in the background there? That's not good. And that makes him sound like Lane didn't want the job, so go ahead and take this job, you patsy. That's kind of what I think this kind of sounds like. From what I read in the reports, Lane Kiffin was interested in the Florida job. Then he met with the AD, and he was like, that's okay. John Summerall.
You're the perfect guy for this show.
You're the perfect patsy for this job. So when he says that, and also, it's not the same thing. Lane Kiffin is much bigger than you going from Ole Miss to LSU. You're going from Tulane to Florida.
Sounds like
it's much different.
It sounds like Ole Miss, it sounds like Lane Kiffin went on a blind date.
Yeah.
And he got there and he saw the girl and he was like,
I warmed her up for you.
He's like, hey, I got the perfect girl for you to his buddy. He's like texting his buddy while he's on the date. He's like, I got somebody for you. It's not for me, it's for you.
Yeah. That made him sound
He's like,
bad.
she's a 10. He's like, it's for you. I got something perfect.
We were both in agreement that I was the right man for this job.
That's... Well, you totally redeem yourself, Tim. That was fantastic.
Nicely done, Tim. 415 checks in on the Golden State Lumber Showroom text line and says Lane doesn't know how much he's making, just like Shohei didn't know Ipe was taking money from his account. Exactly. Totally with
100%.
you. From the 415. More coach speak here. How about Mike Elko, Texas A&M head coach? He is not happy. Why would he be after they lost to Derek's soon-to-miss the CFP, Texas Longhorns?
You know what? I can't come up with an argument for why they should make it, but that was a kick-ass victory.
They can't jump anybody.
No, they can't.
There's no way they will.
I mean,
if they do, they're still, even if they finish in the top 12, they're not going to get in.
Just real quick, like Sark, like going on his high horse, being like, well, how can we get scheduled to Ohio State? Like, you lost, dude. You lost to Ohio State. You lost to Florida. You got your ass kicked by Georgia. You're not making the CFP.
You lost 3 times. That's
exactly. But I did love the victory on Friday night 2 weeks ago or a week ago against Texas A&M.
Well, here's Texas A&M head coach Mike Elko. He's not happy after they lost to Texas.
The cheers are so loud as coming through the press conference.
Here you go.
We didn't play the way we needed to. Can we close the door and run a professional press conference, please? My gosh. Sorry.
Stop, dude. You're at Texas Stadium. You're playing that
Austin,
game.
Yeah,
they're in Austin. You're playing that game. It's bound to happen when you have as many fans out there screaming their heads off. It's bound to bleed over to your press conference. Relax. It was very professional.
I like how calm he is, and then he snaps. He kind of jumps up. Go ahead, Tim. Can you hit it again?
We didn't play the way we needed to. Can we close the door and run a professional press conference, please?
We didn't play. He can't get his thought out. Dude.
Slamming the table. Like, dude. That's going to happen. You're at a sporting event. People are going to cheer. That's ridiculous. That's honestly how low level Texas A&M is to me, where they get pissed off about that stuff. Screw you.
I get a real kick out of these coaches. Just like who was it last week? We played. Was it what's his name from USC?
Oh, Lincoln Riley.
Lincoln Riley when he was blowing up that kid.
Yeah. Did you guys play that one without me?
That's stupid. Yeah, we may be playing that with Crew. That's got to be the dumbest question anybody's ever asked. That whole thing last week. And he's like, this is a professional. You might want to try doing it. Like, all these guys want to get on media or whatever's happening around them for not being professional. And they themselves act so childish.
I know.
It's so unprofessional. Who knows? Like, it's some guy who works at the stadium's job to close the door.
Seriously.
And we're not running a professional press conference here?
That was honestly like Cam Newton when he lost the Super Bowl and someone was talking about, the victory on the Broncos side, and it bled through the press conference. He got so pissed off he just walked away. Like, that's just immature. It's immature.
One more here in coach speak. There we go. I need my music. We got Andy Reid. This one, I only read this. Is this the quote I sent to you?
Yes, it is.
So I'd only read this clip. Andy Reid was asked after the Chiefs fell to 6-6. By the way, remember last year the Chiefs went 15-1 with their starters, and they won every one-score game. 11-0 in one-score games last year.
Yep.
Games decided by 8 points or fewer. I just did my Kansas City pregame hit today.
How they feeling?
Not good.
Yeah.
Dude, they are reeling.
Well, they got to leapfrog the Jags and a bunch of other teams.
It's the first time they've been down bad in a decade.
Well, then I dropped that note on them. I said, the record in one-score games this year, you're 1-6. By the way, how about that? 17 one-score games.
Yeah.
In less than 2 seasons.
Not good.
They were 11-0 last year. Other side of the coin this year. Anyway, they asked Andy Reid, are you confident? Can the Chiefs win the next 5? Can you guys go 11-6 and get into the playoffs? And Andy Reid is feeling good about it.
Yeah, well, I believe that. I mean, I believe if you're coming to me on this, Matt, I'm telling you, we're going to go after you every game. And, that's how we roll. We're going to try to tickle your tonsils on every play, every game. And, but that's the attitude that we're coming in with, and then you let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah. Okay. Some people are like, "What is he saying there?" That's an old school term, I guess.
Yeah, but it's funny as hell. He made himself laugh when he said, "He's like, we're going to hear your tonsils on every play,
tickle your tonsils on every play."
By the way, he said, "Tickle your tonsils on every play." Yeah.
I think some people were like, "Was he intentionally trying to do like an innuendo there?" He's like, "No." Andy Reid's an older guy. He loves his cheeseburgers. He did. I don't think he realizes like tickle your tonsils means what we're all thinking it means.
I don't know.
Tickle your tonsils on every play.
In NFL locker rooms for 35 years.
Yeah, but I think sometimes like guys just say something and then like when they say it and younger people laugh, they're like, get your mind out of the gutter, people. Come on. Talk about tickling your tonsils here. I'm not talking about something else.
Using it again.
Grow up.
Yeah, tickling. Get your mind out of the gutter.
Get your mind out of the gutter.
I'm talking about tickling tonsils.
Right, macaroni ears? Come on now.
That's why we're laughing. Yeah, if I would us is tickling your tonsils, though.
Okay, real quick. Do you think they go undefeated the rest of the way?
No.
I think so.
Undefeated. Who do they get? Don't they get the Broncos again?
They could be the Broncos.
They can.
This is Kansas City we're talking about here. I think they sneak in as a 7 seed.
I'm not writing them off. I think they could still go to the playoffs.
Yeah.
But do I think they're going to go 5-0? Like, they had a 3-game win streak earlier in the season.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think it happens. And also, I'll do you one better.
They did not do well against getting pass rush going against Dak last week.
I think the Lions sneak in, and I think that I feel better about that tonight because we just got news that Amon-Ra St. Brown is actually playing tonight.
So you think the Lions are getting in over who? Who's not in right now that you think is getting in? Again, they're not.
Well, who's in right now that's not getting?
If you think the Lions are getting in, whose spot are they taking that's currently holding a playoff spot? Because, again, they're not going to be.
Maybe the 49ers?
Then you need the Niners to go 1-3, and they need to win out. It's literally
that could be on the table, my
I think
friend.
you keep saying that. I know it's all on the table. I'm just like, that's not the likeliest of scenarios right now.
The Niners go 1-3 the
Again,
rest of the way?
Niners could go 1-3 and probably still beat them on a head-to-head tiebreak. They would on
Conference
a head-to-head
record, yes.
And division record.
Yes.
Yes. What I'm saying is, the Lions jumping the Niners, their best path is to top the Packers.
To win the division?
Well, they wouldn't. The Bears will lead the division.
Yeah.
They've got to jump the Packers. Their chance is not getting by the 49ers. The Niners are likely to end with more wins
than
the Lions. And if they end with the same, the Niners will still have an 8-1 record or whatever in conference. Or 8-2.
I hear you. Okay, but I still have to see it to believe it. I've seen it with the Lions with their offense the last few years. With the 49ers.
Not this year, though.
At times. Their offense is still pretty electric.
Agreed. They're not the same team they were last year. They haven't showed us this year that they're the same contending team they were last year.
Okay, I'll say this. The 49ers and Lions are kind of in the same boat to me where they have really good offenses, but their defense can't stop anybody. And for me to believe in the Lions, I got to see it tonight. I just give the Lions the benefit of the doubt because they've been the stronger team of late. But then again, I don't know. The Lions, I'm making excuses for them. They do have as much injury problems when it comes to defense as the 49ers
That's what I'm saying. I feel like I'm not going to make the
They
excuses
do
for
have
that.
Aiden Hutchinson. That's a difference, though. They have one premier pass rush where the 49ers do not have that right now.
Why do they give up more points a game than the Niners?
Solid, man. The power is solid.
He always finds a way, dude. I went to get coffee this morning, bro, and it's funny. I did lie to you earlier when I found out we didn't do the grab bag. I knew that you hadn't done the grab bag because somebody at the coffee shop told me.
Yeah.
I said, "Can I get?" I got a latte this morning, and the woman asked me, what size, or whatever, and so I walked to the side, and then right after she gave me the thing, she said 1 or 2, and I said, "I already got my latte." She said 1 or 2. I thought she meant like shots of coffee. No, she goes, "No, I have the second one right here."
What?
Behind the counter, she pulls up this big old potato sack looking thing. It had 2 words. It had an acronym in 2 words, and then it had a number on it. It said NBA grab bag number 2.
Are we doing 2 grab bags in 1 hour?
It's a grab bag deuce. We'll do it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The San Francisco Giants today announced Ron Washington would be joining Tony Vitello's coaching staff with the expectation he'd be working with the team's infielders on defense. Keep it locked right here to the Sports Leader for everything Giants, fungo bats, and scalding grounders.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. In a little less than an hour, about 4:50, Mike Silver of The Athletic is going to join us.
And he'll be excited because Cal has a new head coach.
Cal has a new head coach? Oh, did they announce it?
They did. Oregon's defensive coordinator. I'll get you the name in a little bit here. Don't wait for me for the name here. But
I'm blanking on the name, though. He's coming on back. He used to coach at Cal, I want to say.
Yeah, hang on one second.
Sorry. See, somebody's going to get mad now that we haven't said it.
I know. Hang on.
Googling it, too?
We're leading to Spencer. Tosh Lupoy.
There we go. Tosh Lupoy.
Lupoy, yeah.
I think viewed as a huge recruiter.
Yeah?
Yeah, so we'll talk more about that. We can talk a bit about that with Mike
Going
Silver.
defense once again. Okay.
You guys did not do it on Tuesday.
No.
So we made good on our promise to give the people what they want more than anything, and that's the NBA grab bag. I was not aware that I was going to come up on a second grab bag today.
Well, people often ask us to do a lot of grab bag. I mean, I think if it were up to the audience, we would do a whole show on the grab bag. But because we haven't done a show together in a long time, like the only shows we've done this week are today and Monday, we've accumulated so much in the grab bag. So let's just do it again, people.
So for the second time today, it's a big old potato sack looking thing. This one looks a little different. It's got two words. It's got an acronym and a couple of words. Then it's got a number. And what it says is NBA grab bag number 2.
Time now for the NBA grab
bag.
Again.
NBA grab bag.
Oh, a double dose of grab bag in one day. And let's start with the NBA this time.
The bag's so nice, we grabbed it twice. Yeah.
Yes, there you go. Chris Paul announced this would be his last season in the NBA a few weeks ago, and then yesterday, the Clippers announced Paul's release. Reports say Paul was constantly calling out the franchise and head coach Ty Lue for the team's poor start. Lue and Paul reportedly did not speak for weeks. How's that possible?
It's not good.
Some might say Paul was being a leader, and some might say he was being a detriment. What do you say, Copes?
I say if he wasn't speaking to the head coach for weeks, it's probably not good leadership.
Yeah.
And I saw Ty Lue said it just wasn't a fit.
Right.
James Harden says, I'm as surprised as y'all that he's not here anymore.
Yeah.
I just like him saying, this is my last year in the NBA. And the Clippers are like, this is your last day with the Clippers.
You're gone.
Yeah, that's basically what happened. They're going to pay his $3.5 million buyout, or contract, I guess.
Yeah.
Does he
I got to believe that some, team in contention would want to pick him up right now.
You'd think. I mean, he's obviously one of the most respected players in the history of the game by his peers.
Yeah, of course.
He's a future Hall of Famer for sure. I don't know. I don't know what's a fit and how much he wants to play, how much you can play him, when you would use him.
You would definitely, he's going to be a guy off the bench for you. And I think that he's that fiery guy. He's that guy that, is a leader. And I think that, yes, it probably was demonstrative at times behind closed doors with the Clippers. When you're calling out the coach, it's a bad look. But I think it's just honestly him being like, guys, what are we doing here? Like, he's probably, not going to win a ring with his team, so it's probably the best case scenario for him. He could probably go ring chase and join another team. But, a lot of stuff has gone on with the Clippers. The whole thing with Kawhi Leonard and aspiration, and now the team got off to a very slow start.
What are they, 5 and
They're 5 and whatever it is right now, and they're the oldest team in all of the NBA. And if Chris Paul is just kind of holding everybody accountable, then I think it's kind of lame on the Clippers' part. Now, if him and the coach are at odds, that's tough. Like, it is tough when you're the veteran and you're saying this guy doesn't know what the hell he's doing, and it's rubbing off on everybody else. And you're like, okay, is it best that this guy just leave? It probably is the best case scenario. Like, it would have been a nice ending to his career to end with the team that he's most known for. But also, if he's not going to win with them, then it's probably best for him to go someplace else.
They're 13th in the Western Conference right now. They're 6-16. 2-8 in their last 10. Not a good start. Now, here's the question. Weren't the Warriors the second oldest team
Yep.
in the NBA?
So it's showing that if you're old, you're probably going to be bad.
The Warriors are sitting in the 8th seed right now at 11-11. Are the Warriors still the second oldest team? Because it'd be funny
I believe so.
It'd be funny if even losing their oldest player, the Clippers were still the oldest team.
Yeah. Well, I want to say the Lakers are the third oldest team, and they have the second best record in the Western Conference right now.
There you go.
So.
But one of their oldest players didn't play the first 15 games of the season plus.
That's
right?
true.
In LeBron.
All right, moving on the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
The Bay Area zone Guy Fieri of Triple D and Triple G fame was on the Food Network, who usually wants to take us to Flavor Town, will now be part of Rehab Town while filming his new show.
Whoa, what?
Flavor Town Food Fight. Fieri tripped down a flight of stairs and tore his quadriceps in half. So he's now bound to a wheelchair.
Wait, both of them?
I guess so, yes.
Quadriceps?
Quadriceps, yes.
So Guy Fieri was filming a thing called Food Fight?
Flavortown Food Fight. That's Triple F now.
Flavortown Food Fight.
Starts off with a recipe that's always been kind of my culinary Kilimanjaro.
I love that guy. Dude.
Guy Fieri, who will flare up at a Warrior game.
Oh,
Don't
yeah.
you know?
Raider game, too.
Dude, you better get those. You better get some wheelchair access seats available. So he fell down some steps and tore his quadriceps in half.
I just kung fu my palate, dude.
You just kung fu your quads, dude.
Yeah.
Jeez, man.
But now we know he's doing another show because he's on everything when it comes to the Food Network. It's him. Who else? Tim, Bobby Flay. It's the same. It's the same two guys that have every
Just
show.
Repackage the entire thing over and over again. Make you care about squid and weird ingredients.
No, but I do love Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives. That's a great show. The Guys Grocery Games, not bad either.
You bringing
Flavortown.
I did not know you were such a big Guy Fieri guy.
Oh, dude, when I go visit my mom, it's all we watch is Food Network.
See, I didn't ever get into Food Network stuff. There were some shows I would watch with my sister on occasion. Cutthroat Kitchen was one that she really liked.
Okay.
Where they you get to take something away from somebody. They can't
It's too much competition stuff.
There's all that competition stuff. That was at the height of it.
Shut the front door.
Oh, you scared me there.
Every once in a while. Every once in a while, I'll go down a hole on the Great British Baking Show.
Yeah. That's a good one.
A
Yeah.
lot of rhubarb on that. You know what I mean? A lot of rhubarb on the
Give me anything Alton Brown, okay? I can take that. Anything Alton Brown.
Looking for a Paul Hollywood handshake. But no, I just never got super into Food Network stuff. I had no idea you had this kind of Food Network knowledge or Fieri love.
Well, dude, I found out great spots in Oakland because I've watched Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives where Guy Fieri goes to different locations.
Yeah, I went to I've been to some place in the Bay up the street from us here, Gorilla Barbecue in Pacifica, one of my favorites.
He went to Cloven Hoof in Oakland, so that's how I knew about that place. Great sandwich spot in Oakland. But yeah, dude, I enjoy those shows. I don't enjoy Bobby Flay. I'm sorry, he just comes across as kind of, I don't know, pompous, and I'm like, okay, so he
comes across as Lane Kiffin, dude.
Yeah, exactly. He beat a random person that knows how to cook. Okay, great, you beat somebody, and then when they beat him, it's a big deal. But Bobby Flay, I don't know, I can't stand him, to be honest. But
Good old down-home, crunchy fried greatness.
I do love me some Guy Fieri. It's just every restaurant he goes to, he loves it. I just wish we had less competition shows and just show me travel shows when it comes to Food Network.
Well, you got all the.
Are you a YouTube TV guy?
I am, yes.
Let me recommend a channel for you. It's called Tastemade, and basically all it is actually learning how to cook stuff and going on location. I think you'll like it. Tastemade.
Sounds like you need to watch that Tucci show where he goes to Italy and just eats stuff.
Well,
Flavortown.
By the way, I've been out on Bobby Flay ever since he tried to move in on Ari Gold's wife.
Yeah,
I don't like it.
That's how I got first introduced to him.
That's
But
why I was
yeah,
like, get this guy out of here.
I guess you could say, and you could cut this, Tim, I'm into food porn. I'm into it.
There we go.
All right, moving on the NBA grab bag.
Now, from the
NBA grab bag.
Damn it all, Tim.
Sorry, I was loading up my
Jesus
Guy
Christ,
Fieri.
bro.
Sorry.
Moving on
Flavortown.
Moving on the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Quentin Tarantino is making the rounds lately with a sit-down interview on the Bret Easton Ellis podcast. He had strong takes on film lately, saying that Toy Story 3 was the second best film of the 21st century. I'm not gonna knock him for that one. You know what? Toy Story 3 is actually great, and that's how the series should have ended.
It's touching to me because I was like,
yeah, I was in college.
I was about the same age as Andy when they came out, so I was like, oh, okay, this is kind of touching. Not sure why it hit Tarantino in the same spot.
Well, I don't know about that, but also do we need a fifth one? Regardless, he said also There Will Be Blood would have been his first choice of the best films of the 21st century if Paul Dano was a better actor, calling him out. Called out the Hunger Games for ripping off Battle Royale, and also said Martin Scorsese has not made an exciting film this century. I disagree, sir. This century? Wolf of Wall Street? What's the new one that came out? The Killers of the Flower Moon?
Yeah, right.
What the hell are you talking about here, Tarantino?
Can I offer you an Aviator?
Yeah, Aviator.
That's the century?
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of Irishmen's there. I mean, there's been a lot of them. If you're going exciting, Irishman's not really an exciting
Well, I
movie.
actually just watched a little bit of The Irishman the other day, the scene where De Niro's kicking the storekeeper, and he's supposed to be 35 years old, and he's 70.
It's a tough deal. I mean, they're you can tell me it's not film if you want, but they're aging, characters far better in the Marvel movies when they backtrack their age than they are in some of these top films. Look, think about movies and art. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I was taken by his list having so much variety to it.
Yeah.
The funniest thing to me is, I believe number 15 on the list is The Passion of the Christ.
Okay. Okay. Not one of my personal favorites, but
like number 11 is Jackass the movie.
Jackass the movie's a great watch.
He's that on there too, and he's got School of Rock at number 15, also a great movie.
Okay,
but I'm like, dude, he's got Passion of the Christ sitting in there, tucked in at 15, right behind number 14, School of Rock.
Yeah,
which cracked me up. So hey,
to each their own when it comes to movies, but Tarantino calling out others, like especially Scorsese, like who paved the way for Tarantino.
Well, he's got it right, dude. I mean, he's got himself an Oscar for Best Picture.
Yeah, I get that.
He's got a Best Original Screenplay Oscar. I mean, I will say, Tarantino ain't making you an unexciting movie.
No, he's not. But I wish he would do it more frequently than I mean, Scorsese does them a lot. We're still waiting on, his next movie from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood for Tarantino, which is supposed to be his last. That's what he says.
Okay. I mean, I like them all. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, not an exciting movie.
It's a fun hangout movie.
I enjoy the movie. 650 says our people are checking in on other movies. Scorsese didn't make Interstellar, somebody said.
No, that was Christopher Nolan.
No,
that movie's fantastic.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's okay.
Interstellar? Murph! No!
Watch it on a rewatch. It's good.
Is that McConaughey?
I'm a Christopher Nolan guy, yeah.
I am too.
That's McConaughey.
I am too, but I'll say this about Nolan. And this is kind of where, like, Inception, great movie. Because there's questions you can ask at the end. But sometimes his movies are like...
It goes a little far. Like Tenet is too far.
Well,
that's touching the third rail, yeah.
What I was going to say is Tenet is too much. He's out of his mind and he's too smart for us as viewers.
No, dude. Tenet is where Christopher Nolan loves the smell of his own farts, where it's like, you don't understand this plot, and you don't understand movies.
The movie's so confusing. They stop like 3 different times to tell you, hey, this isn't time travel. And I'm like, then what am I watching?
Yeah,
exactly. What is this then?
That's the third rail on Bart. Don't touch that one. Okay, it goes a little too far.
Listen, Tim, I'll give you the third act of Interstellar is kind of right up the same alley. Man.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed that, but I enjoyed, like, again,
enjoyable.
the detail of what they're going for, like all that stuff with, like, the water plant, and every time you hear a beat, that's supposed to be a year, and, like, it just... Give it a rewatch. I think you'll enjoy it.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Give me The Martian. I'm good with that.
Yeah, that's good, too.
I'm good with him farming in his own ass.
Both with Matt Damon in space.
Matt Damon in space, yeah.
Is he in Interstellar, too?
He makes a brief cameo.
I didn't even remember
at the third act.
All right, last one in the
Probably
NBA
too
grab
lost
bag.
at that point, yeah.
Last one in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
And speaking of movie lists, last week Variety revealed their list of the 100 greatest comedy films of all time. Blazing Saddles was placed 77th on the list. I'm sorry. That's not a real list. Come on now.
Comedy is all about hitting different types of humor. I don't know who graded this.
Yeah.
And what range they graded it. But if it was what if I told you the people who made this list were all 25 years old and younger? You'd just be thrilled that this was on the list.
I guess you're right.
It's all about, humor and comedy is, you've got to accept that there's a wide range of humor, right?
Yeah.
Like, was Naked Gun on the list?
Naked Gun was given the honor of number 1. Which I accept, but also no mention of Naked Gun 2.5, The Smell of Fear.
That's
Which
okay,
is
though.
very good.
You're giving the
We
nod
all
to-
know that's a better movie.
I think it's the best one.
You're
Yeah.
giving the nod to the franchise that's okay.
Yes.
That's kind of where I'm at.
Okay.
You know what I mean? The same as like if you throw Rocky 1 on there, I'm like, yeah, that's good. My favorite's Rocky 3, but if you want to throw 1 on there that won Oscars and all that, that's okay.
Okay, all right.
You know what I mean? That's not comedy, but
Right.
What other things pique your interest on that list?
In the wide world of sports is going on here?
I have to look at it again, but the fact that Blazing Saddles was just so low on the list is surprising to me. But then again, people view that movie differently today than when I was a kid, so I totally understand that. But when I'm talking about the greatest comedies of all time, if you're making a top 10 list, that's got to be in the top 5 in my
Do you
opinion.
have the top 10?
Not in front of me, I do not.
Okay. I got this in front of me. Well, it's top. Oh, this was their 100 movies, not comedy movies. I want to see the list, like, because this is what I was asked. Because if you think Blazing Saddles should be in top 10?
I do, yes.
Okay, so then that would mean you have to remove something from the top 10.
Yes. Hang on one second. Let me try to get this list for you as we're doing this live on the air.
NBA grab bag.
Probably should have had this list up.
Yeah, probably should
When you
have.
told me there was a list of 100 greatest
Yeah, I
comedies.
played the O'Donnell Sports Desk thing. You're good. Keep going.
Yeah,
Okay.
Tim wasn't even here for the start of a segment, so there's that too.
I have the top 8. All right, number 1, Naked Gun. Number 2, Some Like It Hot, the 1959 classic. Number 3, Annie Hall, right up your alley, Copes.
Good.
4, The Great Dictator. 5, Waiting for Guffman. I've seen it. A couple of laughs in that movie. 6, Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Hilarious movie. Number 7, Duck Soup. Number 8, Fargo. I don't consider Fargo really a comedy.
They have Fargo in here as a great comedy of all time?
Yeah.
By the way, Duck Soup and The Great Dictator, those are like Silent Chaplin films, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Fargo is a comedy, huh?
Yeah, I wouldn't have it that far up the list. I mean, if you told me you switched places where Blazing Saddles was 8th and Fargo was 77, I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
There's
dude.
a few chuckles in Fargo.
This is great. Tim, you said it perfectly, and I'll wear it. I'll say it in my. Tim said in my ear, sounds like Mick LaSalle made this list. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude.
Seriously.
He's like, my favorite comedy of the decade had to be Schindler's List. Oh my God. Dude, I don't know. He's like,
Jesus.
I don't know. This guy only likes.
Made out in
doesn't like
Schindler's
anything. I'm just saying.
You were necking during Schindler's List?
Yeah, I mean, dude, there's. I don't know. It's, you put lists together, Sherlock Jr., 1924. I mean, I haven't seen so many of these. Tootsie in 82. That's a good call there. Dr. Strangelove, Sideways in 04.
Someone on the text line says Joe Dirt was robbed. Should be number 1.
Well, where's Tommy Boy? Somebody says.
Yeah.
Tommy Boy probably was on the list.
I hope so.
Spinal Tap made 18.
Okay, there you go.
Spinal Tap in the top 20. Superbad is number 20. And that's one of my favorite movies of all time. That's my Breakfast Club.
Okay, fair enough.
Superbad's
Someone on the text line says, Depop, where do you rank Young Frankenstein? I love Young Frankenstein, but to me, Blazing Saddles is the superior movie. And if you're offended by it, I totally understand that, but I think the point Mel Brooks was trying to make was, let's all make fun of each other, and let's all come together as people. That's what the message of that movie is.
Yeah, I just I don't know. Some of these movies aren't really comedies to me.
Yeah, I know.
I'm running down some of these. Like Borat made 26. That's good.
Okay.
Borat should be on there. So many of these movies are like pre-1940. Dude, how about this? The 28 is Richard Pryor live in concert. That's not a movie. It's a
stand-up special.
Comedy special that you released in theater.
Is Eddie Murphy's Raw on there?
Oh, it better be
Hilarious and
now.
Raw should both be on there. Right?
It better be now. Harry Met Sally makes it. Austin Powers number 30 on the list.
Oh, behave.
That's going to do it for
your second bag. Yeah.
Second bag.
For your second NBA grab bag.
Giving the people what they want.
Made history today on December 4th.
Stay tuned for the third one.
650 checks in says, what are you, Siskel and Ebert?
2 thumbs up.
No, we're just when it comes to lists, we rate your list. Is what
exactly.
we do.
We took your list and then rated it.
How about this? At 4:50 in about 35 minutes, we'll catch up with our guy, Mike Silver of The Athletic. He joins us. When we come on back, the people are wondering, I was gone. You thought I wasn't going to do the work for it. I didn't. Tim did. We got to give to you your events for this weekend with the KNBR Dirty Work Weekend Bay Area Sports Calendar. It's coming your way next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Dubs return to action tonight in the city of brotherly love. Golden State will be without Steph Curry, and according to Anthony Slater, no Jimmy Butler. Yama-hama. Al Horford, Jonathan Kuminga, and Quentin Post are all listed as questionable.
Come on, Quentin.
If you can lace them up, tell us about it on the Sports Leader YouTube chat, the only place for Bay Area fans to go into detail about their groin injuries.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Right back to the rotator, huh? Short live.
This is not in the rotator.
It's not in the rotator, huh?
This is Oakland's own, my friend.
Nicely done. All right, we are going to catch up with Mike Silver at 4:50.
Flavortown. I mean, Tim, hold on. This isn't the rotator.
It's in the rotator, right?
You're playing it on your own, though.
Yeah, I did
I'm
not
not crazy. It's
think
in the
about it
rotator.
being in the rotator, but I am playing it on my own.
I got 5 on. It's definitely been played in the rotator.
It'd be great if Tim just played songs that were in the rotator.
I didn't know this was in the rotator.
I can't be held responsible for the rotator.
Selena Gomez for the 15th time.
Justin Bieber?
I've never heard this before.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. Mike Silver joins us at 4:50. We still have Tim's takes coming up because everybody's going to get their pound of flesh. I thought you guys would do it Tuesday. I specifically took it off so I wouldn't have to be here for it.
It's a show full of bits, guys.
It's a show full of bits.
It's a show full of bits, man.
It's a good show.
Yeah.
It's a good bit show, I think.
It's a good show to come back for.
It is nice. I don't know what we're going to do tomorrow.
Because today, yeah, exactly.
I'm out of bags, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
I'm running out of bags.
We can always do a dial or just basically the same.
Break the wheel on that's nothing like that, dude.
It's nothing like it at all.
Yeah, you're right.
So why don't we get into this? Because we do like to provide a service to the people, and that's not just giving away $50 Tony's Pizza gift cards.
Which we still haven't done yet.
Which we still haven't done, so listen for the cue to call. But people come up to me on the street weekly, whether it's here in Daly City, sometimes at BART, sometimes at Muni with your guy Shoeless Mo. Sometimes it's on the streets in North Beach, and they come up and they say, Copes. I don't have phone. I don't have internet. I don't have TV, cable, none of that.
Basically a shut-in.
I'm a cord cutter. I'm a shut-in, except when it comes to weekends. I like to get out, but I don't know how to spend my weekend, and that's why every week we provide to you here on Dirty Work a service, and that service is giving you the best events in the Bay Area this weekend, and that's why we give to you, once again, the KNBR Dirty Work Weekend Bay Area Sports Calendar presented by no one. It's unsponsored, of course. Once again, it's time to provide the invaluable service that you've come to know and depend on, provided by Dirty Work, where we provide a glimmer of hope for your otherwise completely dead, wide-open, lonely weekend. It's the Dirty Work KNBR unsponsored Bay Area Weekend Sports Calendar presented by no one. And listen, we hear you. Last week, there was no calendar. What a holiday weekend. No calendar last week, and as a result, there was a record number of emails, phone calls, and general cries for help from you, the filth, because without the calendar, people were forced to spend time with their loved ones and fend for themselves. And as you might expect, disaster ensued. Well, not today, my friends. We have you covered, as we always do. So let's start, as we always do, with the basics. The 49ers are on their bye, which means it's red zone all day Sunday. Take the Scott Hansen challenge and see if you can go 8 straight hours without taking a leak. That's how it starts. You also have double-barrel Dubs action as Golden State, or what's left of them, face Cleveland at 4:30 on Saturday and 4 p.m. on Sunday against the Chicago Bulls. And the Sharks will look to rebound from that 7-1 ass whooping last night.
Yikes.
As they head to Carolina for a Sunday 2 p.m. brawl with the Hurricanes, all right? Those are the basics. Now listen, Red Zone P challenges are always fun.
They always are.
And they are.
But if you're watching a hobbled version of the Dubs, or you just can't get into hockey, we hear you. You're saying, Copes, I need something more active.
Oh, okay.
And presumably with less clothes, but I'm still in that holiday spirit. Consider it done. It's the annual, I don't know this word. Can you help me out here, Tim?
Where is it?
It's the annual Santa Skivvies run right here
Skivvies.
in San Francisco.
It means underwear.
I've never even heard this word.
Down your skivvies.
It's the annual Santa Skivvies run right here in San Francisco. Get ready for Christmas chaos in the Castro at Santa Skivvies Run 2025.
This is happening?
The Santa Skivvies Run is where hundreds of scantily clad Santas take over the Castro for a mad dash to raise funds for a San Francisco AIDS Foundation. Whether it's your annual tradition or your very first time, this is a very silly, very San Francisco way to bring in the holidays. Stay after the course for an award ceremony, a skivvies runway, and of course a drag show.
Nice.
Changing booths will be provided, as will clothing checks, glam stations, and plenty of selfie ops. There's no better way to kick off the holiday season than by dropping trowel, raising funds, and fighting for health justice. So get bombed and stripped down for a good cause. Marty Lurie will be there at the finish line.
Damn right, brother.
You won't want to miss it. They call him Skivvy Lord.
Great job, brother.
I always love.
No, go for it. Go for it. Say it.
I don't know, man.
I've always wanted to get down to my skivvies.
I like the skivvy run, but I don't like talking about my unmentionables. Hey, yeah, you listening right now. Maybe running around in your banana hammock is so 2024, but you're still in the holiday spirit, so you're saying, Copes, help me for the love of God get into Christmas. Now, I always want to get into Christmas. Haven't been into it yet.
Yeah.
Copes, what do you got for me?
Can you help me with that, Copes, to bring the Christmas cheer?
Skivvy's racism for me, but I have been wanting to get, it's like me getting into Sharks.
Yeah.
People are like, I've been wanting to get into Christmas. I think this is the year. I think this is
finally the year when I go from Scrooge to actually loving Christmas.
I'm hearing Christmas is a wagon, so I think I'm going to get on it.
I need the calendar for this.
You're saying, Copes, help me for the love of God, get into Christmas. As always, guys, we have you covered. It's crafting pine needle ornaments with a Benny Pearson presented.
That's the instructor, a Beanie Pearson.
Oh, I thought it was an instrument. I'm right there with you.
Again, I'm finding out names and words I didn't know existed today. Crafting pine needle ornaments with a Benny Pearson, presented by Scrap right here in San Francisco. Learn fundamental weaving techniques. Using prime needles and create a small woven ornament. In this workshop, participants will learn the fundamentals of coiling with pine needles, a traditional basketry technique that has been used across cultures for centuries and is sure to attract members of the opposite sex. Okay, nice. Using pine needles and colorful thread, you'll create a small woven ornament that can be hung on a tree or displayed year-round, potentially.
All right.
It works great as a gift for that coworker that collects paperweights. All tools and materials will be provided, and no experience in ornament crafting is required. Instructor Abeni is a fiber artist and educator. If you're in phenomenal hands to explore your inner artist. Recommended age is 10 years old, so ditch the toddler at grandma's. Get bombed and coil like a king or queen. Pine Needle is actually already in line.
I was going to ask.
You can thank us later. And that is your Dirty Work KNBR Weekend Unsponsored Bay Area Sports Calendar presented by no one.
Down your skivvies. I'm kind of into it.
Run around with some Santas, dude.
Yeah. I remember when the Red Sox won and Papelbon was down to his skivvies river dancing. 925 says, I love the Copes. Didn't know the word skivvies. Had never even seen it before. Never even heard that word.
I mean, honestly, like I've heard that term. So what does that mean? Like down your underwear?
Yeah, I guess so.
Skivvies. Okay.
It's just a way of saying your draws.
Your draws. Down your draws.
408 says those Santas and skivvies are going to be tickling some tonsils. I'll tell you that. Attaboy. 916 says, not the weirdest thing I would have seen out in San Francisco or in the Castro. Yeah, that's it. 510. It's our guy Hurley Bird just says, Dirty Work at KNBR, the bit leader. That again is your Dirty Work KNBR Unsponsored Weekend Bay Area Sports Calendar presented by no one, and we're all better for it. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, he demanded it. Nay, he begged and groveled. Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
Another bit?
He's getting his pound of flesh next. The bits continue. It's Dirty Work on a Thursday with Tim's Thursday Takes and Trivia on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. You know, making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works best for you. Sooner than you think, you might have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. You can transition into retirement confidently, and you can do so on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell, the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group, for a complimentary review of your financial situation today. The number to call is 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300, or you can visit online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com. If you're a licensed financial professional, please consult your compliance department prior to giving any specific advice. All information included herein is confidential and proprietary to Lone Beacon. All associated content or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or used in any manner whatsoever without the express written permission of Lone Beacon.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. By the way, next Friday, a week from tomorrow, we'll be back at Almanac Brewing in Alameda.
Damn
for
right.
our 49er tailgate show here, our Dirty Work tailgate ahead of the Niners coming out of the bye against the Tennessee Titans next Sunday. Tim will be there. I'll be there. Derek will be there.
Yep.
Come on out, get some beer, hang out. It'll be fun to see the filth in the East Bay. Would love to see you guys. I'm hoping to see Van out there. I'm going to get my guy Van out
Van has already committed to coming, actually. He wanted
Van
me to,
RSVP'd?
Yeah, he RSVP'd. Said he's going to bring snacks. He said he wanted to bring candy and dirty work, and he's going to try to find that beef jerky. He said, quote, I will find a way.
Ooh, that beef jerky is spicy.
That thing was uncomfortable.
It got you, it got me. Yeah, make sure that you're over your cough by then. Or actually, that may help you with your cough. You never know.
I think I'm good, Van. I want to see you. I don't need to see the jerk. You know what I mean? We do it every Tuesday, unless Tim comes up with some piss poor excuse to not. But they waited for me to come back, and I was like, damn, dude, I thought I got away from this. Instead, Tim's going to deliver it today. Every week on Tuesdays, Tim hosts trivia at the bitter end. Every week we demand. Actually, he demanded and begged that we give him his own segment. So he gives us
in a way, you demand too.
A sports take, a slice of life take. The listeners do as well.
Yeah.
And some trivia that does you no good now because it already passed on Tuesday, but we'll get the trivia in anyway. We call it Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
It's time for Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia on KNBR, the Takes Leader.
All right, Tim, every Tuesday we do it. A slice of life, take a sports take. Where are you starting today with sports, Tim?
Yeah, let's do some sports. Well, hello, filth. It seems that begging for this segment all these decades really did pay off because here we are on a Thursday giving 2 days old stale takes, trivia questions that will help nobody, and me stumbling over my words because I am a child. So if you think that we'd simply move on to the next week, not here at Dirty Work Industries, and if a week-old crappy takes is your thing, well, filth, you are in luck. And if this is the segment that finally sets you over the edge, well, there's always basket weaving or marble races, which might ironically actually show up on next week's unsponsored calendar. However, today's takes is all about football. Let's talk about football.
Alrighty.
So it's week 14 in the NFL, and the 49ers finally have their bye. Week 1 feels like 5 months ago. Do you remember that win in Seattle? I barely remember what station this is. Anyway, it feels like a lot has happened since then. You know, turf toes, voided contracts, McCorkles, and Monday Night Magic. But hey, we're here, 14 weeks in the books. As we look around the NFL landscape, I humbly suggest here in the takes that it's time to officially reassess, recalibrate, if you will, who is good in the NFL. Now, if you're like me, God have mercy on your soul, at the beginning of the season, it's fair to say the predominant logic of the teams that would dominate would be the usual suspects. You know, the Chiefs, the Ravens, the Bills in the AFC, the Eagles, the Packers, and the Lions in the NFC, and for good reason. These have been the dominant franchises over the last few years, and other than Detroit losing its coordinators, most of these guys look primed to make another run at the Lombardi Trophy. And then, as it does every year, we are forced to look back and say, yeah, I think I kind of was wrong. If you had the Patriots and the Broncos with the most wins in football, buy me a lottery ticket because nobody saw that coming. But it should be said, because they have proven it on the field. The Broncos? they're good. Patriots are good. You don't fluke into 10 wins in a row. The Bears are clearly headed in the right direction under Ben Johnson. And before we say, well, the win total is inflated, you can only win the games on your schedule, and getting that impressive win over the Eagles has to count for something. It has to. Yeah, the Rams look like the dominant team in the NFC, but then they lose to the Carolina outfit that was thrashed by the 49ers. And if you look closely, kind of feels like every team has that loss that invites the inevitable criticism. This team is vulnerable. This is their weakness. The Eagles lost to the Giants. The Seahawks needed OT to get by the Titans. Green Bay lost to the Browns. The 49ers lose to the Jags and the Texans, and all of a sudden, that doesn't feel that bad. If you're one of those people that says, well, just wait till the end of the season, and then, we'll know. Well, of course, but that's what the playoffs are for again. And by the way, it's not early. We have made the turn down to the home stretch, and it feels like both conferences are completely up for grabs. And I, for one, am stoked for the playoffs for the very reason football is king. At this point, from what I've seen, I wouldn't be surprised by any outcome leading to the Super Bowl. And to bring it all home, of those teams that I mentioned before, the Chiefs, the Bills, the Eagles, hell, the 49ers, if I'm one of those young teams that's flying high right now, I don't want to see any of them in the first round, despite a potentially mediocre record. All I'm saying is we should give the up-and-comers their flowers. The Broncos, the Bears, the Patriots, the Jags, the Colts, hell, even the Panthers. We could be witnessing a changing of the guard, and I, for one, can't wait to see what's shaping up for a hell of a postseason. What do you say?
Here, Tim. I'm all for it. I like the parity in the NFL right now. To your point, though, with the Broncos and the Patriots, I just can't buy those teams because, yes, they've done very well in the regular season, but usually when we get to the playoffs, we always count on the coaches and the quarterbacks. At this point, I have to give the benefit of the doubt to, like, the Bills or the Chiefs if they make it, but there's so many unknowns right now. I think it's fun. I think it's also setting up for, some crazy outcomes in the postseason. So I'm all for it.
Which coach quarterback do you trust more? The Super Bowl winning coach in Sean Payton with Bo Nix, or Drake May, who I think is a better quarterback with a very good coach in Vrabel? Who, if you're going coach quarterback between those two, what's your pick?
Sean Payton, just because of his resume of getting to the Super Bowl and winning it. But honestly,
it's funny. I would go the other way because I think I trust Drake May more right now. He's also leading the NFL in passing, by the way.
Yeah,
passing yards. Yeah, passing yards.
Yeah.
And Vrabel, by the way, Vrabel's been to AFC title game, Tennessee. He built that thing up.
He also had the number 1 seed and lost to a better quarterback in Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
So I think that, I don't know, I could see anything happening in the AFC. With the NFC.
Okay, let me ask you this. One more. And Tim, I'll ask you this too.
Go for
it. Either of those teams, the Patriots or the Broncos, do either team play in the AFC Championship game? Tim?
I don't see why not, to be honest. I don't, because we keep waiting.
Make a pick. Which one do you think you could see that you'll see in the AFC title game?
I think I trust the Denver defense a little bit more than Patriots. But again, Patriots have won 10 in a row. And to the point that I was making, we keep saying that, the Bills are going to round into the form. The Chiefs are going to round into form. We're at week 14. Maybe this is their form. That's all.
Yeah. I could also see those teams just having more or a playoff pedigree than these.
Different.
It's totally different.
Your runway is a little longer when you have the track record. I get it.
Okay, if I had to pick, I'm going to say the Broncos because of that defense.
That's where I am too. Yeah.
And if they get the number 1 seed, you can win one playoff game. But if they're playing the Chiefs or if they're playing the Bills, or hell, even if they play the Ravens, I kind of lead with those teams as opposed to a very inexperienced quarterback of Bo Nix.
Got to go into Denver as well. 510, great note here, says Drake May leads the NFL in passing yards. Does not have a 300-yard game this year.
Yeah.
That's pretty incredible. He's not like far and away the leader, but he is the leader.
But I buy him more than Bo Nix right now.
I do too.
Yeah.
I do too. But the fact that they haven't lost in 10 straight gives me pause.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's the college basketball undefeated thing where teams are you're a team of young guys and they're sitting there in the Elite Eight. I'm looking at Kentucky against Wisconsin and Kaminsky, and they're down 7 with a minute and a half to play, and they're going, we haven't been in this situation before.
I know.
But it's a double-edged sword, too, because if they lose, and I'm not saying you're suggesting they do, but if they lose, then we'll write them off. We'll be like, oh, well, they're a young team. They're not there yet, blah, 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 blah. So it's like you're kind of damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. Here's the real point. Let's say the Chiefs lose another game and they're sitting at 6-7. We're going from, okay, well, they could run the table and do it, to they're not making the playoffs.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's that line, that shred. It's like, okay, well, why do we give the team that has all that track record that much more leeway when the team that's won 10 in a row and is going to win that division, we're like, well, we're just waiting for it to fall.
Because we base things on the past. Like, isn't that why we're giving the benefit of the doubt to the 49ers right now?
100% yes.
Because they've accomplished so much in the past.
Well, and they have a quarterback and coach who have been to multiple NFC championship games and Super Bowls.
Yes, but wouldn't you say that by far, if they make it to the postseason, and probably they will, that this is the worst defense they've ever had with Kyle Shanahan? Absolutely it is.
Sure. Yeah. For sure. Talent-wise, absolutely.
Yes. So that's like there's flaws, and that's why I think I'm kind of skeptical of, them doing anything in the postseason. But we base it off of the past, and then I'm guilty of that with the AFC right now. I'm not looking at what the Patriots or Broncos are doing right now. I'm basing it off of what the Bills and Chiefs have done in the past, where they sneak in. I just think they're more dangerous because they're experienced. But maybe I'm totally wrong in that.
No, I mean, that's part of why I write off some teams like you're talking about, the Lions turning it around and getting a win tonight and going on a run. I'm like, why? All they proved to me last year was they couldn't get it done.
Yeah.
And a couple of years in a row, like they're on year 3 now of what they thought was a window, and they're the worst of the 3 years previous. Like they're trending in the wrong direction for me.
And this is the whole crux of it. The credibility that we give to teams because of their track record, you have it until you don't. And those teams that are kind of under the radar, despite having really good records, it could be the changing of the guard. And I think the playoffs are wide open. And it's super fun.
And the counter to what Derek was saying, for me, from coach and quarterback, it's like, you're like, yeah, I might still go with the Bills or Ravens. You're like, neither of those teams been to a bowl.
Yeah.
Neither of those guys are winning Super Bowls.
That's
John
true.
Harbaugh has, but Lamar's not proven he can get there.
Yeah.
Josh Allen hasn't proven he can get there. So if Drake May goes up against him, they've both gone as far as they've each gone in their careers at that point.
But
one has the experience in losing it.
Would you say if the Bills get in, even as a wild card team, and the Chiefs get knocked out, this has got to be the Bills' best chance? Even though they would be a wild card team and every game would be on the road, they don't have to face the mighty Chiefs that have always vanquished them in the past.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, yeah. But you got to get past teams that are equipped to beat you and might beat you for the division and are going to beat you for the division.
That's
By the
why
way,
it'll be fun.
Bo Nix does have playoff experience last year, right?
He does. He lost to the Bills in the first round.
In the first round, he was 13-22, touchdown, no picks.
They lost that game, 31-7?
I can pull it up for you.
Yeah, I think it was dominant.
Tim, nice call there on the.
I like it.
The sports take there. What do you got on the slice of life? And by the way, the final there was 31-7. Good call.
Nice.
What you got, Tim?
All right, well, as Phil probably heard, this week marks the 1-year anniversary of Dirty Work, and now we're on to Season 2.
Season 2, live and in action.
Well, this slice of life is really about the year that was. A short retrospect from this side of the glass. 1 year of the filth, filled with kind of a little bit of everything. There were highs. There were huge highs. Who can forget Mr. KNBR's top 5 theme songs list? Callers getting all of our name wrong repeatedly. Terrible impression, brand new dressers. 100 different ways the NBA grab bag was delivered, or 87 different explanations on why the Dirty Work dial is nothing like the grab bag. And in between the frivolity, there was sports. Oh, who could forget that 81-81 masterpiece that was the Giants season? The emergence of the San Jose Sharks, me banishing Kevon Looney to a bench, and while assuring that we'll never have Jimmy Butler on the show, or a 49er auction that has raised, and by the way, I don't have the official number on this, well over $200,000 for the 49er Foundation. Seriously, way to go, Filth. Kudos to you. But it didn't just stop there. I had to say goodbye to the Mustang for some new wheels and summarily got crushed for taking a day off for the very vehicle that is absolutely critical to Dirty Work. Think about it. Every remote, every 49er game, every shared hotel that I had to sleep on the couch pull out. No one has ridden more in the Tesla than one Adam Copeland. That is absolutely true.
Yep.
And there were Mai Tais and there were late night pool parties and where Derek was asked his thoughts on space. Seriously, the question was, Derek, what are your thoughts on space?
It was a great question. I just wasn't in the mood for it.
That was incredible. Dude.
Incredible moment. From pasta burns to grill accusations. Hell, we even moved buildings and we're the guinea pigs for the station. The first show in Daly City. Yes, nothing worked. Yes, I couldn't play the 69 drop. And yes, it was more fun than you could ever imagine. Mixing a 20-year anniversary and yours truly ugly crying. It's been a hell of a year. The plants might be dead, but the show isn't. So here's to Season 2 of Dirty Work. Will there be a pregnancy scare? Will someone get voted off the island? And who is most likely to suffer from amnesia? One thing is for sure. We couldn't do it without you guys, the filthy faithful and the dust bunnies that make this ridiculous show what it is. So to you guys, for every Van or Pat H or anybody that's ever showed up to a remote, or that guy that yelled at us, Liv Moss, while walking through the Levi's tunnels, I can speak for everyone on the show when we say unequivocally, thank you. Seasons 2, let's effing go.
Hell yeah, nicely done, Tim.
Well done, Tim. Season 2.
I think no better time to respond to that than by telling everybody we're going to do a 1-year anniversary special. It's actually not called that. It has an official name. I should tell you what it's actually called. It is actually called, and it's coming your way December 23rd. That's our final day in studio for all three of us before the end of the year. It's the 2025 Dirty Work Annual Anniversary Classic.
The Anniversary Classic.
All right?
One more time.
It's the 2025 Dirty Work Annual Anniversary Classic, and it's coming your way right here on Dirty Work, December 23rd. The Annual Anniversary Classic. That's what we're going with. It's a classic. We do it every year,
We do it every year. We do it every year.
It's the pancake breakfast. We do it every month. Yeah. So hope you guys will join us on the 23rd. We'll be live in studio. It's our final day all together before we take off for the Christmas and New Year's holiday. The 2025 Dirty Work Annual Anniversary Classic, December 23rd. We'll talk more about it as we get close with special guest announcements and a walkthrough. The year that was season 1 of Dirty
Probably just
Work.
recycle this tape.
Probably just do
too.
that again.
Yeah, probably.
All right, what do you got for us, Tim, on the trivia front?
All right, well, let's do some true or false to start with, okay?
All right.
The tallest mountain in the United States is Mount Denali. Mount McKinley, if you remember when you were growing up, that's in Alaska. True or false? The second tallest mountain in the United States is Mount Whitney. Is that true or false?
I'm going to say false.
Okay, I'll go true. I don't know.
Well, Mount Whitney is the tallest mountain in the contiguous United States. However, there are 11 mountains in Alaska that are taller than Mount Whitney, so it is false.
In the continental U.S., okay.
Hey,
Gotcha.
got it right. See, multiple choice helps, Tim.
Not bad.
I don't like it.
Who is the world's most stolen artist? We're talking about like classical art, not like samples. Who is the world's stolen artist? Well over 1,000 pieces are still missing from this very famous artist. Who is it?
Picasso?
That's an answer. I feel like that's the one that like people just would know the name Picasso means something.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. You know what? I'll change my answer. If you want to go Picasso, cool.
You going Van Gogh?
I'll go with Jackson Pollock.
Ooh, that's a good call. See, I think it's probably somebody more modern. Like that. I'm gonna follow Derek on a team bid right here because I'm not that Picasso's not modern, but I think he's more modern than people think he is.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with you on Pollock.
Mama's wrong again.
Who is it, Tim?
It's Pablo Picasso.
Damn it! Talk myself out of it.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. It's exactly what we do. Tim, come on. What do you got?
All right, well, one more.
All right, do you want a food question or a population question?
I do love food porn.
Both.
Okay, often used in trendy restaurants. What type of vegetable is kohlrabi?
Kohlrabi. Type of vegetable?
Probably had it at Boulevard.
Kohlrabi?
Kohlrabi.
You're looking for like the actual, like not like root vegetable. You're looking for like
what type?
It sounds like a guy that does like late nights here on KNBR. He's running the board, Kohlrabi.
yeah, dude.
Amani and kohlrabi.
Robbie, Amani in live for kohlrabi, dude. I don't know. Why don't I go with like a? I feel like I don't know. So like a cauliflower.
It smells like cabbage.
It's a cabbage.
Tim, come on, give us a
Small
population
hands.
one. I want a population
How about this one? Let's end on a high note because you're going to knock this out of the park.
right.
I got it. This soda claims a proprietary combination of 23 flavors. The American Food and Drug Administration has ruled that it is not a cola, it's not a root beer, and it is not a fruit-flavored soft drink. Rather, it's a category on its own. What is it?
It's Dr. Pepper.
Yep.
That is correct.
I felt like he just gave us one on the way out.
Yeah.
I didn't like that.
I like to pick my boys
For
up.
years, it was the branding of Dr. Pepper with 23 on it.
Yeah. By the way, as a kid who used to order Dr. Pepper a lot, I hated this. Happened all the time. If you're a Dr. Pepper orderer, and I'm not anymore.
No, sorry, we have Mr. Pibb?
No, they'd be like, no, sorry, we have root beer. And I'd be like, do you think root beer is the same as Dr. Pepper? It's
I think we have to have a conversation.
It's not. Yeah, no.
No,
it's
not at all.
Anyway, Tim, well done on Tim's Tuesday. On a Thursday, takes and trivia. And then December 23rd, that's a Wednesday, the 2025 Dirty Work Annual Anniversary Classic is coming your way to the Sports Leader. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, Mike Silver of The Athletic and a whole bunch more fun as Dirty Work rolls on a Thursday. It's the greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Ahead of Major League Baseball's winter meeting, San Francisco Giants general manager Zach Manassian joined Murph and Marcus this morning to chat about the team's off-season strategy, the trade market, as well as the new coaching staff. Find that podcast and all of our podcasts at thesportsleader.com, the off-season leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Joined now by one of our good friends. Mike Silver covers the NFL for The Athletic, and he joins us on the UMA guest line as he does every Thursday. What's up, Mike? How you doing, bro?
Hey, Mike.
I'm awesome. How are you guys?
We're doing well,
very
man.
awesome.
Good to have you on. We were just talking about you earlier. How excited are you about the new hiring of your California Golden Bears?
On a scale of 1 to 10, a million. No, this is an incredible moment for the program, and it's kind of the culmination of a realignment and a rethinking that starts with Chancellor Rich Lyons and extends to General Manager Ron Rivera and a lot of people behind the scenes who helped change the structure where he directly reports to the Chancellor. And now they are bringing Tosh Lupoy home, a former player and coach and alum who bleeds blue and gold, is a great coach who is unbelievably elite at acquiring and attracting talent. And there's a lot of money behind this and enthusiasm. Really, I started college a long, long time ago, and it has never been like this, set up like this with the facilities and the will and everyone pulling in one direction. So I think Cal people should be really, really excited about what's about to happen.
Well, Mike, we haven't talked to you in about exactly 2 weeks when you and Diana Rossini broke the story about Brandon Ayuk and his contract being voided. So as far as the fact that Brandon Ayuk does not want to challenge this with the NFLPA, he must just want to get the hell out of San Francisco. And it sounds as much from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan the last few days. They've done interviews on The Sports Leader, and both are like, we're hopeful that he comes back, but at this point, we're not counting on it. So what do you think his market is once he is released? I would assume because of the injury with the torn ACL and the MCL and the fact that he may be viewed as a headache, that he won't be signed for quite some time, but do you think differently?
Ever been so eager to leave a workplace that you were like, yeah, I'm not going to fight for $26 million.
It's incredible.
I mean, that's like a little bit beyond take this job and shove it. Yeah, which makes this story really curious, which, really until we talk to Brandon directly and hear from him, it's even Diana and I have been at the forefront of this. It's hard for us to really know, how that can be. And it is curious and bizarre, puzzling. Usually the Players Association and the agent would be fighting hard to at least mitigate that. But yeah, I do agree with you. He is trying to get out and wants to be out. And it's hard to tell with the market because I don't think we're going to see him test it this season because he seems like, it seems to me that if you take away someone's $26 million, it would probably decrease the motivation to fight back from a serious injury for that team. And so if you haven't seen him, it is a leap of faith. But if it's not like a ruinous injury that you can't come back from. And if he can reestablish himself at the level that he left off, then yeah, he's going to get paid a lot somewhere. So maybe he signs a 1-year deal and tries to prove it and then cash in, or maybe somebody will see him work out and take that leap of faith. But, it's not like nobody's going to want that guy on their team. He'll definitely have a lot of people who want him to at least come prove it.
Talking to Mike Silver here on the UMA guest line. Had the story with Diana Rossini in The Athletic about Brandon Ayuk's voided contract or the guarantees being voided. That was a couple of weeks ago. Have you ever seen a situation this drastic or anything like this? Because what Kyle revealed was that money was voided back in July, which means didn't really have much to do with anything seemingly that's gone on this season. It just seems like it's a pretty big dollar amount for a big-time player, and I can't remember ever seeing something like this. And I guess the other side of this is the Players Association unhappy that he's unwilling to file a grievance?
Probably they don't love it, and it's not totally their decision. But
sure.
I don't think the Players Association, and remember, they're leaderless right now. It's kind of weird, but I can't imagine a responsible union being like, yeah, good call. Definitely let's set that precedent. Because we don't know why it was voided, but you're right. It happened in July. And so, usually when you're talking about voiding massive amounts of guarantees or taking back money, it's like, Aaron Hernandez or something like really bad happened. And,
Right.
For all we don't have all the information apparently, but if it's really just about he didn't show up for rehab and stuff, I could see how that would be frustrating. I could see how that would require, a meeting and an understanding. I could see how that would provoke warnings, and maybe it did, but like July, right? So there's no expectation that he would be close to returning in July. And I don't love the optics of it from the outside, because you have a guy who fought hard for a deal, was almost traded. The coach sprinted up the stairs. They didn't trade him. He got off to a slow start. He suffered a bad injury. Before that, he was throwing a tantrum on the practice field over his shorts. And then, while still hurt, they seized upon him not performing his obligations to the tune of voiding $26 million plus. So the optics of it look like, well, we're regretting that Kyle ran up the stairs and that we did this deal, and he's hurt, so we really regret it now. Can we get out of it? And I'm not saying that's what the 49ers did, but a cynic would look at it on the outside and go, man, they couldn't wait to get out of that deal after he tore up his knee while playing for them.
No, definitely. Talking to Mike Silver on the UMA guest line. Mike, do you have a vote for Coach of the Year?
I do.
So how do writers usually go about it? Like, what carries more weight? Because we were talking about the conversation of Kyle Shanahan for Coach of the Year, and is it more on context of how a guy leads a team given injuries, or is it more based on what Ben Johnson's doing or Mike Vrabel, where they turn a team around from a losing effort to a winning effort the next year?
Well, okay, so this is kind of like what I said to my wife the other day when she started asking me about Christmas presents and stuff. I was like, philosophically, I'm not having this discussion before Black Friday. Like, I choose to, I can't, I'm compartmentalizing. I can't do that. It's just too early. So it might be a little too early, but I will give you some past examples.
Okay.
Like, I only had a vote last year. That was the first time I got a vote, and I voted for Kevin O'Connell, and he won. And I felt really comfortable with that, given, what the Vikings did relative to expectations, being on the precipice of the number one seed, having Sam Darnold, a quarterback who hadn't proven it as a starter at that level, and some other things. And it was there were a lot of great candidates last year. And I think when I got to The Athletic in October, about midway through the season, I wrote a column saying, at this point, to me, it's Mike Tomlin, and then it changed. I also wrote a column for the Chronicle, I believe in 2022, saying Kyle Shanahan should be the coach of the year this year, and he did not win, and I don't think he got real close to winning. But to me, that was, and he's had some incredible coaching jobs, right? Like in 2021 when he pulled them out of a hole, he and others, right? He and the players. In 2019 when they were coming off, 2 tough seasons and then won the NFC. So, like, I just thought 2022, it was like, dude, he started out with Trey Lance. He got hurt. Then Jimmy comes in and is balling. Then he gets hurt. And then, oh, by the way, the 262nd and last pick of the draft, who's a rookie, comes in. And they just kept rolling. And obviously, until Purdy got hurt in the NFC Championship game, had Super Bowl possibilities. So, and I know it's a regular season award, but like, I stand by that column I wrote in 2022. I was like, I think it's Kyle. And, I don't think that was at a time where I was known for being like in the tank for Kyle. I'd had to write some critical things too, but to me that was, pretty clear. So I guess let's circle back to this year and look at, there's some really strong candidates, and I think Kyle has a case this year. And again, it's early, so we don't know. But I think he's in that conversation. When I think about it viscerally right away, it's a weird year, but you're like, whoa, Mike Vrabel came in, and a team that was, 4-13 last year, is like on one of the all-time heaters, albeit with an easy schedule and blah, blah, blah. But, like, this isn't just like your classic exceeded expectations. It's kind of eye-popping what they're doing. And then obviously Ben Johnson had some people's attention too. So I don't think it has to be a exceeds expectations award or, takes a team that wasn't supposed to be good and they do well award philosophically. But I do think this year is a tougher year to be the guy who's being rewarded for just doing a great job with a team that wasn't necessarily considered a bottom feeder, which is what Kyle's doing relative to others, because I just think right now, at least the Vrabel, Ben Johnson, Shane Steichen, like there's just so many teams that you didn't think would be that close to that good that are doing really well.
Talking to Mike Silver here on the UMA guest line. Just taking a look at the NFC here. Niners are in pretty good position at 9-4 and could still, even with a little bit of help, control a lot of their own destiny. I mean, they go 2-2. They're in a pretty good shot of getting in here with 11 wins. Based on the teams that are not in the postseason right now, the season doesn't end today, but I'm looking at 3 teams, the Cowboys, the Lions, and the Panthers. Do you think any of those teams have enough to climb into the playoffs? And if so, who do they knock out of the NFC picture?
Yeah, definitely the winner of tonight's game, I think, is someone you got to take a hard look at. And if it's the Cowboys, we've been looking at the weird wild card race, but I think they're in the division race if they win tonight, because the Eagles could lose to the Chargers. There's some 2023 vibes over there, and the Cowboys are feeling it, right? So definitely them. The Lions, especially if they win tonight, you think, yeah, they got a real good chance of fighting their way in. Carolina, I kind of tend to write them off, and then they do these crazy things where I'm like, whoa, they just, when they're good, they're pretty good. So I don't know. I feel like with the 49ers, we've been vacillating kind of like, pretty intermittently between like, oh my God, like they might win the Super Bowl. Look at them, to like, yeah, okay, they just got exposed, like, understandably, because Bosa's out and Warner's out, and, all the receivers have been a mess. Like, so the truth is probably somewhere in between those things. What I think about the 49ers is we thought the schedule was soft, going in, and to some degree that's been true. Some of those wins are aging really, really well, like the Rams and Seahawks. They survived not only losing 2 star players on defense, but Purdy and Kittle for long portions of the season. Like, it's a real testament to great coaching on both sides of the ball. And I kind of look at it this way. I think they're going to get in. I think they're going to be a tough out in any playoff game. And I think there is a viable scenario where they just win a playoff game and they'll win another playoff game. But it's going to have to be, in my opinion, less like, 2021, where it was like great defense and then pulling it off at the end. I think, the defense is doing way better than we could expect, and Salah's been a rock star. But I just think for them to win multiple playoff games, they're going to have to outscore people in the end when it gets to that point. But with Purdy back, I think it is not impossible.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. A couple more minutes with Mike Silver on the UMA guest line. As far as Robert Saleh, you just mentioned him. We had Chris Rose on a couple days ago, and he was saying how you're not hearing a lot of like big name coordinators for jobs this offseason. And like last year was Ben Johnson. Of course, he turned down a job. But you're not hearing the names of Joe Brady or Clint or Cliff Kingsbury, because their teams are not playing as well. I mean, the Bills are, but like the offense is not looking as crisp. Would you be surprised if Robert Saleh wasn't hired as a head coach this offseason, given everything that's gone on with the injuries and how the defense is playing?
I'd be surprised if he didn't have opportunities, but if I'm Robert Saleh, and I talk to him a lot, I think you are going, okay, I am in the best coordinator situation I could be in an organization that I love and wanted to come back to, and that is, first class all the way around and set up to win. And I just spent 3+ years in an organization where it's not really like that. And that starts at the very top. And that's the whole, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just got out of Woody Johnsonville. And so I think if you're Saleh, you're like, I'm going to have opportunities, but like, I can only probably get one more opportunity and fail. And that'll be my last one as head coach. So I got to make sure it's set up, somewhat for success and be closer to what I have with the Niners than what I had in Woodyville. So last year he was a serious candidate for 3 jobs. The Jaguars, which I think he would have, I think on paper you'd go, they're set up to possibly win. And they're going after it with the new structure that Shad Khan has implemented. The Cowboys, which, that's a whole debate we could have. I would argue you can win there. And it's a really good owner, although I can hear listeners like screeching their brakes right now going, what is he talking about? And then the Raiders, which I would argue is a good, hey, thanks, Mark, but I'm good. So, let's see who the teams are. But I think there's a scenario where he is getting interest and maybe even getting an offer or two, but it's got to be the right place. And so the 49ers could benefit from just the fact that he's smart enough to go, nah, I'm not going to go coach for that trash franchise. I'm going to stay with the Niners and enjoy this until I get the right opportunity.
Mike Silver, the voice you hear, covers the NFL for The Athletic. We do with him every Thursday. Mike, as always, appreciate the time, man, and enjoy all the shopping, dude. We're past Black Friday. Time to get on it.
Yeah, and I just want to say again, this is a wonderful day for the University of California, the greatest academic institution on God's earth, and now headed toward a new era of football excitement under Tosh Lapoy. I just want all Cal fans who were cursing me a second ago for saying Jerry Jones was a good owner, possibly. I want all Cal fans to feel that excitement. This is a really, really great day.
Mike Silver covers the NFL for The Athletic. We'll do it next week, Mike. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, guys.
Great deal there with the great Mike Silver. Interesting stuff, though. I feel like that, too. Salah's going to get interviews, but it's really about will he get an offer? And we talked about this all last offseason. If he had gotten an offer, could he say no? You have to take the interview. And then if you get the job offer, you say no, you might not get asked again next year.
Well,
but now that he's had the experience doing what he's doing, if he's highly sought after, he may have his pick if somebody offers him.
Definitely, but I think
They
also,
have his choice.
Yeah, where he is a defensive coach, I do wonder, and being with the 49ers helps him. I mean, to Mike's point, could he really pass on a Raiders job? And we'll see if Pete Carroll gets axed. I don't know. I have no idea right now.
Yeah.
He's a legend, and to get rid of him after one season, that'd be tough. I don't know. I don't know if Robert Saleh has, I guess, the cachet to be like, I'm not taking that job, and that would piss off owners. Where Ben Johnson, yes, he never coached before, but there was so much intrigue around him, and the bottom line was, yes, people value Dan Campbell, but also people are like, the reason why the offense is running is because of Ben Johnson. We need that guy. So I think Ben Johnson had more power. We could pick and choose what franchise he wanted to go to, where he didn't want to go to the Commanders. He wanted to coach with the Chicago Bears. So I wonder if it's the Tennessee Titans or the Raiders or any of these, as Mike said, trash franchises. Could Saleh say, no, thanks? I think he probably would have to take those gigs.
I think he would. I think you probably have to take them if they offer you a deal. It doesn't really matter. I'm like, if you say no and you've already been fired from one, I don't think you can just go back every year and say, I'm going to wait till I get my pick.
It's different.
It's the Josh McDaniels
And unfortunately,
move.
it's different for defensive coaches because they're not given the same luxury. I still believe there's a mix where I think some owners want to find that leader of men, but really everybody wants to find that next Sean McVay or Kyle Shanahan.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Thursday evening, I should say. We got you 2 NBA. I saw Tacky checked in on the YouTube chat, and Tacky goes, dude, I left. I don't know what the hell happened. You guys were about to do grab bag. I came back. The grab bag was still going like 40 minutes later.
Tacky, where you been?
Tim texted him. He said, Tacky, you missed 2 grab bags, a coach speak. I did my takes, and we did the sports calendar. He said, I wish I was joking. We did like every bit we had.
No, dude, we did it all today,
in like
man.
an hour and a half. You know the bit we didn't do? We didn't do Sound Soiree, some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. And that's because we're doing it next. Dirty Work rolls on a Thursday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
ESPN's Buster Olney joined the morning show Tango this morning. Of note, Olney spoke on how Major League Baseball views Buster Posey as an exec, his thoughts on the hiring of Tony Vitello, and the G-Men's biggest needs to become a contender this season. Find that podcast and all of our podcasts at thesportsleader.com and on our app. You can be a contender too.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here talking pizza. That's right. It's Monday night. Watch some football, eat some pizza. And if you're going to eat pizza, why not get it from the best? Tony's Pizza. Tony's Pizza Napolitana. Look, when it comes to pizza, I've got high standards, and you should too. Tony Gimignani reaches those standards. He's not just good, he's a world champion. I mean that literally. And you taste the level of mastery in everything that Tony's makes. Happy holidays, by the way. This is the season for great food, and Tony's does it right. Tony's doesn't miss. Whether you're into Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, or grandma style, they've perfected every single one. There's no shortcuts, no gimmicks, there's no nonsense. It's just incredible pizza. Some of my personal favorites, love the New Yorker, big, cheesy, packed with flavor. The Diavolo, when you want that spicy kick, but you bring your Tums. That'll get you the heat, that Diavola. And even beyond the pies, the menu is stacked. Penne alla vodka is fantastic. Nana's Famous Wings are a must. Great to go with your pizza if you're watching some football. And the honey fried chicken sandwich, one of the best things you could have. Also a great lunch option. And if you're outside North Beach, Tony's has you covered. He always does. Slice House locations all over the Bay. So grab a slice at Chase Center, Levi Stadium, or at one of their neighborhood spots, and you'll get that same world-class quality. If you haven't been to Tony's yet, what are you waiting for? Don't wait any longer. Tony's Pizza Napolitana. Show up hungry, leave happy. Trust me. Hey, y'all. It's the cue to call. If you want tickets to a $50 gift card to Tony's Pizza, call right now.
If it's lift day, it's dirty work. Right here on the Sports Leader.
Dirty work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. We'll be live next Friday, the 12th, 12/12, at Almanac Brewing in Alameda. Come on out for our tailgate show, hang out, eat, drink beer, laughs galore, I'm sure.
Hell yeah.
See if we can get going on that Friday for you. Next Friday, 12/12, our next Niner tailgate out of the bye before the Niners take on the Tennessee Titans. All right, great stuff with Mike Silver. If you missed any of that, available at thesportsleader.com and the TheSports Leader app. We've done everything today. We did you a grab bag. We got you Tim's Thursday takes and trivia. We got you the unsponsored KNBR Dirty Work Weekend Sports Calendar. We got you Coach Speak.
We got Tim going off the rotator. By the way, real quick, we came in with Lowrider, which is one of my favorite songs. Do you associate that song with a Cheech and Chong or George Lopez?
I mostly associate it with Cheech and Chong, or excuse me, with George Lopez, because I feel like I used to watch a show that was on like Nick at Night. So I would watch something and that would always start after. So I would always hear that start and I'd be like, time to change it. Sorry, George. This is a low budget sitcom.
Yeah.
I got to move off of this. But yeah, for some reason I always associate that with him.
Yeah,
Not for some reason. I do because of the show.
I never watched the show. Up in Smoke, great movie with Cheech and Chong, probably their best movie. Did I ever tell you the time I met George Lopez when the Raiders were playing the Texans in the playoff game? He was doing a show at Tommy T's, and when we were doing the pregame show at Pick Six, he came through, and he bought the whole
He's
bar.
a Raider fan, right?
Yeah, he's a diehard Raider fan. He was wearing a Jim Plunkett jersey.
He and my dad are buddies. They know each other.
Okay. He bought everybody in the bar vodka shots. I'm like, ugh, okay. So I think I had a couple of shots, and then he's making conversation with me, and I'm like, George, I just want to say, man, you're my favorite Lopez. And he was like, oh, thank you. Okay.
Oh, man. That's dude. I don't like that at all.
Yeah.
Jesus.
It's the best line I could think of at the time.
That was the best line you could think of.
You know, there's Jennifer. Yeah, he's my favorite.
It's better than Amani's best line when he was like, you filling in for Ralph?
He's talking to you.
That's all he got to me.
What the hell's that about?
He's like, you're the best Lopez. I was like, that doesn't even apply. What are you talking about? That's pretty funny. Anyway, so you took shots, you had a few more, and then you worked up enough courage.
A lot of people did not want to take vodka shots, so I was taking a lot of shots during that Raider-Texans game because Connor Cook was playing quarterback. And, I had the conversation with George Lopez. He was telling me about his Raider fandom, and then I told him he's my favorite Lopez.
He was like, you're my second favorite Papa. Yeah. All right, let's get into it. Some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. It's the Sound Soiree.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Your Sound Soiree for Thursday, December 4th, 2025. Some of the best sounds from across the sports world that you might have missed. Not even the sports world. You might have missed it if it aired right here on the Sports Leader. Why don't we start right there? Zach Manassian, the general manager of your San Francisco Giants, joined Murph and Marcus. He was asked to respond to the report from Andy Baggerly last week in The Athletic, where Bags talked about something that the Giants have kind of vocally talked about, and that's that it's not always great business to hand out big long-term contracts to starting pitchers in free agency. Mm-hmm. Fair enough. Zach Manassian, are you the reason this is happening? Did somebody say this to Bags? Like, who told him, no, we're not getting those guys? Manassian was asked by Murph and Marcus to respond to that report that the Giants won't go after free agent pitchers. Here it is.
Yeah, I think, look, relative to specific free agents per Major League Baseball, we're just unfortunately not allowed to answer and speak to specific free agents. Speaking to the Japanese and Korean market in particular, look, we signed Jung-Hoo Lee out of the KBO, and I think it's obviously very well known our activity on other players who have come over from those countries, and we're going to continue to be active really with players that have a chance to make the team better. Now, I think, it's on us as a front office to make good decisions, and we're going to continue to push ourselves, to do that. But when it comes to how we do that, we have an ownership group that's always been extremely supportive. I think a lot of those things, as far as contract-wise, payroll-wise, it's always been player-specific, and that's as a baseball operations group. We just have to take that responsibility of, any particular player we're signing. is this a good decision or not? So continuing to go through that and feel those things out, but continuing to look at really all avenues of bringing in talent.
Well done, GM speak. Did you hear Murph in the background sipping that coffee?
Might have been a Bigelow tea.
Yeah.
He was asked to respond to the report that you're not going to go after free agent pitchers.
He didn't
So I
respond
would
to
follow up that answer by saying, hey, would you like to respond to the report? You're not going to go after free agent pitchers because you didn't really even say, you never said the word pitcher.
No.
Now, you can't really answer that, I guess, because you have to ask it, but you can't really. I mean, here I'm wondering, like, well, what? Sometimes GMs do the GM speak, and you're like, did you really have to for this? I mean, I get, like, if you say we're not going after pitchers, you may be showing some of your hand or something, but also you can say whatever you want and then go do whatever you want. So it doesn't really matter. Like, if he had said, yeah, that's kind of where we're at, blah, 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 yeah, it might inflame the fan base.
Right.
But it doesn't mean you have to stand by whatever you're saying. If a good opportunity comes up or there's somebody that you guys decide you really want and he wants to come here and it works like that. But he didn't say any, like, he just hemmed it. He starts by going, yeah, there's free agents that, like, you can't talk to. Like, he hemmed it on. By the way, the first, like, 10 or 15 seconds, he didn't say any complete sentence. It was just, like, fragmented words of, you can't talk to certain free agents.
This is one of those instances where I would offer to play it again, but you would still get nothing out of it.
There'd be nothing out of it.
There's nothing to get out of it.
There's nothing to get out of it. There's nothing to dissect here.
Now,
I guess I just have to stand by the report, which is that they're not going to go after him. He would have refuted it if he was like, you kidding? We're doing everything we can.
Well, yeah, I don't think Zach wants to piss off the fan base by saying, no, we're not going to go after big-name pitchers and free agency.
He's also not the guy calling all the shots.
Well, okay, let's say if Buster's asked this question, I'm sure he goes, nothing's absolute. You know, we're going to put everything on the table here when it comes to the offseason. But when it comes to big-time pitchers getting long-term contracts, I don't know if that's the best interest of our franchise right now, blah, 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 blah.
We have a lot of holes to fill.
Yeah, exactly.
It's funny because it is a position of need. The problem is, in signing a big-time pitcher, like, you need two guys, probably.
Yeah.
You need, like, two dudes on the Verlander deal from last year, kind of, right?
Right. I mean, if Buster answers that question to the same way that Andy Begley's reporting it, are we like, oh my God, or are we like, yeah, that's kind of, par for the course?
No,
right now?
it just solidifies what a report was from some brass in the organization. I mean, I don't know. It brings me back to the Schwarber thing a bit, where you go, hey, I mean, as you, by the way, did say, I think you said it to Murph and Marcus about how no players are off limits. There's no absolute off-limit player on the team, and I think you should say
I'm
that.
sure, yeah.
But that said, I'm wondering that in terms of, like, Bryce Eldridge. Like, what would it take to pry him away? Does make me wonder, too, did you kick the tires? Well, I didn't kick the tires. Did you check in on Kyle Schwarber, wondering, hey, what's your level of interest here? Because if we really think we can get you, maybe we are more willing to move Bryce Eldridge and go get other pieces that we think we could get for him if we can land this bat and keep it here. If not, we'll hold on to the potential bat that could be here for the next 7 or 8 years. Right? So you don't want to rob Peter to pay Paul, but you also don't want to make a deal like that unless you know that you're going to be able to land somebody else to fill that void.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Okay. What was
Make the oh my God deal.
What was the reason for that? Okay.
Nope.
Keep going. It's been a bit day. Let's go.
That wasn't.
Hey, you know what? I'll just say this. I have no idea how the Giants offseason is going to go, but I do like the acquisition of Ron Washington. I love
like it
Wash.
too. Experienced manager.
Yeah, dude. I mean,
infield guru, third base wizard.
He can help out Vitello, so I love Wash. I love his time with the Oakland A's. Yeah.
Is he coaching third for us?
I think
Wash over there at third?
I don't know if it was specifically third, but he's an infield coach.
He said they were still defining his role, but he would be working with the infield.
Well, of course. That's what you bring him in for.
Yeah,
He's not managing, but his next best position, I mean, you're not working with the infield per se in game, and when you are, your team's on defense and you're in the dugout.
Yeah.
Or excuse me, your team, you can talk to them in the dugout. My point is, if he's at third, I don't know. They need a third base coach. He's got tons of experience.
I'm a big Wash guy. I'm down with that hire. Absolutely.
Absolutely love it. And by the way, feels good to know that Ron Washington's healthy enough to do this.
Yes,
I was afraid we might not see him again in baseball as he left the Angels last year, and we were like, we don't know what the future holds. Stayed on the West Coast. I'm stoked about Ron Washington joining the Giants organization. Awesome. Hope we get him on at some point. All right, moving on.
Yeah. Love Wash.
We got John Gruden. It's not a nicey video. They asked John Gruden, when's he going to hit a coaching cycle, huh?
I want to get to that afterwards, but this is him talking, like doing his Barstool videos.
So he's doing his Barstool video, and John Gruden was asked how we could fix the college football playoff. Here's what he said.
I just want to know this. Why in the hell are we having these conference games? I mean, to determine who the Big Ten champion is, to determine who the SEC champion is. When I was in the NFC South, we played everybody in our division twice a year. So it was pretty easy to see who was the best in our division. When I was in the AFC West, same thing. We played everybody twice. But in some of these conferences, these teams don't even play each other. I mean, hell, I'm looking at Indiana. They didn't play Michigan, Ohio State, or USC. Then I look at Ohio State. They didn't have to go play Oregon or USC. How the hell do you determine who a conference champion is when these conferences are way too big? Some of these conferences got about 20 teams in a conference. It's impossible. Here's my problem. I just point this out to you. Here's Indiana playing Ohio State for the Big Ten championship. Meanwhile, Oregon is sitting at home getting a bye week before the tournament starts? What logic is that? Then you got Alabama playing Georgia for the SEC championship, and you got a team like Ole Miss and Texas A&M. They're fresh as a daisy, man. They don't even have to play a game, but they get into the tournament? What kind of logic is this? That's like the top 2 seeds in the NFC. Let's say the Chicago Bears and the LA Rams having to play to see who the number 1 seed of the NFC is before we go to the playoffs. Meanwhile, we got everybody else that's in the playoffs sitting at home having a bye week. Does that make sense? Hell no, it doesn't make sense.
I agree 100%. I think that for the fact that the SEC makes so much money and they get these cupcake schedules sometimes, I understand, like, yes, that's kind of how it goes into it, but I do want to see Texas play Alabama and Ole Miss and in Texas A&M every single year.
Yeah, but it's not going to work that way.
I know.
You can't have it work that way and have Texas be in the SEC. You want to go back to the Big 12, you wouldn't play them anyway.
Right.
You know what I mean? What I'm saying, I hear what he's saying. I disagree on some front. It's not the NFL. You don't play everybody twice, so that is sort of a moot point. Like, comparing it to the NFL is apples and oranges in that regard.
Right.
The reason the conference championships gained so much popularity was because of the initial CFP. When we only had 4 teams in. Do you remember that year where Baylor and Iowa State were both undefeated?
Mm-hmm.
And I think because their conference, the Big 12, the SEC had a championship game, the Big 10 had a conference championship game, the Pac-12 had a championship game. Basically every conference, the Big 12 did not. It may have been TCU Baylor. I think that's what it was. I think what happened was the Big 12 said, well, we don't have a conference championship game, so we're naming them co-champions. And they put it on the committee. And the committee said, well, if you don't even have a champion, we're just going to leave them out and we're taking somebody else.
Yeah, that's right.
And neither team got in. What happened the next year? Conference championship for the Big 12.
Yep.
Because they said, well, we can't miss out on this CFP money. We have to have a school go. We want to make these TV dollars. So when they were the top 4 teams in the nation, it was basically the top 4 conference champions. And that was the question before the end of the CFP era last year when we restarted it as the 12-team playoff. I think Alabama was the first team to make the CFP a few years ago and not play in their conference championship game. They were a 2-loss non-champion, and they went to the CFP. The other way to do this would be to go back to the structure we used to have with conferences that were too big, where you put divisions within the conference. That's what he's really talking about.
Yeah.
If you want to make this count to where you're still going to have a rotating schedule, and yeah, there are too many. We're still in like a incubation period for what college football's landscape is going to be in solidifying this. They've already changed it after 1 year to how the 12 are going to go this year. It's not just auto buys for teams that are of lower rank. But if we want to get to a place where we're getting a more balanced schedule or you're getting to see who these are, you got to just go 2 conferences. You got to go like they did Pac-10, Pac-12 North and Pac-12 South. Or you're going to have to go like SEC West and SEC East. Make it 2 conferences, 2 divisions within your conference.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Those 2 champions play for your conference championship game. And then you're playing all the teams within, and you get to crown the champion at the end. That's basically old school National League, American League, World Series style of play.
I'm good with that.
It's the best way to do it. I don't think it's broken. I think more teams in make it right. And I think as long as we have a field of 12 in a sport that's got 100-plus teams, it's never going to feel like it's all fair because nobody's ever going to play a balanced schedule. I think that would be the best way to do it, but I don't really know. I think we're maybe going – I don't think we're going away from the conference championship.
No, we're not.
It carries a different weight, but how we get to it certainly changes a lot because, again, it's still going to come to a committee. No matter what, it comes down to a committee.
Yeah, and I agree with his view where, yes, maybe Ole Miss and Texas A&M are fresher, but they're not getting home playoff games. They'll have to go on the road. Just real quick, the fact that John Gruden, though, was not even interviewed, it sounds like, for some of these college coaching jobs, makes me believe that he's never going to coach again. I guess there's rumors that he's in contention for the UCF job, University of Central Florida, but I got to say, like, he was adamant that he wanted an SEC job.
Tell you what, man, go Knights, man.
Yeah, and not landing with Florida or LSU. If those programs don't want John Gruden, I wonder if he's just going to do the nicey videos the rest of his career.
Because you're doing nicey videos on the job. You know what I like? I like schools that pass on me for job opportunities. Like the LSU Tigers, who got Lane Kiffin.
I like Lane Kiffin, man, leaving his dog behind.
I don't know, man. I don't like that Lane doing that Christy Nome thing, man.
Okay, how about this? Jesus. All right, how about this?
I'm the bad guy? No.
Why don't we come back and do the rest of the soiree?
Well, maybe, but the issue I have with coming back and doing a couple more pieces of the soiree is we've done so many bits today.
Yeah.
We did 2 NBA grab bags. We did Coach Speak. We did Tim's Thursday Takes and Trivia. We did the unsponsored Dirty Work KNBR Weekend Sports Calendar. And then the 415 checks in and says, well, why aren't you guys doing Soup du Jour, a.k.a. the crap section? The Pat H crap section.
Okay, let's save these 2 pieces of sound for tomorrow, and let's do the crap section next.
We got to deliver. The crap section in our bit day is next. Thursday's bit day on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. Larry Krueger coming up at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock with Niners Nightly. We'll be back for another full edition of Dirty Work tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Next Friday at Almanac Brewing in Alameda for our Niner Tailgate show. And a bye week, which means no Tim for me this weekend. Tim and I.
You got to feel good about that, huh?
That was fun. Yeah. It was fun.
Yeah. Okay.
It was fun, yeah. All right, we've done like every bit known to man today. Why don't we keep it going? Every once in a while, Tim pulls up some fun stories. We pull it out of the Pat H crap section. Shout out the great listener and great member, loyal member of the Filth, Pat H.
Got me cookies.
Who clamored for this so frequently that we just named it after him. Open it up, Tim. It's the Pat H crap section.
I should have a name for this. There already is a name for this, Beavis. It's called crap. You gotta have, a crap section. Yeah.
What up, Tim? You got some crap for us today?
I got a lot of crap for you today, but if you're talking about the crap section, we can go with that too. How about this? This headline was actually sent to me by the great Brian Smith, also a member of the Filth. Here's your headline. Raccoon goes on drunken rampage in Virginia liquor store and then passes out on bathroom floor. Which, by the way, there is a photo. It's incredible. I'll just read you the story as it goes. The masked burglar broke into a closed Virginia liquor store early Saturday and hit the bottom shelf where the scotch and whiskey were stored. The bandit was something of a nocturnal menace. Bottles were smashed, a ceiling tile collapsed, and alcohol pooled on the floor. A huge mess, by the way.
Dude.
A huge
that's a big old mess.
He was like licking it up.
Oh, yeah. The animal was a raccoon. On Saturday morning, an employee at the Ashland, Virginia area liquor store found the trash panda passed out on the bathroom floor at the end of a drunken escapade. Quote, I personally like raccoons, said Samantha Martin, an officer who works for the local animal control. They're funny little critters.
Yeah, they
he
are.
fell through the ceiling tiles and went on a full-blown rampage, drinking everything. She went on to say that she shook the raccoon. She tried to shake the raccoon awake and did not respond. So she took it to the animal shelter. She had a bunch of giggles along the way. Another day in the life of an animal control officer, I guess.
Okay, I gotta say, yes, they're funny critters, but I don't mess with them. Like
No.
raccoons, no. They
I
could,
would say one of the
they could
least
F
funny.
you up.
I'd say one of the least funny critters.
Yeah.
That's like that cute animal relative to the amount of damage it would do to you. It's got to be near the top. Because I'll give you, they're not like super ugly. They're kind of gross when they're going through trash and whatnot with their, their grubby little
and
hands.
they snarl at you?
Yeah, I've seen like videos of them where you're like, oh, that's a kind of a cute looking one. But dude, I mean, I want no part.
Oh yeah.
Well, there's a designation too, or excuse me, a distinction. There is the raccoon, and then there's the urban raccoon.
I was
And
gonna
you
say,
want to
dude-
avoid those like the plague.
Dude, the urban raccoon, when I used to walk to the station, especially during COVID, and I would walk when I was doing the morning show. That's why I leave my house at like 3:15, 3:30 in the morning. Dude, there's that long street on Battery. There's a one-way, and I walked past like the Levi's office building there. That's a dead street. It was like all businesses, and so in the middle of the night, there's barely any lights. There's just like one pool light every block you can kind of see. One time I was walking, dude, and I saw like 3 raccoons scurry across maybe like 25 yards in front of me I'm on the right side of the street, across the street, because all the businesses would put their trash out. So there was a bunch of raccoons running to this trash can, and I was like, oh, dude, I don't want to be walking and then all of a sudden 3 or 4 of them run up right to where I am.
No.
So I was like, I'm actually going to move into the street where I'm in the light and I can see a little bit better.
Yep.
So I start moving into the street. I'm walking under the light. As I go to walk past the trash can, dude, I look to my left and I saw like 14 beady eyes just because they all stop and because the way the light hits their eyes. And I was like, I ain't doing this anymore, man.
Nope.
Can you imagine, dude? I go down there like Copes didn't make it to the leadoff spot. You got overnight Dave hosting, and then it's like 9 a.m. before
He was
somebody knows.
empowered by some raccoons.
Somebody knows I got mauled by some city raccoons.
The rabies leader, right?
Some city trash.
No,
pandas.
dude, I did the same thing a couple of months ago. I was walking home from Whole Foods in Oakland, and saw a couple of raccoons in the bushes. I'm like, I'm just walking in the street right now. I'm not messing with that.
Yeah, dude. I do one of those things where like, they train people in self-defense. Tell women to like walk with your keys between your fingers. That's how I am if I see raccoons.
Oh yeah,
I'm
dude.
like, I got to get my security up.
So years ago, I used to live out in the Sunset around 29th and Noriega, and that's right next to a giant reservoir that's out there. And that is the home for a bunch of raccoons. They live in the park. They live, basically anywhere that's like that. But at night, it was their territory. And I've seen the most insane things. First of all, they always move in packs. There's not one. There's like 7 of them.
What are you doing around these parts, Tim? Yeah, what are you doing in this? What are you doing in this part of town? Yeah.
You would see them in places you would not expect to see them. Like 4 of them climbed up on a stop sign. Or the one that got me, and I saw it with my own eyes, I watched 5 of them climb up a telephone pole and then walk across the power lines onto people's roofs.
Yeah.
Like, they're not messing around.
Yeah.
Now, the whole thing is, too, is like, if they want to get into your trash can, you can do things to, like, lock your trash
Dude,
can
they're
up.
smart. You might get by with a day of, like, putting a different device on it. You give them a day or 2, they'll figure it
They
out.
will rock it. They will knock it over. The worst one, and I think I might have shown you the photo of this. I believe I brought this up on the show at least one time.
Yeah, I think so.
I got somehow in between where my house was. It had a little gate and kind of like a walkway in. In the walkway in between where I was and the door, was a baby raccoon, which meant the mom or the dad or whatever was somewhere
coming after you,
somewhere behind me. And so I can't get into my house without getting by the baby raccoon. But the longer that I sat there, the odds of the parents coming back to get the baby would increase. And so I had a good 5 minutes there. I was like, okay, I gotta do this. I gotta and I just squeaked by and closed the door immediately and everything. I took a couple of photos of it. I got a baby raccoon photo of this, and this thing's probably way more scared than me. Of course, it's a baby, right?
Are you kidding? That thing would have whooped your ass, Tim.
I'm not trying to get rabies just to get into my damn house.
Tim went into his house and then he heard a knock at the door. Was the mom raccoon? She said, "What size shoes are those?
Get your ass out here.
What size shoes are those? Yeah, you want to step to me and my baby?"
Yeah, true story. They knocked over the trash can that night, and I didn't care. I was like,
Yeah, you know
whatever.
what? I take that back. Raccoons, terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible.
I guess she's like, they're funny little critters. No, they're
No,
not.
no, they're not. They're not funny at all.
925 checks in and says, dude, Sacramento has a gang of raccoons, like 20 deep behind my mom's old house. Caught me after dark in the backyard, dude. They're just hanging out.
That's what they
What
do
are you doing
sometimes.
back here, bro? This is where we kick it at night.
Yeah? You think you can own these streets? No, we do. We do.
Oh, that's pretty good. 707 says Copes got mugged by a raccoon. I did not, but I don't think if I did, I'd be here to tell the story. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If you're getting mauled by a raccoon,
I would take the 100. I would take the 100 men over the gorilla. One-on-one raccoons, I don't like my chances.
No,
you know what I mean?
no.
Yeah, you can have the trash cans. I don't care. It's fine.
Yeah, they're yours.
I still am not with you on the 100 men and a gorilla.
I don't know if you'll ever come around.
The
been the argument of season
always,
one.
Yeah, the gorilla will always win.
The debate of season one.
It's been the debate of season one.
Tim, what else you got on the crap section?
I'll maybe do a quick one here. Okay, how about this? Let's talk about Kinky Kelly, okay? Kinky Kelly. Kinky Kelly is heading to jail for, quote, pee spree.
Oh, come on.
She's an OnlyFans model. She's 24. She got 6 months in jail for her vile antics. This is back in December 1st. So a couple
Vile
of
or
days ago.
viral?
Probably both. This New Hampshire woman known as Kinky Kelly on OnlyFans will spend 6 months behind bars for a criminal mischief spree during which she filmed herself urinating on food at the supermarket and on various items at a Marriott hotel.
Come on.
Kelly, 24, today pleaded guilty to 6 Class A misdemeanors in connection with her vile antics earlier this year. She was sentenced to 360 days in jail, which, by the way, 360? Why don't you just make it an even year? We'll get 5 days off for good behavior.
What the hell's that about?
Well, she's only serving 6 months, though, you said, right?
Yeah, but a judge suspended half that for custodial terms. She'll be required to serve 180 days, and then she'll be on probation. What she did, essentially, is she went to the grocery store and peed on vegetables and videotaped herself doing it.
Yeah, you know what? Good. You can't be peeing on food. That's ridiculous. Going to grocery stores and peeing on that? That's disgusting as hell.
I'm not into that. I'm into that. I'm not into that at all.
You just said I'm into that.
I mean, what? What was I saying before? What was her ad again? Just so we know not to go to the
Kinky
account.
Kelly.
I want to know which account it is so I don't go to it.
It was $15 a month for her OnlyFans page. She described herself as a submissive pixie, fetish, kink-friendly.
You think? It'd be funny if she wasn't. Her name's Kinky Kelly.
Yeah, she's a criminal.
Okay, so side note here. This just reminded me of something not related to this. Did you see there's this account now? This is hilarious. This guy on TikTok, he goes to different places. Like, he'll be like, I'm here at the, and he's very, like, mellow, and he talks like, I'm at the Manhattan Beach Hyatt Regency. And he goes and he does dump ratings. So he's like, just ate a bunch of Taco Bell. And he walks in and he reviews the bathroom of like places.
Now that I like.
It's pretty funny because he does review. And there's nothing graphic. He just reviews it and he's like, dude, plus they've got this toilet seat. Check out the ply. I was pretty surprised by the ply of the toilet paper here. Very nice lighting. It's very calm. It's a little colder than I would like. Like he does a whole review of it.
Right.
That was pretty funny. Good
Okay,
content.
I like that.
And he's like super chill about it, which is hilarious. He goes, I thought I was going to wreck this place, but it was so much nicer than I anticipated. Like he's giving his...
a real paint job, huh?
Yeah, dude. I don't know, man. I don't know about Kinky Kelly.
No, that's
I'm
absolutely
Kinky
disgusting.
Kelly.
That's absolutely disgusting.
I'll check the videos out and let you guys know if it's worth it.
Yeah,
show research,
let
right?
us know. Let us know, Adam.
Tim, if we got time for crap tomorrow, I sent you another funny one from the New York Post. Make sure you check that out. That's going to do it for your Pat H. crap section.
A lot of crap.
We'll get you ready for Larry Krueger next. We'll put the show to bed. Dirty work on a Thursday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The San Francisco Giants today announced Ron Washington would be joining Tony Vitello's coaching staff with the expectation he'd be working with the team's infielders on defense. Keep it locked right here to the Sports Leader for everything Giants, fungo bats, and scalding grounders.
Thank you.